stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th, she ain't ready for the 8th.
Knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts, just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got you want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, could I love instead? Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, could I love instead? Yes, I know we're not the same. I'm so tired of playing games. You don't have to be so hard. Just tell me your dreams, the things you like. What turns you off, what makes you doubt. I'll tell you my deepest secrets. I wanna let them out. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the night time to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. And sometimes I feel my heart is dead. Maybe tonight, baby, could I love instead? Yeah, I'm still living deep in my head.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, and Monster Energy.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Ziz, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollin's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Dolby.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Intel Extreme Masters returns to Dallas for plenty of Counter-Strike. Man, that intro gives me shivers every time. It's a grand event which comes to Dallas once more here in 2023, and we've got some great action coming up for you across 2 streams. Hawker, welcome back. We are post-major, and I've got one question for you. What color is your coin?
Oh, you know, it is silver. I'm gonna just have to be honest. I can't lie to you,
silver.
James.
Oh, that's poverty, bro.
I believed in heroic, man, and they let me down. But hey, happy for Vitality. You gotta be.
I am indeed. Again, no better place to do it. But what about Dallas? It's going to be a great ground for many people. Some people fighting from home, some people fighting from very far away. The likes of Greyhound comes to mind. We've got big schedules coming up for you across two broadcasts, A and B. Let's get into Stream A and see what they have coming up for you today. Plenty of action. 4 best of ones, then some winners and losers bracket matches later on across both streams. From the top, G2 versus Nouns, Fnatic and Mouse. That should be a close one. Complexity and Ents, Liquid and Astralis. Any of these stand out to you, Hawker?
I'm excited to see some of the NA teams. I want to see Complexity, Liquid come through. Even Nouns, I think, could maybe do something. They're a team that have looked pretty good in NA. So really hoping some of the American teams can make it happen here, because last year in Dallas, it was a fun time when you got into those playoffs.
We'll see who ends up playing later on as well. Moving over to the B stream, of course, this is Stream B right here. We're going to start off with Furia versus OG. Heroic versus 9Z or 9Z if you are in North America. Maybe we'll do them as the respect since we're in NA today after all. FaZe Clan, Evil Geniuses and Greyhound versus Cloud9. Now, before we get into more of this B stream, let's have a look at the bracket for the A stream and see what it means if you win these matches. So Heroic and 9Z will be facing Mouse or Fnatic as they try to move through the upper bracket. Furia and OG will have Nouns or G2 and the bottom half of things. And I think if you look at this bracket for a moment and take a look at Furia, who had a horrible major, they could potentially, if they're trying to make a comeback here, go straight into G2 early on. That's less than desirable, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, that is scary. And it is important for some of these teams because, like you're saying, if you struggled at the major, you really want to prove that you can still compete, that you don't need to make any roster moves. This is almost a chance for you to try and prove yourself and say, hey, we can still stick with this lineup. Maybe it was just one bad event, and they've got to hope they can turn it around here.
Yeah, even with G2 on your side of the bracket, Heroic on the other side as well. This might be the group of death. I think if you have to face one or the other, you don't really have a choice. And who knows who will turn up in terms of Mouse and Fnatic. You know, Mouse would be somewhat disappointed with their major run. Fnatic always a threat as well. OG will have a stand-in playing for them. So they're not going to be full power. Doesn't mean they can't win though, especially at the beginning in these best of ones. Moving over though to the B group. We'll see how the teams are laid out here. So FaZe Clan versus Evil Geniuses may be the strongest draw for FaZe Clan in terms of relative ease at moving forward. On paper, at least, I think we're all still waiting for EG to start turning things around. Perhaps that will be today. The winner of that will be playing the winner of Complexity versus Ents. A profitable Ents team. Always nice to see. Liquid and Astralis, Greyhound and Cloud9. If Group A is a group of death, what's Group B here, Hawker?
It's a bit more of a mishmash of teams where I don't know if you have as many clear favorites. You even have a couple of teams that missed out on the major and would have been very disappointed with that. Teams like Cloud9 and Astralis, they'll be hungry to prove themselves in this group. And I really think that lower side of the bracket especially, it's pretty wide open because we haven't seen too much of Cloud9 or Astralis lately. We're not 100% sure how they'll do. Liquid seem like they can get some good wins, but then can take some tough losses. They were very inconsistent at the major. So yeah, I think Group B is wide open here and I'm excited for it.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of interesting talking points in this group, particularly because, of course, you have the likes of Team Liquid. Nitro's recently announced that, you know, he's got a growing family and he doesn't want to be an absentee father, I think is what we can understand from that, which is pretty reasonable as well. So he's making the sacrifice of his current career to go and be closer to his family. Of course, we are in Dallas at the moment, but generally speaking, most of the Counter-Strikers taking place, or most of their presence geographically is in Europe for a lot of these teams with the Pro League and so on, and he wants to be closer to his family. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe he pops up or in a Valorant, because they tend to play online a lot more. So that could be a better choice for him. But generally speaking, this is going to be a farewell event for him, and they would love to go out with a bang in Dallas, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think I heard from Maui Snake as well that Nitro can actually just drive to this event. Like, this is a home event for him fully. So that'll be a really nice send-off. And I'm hoping Liquid can do well because I think Nitro was playing all right at the Major, to be honest. I don't think he's someone who's been a liability on this team whatsoever. So I think there's a very real chance that Liquid can maybe loosen up a little bit and cause some damage here. And I'm hoping that happens because last time we had Cloud9 representing NA in the Dallas playoffs, but like they're not an NA team, so we want some NA players there.
If he can drive to Dallas, then that also means he can drive to Uvalde, which is where Matthew McConaughey is from. So that's a little fact for you. Do you know who else is from Dallas?
I do not.
Dolly Parton. Did you know that?
Wow, okay.
She's not really, I'm lying. She's from Tennessee, Hawker. Come on, man.
Oh my God.
Don't disrespect Dallas like that.
I just believe you, James. You're just a very trustworthy man.
Okay, there's one team which I am really looking forward to. I'm kind of rooting for, and it's the Greyhound boys. Because if you remember how they almost won that ancient game and then they lost a bunch of match points, one after the other, and didn't quite make it in the best of 3 series in the end. I think losses like that are good for them because, again, like for me, you know, I went to Melbourne, I commentated some of their matches, and for me, I think it was like that loss where you had so many chances to win, but you've lost it. I think that they should grow from that. And, you know, against some of the teams they were playing there, on paper, maybe historically, you expect them to lose. But for me, it was like, is this the time where they take it over the line and keep moving forward? I think they've got the skill on the team to make those kind of plays where they can break through that ceiling. Haven't quite done it just yet, but they're getting closer and closer. And maybe now is the time where they could do that.
Yeah, that was a long time where everyone just always picked this team 3-0, or sorry, 0-3, I should say. It felt like. And I think they definitely deserve a bit more credit than that now. They look like they play a really solid style of Counter-Strike as well. I think they're pretty well coordinated, which is not easy to do when you're not always playing fully in the European region. We see teams from Asia come in sometimes and sort of just struggle because they haven't got the same level of competition. But I really think Greyhound's team play and just overall calls are pretty good. So yeah, I'm hoping they can continue towards this positive path because you're right. Also, they've got a couple of players with some flair. I remember some nut shots from Alistair on the AWP. He can just occasionally land some crazy flick, some crazy wall bang. They're a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I think everybody brings something to that squad, especially the youngster Vexite as well. He brings a lot of firepower to that, so that'll definitely surprise people, I think, at this tournament. I think definitely doesn't really make sense, does it? To touch on EG quickly, I mean, from what we can see, not much is changing, like coaches, leadership, and so on. So we'll have to wait and see if they can start building something here. Personally, I honestly think they should pay Threat as much money as he needs to leave Sweden, go there for 3 months, build a new structure for them to work with a framework to kind of to have a new approach, because obviously something drastically different needs to happen there. That's maybe I should just send them an email or something, because honestly I think they need outside eyes to make something happen there. Whether they can do that on LAN, we'll have to see. But we're going to head to a break. When we're back, it's going to be time to break down the first match.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Welcome back. Our first match of the day is going to be Furia versus OG, one of 4 best of ones to begin IEM Dallas 2023 here on the B stream. Of course, matches on the A stream as well. But why would you go there when you can come here? Furia, what do you make of him at the moment? Very, very disappointing. Maybe the reason why people like you, Hawker, have a silver coin rather than a gold one.
Oh, yeah, no, they did not look good at the major. I think, you know, you could argue they got a little unlucky in their elimination game, drawing G2, but they were there for a reason. They lost their opening BO1s, and it feels like they're trying to play a much slower, more thought-out system. They're trying to make mid-round calls. They're trying to run the clock down low in a lot of rounds, but especially against G2, that was not working for them. G2 always had the read. Furia were never able to sell the fakes well enough, and that's a big style change for Furia because Art used to be calling for all of his teammates to come right behind him on the aggression, and so it seems like slowing things down wasn't working at the major, and now I'm just interested to see if they stick with that or if they just go back to the classic Furia hyper-aggression or not.
It's really hard to stay in the same gear in Counter-Strike. These teams play so much CS that eventually your stuff gets figured out. And again, the more rounds you play against the same people, then the more they're used to your habits as an individual, as a human being. And it's harder to be effective in that same style. So sometimes you've got to change up, you've got to mix it up just to keep people reacting to what you're doing rather than preparing for what you've been doing. So indeed, it isn't an easy thing to change things up, but you've got to be able to find a way to make that work. Otherwise, you become predictable. We'll see if they can do that this week. The likes of K Serato, Drop Art, Safe and Yuri got much work to do. They'll be, I was almost going to say furious, but I'm really not trying to make that pun. They'll be angry with the lack of performance, lack of presence at that major. So many people rooting for them. I think we used to describe Fallen as having a country on his back, but I do feel like that lands in the laps of Furia at the moment. So again, they need to definitely have a better showing of themselves here than they did at that major. Now, looking over at the OG side, obviously they are missing one of their main players. Dexter requested some time off for personal reasons, and that was granted. So Regali will be taking his place, Hawker.
Yeah, and he's looked promising. He's played a few online matches with OG and had some really good numbers, mostly against some of the weaker teams, but he had a series against Astralis where he did okay for himself, and he is a player who was on the Fnatic Rising, the Fnatic Academy team previously. Then he was playing on Copenhagen Flames, so he's got a bit of pedigree about him in the sort of lower levels of Counter-Strike. This is a chance for him to step up and show what he can do. And then you obviously have players like Flames, good on the aggression, Neofrag, similar aggressive player. They don't have Nexa though, so Nico has been calling for this team, and that means I would expect them to play pretty loose. I know Nico's been here for a while, but again, you've got to stand in. You might just be better off freeing up your players and trying to let them have a good feel for when to open up rounds.
Regali, hailing from Romania, 20 years old. I feel like pressure is a cliche that we go to all too often with teams. Oh, they've got pressure in this situation. They're playing from home, there's pressure and so on. But I think when you're a stand-in for a team, you're, I want to say that young, but who isn't that young these days? You know, 20 to 24. So I think if they get to the land segment playing in front of the crowd, then that'll be an early hurdle to pass, especially on the first map, if they get that far. When that first map, you need to get under your belt. I think once you come back and you're used to it, you've absorbed the environment, then that will be fine. But if they do make it that far, I think that first map will be a pretty key one for him in particular. Of course, you've got the likes of Flames there. He's going to be even more important for the squad. Hopefully, we'll see some Mirage, plenty of Mirage for OG. Question is, can they hold the fort with their stand-in? It's often been a key map for the squad, and I'm sure it's going to be no different today in that respect. So we'll see how that goes. You know, normally I think on paper you would have to read in the vacuum of this match Furia being a favorite with a stand-in, but with how disappointing their run was at the major, are you still confident in thinking they're a favorite for this?
I think it's quite sketchy because honestly, OG always seem to just perform slightly better than I expect. They always seem to have slightly better team play. I think Nico's done a good job at keeping it pretty simple and just saying, you know what, we've got to kind of go for some early round plays, maybe stick together, group up, go for some standard stuff, and it works pretty well. And I also have to point out, Furia's T sides at the major were abysmal. In their first 2 BO1s, they didn't win a single T round. That was crazy. Like, they struggled so hard on their T side. So that has to change for them. That was really, really rough to see. So I'm hoping Furia have figured something out. But, I mean, you haven't had that much time since the major. I don't know if we're going to see a massive turnaround.
That is an insane stat. 0-0 like a roulette table. You know, the odds are way worse when it's 0-0. And I think that's true if you go 0-0 on T sides in your first 2 matches at a major as well. Yeah, I guess that was an expensive place to fail in such a catastrophic fashion, but I'm sure that they put in work since then. The question is if it will produce results now or not. I believe the veto is ready. Again, it is best of ones for the first 4 matches today, so let's see where this best of 1 will land. Now, with a stand-in, do Furia go for a Mirage ban and try and force a different map, or do they let it through and exploit the stand-in? That is the question, which we will soon find out. Ooh. So back and forth we go.
Okay, so Furia were playing a little bit of Ancient. They played it against Monty at the major in a best of 1, for example. So they get that out. And like you were suggesting, they do get rid of the Mirage. I think that's a pretty good decision here. Just OG are very solid on Mirage as a map. They can keep it simple and they can go ahead and go for those standard plays that everyone knows. So I think that's a good decision. That means we get more down towards some slightly more technical maps towards the end here.
I'm glad Vertigo's gone because I hate it. I just want to say that.
I think Furia banned the overpass. Yeah, that's normally their perma. Get it out. And Inferno.
All right. Always a reasonable, agreeable map for the most part. No one really takes too much issue with Inferno. So Inferno is what it's going to be. Although sometimes we see best of 1 nukes come out, which I think is always interesting. Maybe not as risky as it may have been in the past. And Mirage is a sensible ban, especially when you've still got Flames on the server. Flames, the recent recipient of one of the finest jars of honey from France I had delivered for him especially. It was, I think, the Red Bull Flick. I was talking to him about honey, and I promised him a jar, which he did receive at the major. So he did get a consolation prize after an early bar for OG. So maybe he'll be extra powered up for this one. It is honestly very, very nice.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope he enjoys it. I think Nico on OG was the one man without the jersey on. I don't know if he lost his luggage or something, because I think even Regali had it on. So hopefully he's all good. Seems like he's got his mouse and keyboard. That's the main thing. Always take that in your carry-on. You got to have that with you if you're a pro. Yeah, should be ready to get into this shortly. Which way do you lean here, James? We're saying it's not easy to call. I'm interested what you think.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because obviously having a stand-in doesn't mean you're going to lose. It's not like a guaranteed loss, right? It depends on the player. I think Dex is quite a significant loss for OG. That much is there to be said. But again, looking at the recent performances from Furia, like if they are to have failures on T sides like they did at the major, then that might balance things out. And again, it's up to I wouldn't expect a repeat of that. I've got to be honest. You know, like sometimes it's our job to present questions to be answered as we bear witness to the proceedings. But I think that, I mean, I would hope that would be a bit of a stretch to be like Furia are gonna poop the bed on their T sides once again. So I can't imagine that will happen. But there are questions there because, as you mentioned, trying different play styles and so on, if they are continuing in that direction today, then maybe they will struggle if they haven't figured things out, or if it's not the right strategy for their opponent, like their opponent isn't as tested as they'd like them to be. So there are variables that we don't know the answers to. There's a chance that Furia might struggle on their T side here, or perhaps that's map dependent. Who knows? We'll see. Well, that we will bear witness to. I guess I full circled on myself there. But we don't know what they're going to bring to the table in that respect, basically.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I think the the issue for Furia at the major is, I look back at the results now, and yes, you had the 2 BO1 losses on the opening day, but sometimes you might just have a bad day initially. The best of ones can sometimes be a bit strange, and you can sometimes take a while to warm into it. And then you get that best of 3 against G2, and I can't really fault you for losing that series there. And even their best of 1 losses. I mean, I think losing against Monty at the time looked bad, but we've seen Monty were a team who did incredible damage at the major. Losing against NIP in a best of 1, I don't think that's a massive issue either. You look at the actual losses, I don't think any of them are that bad there on the Furia side. They did get some maybe tough matchups, you could argue. So I think they should be able to bounce back here, but I really just want to see how OG are going to do with Regalian, because switching the AWPer, especially having an inexperienced AWPer, that can be tough. And I feel like Dexter did a lot on this team in terms of having those flashy moments. I think Dexter's just so good in the clutch as well as an AWPer. He has some unbelievable clutches under his belt. So I'd love to see if Regali gets into those sorts of positions, how he's able to do, because those late round positions are not easy to play.
Yeah, and the T side AWPing before the bomb is planted is always a question mark as well. Takes a player of a particular style. I think certainly on the Brazilian side, they breed plenty of snipers who stylistically are favorable to T-side of Inferno sniping. We'll see what Regali will bring to the table once we get into the match. Nice to see these smaller keyboards as well. The full-size keyboards disappearing. This makes me happy, Walker. I don't know what size your keyboard is.
I think mine is a bit of a big boy. I've still got the numpad, so.
Oh, you've got the full size.
Yeah.
Okay, you're
It is a pain to travel with, though. You're starting to convince me. I never really thought about it.
What do you use the numpad for? Are you an accountant?
No, I don't use the numpad either. That is the thing. It's maybe got some buy-binds on it in CS, and that's about it. And I could rebind those if I really wanted to.
Yeah, 65% is the way forward, which... So I think Flames is using... Do you know what? If I knew he had a full-size keyboard, I may have thought twice about giving him a jar of honey at my own expense. I get those imported from France. Those are not cheap. They're like 18 euros a jar. My honey's serious, but I think it's either 10 kilos or 65%. So 60%, you don't have the arrow keys on the right-hand side, which is a bit tedious. So 65% is where it's at. 65% like keyboards. You get your page up and page down keys as well, so you can use those for whatever binds you think you need. Yeah, I love the progression we have seen in that respect over the years. It would be cool to see, like, if you look at these desks, like these have come a long way as well. Before it'd be like random desks or trestle tables where people would have to run their mouse over the side of the table because the table's cutting into their arms so much, but there's a lot of things which have evolved over time, including these lovely intros. Inferno will be the first map on the B stream here. OG and Furia. Only one team can set off successfully on their journey in IEM Dallas 2023. Intel Extreme Masters is about to begin. The bro fist, the hand slaps are coming out, and you know that means we're getting into it. Pistol round is coming. I wonder how many P2000s we will see, because there are sometimes some P2000 enjoyers. Not on this occasion, though. 5 USPs until Regali pulls out the Julies, which have become increasingly popular. Of course, the 5.7 is an option as well, especially if you were, for example, playing towards the balcony position. In case there was a horse pop, that would certainly help. Either or. But it will be the Julies for Regali. And often is the Julies over the 5.7 as well. Safe will be the P250 enjoyer. Extra range on those headshots. Don't always see that on Inferno because of the closer ranges once Banana has been seized like this. But he will have it on his person. Flames playing a dangerous game, as we can see. Really trying to squeeze the most out of these grenades. It's a nice play onto drop. Quietly falls back. So it'll be a grenade execute onto the B bomb site in the pistol round with mollies as well. This is all the things. The flashes are here. But Flames is the one to get the first drop for moving together. They really need to find this trade frag, but OG are making them work hard for these frags, trying to delay as much as they can. Fiku's rotating from CT. He's got no grenades to support them, though, but he might not need them as Neofrag gets a kill. Heat and Potty set up for OG, finally broken by Queserato, but they have delayed so much. Look at all the CTs that are here. Down, both teams are going. The Art's the last man standing, last man to fall for Furia, and OG will comfortably, confidently take the pistol.
Yeah, that was a lovely start there from OG. Just having that counter flash from Flames, he set himself up for the first fight, for the first kill, and it was just really solid, just to slow Furia down. You saw that rotate arrive. Furia thought that they had a solid execute of their own, but it really was just that one counter flash that seemed to slow them so much and allow that rotate to come in. And without the bomb plant, Furia don't even want to invest in this round. So a good start for OG here and a great chance for the 2-0 lead. And you want it clean. You don't want to lose any guns here against the Glocks. There is a Zeus in play for Art, though. Gotta watch out for that.
Have you ever been...
T-side Zeus. It's not easy.
Have you ever been to a fishing and tackle shop?
A fishing and tackle shop?
Yeah.
I don't think so, no.
Okay, so often if you go to a fishing shop, they've got a box full of maggots. So you can just buy maggots to use for bait.
Right.
So this round, on the eco, just Glocks Furia, the maggots wriggling around, basically.
Yeah.
If you ever go to a fishing shop, you just stick your hand in there, feel all the maggots wriggling around.
Have you done that before?
Of course.
Ugh.
If I see a bunch of maggots, I'll stick my hand in there, unless it's a dead body.
Why? Why, James? Why?
Got to feel the wriggle, you know?
Okay, you got to make sure they can bait.
Here you can see Furia wriggling up banana. And they will wriggle no more. No more maggots then. They've grown into... Wait, what do maggots even grow into?
I actually have no idea.
All right.
Couldn't tell you.
Well, God, it's amazing we have jobs, honestly. Anyway, maggots out of the way. They've blossomed into terrorists on this occasion. They're pulling out the AKs in the Galil. I don't know what's wrong with me, honestly. There's the fourth AK for safe. One Galil in the hands of Queserato. Furia looking to be off to the races then. They've got a little catching up to do. And they've got some money to burn in the pockets of OG. 2 kills on the Furia side so far. They will want to change that quickly. Keep that CT economy honest. Oh my God, Regali just went to the space program, the Furia space program. Did you see that launch?
He's
he
off.
Just
He's
went
off out the server.
flying. Early 5v4 for Furia then. So they'll start to slow things down.
Yeah, that's tough. That was the one premium rifle. Hopefully OG can get that back. That M4 will be recovered by Fiku. And here's the banana control taken by OG. That's going to prompt Furia to respond over towards that A site. They're taking space quite quickly here.
Smoke towards that library position. Fiku's got a lot of work to do, but he is going to get domed by Yuri. Spoke about keeping that OG money honest. It is dwindling. It is eroding bit by bit. And there's still so much time for Fury as well. We're not even at that 40 second mark yet, and they've got a 5 versus 3. Pay attention to Flames' position, though. If there is a late rotation to be had from Furia, that could be troublesome, but wouldn't expect it in a 5-on-3. They have overwhelming firepower on this bomb site, but they're edging forward ever so carefully. No challenge for Queserato just yet from Nico, who starts to lay now. Keep an eye on Flames on the radar as he starts to come through. This one could collapse for them. 1v3, Flames stuck in the corner. Furia will put a stop to that. Everybody expired for OG, which is exactly what Furia were looking for.
Yeah, well handled by Furia, making sure that they don't get caught out by any flank at the end there. Realized it had taken them a bit of time to get onto the site, so they had to be aware of that possibility. And I think for OG, that was a bonus round, so not the end of the world for them. And when Regali died towards A, it really put them on the back foot in that round. It's very difficult to play CT side Inferno when you go a man down. Rotations are already difficult, but 4v5, it's even harder. Nice boost up for Regali early. He'll play up towards Porch, and OG will have 4 players stacked towards A. That's allowing them to hold on to top mid without using any nades right now.
Big focus on that long area as the short support is forced away for the most part, but Nico is still here. Surprise, down goes I wasn't expecting that. Sees Queserato coming, hips first, and he'll be eliminated. And now the bomb will be seized as well. Nico and Regali with almost all the frags. Drop of 4 HP is the last one here. Not much for him to do. And how about that for a response from OG? This is exactly what they needed to stay alive with the numbers up. Great response. The utility not quite doing the job they were expecting in that short position.
Yeah, didn't fully flush Nico out. Didn't look like they were fully ready for Nico as he wins those fights. And I like what OG are doing early here. It looks like they're just going to throw a bunch of different setups into the mix. In the first round, it was 4 towards B. Now it's 4 towards A. And Furia just not expecting that player in short, so the spacing was not great for them. They couldn't get that initial trade. The other players weren't ready to come into place. The smoke on long landed a little too late. That means Drop has to just sit in the apartments.
Furia probably thought they were in the driving seat after the fashion in which they won the last round. Apparently not. Now these CTs have 3 AK-47s to their name. That makes that headshot situation equal. Makes them ever more dangerous. Still early days here, but in a best of one, it will already be tense. 3-1 in favor of OG then. And Furia will be Brocus Pocus. Some grenades being left over in T-spawn, and Yuri's going to go back and collect them. So they've got their hero AK on drop. He may go for some dry peeks here, like these. He may need to use one of his teammates to run in first, pull that crosshair away, allow him to make a play. Also need someone behind him to pick up that rifle should he die.
That was a creative idea, boosting over the smoke. It's really not easy to just get those fair gunfights on Inferno. So you sometimes have to do something a little special to find your way in. Utility can just cut you off on these choke points so easily. But maybe Drop will get his gunfight at B.
Pay attention to how he clears all these angles. Looking for the fountain player, looking for the booze player. Crosshair placement is good, but Flames is better on this occasion. Element of surprise is always strong. Smoke is up to make space in case a molly comes through. No more utility, though, for this squad. And Flames will secure the position. Now, where Safe is, he could hear a rotation by the CCs if one was made on Speedway. But as we can see, Fiku is going wide. They've got no eyes on long at the moment, OG. That will be a concern to them, but they've got sound cues on short as Furia, with 20 seconds, have to die one way or another. Queserato excluded, the rest have to expire, and they all will, with 5 players standing for OG. So Furia went fishing here and there with the Desert Eagles, but couldn't really get anything done.
Pretty comfortable in the end. I think that first gunfight had to be won by Drop. Then that would have been a good opportunity to try and pounce on the B-bomb site. But instead, you lose that first fight. You have to have someone else pick up the AK. And it just gives OG time to put up some counter utility and make sure there's no way in. This was Nico earlier. First player not even looking his way. Second player a little too slow on the trade. Furia will want to have that ironed out in the future. Just didn't force Nico back from his position. And they've got a chance now into this gun round. I want to see a bit more from Queserato. A lot of people talk about him as one of the best riflers in the world. He's definitely up there. So only 1 for 5 right now. Be nice to see him stepping up for Furia.
Let's keep those T stats at the major in the back of our minds here as they are 1 for 4 on Inferno. No complaints for Regali thus far. Always easier when things are going in your favor, though.
Does look like Furia are happy to still go with this slower style. It's important to take this map control on Inferno, though. Make sure you get Banana. They also have top mid now. They don't have much utility left to work with, though, so a side take won't be easy.
They are really trying to sell this B play, but they have been smoked off. That's a great angle from Neofrag. I mean, from Queserato, excuse me. Can't really gamble push through that smoke, but Furia appears to be encouraged in this direction. 45 seconds on the clock, and they are lining up. Flames is on an island. If he drops here, I don't know how much OG put after this. Money's not perfect just yet. There's the flash from Flames, a quick burst in the disengagement, but he can't do anything else here. A noble attempt, and as you can see, OG are static. They are statues on that A bomb site. No reason to chase after this one.
Safe just getting into the right position. Very meticulous with his bomb plant. Have to get into the bomb site properly. But yeah, that's a solid round for Furia. I mean, you just get that spray through the smoke. And I asked for Queserato. He arrives, getting involved early in the round. OG take the risk of not rotating over. And that puts Flames in an impossible position. Solo on the B hold. Solid work for Furia. Yeah, I just totaled it up. They got a total of 80 rounds over 4 maps played at the Major. So you're averaging 2 T rounds per map. That's tough. So definitely looking to turn that around here. And that round will help them. Second on the board. Still some guns saved, though. Still 3 AKs saved for the CTs. So that's always a good feeling on the CT side.
Very nice. For the people at home who saw that bomb plant on top of the coffins, it's very specific. Because you might, if you're not thinking about it, you just plant in front of the coffins, then you can be sprayed through the coffins on the side. But if you're elevated, then the wall helps block your position in case there are CTs trying to spray you through a smoke or something. That is why he plants the bomb in the elevated spot there. One of the reasons why. Something to think about if you are at home playing CS. Now we're back into the buy rounds once again. 4 rounds for OG, just a 2 for Furia. A change of approach on the CT side, as we can see. Regali is here towards B with the big green gun. Pressing forward now, avoiding the flash, but there is another one. He'll get attacked through the wall and manage to escape just about as well. You can see OG completely disengaging. None of the riflers trying to poke it off a support or an early frag for these players, but Yuri through the wall has dropped Fiku and Nico's down as well. Big problems on the A bomb site. No one here. Smokes is still up though. We'll see if Furia pursue. Indeed they will, and this round is over also.
Oh, that's so nice. The spam through the apartments. OG were hoping they could just have that double stack, because it's normally so hard to clear those 2 different angles of elevation. You can't look at both of them at the same time, but you can just spam through. And as soon as that headshot is hit, the second player is just stranded. Drop can take that fight against him, and that is all Furia need. I was getting excited to see what Regali could do with the AWP, now that he's finally got that in his hands. But they just avoid him. Straight back to A. Quick call from Furia. And they might even try hunting here.
I think they understood the setup, where the way that second peak came in, that they were basically holding a line with different elevations. Wonderful from Furia. Things can really turn on a dime here at Intel Extreme Masters. Dallas. Score remains close then. But I like how, at least when OG are losing around, they're keeping some rifles up. So we get more rifle rounds for both sides. Plenty to fight for here as they both tussle for control. AWP still in the hands of Regali. What a turnaround there. From holding, I loved the discipline that we saw again. Regali tagging through the wall. Obviously, he doesn't know if he's hit that or not, but he's falling back. The CTs don't peek. He was out reloading before he even knew he killed someone. But yeah, the CTs don't peek. They don't give Furia that entry they're looking for on the B bomb site once they understand that the AWP doesn't need the help. But then that frag to come through on the A bomb site at the same time, unbelievable for Furia. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's just a pretty low risk play to try that spam through. There's no reason not to go for it. There's nothing really that's going to go wrong for you. Maybe you get pushed in the apartments, but it's pretty unlikely they're going to take that risk. So just figures, I'm going to try this spam just in case that is the setup in play. It's the right read this time. Furia just finding the frags at the right time. See if Regali can find a fight down mid. He's going to keep this angle so his teammate can push into position. And Neofrag also pushing Banana. Pure aggression from OG. And it has worked perfectly.
I love aggression being met with aggression. Both teams fighting forward.
Look at the mini-map, man. Furia are like back in spawn, just terrified.
Yeah, this is going to be a long round, I feel like. What can you really do? Especially Inferno. Just have to sit and wait. They do have money, apart from safe. Everybody else can buy, but you don't want to throw an AWP away. Oh, he saw the gun. Oh dear. Nervous from Fiku. That's one of the updates, actually, to the player models that people sometimes forget about, where when you pull out your gun, your character physically like takes it off their back. Sometimes I think it's the AWP that swings sideways and so on. So you can concede your position in ways that didn't happen before. Seems they are considering going for this. I mean, worst case scenario, they're likely in a 2v3 situation with 2 bomb sites to defend. But of course, that rotation will start coming through. Furia continuing to press forward. 18 seconds on the clock, still trying to find these players. Yuri will find one at the very least. He's got both kills on the side, but through the smoke, Nico will shut him down. No bomb plant for them. But they did at least do about 12k of damage.
Start to get excited for a second there. When you see the way those kills are coming in. Clean shots from Yuri. The spam through the smoke. No way he can do anything else. And Furia figure, well, we still have money. It's probably worth trying to cause damage to that CT economy at least. They do an okay job at that. Love the aggression from OG though. Neofrag off to a really good start, playing over on Banana. That's always so key, having a big fragger there on the CT side. It might be the A site that is tested early this time. Furia grouping up fairly heavily, and I think Safe is boosted here to maybe set up some utility into the A bomb site. He could throw a bunch of flashes from that position.
Wow.
Oh, the spam.
How about that for some revenge?
Yes.
And Regali's in a great position as well to go for that retake off top mid if he wants to later on. An AWP positioned around short, always good for that. So keep an eye on that. At the moment, we've got a minute 10 on the clock. Maybe 50 to 45 seconds. He might be having a look in that direction. Although they're sitting on a 5 versus 4. He doesn't necessarily need to do as much as he otherwise might. Grenade starting to stream in, and he will think about his position a bit more. Big damage on that grenade. Hit Yuri, then exploded for some extra points. 44 seconds. Look at this rotation from B. They're considering throwing everyone at AOG as the grenade starts to come through. The flashes will break the crossfire. Regali trying to slow these players down. He saw an arm, and that was enough. The inside of the elbow, and down goes Keserato, dropping Yuri in a 2 versus 4. And now it's just Yuri stuck in the apartments with no bomb and not much else to do.
Yeah, OG, even when they went up into a 5v4 there, they stayed active on the map. They realized because the round was getting quite late, they might as well just play for some info. So they actually pushed on towards Banana. They spotted that Banana was pretty clear. And at that point, they said, okay, we're just going to rotate most of our players back to A. We're just going to take that risk. We think we've got enough information. It's an educated risk, so to speak. And it works out nicely. And the A players just do what they needed to. Hold their angles. Regali getting the one nice kill from the site. Haven't really seen Regali have to pop off so far. That he's been doing a solid enough job with the AWP. Very efficient stat line from him right now. Only the one death on board. And now it puts Furia in this position where you have the one saved AK. Ooh, run boost not on point this time. Yeah, the buy from Furia, not great. Got to use that hero AK again.
That's what a run boost with a stand-in looks like.
Yes.
Two men rubbing chests.
Maybe they were just doing a chest bump, you know, like the American football players do.
Perhaps.
Dallas, after all.
Be surprised if OG made their way up there again.
Yeah. I love that Yuri has the lineup for the wallbang.
Hero AK territory once more. Furia will continue to fish for an opening. It's a great flash. Regali doesn't fire a shot, but he was certainly spotted. Slightly tagged as well. Flames will pick up the reins in that long position. 45 seconds, a hell of a long time for Furia to play with. Not sure if they understand how OG are holding Banana. They probably don't.
It's an annoying angle to clear. Ooh, Flames lets one by.
Gets the pistol out and then the rifler afterwards. That's so good. He was focused on the pistol while the rifle was looking at him, but still managed to take them both down. Drops will make it a little more expensive. But, and I think I mentioned at the beginning of the match, like, Flames is still on the server, even with a stand-in. This boy is sick. He's got that honey boost as well. Means his bullets do +2 damage.
The honey buff. Yeah, great to see Flames delivering. There have been some rumors that he might be running towards the end of his contract, so I'm sure OG would be wanting to get him re-signed if possible. He's such a huge player for them. Here comes Flames. Battle on Banana coming his way. He could be trapped in the corner here. Needs some assistance, and the flash is on point to help him.
Yeah, if it's about making a resume, he's certainly doing that right now. Very nice clips from Flames. Such an important kill in that last round as well. If he is traded by the rifler there, then maybe Furia can encroach on the site. Who knows what happens after that. But he was not going to allow that to happen. 11 for 4 at the moment is Flames. The leader in the frags. Regali on shorts once again. Not too explosive just yet. These have been pokey-proddy rounds. And it has been somewhat of a back and forth. But as we can see, OG have been pulling away as well. 7-3 now. So Fiku is the swing man, playing from the well. He has one flash, which he could throw for his team, should it be required. But first, Flames may be engaging with the pre-fire. You've got a swing as well from Flames, but down he goes. Surely that flash has to be deployed now. In fact, Fiku done that already. Rotated towards Coffins. 36 seconds. Yuri still holding rotation in that short position. There are two CTs there. Neofrags drop the bomb there. That's all the information. But do the A players move now? 25 seconds. Yuri will hear some sounds, but it's about Art. He has to deliver here. He can't do it. Kesarat is coming in to pick up the slack. He picks up lead from Fiku instead. Yuri, top mid, wasn't able to get anything done on those rotating CT players, and he's got 10 seconds, and again, he's got $100. He needs to die here. He's got to force the issue. He will. 2 kills in the round for Furia, but an 8th round for OG.
Yeah, the opening moves just not really working out for Furia. Art trying a slightly different smoke towards B there to see if he could get the fight into CT. Didn't really come to him. And even once they did get the kill towards the B site, they didn't really have the pace behind it to move into the bomb site itself. It does feel like Furia sticking with this slow play style, and it hasn't really paid off for them in these rounds so far. Pistols again for Furia. I think OG have done a really nice job on their CT side, though. They've mixed it up well. They've had 1 or 2 aggressive rounds where they fight for Banana, they fight down mid. Then a lot of mid-round aggression. It's just annoying to deal with. And Furia don't have the answers right now.
In come the pistols once again. Regali's in a very awkward spot, but Fiku can run distraction in the meantime. There's AWP firing off everybody, defending the bomb site. And Furia just not finding much luck really with anything. Queserato looking for a rotation which will never come. 1 minute to die. An uncomfortable game of Inferno for Furia thus far. Found a flashbang at least. But this is looking like a wrap for OG. And again, bearing in mind this is a best of one scenario, they couldn't really be asking for more in their current situation, OG.
Now, this is excellent for OG. Not always easy to string together rounds on the CT side of Inferno either. If your money starts to get put on the back foot, normally the utility is so important. So if you're missing nades, it can be hard to really get that map control or even just try and stall things out in the late round. But that's not been a problem for OG because they've had such a clean start to this half. They've built up so much money at this point. And for Furia, never really able to find the trades on towards the sites. It's been interesting watching Regali play. He's been playing very safe on the AWP, but I think that's good. I think he's just holding angles a lot of the time and just keeping map control. And he hasn't really had to try and step up with any massive multi-kills because the Riflers are doing so damn well. See if the opening move works this time for Regali. Fight down Banana, taken so quickly.
Bearing in mind the lack of presence we have seen with the AWP in the 12 rounds which have elapsed already, now to have that extra gear could make things even more dangerous for Furia. Of course, at the beginning it has, but we have seen that Furia can be quite the can openers. But look at the response from OG. They're sending a third and a fourth man to this A bomb site in response. Regali will be lost immediately, but Neofrag is still in that library position. Lovely grenade onto Yuri. And Flames is committing over as well. They'll be stuck in a choke point at the moment, though, because there'll be smokes in Arch. In the meantime, there is a push on that short position. But again, it's Pokey Proddy. They need to find where these CTs are. Fiku, that could be a horrible grenade as far as safe is concerned. But Fiku will fall forwards into it. There's the bomb. 3 on 3 now. 1 minute on the clock. Everybody around this A bomb site. But can these long players get activated? Neofrag's down, but can Flames play off of that? Walking through the smoke, he can! Finding two, making it a 1v1. Yuri with 14 HP. Needs a headshot onto Nico. Won't find it. Double figures for OG.
Oh, it looks good for Furia initially. Even though they lost out on Banana, the trades onto A were so solid until Flames overperforms. The fact he gets 2 there makes all the difference in the round. It looked like he was going to get 1 and get traded, but the snap back was so quick. And that's the difference that just overperforming by 1 kill can make. Flames didn't need to go nuclear that round. He just needed those 2 kills. And he delivered them at the right time. Huge impact. And now Regali fighting down Banana. It's the same pick again.
Wonderful stuff from OG. Neofrag goes down 4-3 on top Banana. After an excellent entry, the numbers are equal once again. Another hero rifle round. None of these have worked for Furia so far, but they haven't had a frag so early either that I can remember in a round such as this. So perhaps that will be the difference maker. Of course, this will stretch OG way more thin than before. They defended comfortably with their crossfires and such previously. You see that flash slowed Furia down. They had bad intentions on that bomb site. Flames could be the right man for the job, though. But now 1 rifle has become 2. Let's not forget that previous hero rifle round in this very position where Flames took down the Pistolero and the Rifler. Now there are 2 of them, and Safe has got sound cues of this rotation. They could be in a lot of trouble here. This timing works out in Furia's favor, but he's just continued all the way onto the site, and the CT's no longer compromised. So I think the opportunity has already been lost. Safe down to 25 HP. Queserato loses the rifle. Yuri's got a rifle and the bomb. He is positioned unknown at the moment, creeping on short. Tagged now down to 52 in the molly. Oh, the HE as well. There is no mercy being shown here from OG. 11-3 in the half.
Yeah, there was maybe a small window of opportunity there for Safe. But as soon as the player goes back to the site, it's just so difficult. especially because normally you might want Safe to try and wrap towards B, but they'd lost Banana, so that wasn't really the same option. They felt like they had to wrap in towards A, and OG make it comfortable. Frag bought an AUG there, last round of the half. He's not going to use it, though. Sticking with the rifles. Could have been working so well for them.
Ooh. Love the confidence.
Regali. Yeah, he's growing into the game. You can tell.
Yeah, even as a stand-in, you've got to play a confident game. Can't be quiet. And you'll be exploited. Sort of show them that you have teeth before they get too comfortable. OG will fight for top Banana. Okay, Thrato may try to keep him entertained. Not sure if Flames saw him swinging. So that flash came off. Look how continuous this fight is. Furia need the presence. They need the threat of B if they are to make a play towards A. So they go back and forth. He pops through the smoke. He knows they're not there. And that's enough. In the meantime, over towards A, 50 seconds on the clock. Regali has the angle now as the grenades continue to stream in. Look at all the mollies. The fight for control, the flick from Regali. That'll be enough for now. Nico trying to make it awkward, but it's awkward for him. Yuri with the headshot. Regali with an angle. Safe lost in the meantime in that mid position. As Fiku's here as well. Speaking of awkward, doesn't get more awkward than this. 29 seconds on the clock. Shotgun mode for Regali while Fiku tries to look through the gap. Boiler could be a problem for them as well, as Case Rato's still lurking. This is so awkward for all of them. Regali lurking, hunting for that frag, but that's a horrible angle for him. Left side peek, not ideal. 13 seconds. Flames is back again in the red and still standing. Case Rato and R, 2 versus 2. Bomb getting planted for the pit. Case Rato's here with the Galil. Now he's history. He's in the books. The ink is dry. Art versus Neo frag. And there will be a 4th round at the end. A desperate situation for Furia in this best of 1.
Man. Wow. OG on top right now, and Furia have to come through on their CT side. But what a half that was from OG, and from Flames especially. 17 kills for him. If they win this pistol, they are already very close to a good start here at Dallas. Let's see what Furia can do in this CT pistol. Almost a must-win for them.
I wonder if it's a
fight could come soon.
I wonder if it's a must-win for OG as well. Again, maybe the CT side was the easier side. CT of Inferno for them. Might be a struggle now with their stand-in. So it could be almost equally as important for OG to win. Perfect man to drop a grenade on. Flames. Cast in half by that. Great one-tap by Art as well. Look at the flash come through. Being really patient with the pistol. 2 for 1. Bargain. The meal deal, the hunger buster, but the round's not over just yet. Bomb still in control of OG. 3 versus 2. Setting up towards the B bomb site, but will they commit? Looking for a rotator, but drop is further back. Cutting noise. They could be top banana, or they could not be. Furia will have to gamble where they put the second man. Drop seen him now, bottom banana. Sound cues as they rotate up. They've got to play the numbers game if they can here, Furia. So bomb plant is on the way then. There's a lineup for you. 4 long from the site. Going for the quick plant rather than the default plant, which would be on the other side for the pit. That molly may have been intended for the bomb itself. Fiku holds onto it for now. He saw the elbow. He knows that there's one player there. And now they can try and isolate these fights. There are flashes. There are mollies. The smoke is still up on long, so he can't take that fight. Still a 2v3. There is no kit here. Ding and the dong from the CTs. And now it's Nico as the last man to fall. Where is the bomb? There is the bomb. And Furia will take their 5th round.
Yeah, just such a good start with those banana fights. Heart flashed in. Lining up 2 for 1 on the pistol was very rare, but eventually got there. And then OG did well to find the gap, find the ability to get the bomb down towards A. Furia handled this nicely. This was, so awkward. I mean, the second player's trying to jump so that they don't line up. They still end up lining up there. Still a bomb plant for OG, though. They'll take that because that allows the force buy. And you can see it's got some power behind it. It may not have the utility, but they have some good rifles in play. Maybe they just go quick. They don't really have many nades. Just flash through the smoke.
There's the burst, and fortunately for Furia, they're falling back to reload. Playing the safe game. Utility is low for Furia in this round. Such a dangerous buy in the second round of a half. This will never be normal to me. Playing CS for so long.
Look at this mini-map, man. Furia are full committing. I mean, they've got the deep smoke down banana, so they feel like B is safe right now. And now they're going to retake top mid.
Who swings first, though? The rifle? Shouldn't it be the SMG? It doesn't matter. Art delivers. I'm so grateful for Furia for the style that they are willing to play. Very rare indeed. Safe positioning as well. OG just holding for now. They need to start delivering something. Okay, Serato initial engager. Safe is here as well. Looking for the trade fragger. Stereo frags for OG. Drop and Art remain. Art 12 HP in the library. Still landing a headshot. That is extremely dirty from him. Fiku wondering where the second player is, keeping an eye on short. He's got half the information. Art moving to the right-hand side, and with 12 HP, he gets both the last kills. That is a hell of a clutch.
Yeah, what a nice reposition from Art. Realized he's low on health, and he has to try and catch his opponent off guard. And he did exactly that, sneaking onto the site. As you said, that first headshot onto the player crossing onto the site, that must have been very quick on the reactions. Not easy to land that shot long range from library. With the AWP, you see those shots landed pretty often, but hitting the headshot there, tricky to do. I'm pretty sure the player was even jumping onto the site to try and avoid that very thing from happening. But credit to Art, he delivers. And Furia just about hold on, and it's got to feel nice for them. It's still in that position where OG could think about a force buy, though. I love the hype music for the replays. Oh, yeah. To party up in here.
Such a sick clutch. 12 HP. Unbelievable. I feel like, you know, it's still early in this game, but that is a massive clutch from Art. That was not easy to do, but he was the right man for the job. OG showing that they can be dangerous very early on indeed. Still with a 5-round lead at present. Of course, their money is in an awkward position, so that will surely be shortened somewhat in this round. But afterwards, Furia needs to find that consistency early because OG have already given them warning signs of danger to come.
And not a massive investment from OG. Definitely looks like they want to make sure they have a really good gun round coming up. Regali even looks like he's saving for the AWP. Didn't see much AWPing from safe on the T side for Furia. Another nice opportunity for Furia. Still got to be a little scared of the Deegs. You never know when they're going to come through. Without the utility, not going to be easy for OG to actually get onto a bomb site here.
Okay, Sarato just went past the angle there. Full confidence. Fiku trying to be erratic with the timing of his Deagle shots. And still... Oh, well, Sarato, the help was here, but the Deagles are here in hands of Nico especially. Making things expensive for Furious. 12k down the drain. Bomb spotted on short. Yuri's on an island. He's seen both players, though, and he's still in a really good position. Bomb's been dropped. He can buy time for that rotation. Flashes up on short as Nico will probably focus on kills here rather than trying to plant the bomb. There are 40 seconds remaining. So he continues on. 2 kills it will be then. Still, they'll keep the CT economy honest.
Yeah, some great shots from Nico. Been nice seeing him on OG. Chance to show what he can do. Still technically a stand-in on this squad. But man, that spray from Safe looked really, really iffy. Normally he's a really solid rifler. Because the way Furia plays, sometimes he just has to rifle. But hopefully he can step it up as this goes on. Here's the buy from OG, though. They saved heavily for this one. Early nades exchanged on Banana. Hart can't even contest with that molly in his face. With that smoke up, he will now be able to get into position. Meanwhile, OG might try and take space towards A instead.
Perhaps a better short Molotov than we saw in the first half. That was a very costly Molotov if you joined us late. Sarato jump peeking. But will they lose a player in this setup? Regali tagging Sarato through the wall. No assumptions made up close either. And Art's being dropped now. Surely this is a big green light for them. If they know that tags come through, they're going to send it. They're going to be like hyenas coming through here. Sarato still drops the bomb carrier. That's a great gap in that smoke in favor of Furia, whether it was meant or not. Big damage being done now as we've got Sarato looking to make plays, drop through the smoke. This is a complete disaster for OG. 2v3. Bomb planted. Flames half health with the AK-47. Fiku's here as well. There's no lurker on Banana. Drops, barrel is poking, and now Flames is in the clutch. 18 HP, they know where he is. That is a thin pillar, and down he goes. Not what they were expecting to happen. They must have known they tagged through the wall of the AWP, but that smoke betrayed them in more ways than one.
Yeah, once Nico gets that kill onto Art over on Banana, you just think that they're going to be able to explode onto the B site and that there's nothing Furia will be able to do. But Sarato sprayed one through the smoke. There was that gap which maybe made OG have to slow down ever so slightly. A couple of smoke kills come through, and then even the aggression through the CT smoke. I think it was Sarato who just flew through. It's a high-risk play, but it's one that can pay off. And just delaying that bomb plant is so important on Inferno to be able to try and set up those retakes. You saw how much it helped Furia there. OG couldn't really get established into the post plant. And all of a sudden, the Furia CT side is rolling. As you were saying, James, sometimes more difficult to play on that T side with a stand-in. Furia already showing us that their CT side was their preferred side at the major. This game has got some gas left in it.
Yeah, I think they created a great situation for themselves, OG, towards that B bomb site. It just went to crap with that smoke situation and the sprays as well for Furia, so all credit to them. Hounds of Justice found no justice towards B. Ooh. That really gets Furia into this game. What are these picks from Flames? He's looking ridiculous, but it's even more ridiculousness from K-Serato with the 4K. Oh, nice entry, Flames. How about I just wipe your whole team out, says K-Serato in response. Oh, my God.
No, man, there's no way. That lineup is just perfect. It's like he's playing bowling. A quick strike down mid. Incredible for K-Serato.
Jesus.
I thought Flames just had the opening. I thought that was it, but no. Some of these shots. High-level CS on display. Time to kill is so quick for both of these teams, but it's Furia on top right now. And OG, they've just thrown a bunch of nades down Banana, but not the kill that they were looking for. And Arsenal are going to take the fight to them. They weren't ready for this. Maybe Art's not ready for that.
I'm still recovering from that previous round, man. It's like, okay, never mind that. Fiku with 2. All right.
No time to chill.
No standing still versus OG with Deagles. Wow. Now, the question is, can they recover these rifles? Or will they be disposed of by these Furia plays? They need to concentrate on securing Banana first, but there's more Deagles now. As for, what is this game? Like, what does Yuri do now? Does he just try and kill as many players as possible? I mean, he's 1v3. It was versus pistols. It's not anymore. Worst case, he could stop them carrying more weapons into the next round. But look at the money on Furia. Art's got 1150. This is a hell of a best of one. We're seeing great talent on the server from both sides. Like, nothing can be taken for granted is what we're understanding from this second half.
I mean, that's the thing with the Deags. Like, if you do just hit your shots like that, it almost feels like you are up against a rifle round in a weird way, where you just get one-tapped by everyone on the OG side. They all chime in with Deag kills. The aggression down Banana from Furia not paying off this time. Oh, and Furia did a lot of the hard work in winning some of those earlier rounds, but I mean, some of these shots, Fiku boosted up. There's an AWP holding. Boom. Finds the angle. Crazy how clean these kills are.
All right, then. We've got a juicy round. Everybody's got a primary weapon this time.
I kind of want to see the Deags, though. I've been enjoying them.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what people are holding. OG having much more mileage on their low buy T sides than we saw from Furia. They got next to nothing in those rounds when they had the hero rifle in that first half, whereas OG just deegging everyone, just throwing a Deags out like they're Oprah.
You get a Deag. You get a Deag. Unreal. Here come Furia, though, with a really important round. Their losing bonus is low. If they lose this, they are going to have a really hard time here. Apartment's control being fought for. Safe was holding it, though, so nice angle for the AWP to be holding. Hard for the rifle to go up against you. And Furia might tuck back slightly now. They've got the man advantage. Looks like they're happy with that right now.
I wanted to say it feels like OG still have Regali in their back pocket with the AWP on the T side, but it is Inferno. As we mentioned, it's a difficult map to be effective. on the T side with an AWP. It remains to be seen if he is one of those. But perhaps he is. 4v5 early as Flames is dropped. 20 frags for Flames. Only being chased by Keisarato at the moment. The two, only Keisarato still standing. Fiku dropped as well as Long continues to be a problem. Safe avoiding the util. Announcing that he's still here. Looking for potential quick scope now. With only 3 players remaining and 35 seconds, what do OG do? Almost in CT spawn with the bomb. Considering their options. Smoke towards the library. That'll be denial of information at the very least. Who looks towards Long then? Is it Yuri in the pit? He's got short concerns. Safe's been smoked off. Keisarato defending on the site with an MP9. Soon that smoke will be gone though and Safe's rotated over. I think OG is saving though. It seems they are.
Yeah, that was a solid shot from Safe. That's just solid impacts from the AWP. And OG decide they can't find a way in. They've got a bit of money in the bank, so they say, we'll just save. We'll live to fight another day. And for Furia, nice to see Safe getting a bit of impact here. Getting into the right positions, just landing some solid shots while holding. He hasn't really been as present on the server as you would need your AWPer to be. But now on CT side, that could change for him. For OG, let's see what they try to go back to here. Again, Furia using some of this early utility to make it difficult for OG to get those clean opening fights. Looks like OG want to group up into top mid. We're seeing this a lot from OG, grouping up early to just try and take this top mid control and then working from there. Do we see the full...
Oh, he's blocked it!
No!
Oh, he's nosed it right up!
What are you doing?
You can blame your teammates after all. Everything is everyone else's fault. Regali still alive and he's got the angle. 20 HP might be enough. Nico swinging around the corner, but Safe drops them. Doesn't need 2 shots, does he? OG struggling now. Some of these rounds have been close. There's been a back and forth here, but Furia are on a catch-up and it's continuing. Nice entry from Fiku here, but will he be ready for the balcony player? Don't think he meant to put that smoke inside. I think that was supposed to drop onto the balcony to threaten the lurkout. But Neo Frag will find one through a smoke elsewhere anyway. Really clawing their way into these rounds, OG, whether it be rifles or pistols. 20 seconds on the clock. Are they really going to send it towards the B bomb site? They're still deploying smokes towards A here. Ooh. 13 seconds and Drop's walking. Okay. He's going to get the sound cues. The pre-fire is here, but he just eats all the wrong things for lunch.
Wow.
I can't believe there's time to plant this bomb. I cannot believe that rotation from OG was successful, but here we are.
I think Furia have to save. Yeah, there's no choice. And for Drop, I mean, I just wonder whether he's better off hiding on the site there with such little time. If you give them the fight, that's almost the only way they can get the bomb down. Brutal for Furia. Felt like they had that round in their hands. Suddenly, a couple of kills come back. And even with such little time left, OG find a way. And there's a will, there's a way, James. Man, that is a steal of a round. They really got away with that one.
And not just that one.
Yeah,
be it the round or just the deagles and so on. They are making a lot happen here, OG. But still, it has to be said, like, Furia are closing the gap. However, they are pulling towards that 16th round now. They are pretty close, but just like the way that round progressed was crazy. With the fighting in the apps, the smoke not necessarily going where it was meant to and so on, finding the kill on Long through the smoke. Then that late opening towards that B bomb site, that must do. And look at what that's done to Furia. If Furia lose this round, they might lose the game. This might be where all the cards collapse for them.
The House of Cards could come tumbling down. It's taken a hit. It's still standing. But for Furia, this is a really important round for them now. And there is a question of what do you do with those MP9s? Do you want to try and send them aggressively down Banana, try and get them close range? Or do you just say maybe we just need to hold back towards the site instead and just use the close range angles on the bomb sites? See what the approach from Furia is. Molly in trouble. Doesn't get his smoke out in time. He's a little lucky to get away there on half health. Meanwhile, look at Flames. Really pressuring up top mid completely by himself.
Big fight in the apartments as well. Furia not wanting to give anything up for
just
free.
Push the smoke.
He is. And look at the position he's compromised as well. Long is a big problem. One of the most important positions on this map for CTs. And that is forcing Art to stand in CT spawn while Flames is searching towards short. It's Flames again. Flames on the CT side and the T side. He is the problem for Furia. Jumping, corkscrewing to his doom now. As Safe tries to defend A, but he will fall as well. And Art's in that angle once again. The bomb's dropped on short. He has to deliver here. 1 minute. The teammates need to rotate. Drops making his way down Banana, but only with an MP9. Fiku's got 6 HP. Such a nervous situation. Didn't really have the tools for the job or the position drop, and down he goes. Art's in the clutch, 1v3, and there's nothing else he can do.
Has to fall back. Absolutely no way back into the A-bomb site. But how about Flames? He was just a black hole on long, just drawing all the attention his way, sucking everyone in towards him, and just taking everything out that was in his path. The fact that he's able to slip through that smoke is incredible. Winning the fight against K-Serato, against Furia's best player, and then he comes back into top mid and just helps them get that approach onto the A-bomb site. Flames' impact has been incredible throughout this map. It's not just that he's top fragging, it's the kills that he's getting. You can see how important they have been for OG. And for Furia, it is that awful position that we were talking about. They are not going to have much to work with, and they're facing the possibility of OG reaching 15. Looking good for OG here in their opening game at IEM Dallas.
All but guaranteed for OG. A match point here. You don't expect a repeat of K-Serato's performance from earlier. Now, bear in mind Neofrag's position. He can hear Art running up Speedway towards the B bomb site. He has those sound cues. That just shows how desperate things are for the Furia squad. Obviously, you will often see CTs running through CT spawn for this very reason. So OG have the information. Maybe even heard more than one player. So you can see K-Serato now running off the safer way, but they have no info towards A because no one is there for Furia. We'll be wondering about Long. That grenade will tell a story. Grenades towards top mid would suggest that the site has not been compromised just yet, and there's still opportunity for Furia towards the A area. Art holding steadfast on B though. As you can see, he had money to drop a rifle. So if you're wondering why, because the whole team needs to keep their money together to buy together in the next round, where the action may really begin.
Ooh, they're coming back B.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
They are going into the stack with 22 seconds on the clock. They've got one Molotov. Where do they throw it? They're going into the stack. But wait, Fiku's found the A bomb site's clear. They've got to run away. They've got to run away, but the bomb's too committed. No! Oh my God, not like this. You've got so many advantages. Fiku is standing on the A bomb site, and the bomb makes it to coffins and dies. They have 0 kills in this round. They've done almost no damage. 475 HP for Furia. Oh my days. That is not what they were looking for.
I think Furia deserves some credit because Neofrag was walking towards B and he just didn't see anything for so long that I think he called to his teammates, okay guys, come back to B. I've walked almost all the way in. I think it's clear. But Furia had everyone just sitting back in really passive angles. So OG committed to the call, not realizing that there were players back in this B site just sitting passively. They didn't realize they were running into a trap.
Oh, man. This is a roller coaster of a best of one.
Oh, man.
And now the pressure is on OG. Furia was supposed to spend all their money in this round. And they've spent less than half of what they would normally spend. Because they've got 3 AKs.
Yeah,
and they had the M4 already. They bought one gun. They bought one gun, Booker.
That is so nice.
That is a choke.
Well then. Ooh, apartments being taken by OG. And a quick decision from OG. Almost all of them grouping up to A here. Ooh, that's so close. 2 HP on Neofrag. I almost never see that wallbang actually land.
How much of a choke is this going to be? Are we talking George Bush and a pretzel choking? Or perhaps something more fatal? Because things are looking dramatically different for OG all of a sudden. I mean, the same has been true multiple times for Furia in rounds they should have won. 1 minute on the clock. And OG have 0 control of Banana. So a play towards A would be far from surprising as far as Furia are concerned. Now, do OG offer a late challenge towards B to spread the CTs out a little more? They may feel compelled to do that. The bomb is in tow. Protect the VIP. We've got 3 man on road towards that Banana position. 25 seconds as OG dance jiggle for the CTs. 20 seconds on the clock, and they're making the right play. It's going to be a 5-on-2 situation on this B bomb site. Surely that means success. Someone's got to get a smoke on this Molly, but they've got no smoke for the Molly. That's going to allow Case Ratter to rotate over. The flash is here. Who's this run past? Nico. Flames is here as well. They've got to deal with the CT on the side, but they won't, and the choke is getting stronger. Even I could barely breathe now.
Man. It looks like OG is struggling on this T side now just to find the final move in the round. Slowing to a halt, not taking Banana for so long in the round. It means that Furia are so comfortable. It means Furia still have that incendiary because they just had the Banana control for so long. OG leave themselves with far too little time left on the clock. And they've got to hope that someone knows the Heimlich right now because this is not looking good from OG in these last couple of rounds. I think this moment to breathe will be nice for OG. They've still got to buy. It is Flames on the Mac 10. Wonder if he flies in first or whether he hangs back and tries to steal an AK later in the round. He's been so key in their round wins. 3B for Furia early. Looks like they want to take that Banana control again.
Really on the edge now, or OG. Even the jump's not working.
If only Dexter were here to give OG a slap in the face to wake him up. That's all they need.
Lovely timing there. For the swing from Queserato. The fight for top Banana begins. Now, Drop has the util to molly and smoke the half wall, but that would be the only smoke on the B bomb site. Queserato has the other one. May not want to use it for that purpose. Regali lost, of course. Flames on the AWP is not really what you're looking for arguably the most important man on the squad. He needs to have that AK-47, I feel. So I'm already not so confident about this scenario. 33 seconds now as OG will be delayed once again. The rotation from Furia will come in once again. Case Ratter's here with that smoke grenade, and Art will be dropping Neo Frag. There's nothing OG can really do here. Nothing at all. They've got to save, surely. They have to fall back and save.
Yeah, Yeah, maybe if Art died, they could have thought about it, but he survives on 3 health on the edge of the Flames. And well, Flames are just going to have to run away with his teammates. Safe getting involved with that early kill. The OG players will be fine, but now the money is a little awkward on that T side. Yes, you saved 3 guns, but those players have no money. They're going to have no nades. The other teammates will buy what they can, but the utility is going to be so short here for OG. This might be a round where I would like to see them commit early, because, I mean, they've got barely anything to work with in terms of nades. Might just have to be a quick one. The pop towards A could work okay here, but Furia are starting to rotate back to A now. OG need to get a move on if they want to make this play work.
Furia starting to reposition around the say bomb site. 4th man and Art is making his way over. Smokes up on Long and Library, but Case Ratto, I was going to say finds the angle, but it's safe to get the kill. Trades are happening. Yuri finds 2, and now he's got the high ground advantage, but for how long? Ooh. Not long. Regali's shotgun mode, no scope required. Makes it a 2-on-2. Now he's in the clutch. He had to land that one. 21 HP might be enough. Concerns towards short. Molly on the side. Bomb has been planted. Kit for both CTs. They've got util as well. They've got more flashes to flash Regali off this AWP angle. Every time he goes back, he's blind again, but now it's dropping to 1 versus 2, creeping around the smoke. No one watching the angle. Who peeks first? Neofrag at double stack has the information now and will deal that final blow to drop. Finally, OG make it to match point, but the CTs have got the money to buy.
Yeah, it's almost like OG were trying to be a little more technical in the earlier rounds, trying to find a way to break into a bomb site. And at the end, they decide, you know what? Maybe brute force is the answer. And it ends up being their way in. They just commit everyone to the site earlier on. They go down early, but they get the trades back. And they get into a post plant that they're able to pull off. And now they have the opportunity. Safe taking this fight down mid. So ballsy. I think he will decide to drop back. Meanwhile, Banana being taken by OG. Furia hanging around, though. They don't want to give this up for free.
Ooh,
first fight goes against them.
Yeah, he fired a fair amount of bullets there to no avail. And again, OG literally can't afford to lose this round. So it may mean overtime. It might be good for 2. Yuri doesn't get the multi-frag on this occasion, but Safe will clean up. He will hold the A bomb site forward now. The flashes keep coming though, but he delivers 1 shot, 1 kill. Regali trades in the clutch now. 1v3, 1 on the site. Ooh, lovely quick scope from him, but drop through the smoke again. We'll find the kill for Furia. No bomb plant, no money for OG. It's going to be the Deagles once again, I fear.
I mean, we have seen them pull it off before. They've got a Galil. They might have some other primary weapons out, but doesn't look like they're going to get an AK even. It's MAC-10s. A lot of utility, so maybe it will be another quick round from OG. That is what worked for them previously. Is it overtime, or can OG find a way with the weak buy? They're grouping up to B early.
Big flash coming. Oh, no. Ooh, boy.
This is scary for Art.
Scary watching it. Nico's down. Neofrag trades. They're looking to just send it into this bomb site. They're all here. 3 of the 4 players are here for Furia as well, but the flashes are fantastic. Case Ratto with 2. Has he done enough? Flames to clean up now. One more to find on the site in this 2v2. Flames holding the angle, but he's got the bomb.
What?
That is a massive headshot from Flames. That changes everything. Safe went fishing. Traces so close to the smoke, immediately punished, leaving Yuri in the clutch. We've seen multi-frags from him in this half. But has he got one more in him? There are kits on the site on either side. But Flames, of course, to force it through and take the map and the match for OG.
Fantastic Mr. Flames on the server. He did so much to get this win over the line. OG just about find a way, but what a crazy game of Counter-Strike that was.
Look in my eyes, you seeing victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we in here. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all of my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now. Standing on his ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fight until the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, into the jungle, bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all of my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. Hope you ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all of my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
The B stream at IEM Dallas 2023 starts with an explosive game that didn't have much missing in it. Some very unlikely rounds, unlikely plays, and a lot of great lineups through smokes from both squads as we go the full distance towards the end there. OG just about taking it in normal time. That would have been really heartbreaking for them if they were to lose that, especially when they capitulated versus the mostly pistols moving into the stack. What did you make of that match, Hawker?
I think a lot of chaos, and honestly, OG can't complain too much about that. You have not only a stand-in AWPer, but Nico has been standing in as the IGL. Yeah, he's been here for a few months, but I think you could kind of see on the T side, they didn't have the full depth to their playbook, but they just made things chaotic enough. They just made things hectic enough. They'll be happy with the win. I think for Furia, they'll be a little frustrated. That slow start in the first half may be costing them somewhat. And this is the sort of game you really want to be coming in to Dallas and winning if you're Furia. But the fact that they lose against OG early, that's going to make it really hard for them in that lower bracket.
Yes, it is. Bearing in mind, we spoke about the run Furia, or lack of run, they had at the major. Coming into this one, the lack of T rounds they got 4 T rounds in that game of Inferno, so lots to do on the CT side. So the T side struggles continue for Furia. I think one notable thing was that Safe was landing his shots well with the AWP, but again, apart from that, the T side was really hard for them. They had there were too many hero rifle rounds. I don't know if loads is an appropriate statement to make, but there were too many hero rifle rounds where basically no inroads were made whatsoever, didn't do enough economical damage, didn't get no bomb plants and so on. So yeah, the struggle was real on the T side. Comeback attempted. Obviously, that was a window of opportunity where they had the 4 USPs in the stack on the B bomb site, but still couldn't take it over the line towards the end. So the struggles continue for Furia in that regard. There is still a lack of momentum. But looking at the OG side, I think that there are still questions to be asked in terms of how effective Regali can be for the squad. Because Inferno, I think, you know, it's a hard map to get the AWP working on that T side. We didn't see too much AWP from him here and there towards the end. Yes, we saw a shotgun mode on the player on the balcony. We saw some quick scopes here and there, but we didn't really see a whole lot. So I feel like his true test in terms of how much he can do for OG as a stand-in is still to come in this tournament. But they got past Furia. They did a great job on that CT side of racking up the rounds and were able to squeeze past in the second half. Did look very worrisome for a while there when they had that issue against the stack. But would you agree that like the test for Regali hasn't really been seen yet, despite going up against Furia here in the first match?
Yeah, I would say so. I think just because the CT side was going so well for them, just with their riflers playing well, he never really had to come through and sort of take the game over at any point. It felt like he was doing fine. He wasn't making mistakes, but he didn't really have to shine on this one. And to be fair to Regali, he's only played 2 LANs in his career, and one of them was a local Romanian LAN, and one of them was in the We Play Academy League with Fnatic Rising. So it might take him a little bit of time to adapt, but all in all, can't really complain. It was good enough, and there was probably more impact from the riflers, sure. I mean, Flames really stands out. I think he was the clear MVP of this map, but he did an okay job, and that's all I need right now from him. I agree. I think later on, he might have to step up a bit more, though, so we'll see if he can deliver.
If OG were to lose Flames, how much of a loss do you think that would be for the squad? Looking at how they are at the moment, how effective he is, how they play on Mirage and so on. How much of a loss do you think that would be for OG? How hard would it be to replace the likes of Flames for the team?
Yeah, I think it would be really tough, just because I would say Flames, it's not like he's an experienced player, but it's more like when you're watching him play, he's always trying to make moves on the map. And that's kind of what OG need, especially right now, when you don't have a true IGL here, you don't have Nexa here. You can see that Flames is just making stuff happen. He's making rounds get opened up, and that is so important. And I don't know if you have another player on the team right now that could do that. And I don't even know if it would be easy to find another player that could do that. So I think you're right. Flames, huge player for this squad.
On the subject of Flames, here he is with James Banks.
OG survived the first game, and it wasn't that easy for you though, mate. Started off really good, looking comfortable, even with them finally getting some T rounds for the Furia side, but it was getting very close. Is this just some like settling in moments?
Yeah, I think it's always the first tournament. There is rust in the way, and you need to get it out. But I think City was very good from us. We owned them. And then I think when they won like some rounds, we got a little pressured. Then we tried to find a solution. But I think slowly we got the hero rounds there, and they give us a lot of like openings. The guys running banana and they push and they pick everywhere. And I think that we lost some like 4v4s and stuff. But I think it's a good game for Regali to like get the feeling of like a LAN. And now like for the next games he's gonna be like way more in the game. I think once you have him in the game, we will close it out. But we won the game, so we don't care.
That's what matters. I'm just going to check one thing. I'm just going to look at your hand. Is he still slapping you? Does Regali slap as well, or is you fine?
I asked him before the game, like, do you slap? I asked him, do you slap? And he thought I'm talking about girls and stuff. But yeah, do you slap? No. And then he said that he likes the knuckles, but the tables are too close to each other, so we cannot do like. Even if Dexter was here, I think it will be very hard to for him to slap my hand. So I think that. Generally just fist bumps, and then he sometimes it's so weird for me because my muscle memory is like this, and then he just fists my hands. So I'm like, what the fuck is happening here, man?
So a bit of a wild one for you, but talk to me about Regali. How is he to deal with? How is he like to practice with? What type of player is he?
I think he's very chill, but he has a lot of potential. He has like aspects that I really appreciate as an opper. That he doesn't have he knows how to offer utility very well. He's very good at when now he's the opper and he needs to play, he plays. I think in this game it was a little bit pressure on him, so he didn't do it. But his communication is very solid and he's very nice to play with. He's very down to earth as a guy. And I think that he has a lot of potential if he gets there is always this pressure. I remember when I played first LAN, you don't do what you like to do, but I saw him in practice and in officials like online, and I think his skill ceiling is very high and his potential as a teammate. I think that when you play in Danish teams and stuff, you get a very solid understanding of how to be a good teammate, and he definitely has that.
And for you had a very good individual performance. Is this now more showcasing yourself, for the news of that you're potentially looking out for these other offers coming through? It's like, okay, best foot forward.
I think I just really want to make playoffs one time in ESL event. I've never done it. I've never seen the stage of ESL events. So I really want to do it. But the focus is not on the other options or this. It's on IEM Dallas, and I'm happy that we got the opportunity to play first time in the United States, and I really like it. And I think with the main thing is to let Regali have the feeling. And I don't know if it's the end run for OG, but for me and OG, but I want to close it out on a good note. So that's the main goal.
I like it. Flames, thank you very much, man. Good luck going forward.
See ya.
That was an amazing interview. Only half of it I'm willing to talk about, but that was fantastic. And yeah, it was great. A good experience for Regali. Again, the first game is out of the way. It's a win, so you can settle in and just focus on taking matches one by one now.
Yeah, I think some really good answers from Flames in there, talking about how he himself knows that you don't always play exactly how you want to when you're feeling the pressure in a first game. So he understands maybe Regali wasn't too flashy here, but apparently in practice, a lot of good things, was playing pretty well online. So nice to see, and also just great to hear that he really wants to make playoffs of this event. These guys, they sounded focused there. Flames sounds like he's really hungry for this. So I'm hoping that they can go far in this one.
Yeah, that is fantastic to see. Now, that is our first game in the bag. Our second game is going to be Heroic versus the likes of 9Z. That is coming up next. We're going to head to a break. When we're back, we've got plenty more action coming your way. We'll have 10 man on deck, and these are 2 of them.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Sitting on a
Let me just talk one time. Whoa. Whoa. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told them last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but this shit's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. 8 damn years, still doing it with ease. Cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds. Told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. Told them I ain't playing, they don't wanna get hurt, dog. It's about time I done show them how it works, dog. Seen them in the shit, but now they all worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first, dog. Told them step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they trying to talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot, and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Goddamn flex. Sign that.
We return to Dallas for our second game here on Stream B. That's going to be Heroic versus 9Z. It's going to be a big task for 9Z to overcome the likes of Heroic, one of the more consistent teams in the scene at the moment, with the personification of grinding, not like Hawker in the club, but on the servers in Counter-Strike. Cadian has been climbing for years to get to the upper echelons of Counter-Strike, and he has long made it now. Obviously close, but not quite at the major. Much better scenario than we saw from Furia. Much more momentum for Heroic, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they're still going to be frustrated that they're not quite breaking through, because I think most people would say Heroic are one of, if not, some people just say they're the best team right now. Certainly very consistent in the way that they play, always seem to make it through group stages, always seem to make it to playoffs. And that is why I think it's really tough for 9Z in this one. Heroic just have such a well-rounded roster, and they so rarely lose against underdogs. It's really, really rare for them to take a loss in a group stage. They're always just very reliable in this stage of the tournament, and they play this annoying style where they're always playing for info, but they just have no weak link on this team, and that makes them such a threat.
Yeah, fantastic squad. Again, Cadian's he's just been here for so long, it's crazy. I don't think people really realize the journey, that full journey that he has been on so long. He really is a great icon to just show everybody watching at home that, like, you know, you can do it. He is the perfect example of that. Really done it the hard way. Heroic, one of the most enjoyable teams to watch, one of the most complete teams at the moment. It's hard to stay on top in Counter-Strike. So many matches, so much data, so many tools to run down what you have, and still they do it. And 9Z will have a tough task ahead of them. That is for sure today. Ranked way low. I think they're in the 40s, if my memory serves me correctly, which it might not do, but regardless of how you cut it, they are going to have a tall order ahead of them today. Best of one is the best scenario for a team like this versus a team like Heroic.
Yeah, they've been a team that have had a few stable players on them for a while. I think David and DGT are two of the riflers to watch. And then Try is someone who was quite hyped up in the South American region as an up-and-coming AWPer. But it seems like he's taken a bit of a step back recently. I think some people thought he might be picked up by a top South American team. He stayed around on 9Z instead, and I still think he's a pretty solid AWPer. So they've got some solid pieces on this 9Z team, but it is just that scenario where you can't underestimate just how good Heroic are in these stages. It's very hard. I think this is basically the hardest matchup you can get in the opening game for Dallas. So not going to be easy for 9Z here.
Yeah, these organizations have played each other in the past, but not recently enough to be relevant. Just the one match doesn't really matter. Heroic won, but again, not particularly relevant. Let's see where the veto will take us. I would imagine that Nuke will probably be vetoed. 9Z have got some good numbers on Nuke, but again, I don't think Heroic will be too concerned either way. But looking on paper, Nuke 83% for 9Z with 12 maps played. And there it is, immediately taken away. 88% on Ancient with 8 maps played. Those are fairly reasonable numbers. We know Heroic love an Ancient, but will they look to ban their opponent's strongest maps? I do wonder. Let's see what it shakes down to. Ancient still an option, and it will be a veto from Heroic. So they are straight up counter-picking against 9Z. Mirage will be the decider. So 8 maps, 75% for Heroic. 4 maps, 100%. In the last 3 months for 9Z, but with a smaller sample size, that number isn't as big as one might suggest. So best of one Mirage versus 9Z. Love me some Mirage. I'll never get bored of playing this map, and I'll never get bored of watching it either. What can we expect here from 9Z? I think this is, I mean, on paper, I don't think this is a terrible choice for a best of one versus Heroic.
Yeah, I don't hate it. They've been beating teams on their region on this map, 9Z, and you know, Heroic, they have had a couple of losses on this map lately, so I don't mind this decision from 9Z. I think because they've got a couple of strong maps, they've forced Heroic onto a decent middle ground. Let's see if 9Z can show us some of their promise here in their opening best of one. We've got Try on that P250, and we have a Incendiary out for Tesses. No kit on the CT side. They'd rather have the utility for this one.
Man, there's a Cloud9 round from like, not current Cloud9, from like 6 years ago, a Cloud9 pistol round on the CT side towards B, which I really like, and someone needs to steal. But anyway, enough about that. It is the A-bomb site where 9Z will fall to their doom, it seems. Yabi, Shush, and Cadian quickly dispatching of these players. There's an opening frag from Maxton. He is a bomb carrier as well, disappearing for the time being as DGT takes position. in connector. And that's where he will fall crimson. Tomato sauce on the side, leaving Max in a 1 versus 4. Well, this one has been quite problematic for 9Z so far. And we can see Heroic are, they're warmed up, they are ready. They are without mercy. Max is without teammates. He's also without a USP, which will give him some extra range, but there's his 3rd frag. Not going to outstay his welcome. I do wonder how many bullets he has in a magazine. Probably 12 or more, 15 indeed. No need to reload, really. Of course, a reload here would concede his position potentially with some sound cues, so no reason to do that. Tesses has an off angle though. Will Max be ready for it? No. A free one towards the end. A noble effort from Max, but it was too much to ask overall.
Yeah, just a massive off angle there. As you were pointing out, it's basically impossible for him to pre-aim that position, which is why Tesses is just crouched in the open. And so he can land the headshot and confirm the pistol round for Heroic. Still a nice sign of life there that one of the 9Z players at least can get some kills on the board early. And with that extra money, Max decides to drop an AK over to DGT. That's an exciting prospect for this round. I think DGT is normally one of the aggressive players on 9Z. So definitely watch out for him to try and break open this round. Looks like he's going to come through underpass with that hero AK. I wonder if Heroic are ready for an AK against them in this round. Because there was no bomb plant. So it might be unexpected here.
Almost 2 for Yabi, but not quite. Star's got some work to do as well. Excuse me. Cleanup force is here, though. That will be cleaned up very swiftly indeed by Heroic. 1 loss is perfectly fine. Outside of Max's efforts in the pistol, only DGT has a frag so far, but that is to be expected in the current scenario. So the buy round is here, and the buy round will include Max on the Mac 10, which isn't something you see every day on Mirage. It can still have uses once you've taken over connector. So we'll see what the approach will be. There's a lot of people heading... Well, they were heading towards... Okay, they are heading towards A. Bit of back and forth, but they've got big intentions. So maybe we'll see some flashes from Max 10, who's in the back with the grenades in the Mac 10. He'll be the grenade man. Give some space to his teammates, and hopefully for him, plant the bomb afterwards. Maybe if his team get entries, he can pick up a rifle later on. So there is the flash. Shush is not blind whatsoever, though, in CT, which is somewhat concerning. More flashes to come, though. The frags will begin for Heroic. Tesses gets the reload next to a molly. Unable to hold on, though. Yabi and Shush remain. That bomb is dropped, but the trade is immediate. Yabi 1v2 now behind the smoke, praying for sound cues. 1 player on A with the bomb, but 1 player on B with map control, and off the rotation goes.
Yeah, that's a nice lurk to have for 9Z. Just allows you to bring that bomb all the way back. You know that Buddha has full control of the bomb site, and Yabi hasn't moved a muscle here. DGT's a little concerned. There could be a player maybe sneaking in behind. I think he will start to realize that B is clear, and once he gets onto B, it is incredibly difficult to retake that B bomb site. Yabi is now making his move, so it looks like he has the right read. The bomb should cross before he gets here. So it is going to have to be a retake without too much info, but at least he knows 1 man is on the site.
Oh, DGT went so wide towards the bench. You got the information at the very least. Tags onto both players. The grenade sails in towards bench. Yeah, but he doesn't have a kit. But he's so close already. DGT makes a step. Oh, he just ran out of bullets towards the end there. Yeah, but couldn't find that last kill. That's so unfortunate for him, but great for 9Z as they were able to close out the round. Things getting quite electric early on in this game of Mirage.
I got so close. Yabi was trying to use that smoke on the site that 9Z put down to see if he could just isolate those fights. He ends up getting given that fight by the bench player. So it was an opportunity there, but running out of ammo just makes it too tricky for Yabi in the end. So 9Z with a much needed first round on the board. A nice opportunity to try and break Heroic's economy early. See, even in this round, Yabi has to go down to a 5-7. Shush doesn't know. Shush doesn't know. Now he spots them. He's out in the open, and he gets away with the kill.
Big flash for DGT, but he's relatively safe in the corner with the angles the CTs currently have. No one in CT for the CTs. Cadian popping out, but can't get anything done. Shush will trade the frag at least, but David looking for something around the smokes. They won't be there forever. Heroic taking more position in the meantime. And again, that lurk is happening towards B. Buddha creeping forward as more presence is shown from 90. But look how they're retracting towards the ramp, perhaps in case he finds some success there. But Heroic this time are being very active, maybe reading this before it even fully happens. Shush makes his way towards T-spawn as nothing's happening on A. And maybe they're reading a repeat. Now, Buddha has found that no one is on the B bomb site thus far. 49 seconds, that bomb starting to rotate now. Scions maybe being made. Oh, look at these frags from Shush. The bomb is trapped in ramp. And Heroic should have an inkling that someone is likely towards that B bomb site. With that bomb trying to make that rotation again. Buddha now, it's down to him to make something happen to open a door for this bomb carrier, wherever it may be. I can see on the radar, try looking towards CT spawn, and I don't know if he saw Shush or not, but Buddha's creeping towards connector now. As Heroic start to look for that lurker. 15 seconds, and there's a race to get that bomb onto the site. Yabi's just waiting with the 5-7 default plant coming through, and he will be denied. Heroic's reads are so fast.
I just love, how quick that adaptation is from Heroic. They realized in the previous round there was that lurk, there was that decision to go all the way back, and so they instantly adjust in the very next round. They say, okay, let's not let that happen again. Let's make a proactive play. Let's get in behind. Shush does exactly that. And I think especially on Mirage, Heroic are fantastic at timing their mid-round aggression, always being annoying on the CT side. And you can see it here again. They're pushing towards B this time.
Some sound cues for Cadian. He will not outstay his welcome. There may be a challenge in mid though, but Yabi is here to cover. Look how he's taking a tighter angle because he knows if there are people there, they might be fishing for that rotation. They'll do more than that. They'll push through mid. Start looking underneath now as well. Dispatching of these ecoing players. And yes, this is an eco round, but the fashion in which Heroic approach it is so mentally stimulating. It's so exciting to watch. Cadian sees a little elbow. Trying to line up a double peek with his teammate there as DGT continues to jiggle with a Glock, no less. Super dry. Super dry indeed.
Damn. Yeah, that was really, really fun to watch. I mean, even the way Cadian approaches it at the end there, I feel like he tucks back to be with his teammate for a brief period of time and gets the info and eventually can just take the fight to them. Aim punch comes into play when you start landing shots to the body. I just think it's always exciting whenever Stown starts to get activated for this team, because he is the player who I think can be the one standout on a very well-rounded roster. Here come 9Z with AKs out though, fighting towards mid. Stown may not have spotted the man crossing to the right side. It's like Yabi is actually covering it instead. 9Z again grouped outside of A early. This time they have left the bomb back though. I'm sure we'll see the same quick play, and wow. Okay, Stown, no time to waste.
Very active indeed. SS quietly repositioning. Finally, there's something. Astound continues to attempt to take liberties in that mid position. There'll finally be a trade. That'll force Yabi back into a more defensive position on the B bomb site. What of Cadian? What is the play that he makes now? I think he's in the underpass, actually. He's just picked up the slack from where Stown is. Now, if he clears this, then Yabi can get rotating towards that A-bomb site immediately. And he's already doing that with the smoke that's been posted up. The synergy of Heroic. So impressive, but there's plenty more work to be done. The Molotov to try and stop them making it towards that Tetris position, but Buddha has already done the job. He will fall through those flames, though. Now Tesses can activate as David's got multiple angles to check, but that's such a fast entry from him. Moving forward now, 30 seconds to plant the bomb, but look at the flank from Cadian. He has not been waiting around. Yabi just needs to try and delay, but it will be try to finish him off. A default plant coming through now as Cadian makes it a 1v2. Try dropped. Does he have an idea of where David might be? There he is, to the chagrin of Heroic. 2 rounds then for 9Z.
Yeah, you could see Cadian was hoping that they would just try and play for time there and just hide on the site. Was thinking he could pull the molly out and flush that player out from the default position. But a nice proactive move from 9Z in that scenario where they say, you know what, let's just swing together. We know Cadian has come out through ramp. As long as we swing at the same time, we can count it down and make sure he can't fight us both at the same time. So nice play there from 9Z. Able to close out that round. Showing they've got some fight here, even if they are big underdogs coming into this one. And again, Heroic staying active on the map. This time, Stown sneaking down below on mid while Yabi holds the initial angle. Oh, and Stown just swings.
Man.
Beautiful timing.
There's just no mercy. Could they be any more in synergy, all vibrating at the same hertz? Heroic. Yabi moving back to B then. The T's are waiting. Look at the quick glance from Yabi to get the info. The B-bomb site's compromised, and he continues to force his way forward as Cadian posts up at an angle. He knows the second player is here, but Buddha will give them some space. How do you cross to the site, though? Cadian's still a problem. Utility will be required. He'll force his way through. Looking for the flick. He was so close, but Buddha again with the impact frags. Holding on to that B-bomb site. It's going to be a lot harder for the remainder of Heroic to push now, and they don't have the money to fail. But they are here. No kit in the hands of these players. A flashbang, but how much do they invest into this? Shish may have seen an elbow towards that default position from DGT, and now there's a chance for them as they continue forward, looking for the trades down in a 1v1. No kit, he has to force Max out for that peak. Down in the red now, 5 HP for Max. There's no way Stown can win this. He can make it expensive, but it's them who will have the final cost here as they lose the round and all their money. Does he escape with the AWP? I can't believe he got that far out of the site and got the frag as well. Either way, 9Z on 3.
Very cheeky to get away with the AWP, at least finding something. But credit to 9Z. They're handling this early and mid-round aggression from Heroic, and then they're quickly responding and finding their way onto sites. Whenever they see that mid-aggression from Heroic, looks like they find a way to just get into a bomb site because they figure, okay, well, if there is so much commitment towards mid from the CTs, they can't be holding the bomb sites as solidly. So they get into position, they get onto B, and they're showing us they've got a couple of sharp players right here. A couple of nice headshots being landed by 9Z. Nice to see some competitive play from them early. IEM most recently played international competition at IEM Rio. They didn't make it to the major. Now another chance to show what they can do here at Dallas. And this should be a great opportunity for them to tie up the scoreline in this one. All grouped outside B early. Utility at the ready.
Oh.
Ouch.
That's a big frag at the beginning for Tessus. Okay. Now things are awkward. They can't rescue the rifles just yet, but they might not even need them the way this is happening. Stown Tessus with a third. There's a minute 20 on the clock. That was a lightning round from Heroic. And with the pistols, they dispatch of everyone. And Exist is happy with that.
I mean, just when you think 9Z have got their foothold in the game, it just slips out from underneath them. Oh man, this is just 2 pistols on the B bomb site, but Tessus, this second shot.
Oh my god, his aim is so good. It is, it's almost robotic. So clean. No wasted movement there. Didn't only dream of being that good with a mouse and keyboard.
That's the thing you've got to give Heroic credit for as well, is in these games, they never take any games for granted. You always see Cadian leading by example. He always brings them into a huddle, and they bring the intensity to every single game. They're not just going to let that round slip by, even when they have pistols and just the saved AWP. They always want to stay hungry, and you see how that affects the swing of this game. Now it's 9Z with Deagles, and they've had to invest all their money just to get Deags into this round. Oh, that's not a nice nade. Well, not nice if you're booted.
Oh!
Oi.
Where are you off to, mate? They won't be... I was going to say they won't be grabbing that AWP anytime soon. DGT will try to, but he will be delayed at the very least. Oh, nice timing there from 9Z. Capitalizing on this damage, or at least trying to. So many flashes. Problems for Stow, he will drop to a Desert Eagle as well. And Max has got big information. Now he can rotate to help his teammates who aren't stuck behind the boxes. They're able to escape. TeSeS may turn. Is he gonna... Did he just crouch peek onto Max? So why are these guys disengaging? They really understand the plays 9Z are making. Always hopping into B and trying to get that rotation in. They're just like, why have they disengaged in mid? They must have found something somewhere. No assumptions made. That's so surgical from TeSeS. His second in a round. And now where is he? See him crouch peeking again as it is rifle versus rifle. That pre-fire was almost perfect, but there is the bomb. And there's also a molly. Really killing some time now as these Ts will try to combine their forces to stop a bomb plant. Heroic, too strong on this occasion.
Yeah, that's so well recovered because the Deeg shots were on point from 9Z to get them into the round. I don't know if TeSeS would have been pre-aiming down below or not. I thought he might be looking up at the apartments. But if he was pre-aiming and ready for the player to sneak up on him, that is so impressive. And these shots, though, 9Z, I mean, they're showing us they've got individuals. They can definitely compete in this one. Heroic just having the edge in the majority of these rounds so far. And this one is just against the Glocks. Oh, the team kill isn't ideal.
Team kills aren't as fun as they used to be, man. When it was like, what? You would lose tons of money back in the day for a team kill. There's just not as much on the line anymore. You know, I want it to be a colossal failure if I shoot a teammate. I have orped people through teammates before. That's always good. Got to make it, you know, stylish if you can. 7-3, 9Z will have the 5 AK-47s out for this one. Cadian's got the AWP. 8 for 6 at the moment is Cadian. 1 for 10 is Try. That's a surprising score. It doesn't feel that way, but here we are. Great opportunity for him to try and turn things around. Cadian posted up, looking for that gap. You can see T's cross. Now, what does TeSeS do with this position? He'll be going forward into a more aggressive spot. Cadian will try to rotate into a better position. Down defending Connector in the meantime. His presence in Connector should slow things down a bit, but that Molotov will force him away. Look at the info Heroic have. They've got a player in the kitchen now. Some people call the market the kitchen, based on older versions of Mirage, but the kitchen is the kitchen and the market is the market in CSGO. Heroic with plenty of info. They know where 9Z are likely to go unless they make a short play, but it wouldn't be a split without someone in the apartments. And with that information, Cadian heads towards A.
And it looks like a good read right now with that info for Heroic. Oh, this crossfire towards Connector could be brutal. Stown wins the first fight. Might not be ready for Yabi. They do swing, though.
Days. The drive-bys from Buddha. How does he do this? How does he get these kills? Did you see caught for grenade in his hand and Shush is good for 2. Bomb dropped. And so are the remainder of 9Z. Heroic, they just find the information. After that, it's pure exploitation.
Yeah, but like Yabi wasn't even cleared and Buddha still flicks around once Yabi doesn't hit him with the instant headshot. But even with some of these good-looking kills from 9Z, they're just not getting close enough to the bomb site, sadly. Second shot. Ooh. Looks like he might be a native player. Don't know if 4x3 would see that. But Shush was one man too many on the bomb site. And that's the thing that Heroic always have up their sleeve. Their bomb site anchors are so reliable. And they have to be, because Heroic will sometimes just leave their anchor completely alone.
Massive anchors.
Yeah, man. I mean, Shush is 16-4. He's been killing it on that A site.
It's been enjoyable to watch Heroic thus far. Just figuring things out so quickly. I need partly demos as well. Habits of the opponent. Struggle is real then for 9Z, as it should be, versus a team that likes of Heroic. 1 for 11 now is try. Heroic changing up their setup once again. That scope will certainly be heard by Max. Now we've got 3 smokes for 9Z and no flashes at this point. Tech 9s and Desert Eagles will be dangerous if they can get close enough. And again, they're lurking towards that B bomb site. Heroic taking liberties as Tesses shows some presence. Cadian delivers as well. Repositioning on B immediately. You can see them trying to activate 9Z, trying to find a bomb plant at the very least, but the bomb is the last man rotating over. Tesses gets his bell rung, but support is here. Yabi's low as well. Perhaps there are some chances for these players. Both hiding by the short pillar. Insta trade by Cadian onto DGT. Yeah.
You might get a bomb plant out of it, you know.
Does he start walking though? He can't expect that everybody is here. Can't imagine he just runs straight onto the site, but maybe he does have not much to lose here. And indeed he will. Seems Heroic won't be terribly concerned with a bomb plant. Oh, he's crossed over. Assist needs to be careful now since he's low. He'll pick up the AWP.
I like the attempt here from Try. Had to try and play for the early kill. He'll look to play around a smoke. I don't know if he can do this, though. Yeah, doesn't realize they're going to stick the defuse. So Heroic stick the landing. 9-3.
Even if only the Deagle, they're still hounding for the kill.
Yeah. That's what you like to see. Hungry right now, our Heroic. Hungry, hungry Heroic. You ever played Hungry, Hungry Hippos?
I didn't have money for games when I was a kid.
Aww.
I had no games. I had toys, but no like board games.
Okay.
I had no board games. I was board gameless. Anyway, buy round. 9-3. 6-round lead for Heroic. Oh, looking for 2 is down, but Max will stop that from happening. Try on the AWP. At present, as Max delivers another top mid. Try still struggling for frags at the moment. Oh man, Tessa's just holding the angle. I love the patience there as well. DGT goes past the angle and he comes back and he's just still waiting for him.
Oh, Tesses takes a further fight. Shush pushed all the way through ramp, so Tesses just so well prepared, had all the info he needed. And Shush's push will get rewarded. Catches Max in the back. It feels like 90 are about to make the round close, and then they just get slapped out the server.
The players around B have been super active. Around mid, pushing through the apartments. I'm talking about Heroic, by the way. Like, Tesses has been all over the shop. Very active. We saw the AWP there from Cadian holding the angle while Tesses gets into position. Information plays. Mid presence. Down pushing mid, pushing underpass.
Ooh.
Heroic are playing the TT side like it's a T side. They're setting the pace.
That is 9Z's first opening kill of this map. And it's quickly traded. It's quickly turned back in favor of Heroic. They have no time to waste. Flashes into mid. Fights set up for the Heroic players. 9Z looking desperate in this round.
Heroic saying, this is what peak performance looks like. It's so active. Max probably heard the jump there to triple. Lovely headshot angle from him. Tags down to 10 though. Tag down to 7. 3 HP damage from that grenade. That really must have been the edge of the active area of that grenade. Question for 3 clicks, Philip. What is the minimum a grenade can do in that scenario? 11 to 3. Pretty expected from Heroic, but still, I think a Heroic one-sided half is one of the more entertaining ones you can watch, because it's so, just the reads they make, how quickly, again, going back to the beginning of the half, how quickly they absorb the information, the habits of 9Z, which might be demo watching as well. 4 players top mid then. HE grenade in the underpass in case of a fast push, and Stown has some ideas there. They're looking for a player in the underpass, but Cadian's already, look at Cadian on the radar. Look at this. This is where he is. They're looking from the underpass. He's like, no, I'm off, mate. I'm on a little scooter. I'm on an e-scooter, and I'm going to keep going before the battery catches fire. Oh, no. Weren't expecting that. Flanking the bomb carrier, top mid, with a minute 20 on the clock. Dominance. You know, keeping 9Z's heads underwater. Or Heroic, or at least trying to. But they are still in this round, 9Z. Minutes on the clock. Yeah. And Stown's fighting for connector.
Look at that read, man. 9Z realized with the push all the way through B, maybe we can sneak through short. Maybe the B site is clear. It is. And now David's cutting off the rotate as well. Finally traded, but with the B site in 9Z's control, this looks great for them.
Not too distracted by the plays of Heroic to understand the climate of the round. 9Z have put themselves in a quite reasonable position. Now, Yabi surely has to lurk late with distraction run by his teammates, but will Max focus on his position? There's a crouch peek from Yabi, a ding and a dong, and it's all headshots in the face of Max. DGT and Buddha remain now. Buddha's been dependable. He's been the important man for 9Z in this half. Yabi's got 13 HP as he's killed his teammate. Touches the bomb, and Buddha will put him out of his misery. A late round then for 9Z4 as they move to the CT side.
Competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you can close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. Set the scene, no plot, pose, whoa. Please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' faze me. So when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back before, let's get
Heroic are looking sharp to start Dallas, and they are not worried about their tough loss they took at the major in the semi-final. They're looking to bounce back here at Dallas, and it's looking good for them right now. We'll see if 9Z can put up any fight in this CT side. Again, it's a scenario where the pistol feels like a must for 9Z, or at least close to it. And those odds, I think, sum this up so far. Heroic, heavily favored right here. Got a P250 out for Cadian, and a couple of nades in the hands of Stown. See what Heroic go for in this pistol.
Shush Jigglings, showing some elbow, showing some leg. Max is wondering what sinister plans Heroic have in mind. Oops, took this one in the face. But Tessus is the first one to be lost. Excuse me. Awkward time for a hiccup. 5-4 for 9Z. Wondering about the window. DGT will be keeping some eyes on that, as well as Try. They don't know the full scenario here. We can see Yabby has been left in position as Cadian and Stown move up towards that short area. Oh, Try gets one for free. No one's watching. Super Mario Brothers is down. Tries to hold on to the bomb here. His teammate can't help him just yet, but he comes out at just the right time. Still a man advantage for 9Z. They've got sound cues towards connector. That'll be communicated to David, but can he trade his teammate? The bomb is committed to the A bomb site now with 11 seconds on the clock. Look at Shush trying to force the action here. There's still 2 players. Is there time to plant this bomb? Indeed there is. The CTs are coming though. There's a 1v1 in it for Yabby. Potentially. He's found the one tap from Yabby. Really? 20 HP, needs a headshot. They both do, essentially. Next headshot wins. Buddha's got a kit. But it's only the headshot that matters. Yabby finds it as well. An outrageous clutch. 4 kills in the round. And Cadian recognizes the overperformance, the one taps, the one snaps. Nasty work.
Pure filth from Yabby. Popping heads like he had a ray gun in that round. I don't know how he gets away with it. I thought he was going to get ganged up on the bomb site, but they fight him one by one, and he finds both headshots. I mean, that is just the amount of talent that Heroic have. The fact that he's bottom of the board right now and doing stuff like that. This team is so fun to watch. Not fun for 9Z, though. Not fun to play against, I'm sure. 9Z will buy what they can, but the South American squad struggling right now in this one.
Even though Heroic didn't win the Paris Major, they still give you those dominant champion vibes in many of their matches. 9Z, though, are mounting something of an attempted comeback here on this B bomb site. We've got 2 very quick flags, a flurry of frags for 9Z, trying to do more. Stown's in trouble. And Cadian's got pretty crap range of this Mag-10, still finding a very fast kill, though. And he's rescued the bomb also. Needs to get through to the A bomb site before anybody emerges in that short position. Tags in the back. Now, where does he go with the Mag-10 afterwards? Does he stay close to connector? He surely can't go towards the ramp. That's exactly where he's going with the Mag-10. There's no real ideal scenario with this Mag-10. Unreliable from such a range. Now, once they clear the site, he can pretty much only be ramp. He doesn't have time to rotate round towards the Palace position. Max on the bomb. DGT's got the Galil. And he's not believing it just yet. He's not going to peek. 10-second defuse coming, really? He needs a big swing here. DGT, he ignores him, but he can't avoid the bullets. And that bomb will be defused after all.
I think Cadian was trying to play with the fact that he figured it's very unlikely they have a kit there. So he's hoping he can just find the right sort of timing. But DGT just holding the whole time, and means that Cadian can't peek towards the bomb quickly enough. So 9Z find a way back. We'll see if Heroic can themselves try and win a force buy. Definitely would not count them out with some of the shots they've been landing so far. Ooh, damage goes both ways. That's the one AK chunked down low, though. So Cadian might give that to a teammate. And Try just taking so much info into top mid. Z almost playing a little like Heroic on their CT side. Try's pushing all the way in behind them right now.
It's great to see. You cannot play scared versus Heroic. Got to fight fire with fire. Instantly going for the frag. Doesn't need to pursue this. There's Team Mor in position on that A-bomb site. Minute 10 on the clock. What the Heroic choose to do. They know they'll be running into a meat grinder on this A-bomb site. They need to have the threat of presence elsewhere. Yabi and Tessus will be looking for that in the meantime. Stown will try to engage on the A-bomb site. Do some fact-finding. Flash push into position. David will deal with him. Oh, that was close.
Oh, boy.
He wants the bomb carrier, and there he is. He knows there's one more, and there he goes. Stown then in a 1 versus 4 with 30 seconds on the clock. It's a full force fight from his team. Might be a question of damage here. Oh, man. They are so dangerous. This is almost... These rounds serve as a warning to the other teams in the bracket. Again, we did mention this bracket being a group of death, and it is looking pretty lethal at the moment.
Yeah, even at the end there. Stunner of a shot from Stown, even if it doesn't turn into anything. Great to see 9Z putting up a bit of a fight in this one. I think that's the main thing we were hoping to watch out for in this specific match. This round should be a comfortable one. Just a quick reaction from Try. He's just tapping away. Oh, beautiful from Try. I don't care if it's against pistols. That is clean as hell. Not easy to do that with the silenced M4. Look at Cadian, though. How does he find a bomb plant?
Up close to the P250. The job's already done as far as Heroic are concerned. Started this round with double the score of their opponent. That will quickly change now, but it's time for 9Z to find some momentum on their CT side before it's too late. Again, a big ask versus the likes of Heroic. Just got to take it one round at a time.
Tries powering up with that banana, man. Every bite, he seems to get better and better.
His score has quickly bounced back after the nightmare of the first half. He had 1 kill for a very long time. Now he's got 2 1s next to his name.
Gun round in play. Run boost for Tessus. There's a gap in this smoke, which was manufactured by the CTs. And, ooh, big damage. The nade might just do it. Tessus can't dodge that one. 9Z find the early round success.
They are really clearing out that mid position. Not 1, but 2 incendiaries top mid to make sure no one is there. That is costly information that may be crucial. Oh, great grenades. Good spatial awareness from 9Z. Oh, in terms of spatial awareness, David looks to his left. He might find Shush lurking there. Going for a second kill, maybe going too far, but they still have a man advantage, 9Z. 3 on 2. Bomb on a ramp. Stown continues to dance and pre-fire. 50 seconds on the clock. There's still chance for a rotation. Still 2 players towards B. Slowly pressing forward. Smoke towards top con. Cadian going for a big pop flash. And 9Z have been forced away from this position, but Stown carrying the bomb is still looking to clear out more area. Got to be careful about where he chooses to plant the bomb. Grenade in connector as he goes for the open plant. Now the options are available to them. Tries already on the ramp, though. That's an important one to clear out. Smoke is up for the time being. Otherwise, maybe a T would be a goner. Hopping over. Cadian must have seen the barrel just in time, but he doesn't get the kill. Try was jumping on the box, and he gets both the kills on the CT side.
Yeah, maybe that's why Cadian tries to stick with the AWP when he can. That spray was off, man. Unfortunate, because he had every advantage there. And I think gets down, I think he threw that nade to connector and tried to plant as it blew up, maybe to just try and make it so that it wouldn't be heard when he planted the bomb. Didn't look like 9Z tried to spam through, so maybe that was effective in getting the bomb down in the first place. But Cadian just misses his opportunity, and fair play to Try. Joint top of his team now at 13 kills. He has had an incredible start to this CT half. And Heroic decide they need a timeout because suddenly this game has got a little closer than they probably were expecting, considering how dominant they looked.
Suppose the word momentum applies to 9Z here, and that's not something that Heroic will necessarily be comfortable with. It has been 4 rounds in a row for 9Z, 3 of them defuses, so Heroic are getting a certain depth into these rounds, but not quite finishing off the job in the second half. Night and day between the second and the first. 9Z looking much more comfortable.
Ooh, quick B play. Cadian's so low, but Buddha's playing safe on this B site. This is the way to do it. Try and buy time. And that AK is delivering, but Cadian still comes in on the lurk. They haven't got that bomb down yet, though, and Buddha still has a foothold on the bomb site. Oh, not anymore, though. He's spammed down.
Fantastic angle from Shush. A forward smoke from the CT to try and create some space, but Stown will take control of that. Still more work to be done. He'll hide in the smoke for the time being. The bomb still needs to make it to the bomb site itself, though. You can see the jump peaks from Yabi trying to identify where these CTs might be. I love the patience from Heroics. Down secures more real estate, and DGT is a mile away. Well, there was a pause and an immediate response from Heroic as they finally get their second round of the second half to head to 13.
Yeah, I think Buddha did a pretty decent job at surviving. It's just having that Cadian flank was huge. He survives on 2 health on mid initially, and then he just takes out that short player. It allows Heroic to fully focus on the bomb site, and it really cuts down on the angles they have to be concerned about. So Cadian with a great read to get that kill in the back.
Terrorists win.
And Heroic, they take the timeout, and looks like it pays off for them. Back to winning ways. I feel like Heroic have got to be the hardest team to pick who's going to top frag from them. Like most other teams, you're like, okay, you know, Simple's probably going to top frag. Nico. For Heroic, I don't know. Flip a coin on any given day.
Yeah, especially on the CT side. I think it depends on the feel they have versus their opponent, depending on the map and the kind of aggressive plays they make. Like, you know, Tesses, he wasn't even leading in the kills, but he was very active on that CT side, helping Cadian take position. Speaking of position, they've completely avoided that grenade somehow. Wow. They'll quickly slink past Buddha, who's been so important on the kills for 9Z. He's got help from DGT as well as Yabi is dropped, and Buddha is here to instantly trade. But now he's not on an island actually, because Try is here with the AWP, and Buddha continues to be a threat. He's clearly been the most important man as far as the fragging is concerned. The impact frags as well as the numbers, 16 kills for him so far, and there's a little more to do, but his job is done for this round. Tesses and Cadian versus Max, Try, and David. They're on the site, David rather. They're on the site. That bomb needs to get planted quick because Max is lurking in that short position. Tesses is in a spot where he could plant for that short area, jiggling, but didn't show enough to bait a shot out. And you can see Max fired enough shots to give the info away. Molly will be smoked off. Do they commit to this bomb plant now? A lot of angles for Cadian to cover as Tesses gets that plant and the frag as well. Max coming a little too late. So communicating that bomb plant from the kitchen, the market position rather, lining up, and there will be a trade. Both make it onto the site now, but did Try here Cadian drop? It seems someone did as he starts to focus a little lower. Cadian creeping now. The scope will betray Try. Goes for the flick, but Cadian lands the headshot. 14 for Heroic.
Oh, you just see Heroic perfectly peeking all these angles on the site, giving a shoulder bait, not really giving the fight, just playing for the info. And as soon as they get the bomb down, Tesses gets his gun out just in time to deny that aggression through the smoke. And then they're in a winnable position. Cadian just gets to get back in those apartments. A really powerful spot to be in. He makes the most of it. And 9Z have to win this round now. DGT will win that first fight towards mid, but out through A, Try will deny Tesses early.
Can see the urgency for 9Z in mid, trying to take that away from Heroic time and again. To make life a lot harder. Wow. Ooh. All right, David. Very nice round for 9Z. Everybody gets domed or dropped, punctured on the side of Heroic. That is a confidence-building round for 9Z. More of that, please.
Good to see. And it does mean Heroic have pretty bad money now. This was nice from Try. Not much utility against him, sure, but really consistently landing shots. Definitely important that he stepped up. And the CT side has been good to him. It's B again from Heroic.
Booking it into the bomb site, and Try is in shotgun mode. So far, so good. One shot, one kill. Needs more of that, but Cadian will trade, and that means an AWP is in the hands of Cadian. Quickly given to him by Shush. 3 versus 2. This has been lightning fast. And 9Z, they can't afford to lose these weapons. They can't afford to lose this round. David now 1v2 with the frag onto Cadian. His sounds will be heard though, because someone is here. That man is down, but he can't get the kill. 18 HP for David. Wants to go back, but can't go back and forth too much. There is a kit on the site, almost at the feet of Shush, posting up with that AWP. And David will try to delay his peak enough to get onto the bomb site, but it's just not possible on this occasion. Heroic will move to match point then. Despite his best efforts, 2 frags in the round won't be enough to stop Heroic, making it to 15.
I think the issue there for 9Z is that they were trying to boost Try up towards the B apartments, which is why he's in such an awkward position. But I think they missed the boost initially. So he just kind of got stuck in a terrible position with the AWP, where you're sitting at Van, you're getting run down by pistols. It's a really awkward position to be in. And those B site plays have been pretty effective for Heroic. Just been able to drag them over the line. David gave that a really good go with some clean kills, but not meant to be. And Heroic have themselves a map point.
Stroke of fortune for Yabi as the grenade hits the wrong side of the wall. Oh man, look at the island that Buddha is on. From what we've seen of this game so far, if someone's going to be in this spot, should be Buddha. French gun makes it even more difficult for him as he tries to find the first kill. He needs to stay alive as well. The shadow will be seen, but he can't get the kill. The numbers game is overwhelming for Heroic. Yabi trying to do what he can, but the kill feed's like a free-for-all deathmatch server. Down to a 2-on-2 then. As Heroic are on the bomb site, and now Try finds himself alone. Tesses will head towards the A bomb site. Where does Try go? They seem to know where he is. Shush has the angle. And that will be the end of the line. Despite the effort with the USP, it won't be enough. Heroic, just too strong. Overwhelming on Mirage.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Maltese, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She say she noticed a pattern, she say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered. But I hate my reflection, when I look at you all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection, when I look at you all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she love it. I hate my reflection, when I look at you all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection, when I look at you all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking to place.
Z puts up a fight on Mirage versus Heroic, but Heroic are very high ranked for a reason. And here was another example, especially early on with those reads on the CT side.
Yeah, definitely a example of Heroic showing us just the class they have as a team. Cadian ending up at the top of the board. Did a good bit of work with that AWP. Shush also having a great game on that A site, really delivered on the CT side. I think for 9Z, there were some promising signs, especially in that second half. We're pointing out Try, who certainly stepped up. Try actually went 17 for 7 on that CT side. So he was having a really good performance in that second half. I think he only had 1 kill after the first half. So at least nice to see some of the individuals stepping up. But man, Heroic overall just too good right now. It's very hard as an underdog team to play against them, and we got to see why here in this one.
Yeah, it was a great point you made before the match that Heroic rarely lose to the underdog teams, which can be so dicey for other teams at a major. And again, just the spatial awareness, understanding when and where to make the plays is so difficult, so oppressive to play against. But it happens so quickly as well. I feel like maybe other teams would need more space, more time, more information to absorb to make those plays. But like round 2, Heroic are going for it. It's great to see. And again, I think if you go back to like the Astralis era where we saw the multiple majors won and they had that dominance, I think it's good to have a dominant champion. And while they won't win every tournament, and there are many tournaments to win, they do, as I said before, give me those dominant champion vibes. And I think this is a great example of it. And I think in an era of Counter-Strike where it is hard to be consistent versus the youngsters or versus the likes of Apex, which people say is like an up-and-coming team, but like Stico, likes of Stico, Jacob, they've been around for a while and they're still putting in work. But I think Heroic are a great example that you can still dominate versus different teams in the current era of Counter-Strike. So they're kind of setting the bar in that respect for everybody else out there.
Yeah, I would say so. And I think for Heroic, it really is about, can they break through at some point and start just getting the wins in the tournaments? Because that just seems to be the one thing that they don't have right now. And if you think back to that old Astralis team, before they started to dominate, they kind of had a similar issue where they always seem to make it far and then they lose in some of the biggest moments. So I'm hoping that Heroic can find their way to break through that barrier, because I think if they did, it would be great for the game, because they're setting a lot of what's going on in Counter-Strike right now. I think a lot of teams look to Heroic for some of the new stuff in the game.
On the subject of Heroic, we have an interview with Monsieur James Banks.
Heroic start off strong here, and Dallas looks like a good first game for you guys. Was it as easy as it looked, though? There was a few rounds towards the end, but it seemed like you guys were all in high spirits, no real tests.
Yeah, we talked about what energy you want to bring in the beginning, because we are the better team, and we like to yell, and yelling gives us a lot of energy, and maybe it scares them a little bit. But it's definitely nice to win the best of one and start the tournament in a good way.
Yeah, now you're out of the way of the best ones. That's the happy days, right? That's like, okay, we can be clear of mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, talking about clear of mind, though, how did you guys reset from the major coming into this? How did you guys spend your time? Because obviously, for Heroic, you were a team we expect to go a bit further than you did at the major, and I know how upset you guys all were at the time.
We took some time off as well, but also just to clear our thoughts. We talked about it as well, but most of the times when we lost, it was just our own individual mistakes we lost. So I think we talked a lot about how we want to keep that mental, because we rather want to lose with the other team being better than us, but that never happens. It's always us that just doesn't show up in those matches. So it's all about working around that and how we can fix those things.
And in terms of fixing those things, it seems to me like you're talking about it being more mental. When we look at Heroic, we talk about this family you guys have with players, how together you guys are as a unit. So I know Cadian's also very vocal, but who else's job is it to be in there to make sure you guys don't get your heads down too far?
I think it's up to everyone, because Stown brings a lot of energy, mid-round calls. If he doesn't do that, it's not the same. Same with Yabi, he also brings a lot of mid-round calls as well. Nice. If he doesn't have that peak, then we can feel that. And it's the same with me and Tessus, how we give the energy in the communication, the overview of the game. It's all those details. If we miss those, then we can't play Heroic style CS.
And in terms of that Heroic style of CS, right, it's been one that's kept you guys consistently up there looking good. You're one of the teams that I think most people are saying, okay, they have a chance here to win Dallas. Also, Vitality not being here as well. Do you feel like this is where you guys need to bounce back and show it okay, look, we need that other win now? Because obviously if we go back to Copenhagen, it's been a while, but you have regularly been second place again.
Yeah, we definitely want to end off the season with a trophy. Yeah. But I think mostly for us right now is just to keep consistent. If we lose, then we lose to the other team being better. So we just want to have that consistency where we still do all those things we do in practice and in those games where we do good.
Well, let's see if we can get it done later on. You started off strong. Shush, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bardolph, Hawker, back to you guys.
Thank you, Banks. And again, it's pretty much the same as what we were saying in terms of the consistency we see from Heroic. And, if they get beaten, then it should be by another team. That's the way it should be. And I think that's a great outlook to have on the game in general, Hawker.
Yeah, and also great to hear just quickly touching on the fact that it's players like Stown and Yabi that are also making some of the mid-round calls, because with how active Heroic are, you can't just have Cadian making the call every single round. Sometimes it's got to be some of the other players coming up with ideas, and clearly you can see in the way they play, everyone has their moments where they get a good read on a situation and decide to make a play, and it always seems to work for them.
Well, there'll be more of Heroic and 9Z to come in this tournament, but up next is our third best of one of the day. FaZe Clan, the Goliaths versus Evil Geniuses, struggling to find their identity. That comes after the break.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying.
Guess who's back? Bardolph and Hawker are here for the third game. Our third best of one on a B stream. Live from Dallas is the Counter-Strike. That's a giant gold thing I haven't seen there before. Just down the road from Fort Worth. If you are in Dallas, if you're visiting, for Intel Extreme Masters. It's a great place to be. FaZe Clan versus Evil Geniuses will be next up for us. This is going to be a tough one. You know, a 9Z were an underdog story in the previous match, but perhaps this is something a little different than that, Hawker, because EG they are lacking identity, to put it mildly. They are struggling, they're trying to find themselves. But first, we're going to talk FaZe Clan. We've got to talk majors. They had a run. It was much better than Furious Major, but not quite what they wanted it to be.
Yeah, they ended up doing a decent job getting through to that quarterfinal where they played against Heroic, who we just saw get their win. And Heroic, not a very easy team to play against. So they made it through to the playoffs. Maybe you would have wanted a bit more, but overall, still a pretty solid team. And it's just one of these squads where I look down the roster and I can't really think of a move I'd want to make right now, because you know that at any point, even if any of these players hit a slump, they can very quickly turn it around. So even if someone like Twists isn't at his best, you know how good his aim is. I think Rops was starting to come into his own, though. It looks like he might be the main man for FaZe going forward. And then Karrigan, of course, such a tenured in-game leader. I love that he's still here leading the troops and still does a great job with some of the mid-round calls for this team.
I see the odd person saying, oh, it's time for Rain to leave. I don't want to hear that, man. He's been there the whole time and he remains. Daddy, over on the left there. Shout outs to Rain. It wouldn't be the same without him. I don't think anything's... I'm not a fan of roster changes most of the time. I feel like, especially people like, oh, teams lost a few games in a row. Oh, who are they going to change? Like, relax, man. Chill. This team is doing just fine. I think they did fairly well at the major. I don't know what that thing is on Karrigan's wrist, but I'm glad he's got something on his wrist. So thumbs up to that. Rops is my boy. And he is... I think he's still underrated. I don't think people appreciate just how good he is. I don't think they understand just how good he is, despite all the videos we see out there. I think it's hard to comprehend how skilled that young lad is. I saw a thread on Reddit about who's got the cleanest aim apart from Simple and Ziwu. I'll definitely put Twist up there. Moving over to Evil Geniuses, we can see my boy Refresh is there on the team, which some may question. What do you think of this? What do you think of Refresh being on Evil Geniuses?
Yeah, it's just a kind of surprising pickup, because I'd have thought if you were getting a European player, you'd want a star European player. I'd say Refresh has normally been, you know, a bit more of a back of the pack sort of guy. He's not going to take over games most of the time. And I don't know if that's what EG needed right now. I do think Refresh is the sort of guy that can help out with the structure of the team a bit and the calls a little bit. But I just think the firepower is a little lacking right now. It feels like Automatic is always the reliable piece for EG. But outside of that, I don't know who I look to and get that excited about in terms of big fragging numbers for EG right now.
Yeah, interesting scenario for the squad. You know, they've got a lot of money, so you could join for that reason. But, you know, for career prospects and so on, people might not be so inclined to head towards EG. But of course, they overall have an NA focus. So it's an interesting question, interesting scenario. Like, I wonder, yeah, there's a lot of questions for that squad. Like, I'm not even sure what to say. Like, I don't want to repeat the same stuff about, you know, they kind of lost. And honestly, I'm gonna say it again, just hire Threat, give Threat the keys to everything, tell him 6 months. You know, he's a man who doesn't like to leave Sweden for too long. Give him 6 months. They've got the money. Just get him over there. Tell him, please fix our team. You can make whatever roster changes you want. We want an NA focus, an NA core. That's fine. There might not be so much talent out there at the moment. Maybe get someone back from Valorant who's been over there. I don't know. But, like, you know, create a structure for the squad. Tell them what to do, because there's some dramatic change clearly needs to happen. But let's see what they can do with Refresh here at IEM Dallas. Perhaps home soil will encourage the troops. We're going through the veto now to find where they will be doing their best versus the likes of FaZe Clan. This is going to be a very tall order for them as well. Maybe this will be a even tougher version of the previous match.
Yeah, it could well be. I think for FaZe, Inferno is a map they normally play a hell of a lot of, but it has had a couple of losses for them lately, so I guess they're just going to get that out of there. It's also one of EG's few strong maps, I think it's fair to say. And we end on Mirage, which is a map that EG have been playing quite a lot in their best of ones that they've played recently. But they've been playing against regional competition, whereas obviously for FaZe, they've been playing against the best teams in the world and still doing pretty decently on Mirage.
Got to give a shout out to Roban as well. Always a pleasure to meet him. Always in good spirits. Another dad on the team, if I'm not mistaken. Shout out to the dads. I'm not a dad, but they are. And that's cool. They're responsible for other humans. So props to them. Yeah, I think, you know,
that's the vibe Roban
carrying on from Nitro and his 2 kiddos, who's left to be able to focus on them a little more. Props to those guys. Being from Europe, a little easier for them. But again, EG as a team that we want to see grow. Everybody wants to see a team worthy of the name of EG. Everybody wants to see the old logo as well. But maybe we'll have to wait. Who knows which one we'll have to wait longer for? Will the logo come back or will the team come back first? There's no guarantee the logo comes back, but I certainly hope it will. Either way, Mirage, again, is what we are going to see. Now, this will be very interesting. Again, I think the story of the Mirage we saw previously, at least for me, was how engaging it was to watch Heroic on the CT side. We don't know what sides these teams will take just yet. But we do know that FaZe Clan are a heavy favorite. A heavy favorite indeed versus the likes of Evil Geniuses, who will begin defending. I think they'll be defending on both halves the way this is on paper. Let's see how it is in reality. No P250s for the FaZe Clan squad. Carrigan and Brokey will be the grenade men for FaZe, and the rest will be rolling with the Glock. So there'll be quite the confidence from FaZe. Maybe that utility will allow them to close the distance on these long-range USPs that have double the headshot range of the Glocks, roughly. Smoke's going into the site then as CT's been left open for the time being. There's another flash to be deployed by Carrigan, who is carrying the bomb. The HE makes some connection, I think, but the headshots are coming through from EG. So far, so good, as Rops tries to fight back if he can with an initial kill, almost a second one. And now Twist is the only man left. 1 versus 4. He's got so much to do. Minute 16 on the clock for him as he makes his way towards Connector, but no one is showing. He'll collect the bomb and collect a headshot, hot lead in the face, and the pistols with EG.
Very clean start there for EG, just winning those early fights and playing through the utility, playing ahead of it, which was nicely done. Even got a rare P2000 sighting on the server, with Breezy getting a kill on that weapon. And without a bomb plant, it is FaZe who are in a very poor position. To see, I think Nelan is a pretty good fragger for an IGL, which is something that EG have to work with. Oh, this push out through Palace. They want to try and see if they can sneak a bomb plant here. There's no one playing on the site or in CT, so maybe there's a chance for a bomb plant.
In go the Lemmings as they try to get a bomb plant. Bombs on the floor right now. Breeze poking that last player with the FAMAS. I've never seen so many FAMAS kills in a round. That's a good round for EG. They started off well, but now the real test begins.
See what they can do against the AKs. Utility is a little short from FaZe on 1 or 2 of the players. That's certainly still enough for them to run a lot of their rounds. They've just got to be aware of that fact. And EG will take this as a bit of a bonus. Just the 1 premium rifle in the hands of Refresh. Can't be run boosting when there's a molly behind the mid boxes, but the standard boost will do nicely. And Rain, ooh, not quite ready for that fight. Automatic, unable to get back though. It's Carrigan wreaking havoc on mid. Finally traded, but he's done more than enough.
Neelan and Breeze left. They didn't have the best weapons on the CT side just yet, but against these AKs, man, there is no mercy to be had versus FaZe. Off to the races immediately. Now, they might have money for the rifles, but if they all go for primary rifles here, I mean, the main rifles, e.g., they're going to have 0 util, more or less. Look at them hunting rabid FaZe, getting started very, very early here. Just another day in the office in round 3 for FaZe Clan. Breeze will make the sacrifice then and have the FAMAS so he can have some util. Needs that Molotov for the beginning of the round on A, and you can see that the FaZe were searching. 2 players there already, 3 around the A bomb site. The intentions are very clear for FaZe Clan early.
Yeah, Carrigan and Rain, oftentimes the players that will work on that mid control. Sometimes they'll have more backup behind them. Sometimes it might just be them, or sometimes it might even be Rain left on the lurk. But they have got a little bit of map control there behind those mid boxes. Carrigan getting those big 2 kills on mid in the previous round. I think when Carrigan has a good game individually, his calling is just so good because he will just call for himself to find the weak spot on the map. Now, if Carrigan can keep that up, he has won another early fight here, this time getting the opening towards short. Automatic lying in wait to trade, and now it's the attempted A play.
EG holding on to a personnel lead for the time being. Full rotation towards A coming through. Breeze avoids the flashbang. Can he play off of a teammate? Ross has been tagged down to 2 HP, and Breeze will emerge with the FAMAS, but to no avail. Brokey still standing with 4 HP. That might be enough if he can land the headshots. He'll be going for the plant while Twist tries to cover. There'll be a poke from CT. And the bomb's on the floor now. Twist in the clutch. Twist makes quick work of the remainder of EG. Clutches the round for FaZe Clan.
Oh, back facing against NA teams and showing why he is so scary with that ability to just win those fights so quickly. I thought when the bomb plant got denied, it was going to be awkward for Twists. I thought he was going to have to try and get that bomb down, but instead he just fights his way out of it on the bomb site. One player committed into the open. The second man, Wiz, not able to trade. He gets caught from Connector. Big round early from Twists. And look at what it means for EG. Nothing for them in this round. Okay. 1 kill on the USPs. Can't ask for much more, really. It will be FaZe about to take the lead.
Yeah. This is a nothing round for EG. What happens here does not particularly matter. On to the next one. They did get 2 kills from it, though. That is notable. That does matter. If they can build on those frags in this round, a better situation from them than their last rifle round, then EG will have more space to buy grenades, more bandwidth for grenades. 4 silenced M4s, Neelan with the M4A4. Fellow M4A4 enjoyer. Instant smoke for Twist, and he'll be given a second smoke by his teammate. We'll see where that goes later on. So there is a plan in mind from FaZe at the beginning, the very beginning of this round. They have some serious intentions. Just a lurker towards A on this occasion for FaZe. They have a good spread across the map. Perhaps keeping an eye on EG, looking to make a play.
Yeah, nice little note there, actually, that Rops drops his smoke to Twist, because Rops is normally just going to be lurking away, oftentimes over towards Palace. Not really many useful smoke lineups from there. So just has an extra smoke given to his team instead. Here's some mid-round aggression from EG. Confident play into top mid, but Rain, really nice reaction there to flick up to the head. And Neelan decides he has to drop back.
That rotation will be heard by Twist, who can communicate that to his team. Maybe that information will give more room for the AWP to start working up towards top mid. 50 seconds on the clock as Twist is looking for someone to frag here. Clearing angles the way now. That's a pretty deep molly, I think. Actually, Nealon's still in that short position. The smoke goes up just in time, though. 27 seconds. Maybe the bomb was spotted on the radar. There is a crossfire for EG on the A bomb site at present. Breeze getting to work now. Automatic is dropped, and Breeze won't last too long. Does squeeze a second frag out of it, though. And Wiz is here as well. Brokey in the clutch now with 14 seconds. But Wiz will be able to hold on. Collects the AWP. And EG score another round.
Yeah, good work coming in from them. FaZe maybe not having the clean start that they would like. EG winning the pistol has put them with a few rounds early on. Now they come through in a gun round as well. And I like that we saw the early round play from EG where they pushed into top mid. I want to see more of that from EG, making their own moves, making life difficult for FaZe, who are all grouped outside A in this round. Utility is at the ready. They're going to commit to this.
Here come the numbers of FaZe. The bomb site's being cleaned out. EG will be in a retake scenario. Refresh has got a molly. There are 2 smokes as well for EG. They could isolate these fights if they can keep the numbers up, but Carrigan will look to do something about that. There's the molly, but the bomb's planted on the other side. That open plant, that inverse plant, if you will. Carrigan trying to defend jungle. Automatic and Refresh drop 5-on-3 in favor of FaZe. And EG may be disengaging. Certainly will be now with Breeze being dropped. You can see Wiz slowly starting to slink away with that AWP. FaZe will take the lead once again.
Yeah, good work from FaZe. Looks like some of these site executes could be a good way in for FaZe right now. That one was pretty clean. EG unable to fight really ahead of the smokes. They sort of try to fight for the site, but never really get into a good enough position. And that is something that FaZe have available to them. They are very willing to switch up the way they play based on what they think will be effective. Carrigan is really good at sometimes just calling for those executes straight away, and then sometimes calling for mid-round maneuvers. See there, just trying to fight through CT smoke. Never worked out for them, though. Twists able to do a good bit of work from the bomb site. And EG decide to take their first pause ahead of this one.
Try and break that momentum before things get a little too out of hand.
I've got that saved up for Wiz. So definitely will be some eyes on him in this round. Although right now, FaZe are not on his side of the map. So it might be hard to get that AWP involved.
Refresh has a smoke on the B bomb site, so there is some potential for delay. Although he may end up dropping that smoke between the wall and the van, just to his left here, which helps give options for rotations into the bomb site. Now, Wiz is still committed in the A bomb site. Breeze is the man holding points around ramp, as there hasn't been a commitment from FaZe as of yet. Nino spots Brokey. There's a rifle to be collected then. We're still on the A bomb site here. Now, if Carrigan gets a frag towards B, we could have some problems. Nealon's been lost, and so has the rifle. Now it's certainly protected of automatic being dropped. Carrigan could go down here. Indeed, he will do. Does that push the T's towards the A bomb site? They haven't seen the AWP just yet. They should be pretty sure that it isn't on B, however. But then now they've got to get the bomb around that corner of short towards A. And as Rops is dropped by Wiz, Rain will use that opportunity to do exactly that. 1v2 then for Wiz. He's got a kit as well. Money's together with the team, so he can go for this. He has been heard and dispatched off. Not too dangerous round, but there was a lot of damage in that one for FaZe.
Yeah, nice heads-up play from Twist at the end there to get in behind, but not too bad there for EG, all things considered. Refresh made a really nice attempt there at repositioning after stealing that rifle on B. Just lost that fight. Rain ended up being able to clear him out. And so FaZe starting to get control of this game, but there is now the buy round back out for EG. Walk for Brokey. Doesn't get to land a shot. Crossed, but Carrigan swings anyway. Just takes the fight against Automatic. Carrigan having a great map right now.
Dropped between the smokes. Not quite Disney for Breeze then. 5-on-3. Carrigan continues to lurk. Still fondly remember him main AWPing in the TSM days many, many moons ago. That guy's got a lot of XP and uses it very, very well in this FaZe Clan squad. EG concentrating their forces into one spot then. Bombs planted on A. Can't imagine they'll move much from the B bomb site. Refresh 2 for 6 at the moment. New man refresh.
Ooh. Good for FaZe in this one. I was trying to figure out if that smoke was meant to hit his teammate in the back or whether it was meant to bounce off. It didn't matter in the end.
Maybe he's griefing. Maybe it does the job.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe it is a smoke lineup to throw it at your teammate's back. That's where you want it to land. You never know. Oh, I'm a little surprised. Rain is hunting here. I guess they do have money. Won't work out for him. Wonder if EG will try and steal the AK. You would be tempted.
How do EG retake control of this first half? That is a question they need to answer. Nealon will grab the AK-47. Awkward moment for them. They've all got about $3,000 per person. If they drop for 2 teammates and, well, 3 rifles, maybe they just force into it, really. Be a bit light of grenades here or there, but does that encourage them to make an aggressive play at the beginning? Let's see what they choose to do. They will keep the money together, so they're not going to force around these 3 rifles. But they'll go out for a big, big buy, presumably with an AWP in the next round. Automatic and Breeze with Desert Eagles then. But still somewhat passive. No aggro plays, no spawn-based plays, no fast boosts over towards B. They'll be looking to play reaction to what FaZe are offering, which will be a lot of junk towards the A-bomb site. Potential of a double pump here by FaZe. Most of their smokes have been deployed, though. Just one for Carrigan, but they are still far better equipped. That smoke has gone into the windows, so they're going to be fragging out now with mollies to hold the positions. Rain will swing out. Surely there'll be a molly towards the jungle position. Flashes will continue. Chain flashes. Look at these flashes go. Rain eats one of them. He does have support, though. And the smokes will be here as well. Not sure if I missed those if they were on the floor. Either way, the smokes are here. Carrigan will force his way through. So many flashes here for FaZe. But that one won't quite work in his favor. 5v4 then 3Gs. They look for a retake. They don't have a defuse kit from what I can see. And that bomb is quite ticked. They need to get on that bomb really quick, but they need to find so many frags as well. So they may lose a fair amount here. Brokey and Robs remain, and still no one's on that bomb just yet. I think there might be time for this, actually. Could be somewhat of a robbery from EG. just in time. That was really down to the wire in terms of time to get on the bomb, but they were able to do it and keep 4 players alive, starting with 3 rifles in that round.
Yeah, I think Rob's just decided it was going to be too difficult to get back into the site. I think he just decided to save at the end there. Must have realized that they had tapped that bomb, but Harrigan getting team flashed, I think was unfortunate. He threw his own flash, and then I think Rops was trying to throw one just a little after. So he was maybe hoping that EG would turn from the first flash and then turn back into Rops's flash. But just not well coordinated there. Ends up blinding Carrigan fully. And it gives EG the opportunity to come in on the retake. And fair play to EG. They are very quick on the kills. They needed to be because the bomb was ticked very far. So a little frustrating for FaZe there. They had so much control of that bomb site, but unable to close the round. And maybe that will be EG's path back into this half.
Wiz tried to avoid the first flash, but ate the second one. Again, the chain flashes working well. And Wiz is lost early. They didn't buy in the last round to have that good buy in this one. They've got problems very early on indeed. Now, how do you respond to that? What's the aggressive play to be made? Who takes the risk to find a way back into this round now? Or will you be at the mercy of FaZe? Might be a boost on shortcoming. But look at all these players here from FaZe Clan. Refresh playing anti-flash. Neela needed to engager. Pre-firing. And Refresh is here to clear up. There's more action to come though. Because there are 2 more CTs. Able to squeeze the incendiary out. And slow FaZe down what remains of them. 3 players here. What do you do now, FaZe? Twist looking for something from that stairs position. Oh, that's so awkward. Bomb spotted. 40 seconds remain. CT's rotating. That will be heard by Rops. How many players does he identify in that CT spawn position? Do they go for a short plant? He's got enough information. Rops has full grenades at the moment. Could smoke off the short position. 22 seconds on the clock here. Brokey will go for the plant. Rops hasn't used his util just yet. Breeze makes his way looking to pre-fire the triple position, but it's Neelan who's lost first, and there goes Breeze as well. They had the man advantage. What is happening here? They've just been railed like it's Quake. Twist and Rops remain both low. Rops still with that molly. Doesn't even need to face. Quist can tell him, and he can throw his molly. Twist disengaging completely. Automatic looking towards the ramp, but nobody's home. Surely he goes for the save now at this point. Brutal. That was a nothing retake from EG there.
Twist doing a great job there, getting that double kill from Tetris. Did not think he was going to get away with 2 so quickly like that. Breeze couldn't win the fight against him. There was that first, and then just swings wide, makes it so that he takes the second fight quickly. Still some moments of timings being slightly off for FaZe earlier in the round, but the players are stepping up right now. And that has got them into a good position. Still enough for EG to have guns into this round. Looks like we might see them contest for mid here. Boost up for Refresh. Wonder if he's going to try and play the spot where he's, not going to be spotted easily. Rain doesn't clear it out. Beautifully done by Refresh. Nice little trick to get the opener. FaZe have been loving this A site, though. Might just be back to A again, and EG don't have anyone on the site itself right now.
Opportunity for Brokey has come and gone. He's the man with the smoke at the moment. FaZe start to creep in. Is there a flash for Carrigan to round this corner? He is carrying the bomb as well. There's the flash. No one picking just yet. Another one. Breeze eats that one. Forced away. Wiz has an important position. He's on fire, though. FaZe using the util well to force all of these CTs away. Automatic still finds something. Quick scope for Brokey. More to find as the flashes will slow everyone down. That smoke won't be there forever in connector. Repositioning to jungle. There's one in CT already. 2 in con and 2 in CT it will be then. And it's 4 versus 2 for EG. Kits on 3 players. No util though. They have got to trade the first frag if it goes the way of FaZe. That is essential for them. Brokey falling back for the reload, not for them not to hear it. They won't get any of these kills. EG survive with 4 then as they storm the bomb sites.
Brokey just not quite ready there. Did some good combat AWPing initially though to allow the bomb to be planted. But fair play to EG, winning a couple of the early fights. And it means that even though the bomb goes down, they're set up really well for retake. Sometimes that is just how you have to play on Mirage. Solid stuff from EG, putting up a good fight here. Definitely what we were hoping to see from them here at IEM Dallas. FaZe still up right now, though, and it looks like it might be another early round commitment from FaZe. Everyone grouped up to B early, and we haven't seen much action towards this B site so far, but Wiz is here with the AWP.
A quick surge from FaZe. Wiz doesn't outstay his welcome, takes one shot, and again, so many flashes from FaZe. But who's the man to try and get the entries? Rain's the most forward person, and he's in front of a molly. The bomb starts to fall back for FaZe as the initial push has failed. They're looking to find some map control quickly and establish their options. No presence towards A, but at least they've got people in mid. 5-on-4 for EG. They don't really have a lot of utility left here. That's their last smoke gone. 2 flashes and a HE grenade then. They'll have to be careful about their movements, about their peaks for information, EG. With these AKs pointing towards them. They've got 3 AKs themselves, though. Things slow down as we head towards that 40-second mark.
They'd love for Rain to just cause a bit of chaos here on B. They could either split towards B or maybe just see if they could bait out rotations. And it looks like FaZe will commit in towards this B side of the map. He's holding. Good shot with the AWP. Now he will look back to short. His teammate here to help, and it is a comfortable round win for EG. Everyone surviving. And FaZe just running low on options at the end of the round there, it felt like. The initial B play didn't work. They got stalled out, and they got pretty handily beaten down on that B bomb site.
The score is kind of close. I wonder what the more difficult side is expected to be for EG in this map of Mirage. Probably T side? What do you think?
Yeah, you would probably say so. But I think for FaZe, the coordination has looked a little off. We've seen some team flashes, not always having great spacing. So definitely feels like a FaZe that could be got at here by EG. I mean, this round is not going to look great for FaZe at all. The mostly European squad got an AK on Rops, but yeah, they've got to sharpen up here on the FaZe side. EG giving them a game right now.
Rain up to some shenanigans in mid, standing in the smoke. EG won't be too aggressive there. So yeah, we haven't seen too many like super aggressive plays from EG in this game, and they've lost the AWP to Carrigan's P250 in the window as the opening frag of the round, which is less than ideal. And Neelan's got problems on the B bomb site. He's done a lot of damage though, but has he done enough? Twist has an AK-47 and no Kevlar, but I've seen him do more than this with no Kevlar.
Especially when you get that bomb down. Rain in a position that can be hard to clear. It's tucked in a little more than you might expect. EG taking their time on this retake, waiting for Automatic to come in from short. But Twist has a lot of positions he has to look at. It's Rain with the D, but now he's got 2 angles, so he tucks in. He tries to isolate, but Automatic comes through in time. EG tying up the scoreline. This has been a great CT side from EG and a great team effort as well. Look at the scoreboard right now. Everyone on EG is delivering.
Yes, that is a fantastic average for EG. Surviving versus the likes of FaZe Clan as we head to the last round of the first half. Who will lead at halftime? Twist a little short on grenades, but the AKs are out. That's the main thing for FaZe. We've seen so many chain flashes from them in this half. Really trying to blind EG with the light, but again, only good for 7 of 14 rounds. Window smoke from Carrigan. Plenty of time in this round yet. Nice nade from Wiz. Even Carrigan sub 60. EG are waiting for FaZe to make their play. No one in connector on this occasion. There's no presence on short either. EG are playing very defensive towards B. Maybe in case of another surge, but there's no one really to stop. No one has any angle to stop this surge onto the A bomb site from FaZe. But this is by design for EG. Now it's time to deliver. Automatic can't with that AK-47 breeze. Needs a multi-frag here in the smoke. He'll still find Rain. 3v3 jumping to see over the smoke. Find out where these players are. He's done all he can. Refreshes here though with 2, leaving Twist in the clutch. 1v1 versus Leland now. 33 seconds on the clock. Look at that spray from Twist. It will be a 1-round lead at half time for FaZe. They survived EG, but can they thrive in the second half? Find that after the break.
I remember, I don't forget, bitch, I'm everywhere in town. Think about the ways to get my bread up. Tryna see the chain with Rosetta. I got no resentment, no vendetta. Yeah, she turned me up because I let her. Bet I eat that bar like it's a setup. Pussy dripping down, I need stilettos. I don't want the silence. I've been overseas looking honest. They looking at me, choosing violence. Yeah, keep it on the low. You know that's the code. Okay, baby, that's the code. You already know. Got a bad bitch from the 90210. Stacking all these anthems and I'm only 24. I'ma make them dance, yeah. Cushion my advance, yeah. I eat all that fake shit on the surface in my soul. I can feel my heart be racing, I'm just trying to cope. You know that I'm faded when I really do the most, yeah. Bitch, you got me jaded if I turn into a ghost. Everybody talking like they made it to the top, yeah. Knowing when I get there, they just wanna be like me. You'll be disappointed when you know I'll never stop, yeah. Thinking you should mind your business, turn around and leave. I remember, I don't forget, bitch, I'm everywhere in town. Think about the ways to get my bread up. Tryna see the chain with Rosetta. I got no resentment, no vendetta. You hang up the street from Kendall Jenner. Cool marks on a cap and on a sweater. You think that you know me, but you never, girl. I don't want the silence. I've been overseas looking honest. They looking at me, choosing violence. Yeah, keep it on the low. You know that's the code. I don't want the silence. I've been overseas looking honest. They looking at me, choosing violence. Yeah, keep it on the low. You know that's the code.
So far, so good. 8-7 is the kind of scoreline we want to see. We want to see presence from Evil Geniuses, and on paper, we certainly have that. But how will things look by the end of this half? We will bear witness to that now as we start in the pistol in the second half. Heading immediately towards that B-bomb site, cutting noise EG. Wiz will be the grenade man. 2 smokes for the CT side. Carrigan will be the initial engager then, as Brokey will try to help if he can. Smoke's being deployed towards that window. Carrigan delivers a first kill, but Twist is soon dropped. Carrigan still alive for now. The Breeze is dispatched of him. Brokey on that short position, moving forward as the bomb is planted on the B-bomb side. There is elevation for EG as well, with Wiz in the apartments. All dancing as Rain is lost. Rops and Brokey to try and clutch this one. Now it's down to Rops. 1 versus 4. He's got perfect Kevlar. He's also got a kill. Looking for these tight engagements here. Heading in now. He needs them to give him something. With no kit, unlikely for him to find something. 1 damage on his armor stops him getting that cheap helmet upgrade if he wanted it in the next round. Try to squeeze another kill out of this if he can. But that won't happen. So then, EG have taken the pistol. The score is tied. This is a great scenario because now we have a real match. We can see Refresh warming his hands up. He may realize this as well.
Yeah, EG really competing right now. And you saw there at the end, I think Wiz realized he didn't have anything to save. So just commits to the bomb site. Sees if he can get that final kill. Take away the Kevlar, but no, he cannot. So Rops will invest into the FAMAS. And it is a 4x4 phase. Carrigan, top fragging right now, has been very involved in that first half. Some of the stars need to step up, and wow, Neelan flying up connector. Didn't clear out Rops, but this A site is now under pressure. Flash lands right on the face of Rops. He can't help his teammate, and EG getting good ground towards this A site right here.
Dropping all the nades for his teammate so they can take position. Moving forward, finding nothing. By the stairs, Refresh constant tap, so Carrigan walks into them. Twist and Rops remain. All right, Twist with the Desert Eagle, trying to do what he can. Twist, we've seen him do this before. 1 versus 2, needs a reload. That is scary. More work to be done. Bomb getting planted. Bomb is planted. Don't need to peek him now. You can see they've got a crossfire set up, a contact set up. As soon as he's seen by one, the other will pop out. He may understand this as he tries to find the correct angles. But pre-fire! Twist, surely not. Oh my god. The sheer level of skill we see from him from round to round. So dangerous. They're really up against it, and you can see they appreciate that. Not an easy task to beat Twist with a deagle.
Yeah, you just always feel like it's possible with Twists. As soon as he gets that second kill, you realize the round is on. He's just so quick with his ability to land shots, and I love the way he baited out that peek. Baited that player into trying to trade. Gave himself the best possible chance, but unable to convert the round win. And that means FaZe are down to just a very weak buy again. This is about to be EG coming out to a decent lead here. And you've got to remember on that CT side, when you can't establish that economy, it can get very scary. If you just start getting reset, EG could start to come on through with a streak of rounds here. Make sure they don't have any issues with this one at least. Should be a comfortable one for EG. Connector control. It looks like it might just be that funnel through connector towards the A bomb site. Rain is here, 5-7. Oh, Oh, Rain destroying them in connector. Finally, the trade comes through, but Breezy has so much to do, and he cannot do it. It's only Refresh remaining, and out of nowhere, a thunderstorm strikes. It's Rain with all the kills needed, and FaZe fire right back.
There's just too much skill on this squad. Rain. That 5-7, so dirty. Great delay from one to the other. As far as he's concerned anyway. Gets the 1v1s he's looking for and delivers again and again. And that's been devastating for EG. They had momentum, things were going in their favor, and now look at them. They're on their knees in this round.
Oh man, you just wonder if that could be the turning point. I feel like FaZe are one of the best teams at just winning those BS rounds out of nowhere. Just with the skill you have available on this team. And EG have some pistols of their own, but I don't know if they can do what Rain just did.
Not without those CT angles. FaZe Clan on the CT side with 3 AKs. EG were in a similar situation, but of course, this is FaZe Clan. Oh. Ooh. Oh, I might not land in time. Then again, maybe it will twist. Look at the frags. The flurry. The Arico frags, but still very nice indeed. 19 kills then for Twist. 10-9. 19 kills in 19 rounds. Not bad stats at all. EG, let's see what this round looks like for them. It may still be a poverty round for this T side. Certainly won't be for FaZe.
FaZe should use this as a chance to build up even more money. Oh, mate, you've got 2 players here holding. Yeah, that is about how I expected that to go. Comfortable for FaZe. See if EG can get back to a position where they are looking competitive, because FaZe have started to take over slightly. But EG will now have their opportunity with the gun round out. And this is the question you asked earlier, James. Can they do it on their T side as well, on the EG side? We're about to find out as they have the full guns in play. And Brokey getting into Palace early. Is Refresh ready? Looks like he's not going to fight yet. Oh. Refresh is really trying to tease the shot out. And the jiggle peek does enough, but Brokey hangs around.
And seeing the quick scope. Decides against it. Nice jiggles by Refresh though. Showed enough leg to bait the shot. Not enough leg to be shot. Clean anyway. That's an example of why the movement is so important. Looking at CS2 and the tester. Heading towards 40 seconds for EG to make a play, and it's going to be a dry peek from Breeze into connector. Cutting noise now. Brokey assumes nothing. Look at the quick scope from him. That's automatic, no less. Brokey going nuclear in connector. EG may be thinking, oh, he's not going to be checking this. We've given no sound. We'll be somewhere else. Getting massacred in that connected position by FaZe. And there's nothing for Refresh to do but watch the clock tick to 0.
Big step up from Brokey, who'd been having a real quiet game. That triple kill puts him up to only 8. But now that he's on CT side, maybe he can be that lockdown AWP that FaZe are looking for. And those were some special shots in connector. This is where Brokey seems to do his best work. Close to medium range. There aren't really many AWPers better than him. He loves taking those fights. He loves getting up close and personal. And for EG, this game is starting to slip away from them here. They're doing a good job at making this competitive, but the FaZe stars just kept showing up. Twists has had clutches. Now Brokey arrives. Rain had that round with a 5-7. The individuals on FaZe are proving too much to handle right now.
This is that rough scenario where every other round is a crap round with some pistols. Not much else to shout about. Silent creep from EG. Refresh of that hero, AK-47. FaZe position themselves very far away from this connector area. That's the rifler down to 11 HP. Brokey trying to stay alive. Doing an okay job of it, but getting domed eventually. 45 seconds on the clock as FaZe move into defensive positions. Wiz has been dealt with. You see them trying to make their way towards the side. Bomb has been dropped and EG have been dealt with. FaZe move to 13 rounds to the 9 of EG. Even though EG are going to be coming back onto the bike, and you have to wonder if their best is behind them in this game.
It feels like FaZe were maybe a little slow to start, but have really showed up in this second half. Timeout taken. Chance for a discussion ahead of a key round for EG. Vorborg doing the talking. He's the coach of the team. And we've got to see what they think their solution is, because they haven't made the recent T rounds all that close. FaZe have been stepping up tremendously. Great to see Twists back in his home continent. Not home country, but home continent. Doing a great job with 20 kills. But the hometown team EG right now need to find a way back into this one. Big control being fought for early. Brokey is in underpass with the AWP and Rops alongside him. Not easy to get away from this setup safely. They're just going to stick to it. An automatic might walk into the AWP right now. Ooh, jiggles again. And they bait out Brokey's AWP shot.
What will they do with that? They've got no presence towards top mid. EG repositioning around A. But what will their timing be for a play here? FaZe slowly falling back, throwing some junk towards top mid. It seems they might have the readers. We've got 4 plays heading towards A, which could be repositioning through connector. Are they going to be in the right place at the right time? Brokey was so close to that frag, despite being blind. So there is the opener for EG, but do they have the protocols, the process to continue moving forward? Jungle position is open for the time being. Connector is re-smoked. There'll be some junk thrown towards jungle. But they're still here. We've got the chain flashes from the T side as well there. As Carrigan looks for that transfer, he will be denied. Twist and Rain remain. One being planted then. What do FaZe choose to do here? They've got a lot of money. They've got a lot of money. Even if it's just about making EG lose some more players, that might be enough in this round. EG aren't too far behind though. Long spray from automatic and only Rain remains now. EG are on the cusp of 10 rounds. Wiz creeping.
Like Brokey.
Oh, he's got a kit with Rain. This might not be over just yet, even though there are 3 players surrounding the site. Starting to move back though. I think this round is over now.
Time to get away. Rain realizes, although won't be able to. EG hunt him down at the end. And I think Brokey got caught trying to commit more towards the bomb site because they didn't have much A information. I think he was maybe even trying to clear out Tetris, but he committed into the open. The timing was just terrible for him. Got caught trying to fall back, and it gave EG that opening. And then from there, refresh with those 2 crucial kills on the site to make this a 3-round game. Still money for FaZe and options for Brokey. Trying to make these plays, finally gets one of those early shots.
Oh, the quick scope is so outrageous. Able to escape as well. He knows his timing. EG, I have to wonder if they're at the mercy of FaZe in this round. Wiz tags Rops on the second attempt. Both still standing, but EG've only got 3 plays left with 1:20 on the clock. That's the bomb escaping the mid situation. That would have been a catastrophe for them. Had Wiz gone down there, 4 versus 2, but Refresh has got great timing. New man on the squad, keeping them in this one. Bombs on the way as well. Full rotation from FaZe coming through, and Breeze is dropped by Rops. Down goes Twisto, but Carrigan's here to trade, leaving Wiz in the clutch. 1v2, he's got a minute on the clock. There's a rough idea of where these players are, but Rops is so ready for that headshot. There's a 14th round for FaZe.
Yeah, the early trade's really solid for FaZe. Just the mid-fight helping them. Brokey this time gets that pick he was searching so desperately for. And EG tried to make it close. I like the refresh. Realized he had to make a play towards A. He nearly brought the round back. But FaZe, hold on. 14 for FaZe, 2 away from an opening win here at Dallas. They have looked much improved in this second half. See what EG have ready for this round. Refresh again. Always got a jiggle peek just in case Brokey's there. Looks like they will spot out that the AWP is not in Palace this time. It's playing a bit further back instead.
Look at this timing from Twist. Dropping Nealon top mid. Bomb streaming in though. Not enough distraction in mid as we can see because Rain is still delivering on the A bomb site. No options really for EG. Running out of players. Match point for FaZe Clan then. EG have done well to get to 10 rounds, but again, is it over for them? What even is the situation with their money and such? How much can they bring into this round? How much hope is there for EG?
Yeah, it's just been slowly slipping away from EG here. They won the pistol in this second half, but once we've hit the gun rounds, they've only won 1 more T round. Not looking good for them right now, but they're trying to make a move into connector. Twist goes down early. Good opportunity for EG. Spam through unsuccessful, but Nealon delivers his second kill of the round, and that B site is wide open right now. That's got to be the round.
Yeah, that's really fast indeed into that position. Now, indeed, something for FaZe to think about. Well, 2 versus 4. I can't imagine they go for this one. Yeah, they've got money for now, but that could quickly disappear. And they only need 1 round, really. No need to throw the good money after the bad. They'll disengage from this one. EG stay in the fight. We'll see if they can upgrade some of these Galils. A lot of weapons around that short position. Can't imagine FaZe will be defending it. I think Wiz will go and have a look. EG head to 11 then. What do you think of what you've seen from EG so far?
Yeah, it looks pretty decent for them. I think the first half was solid. I'm glad just that we're seeing some more of the individuals show up. Breeze is someone you always look to because he was so good in the past, a previous top 20 player. So I think that's the main positive I've taken. But I think this T side still needs to show us a little more. I also think it's fair to say FaZe, especially in the first half, probably weren't at their best. Some of the timings looked a little off. But just the fact that EG have brought this close definitely seems like a step in the right direction. And they could still go on to do more here. Just 4 rounds in it. Nade into connector. Big damage onto Brokey there.
EG keeping it simple. But FaZe might be keeping it painful. Is this a hard read? They've got 3 players here, FaZe. They must have an idea of what EG are up to, but they still need to deliver. And they are not doing that whatsoever. We've got big problems for FaZe Clan now. Robson's got 10,000. He can spread the wealth on the rest of the team, but Twist is here, not for long. That's a big frag to get. Carrigan back to the TSM days on the AWP. 1 versus 3. Rolling back the years would be an understatement if he can clutch this. EG just holding, cutting noise. Holding for how long? Carrigan will hold position. As he starts to wonder about a potential flank maybe. Or will he just focus on the A-bomb site? Withdrawing from the Palace Peak. EG starting to creep through. Molly's being deployed. Neelan making his way over. Not checking properly. Oh, Carrigan misses opportunity. Trying to tag there. 30 seconds. What is the play? Considering dropping the smoke to create some space. Wiz is lurking already. Carrigan still with the knife out. And down. 12 rounds for EG. They're getting closer and closer.
Yeah, Carrigan picking up that AWP to just try and be the solo B defender, but rotating in, not ideal. He thought the stack would set it up for him. Did not happen. They just got decimated. And Automatic, you know, he doesn't mind a comeback attempt against FaZe. No stranger to it. Hopefully Carrigan isn't getting flashbacks right now. For EG, I mean, definitely a good sign there. They're just able to roll over the hold. I don't even think that comes down to anything other than just great shots, really. FaZe just didn't have the opportunity to react, even though they probably should have had some favorable fights. FaZe still with money for now, but it is starting to run dry. This could be the opportunity for EG to bounce back into this.
FaZe have been so dangerous on the pistols. I hesitate to say that if EG win by elimination, this round is worth 2. It's not versus FaZe. It's still...
That's true.
Every round is a winnable round for FaZe Clan. Especially this one. 23 kills for Twist. Leading on the server, but everybody's turning up for both squads. Is that scope heard by Breeze, I wonder? They are bunching up again. EG keeping it real simple. Just trying to abuse the numbers one way or another.
Oh.
Yeah, he can see.
The backpack.
Yeah. Oh, no. That's not part of the model. That's a great opportunity. Now Twist has to deal with this, but there's no one far back to throw these flashes, really. They'll get the kills regardless. Twist has got so many people coming his way. The trade frag was all but guaranteed. Down goes Rops as well. I spoke about winning by elimination. Look at the lack of cash on FaZe. It might be that pistol run I mentioned. Rain is a country mile away from that B bomb site and has no intentions of heading in that direction. From that gap, you couldn't really tell what part of the model that was. But again, that wasn't the body. Maybe an ammo belt or something on the model. A fantastic response from EG. That trade was almost instant afterwards. The trade, rather, the entry.
Oh, Ray wins the fight, so he's fine. Yeah, I don't know if it was the backpack poking out or what it was, but man, that is a real tough way to lose that round because as soon as Brokey fires it, he's in trouble. See, Breeze was instantly ready, and it's a great shot to just get that entry and get so much access to the B-bomb site. Really hard for FaZe to respond. You see they're struggling to get into position. And EG big underdogs in this matchup, but they have brought it much closer than anyone would have expected. And now FaZe are in a position where, other than that one saved rifle, it's the pistols that might have to try and pull through. I'll have one more buy if we reach round 30. But as you were saying, I'm not going to count this one out.
EG are still trucking. Many wouldn't have thought they would get this far, but just how far can they go? Overtime needs to be achieved. We'll worry about the rest afterwards. Still a dangerous round this, still a winnable round for FaZe. Many matches have been won with rounds like this. Rob starts off early and is able to stay alive as well. They weren't able to trade that kill, and that's a problem. They're all bunched up again, as per usual, on this T side, EG. Of course, save for the lurker. Rops will continue to jiggle.
Oof.
Show some shoulder. They start to creep out. He rings the bell of Neil, and his teammates can follow up on that. Potentially. These AKs are working. No refresh. His patience has paid off. You can see him showing the rifle, trying to bait a shot potentially from that jungle position. Rain has made his way towards CT now with that M4A4, a smoke to create some space for the CTs. Take some angles away, but EG are rotating away. This is a risky read, a daring read, but it is the right read if they can do this in good time. Automatic, the smoke on connector, making his way towards B now. They have avoided the stack from FaZe.
Not much FaZe can do at this point. Carrigan even caught in connector. Automatic gets away back towards the B site, even though he's dinked. Bomb will go down. FaZe will go for the save. You have to assume. There is an AK in connector. Maybe Twist can get that. Yes, he can. And do EG decide to hunt here? We're heading into the last round of regulation. They don't have to save their guns. They've got money in the bank. Maybe they do want to see if they can take away that AK that they know was dropped. Either way, FaZe have kept enough money that they should have a good buy, but EG bringing us to 30. We've been wanting to see some life from this team. This is a great way to do it against one of the best teams in the world. You don't just want to see them compete, you want to see them get wins. They've got to do it under the pressure of the final round of regulation.
You don't want FaZe clan with AK-47s if you can help it. It will just be the one, but on the hands of Twist, that is extremely dangerous. Extremely. Let's see then if EG can bring this to overtime. That would be an achievement in itself versus the likes of FaZe clan. Best of one or best of three. Doesn't matter. Progress is progress. Brokey in the Palace position once again. See if Refresh can do just as good a job of baiting with the jiggles. Again, EG with big intentions, big numbers towards this A-bomb site on this occasion. And here are the jiggles from Refresh. This time, he goes a little too deep. And Brokey delivers the frag. Not shy for a quick scope either, as we know. Executes into the bomb site, rejoins his teammates. Rain elevated, looking for heads. Speaking of which, Breeze is almost above him now. He finds Neela. No, that's the bomb dropped. They could be capitulating at the very end here, EG, but Breeze has found two. Finally, Breeze coming to life. There's Rob's dropped by a bench position as well. Turning things around are EG. Carrigan expiring over towards B. And Twist will come through in the clutch. Again, he's got that AK. That could be the difference maker. He doesn't have a kit. He didn't even have the money for a helmet. There are plenty of kits on the site, though. But this is really killing some time. He's got to get his skates on. There's the first kill. Where are the remaining two? The molly to isolate the fight. He's really got to go fast. There's a smoke on the bomb. He's got two kits in front of it as well. He'll have to be a gamble. He'll have to try and stick it, but there's surely no way. Automatic denies him, and we're going to overtime.
It looked like the smoke bounced back. I don't think it landed on the bomb, and that's why he just has to run through. And EG, Breeze with all the credit in the world. He sneaks onto the site. He sneaks behind them. 2 players stuck on the site in an awkward position. And Breeze even runs through the CT smoke, catching Carrigan off guard. A brilliant maneuver from him. And I mean, Rain rubbing those hands together. He wants to get ready for overtime. They got the first kill, but it's these players getting caught on the site. Breeze is just able to find a way in behind them. No one covering this. And that one flash is perfect. It sets him up beautifully. They cut off the rotation, and EG bouncing back with a really good end to the T side. And now they've got a chance to do it into overtime.
That's the stuff that you want to see from Breeze. Long time since I saw some plays like that. The highlights we used to see from him. Needs to be able to bottle that magic, recapture it. This current EG squad. Overtime versus FaZe Clan. I'm sure the viewers are streaming in now and when they see the score. I would love to see an EG victory here. Just to see some growth for them. Automatic blindly trying to make his way down mid. Denied. Early advantage for FaZe in the first round of overtime. And they will run with that. Broki's top mid now. EG have liked bunching up on this T side. They will continue to do so with 4 in the B apartments. Broki won't have any support in mid. Although Rops is reasonably close. No lurker for EG, no presence elsewhere. Just numbers barreling in as best they can. The first trade is here. Twist has the crossfire. He's got some cover from that short position. That'll help him stay alive as Refresh drops in alone. This one is a failed one for EG. There's no way Wiz does this. 1 minute on the clock. He can't see anything as he is domed by Twist.
Yeah, they get stalled out there. Carrigan, normally the B anchor, but then Twist was also there, sort of committed to the site. Just didn't seem like EG were ready to deal with 2 players on the site itself. So nice adjustment from FaZe. Having that top mid control taken allows Twist to commit back to B. And so FaZe, well, they couldn't close it in regulation. But as soon as they hit overtime, they get a CT round on the board. Now let's see if they can keep it up. EG again, loving this default early in the majority of their rounds. Happy to spread out initially. Roki just loves to take these close range fights, these close range angles. Hard scoped on ramp. No one there for EG. Does Rain decide to push in further? I think they're just sticking with passive setup towards ramp. Just taking this control, but not pushing fully for the info. Meanwhile, EG starting to lean over towards B.
.50 seconds on the clock. More of a split from EG on this occasion. Rops on top of the ladder. A super elevated position, and Refresh gets utterly drilled. Great shot from Broki as well. Repositions, and it's going to be painful for EG to make their way onto this bomb site. 30 seconds, and there's a stall. Leland in mid needs to find something. The barrel of the gun is spotted by Broki, and FaZe will continue to reposition. This only gets worse for EG here with the stalling. The flash will stop Broki. Carrigan's dropped. There's no response just yet from FaZe Clan, but here is Twist looking for a second, finding it. And there's Neelan from that short position now. He'll be denied by Twist as well.
Twist stepping up so much for FaZe. 31 kills. Brilliant hold from him on B. Just able to adjust onto that second player, and as soon as he does that, the round is basically done and dusted. Utility not quite good enough from EG on those early fights. And Twist even steals the AK on the turnaround at the end there. Beautifully done. And now for EG, they have to find something here. At least they've got the money to get the full buy here in overtime still. It's first to 19 right now. And FaZe looking for all 3 CT rounds.
Kerrigan's posted up on short. Refresh taking heavy damage, tanking damage in mid. FaZe might be good for a 3-0 half here. Rops has made his way through to T-spawn, but hasn't seen Refresh in Palace. He'll be dispatched very quickly by Rain. Nothing taken for granted by FaZe Clan, giving him a 5v3 advantage. And EG have no idea how little map control they have. There's the bomb lost, and there are their chances gone with that bomb loss for a third round, surely.
It's just been one-sided in this overtime. Doesn't feel like EG have really brought these rounds close. Automatic 1v5. Just no way he can do anything here. Crossfire is so good. And so Rops is the man to close it. 18 for FaZe. One more needed for them to take the opening win here in Dallas. EG have put up a good fight, but they've got to dig even deeper to try and take us to a second OT. Let's see if FaZe can close it or if EG can find a way to make it competitive again, because so far in overtime, it really feels like FaZe have had EG's number here.
Bunched up in Palace FaZe, looking for a fast split of this A-bomb site. Rain will sneak past that, but where did it come from? EG playing very defensive on B. The T-smoke, sorry. My brain farted for a second there. 3 plays around the A-bomb site. Make it 2. Automatic has been dropped. 4 on 4. A nervous scenario for EG. Oh, we've got to creep through the smoke. Was that spotted by Breeze? I think it may have been. EG starting to move on the B bomb site. They may need to get over to A quickly. Or do they? FaZe disengaging from Palace. Initial plans not going the way they wanted. Rotating towards the ramp at least. Refresh looking for information now. They don't know what is happening as far as the B apps are concerned, which will leave Nealon on short looking at the windows. This means they're going to be very far away from that A bomb site. Refresh off to the races now. Can he get to the ramp in time? 30 seconds as FaZe have a lot of presence around this A bomb site. Waiting for that smoke to pop on. Connector gives Refresh some extra time. Breeze behind that smoke. Refresh so close to that ramp now. Again, just trying to delay with the flashes. Breeze holding the edge of that smoke, but can Refresh stop this bomb from being planted? He can't. Neither can Wiz. The barrel of the gun seen. Brokey dropped by Wiz, and Rops is in the clutch now. 1 versus 4. Only good for the 1 though. EG get the first round on the CT side.
Yeah, getting up into that 4v3 initially. FaZe try and reset, try and just make no noise and see if they can draw players away from A. And it looked like it was kind of working, but as they tried to sneak in, does not pay off for them in the post plant. EG come back through quickly, get into position at the right time. As you said, Wiz just spotting that gun barrel makes it a little easier to win that fight. So 1 down, 2 more needed for EG. FaZe already had a match point in regulation. Still got 2 more here. Oh, Wiz finds that opener onto Kerrigan. Trying to run out into mid, but the AWP denies. FaZe having to fight from a man down.
Game of CT rounds in overtime, perhaps, as Wiz looks for a second and delivers. Oh. Beautiful work. 3 remain. Still dangerous with these players for FaZe. Doesn't matter what configuration of the 3 it is. They'll have significantly less presence with these 3. The combo, automatic. We'll get the kill, regardless of the incendiary. And another one. There is the bomb. But where is the last one? That's Rops in Connector. 1 versus 5. Much work for him to do. 1 minute on the clock. POV is fascinating for the mind of Rops as he tries to approach 5 players with the bomb as a known entity. Sees the barrel of the gun, swings, but again, it's just too much to do. EG, 2 for 2 on the CT side. 1 more to go to keep this ball rolling. And if they do get this round, if they can keep that momentum, they will continue on the CT side, which means they may end up with a lead. But that is a long way down the road, because this is a full buy from FaZe Clan, and they need to get past this point before we can look at the rest of the information that may or may not arrive.
FaZe all grouped outside A early. We've seen them go for these instant executes before. Quick smokes into the A bomb site. You've got to make sure you can deal with counter utility if you do want to go for that sort of play. This time, no one committed to the site right now for EG. Maybe playing more of a retake setup. Mid control is there though, so EG can get that info that mid is clear. Now they might start to look back towards this site a little further.
Starting to move in the CTs, but they're still going to have to deal with all these AK-47s. They do have 3 of their own. The flashes may come as well. Carrigan gets the first one. Refreshes dropped as well by Rain. And in FaZe go. There are mollies everywhere. Wiz has no angles with his AWP. Automatic's full committed, and he can't do anything either. The last CT round is where it will all collapse for EG. Neelan can't do anything. All 5 survive for FaZe Clan, and they just survived that test versus EG in their first game here at IEM Dallas 2023.
can I break when I have no heart to be broken? If this is the end, when will it begin? Is there a way to live again? How can I dream if I was never awakened? How can it still hurt when I can feel
we were hoping for a promising or a good showing from EG, and I think it's reasonable to say that we got that, but ultimately it was FaZe who took it over in overtime. So all is well in the world as far as that is concerned. I would have liked to have seen a win here for EG, because I think that would have been a great boost for the team, but it's all good to have a win. Need to build on that as well, but not quite the win for EG today, but still a good showing, and I think they can take some confidence away from that considering their opponent.
Yeah, hopefully they can take some positives from that game. Overall, I think the fragging was pretty decent for them across the board, not too bad, and they showed some good signs. I think it's nice to see some of the players stepping up. For FaZe, Twist, man. Gotta talk about Twist. 33 kills, I think he ended on. Had an incredible game here.
Yeah, Twist, always great to watch mechanically. Very smart player, very capable, always ready for a multi-frag. Speaking of, nice to see one from Breezer. That was a very important one late on in the game. But again, Twist continues to be a fantastic player for FaZe. Always fun to watch, live demos, everything. So, somewhat scary for FaZe, but I don't think they'll care much. As long as they get the win, I don't think it really matters to them at this point how they get it. Yes, it's overtime versus EG, but whatever. Onwards and upwards for them. They take their first best of one and start Dallas 2023 on the correct foot. 19-17 over EG. So I think there's a positive takeaway for both. Obviously for FaZe, they won. Again, doesn't really matter how in his first game. They won, and that's all that does matter for them. And for EG, they put up a good fight versus a very tough opponent, one of the more difficult opponents in the game. And of course, you know, we saw some nice rounds from Refresh as well. But I think we'll have to really measure EG over the coming matches to see if there is an upward trajectory there. I think even in a loss versus a team like FaZe, you can still have some promise there. But it's nice to see that it wasn't a wipeout, basically, because it's hard to say what's going to happen coming into it. I think with it where EG are at the moment, I think things can only get better. And I think that the score at least shows some promise for the squad.
Yeah, I would say so too. I think you are right that we need to see actual results come through for EG, and that could happen in the lower bracket for sure. I think there's a few teams that they could be competitive against. I believe they're going to be playing a Complexity in that lower bracket, so that could be an important matchup, trying to prove that you are still one of the NA teams that are going to be competing. You want to be beating a team like Complexity, so that could be a pretty big game for them. But just nice to see. I think for FaZe, it was a little sloppy initially. Honestly, there were a few mistakes, a few team flashes, a few timings that were off, but that is maybe to be expected. And just the fact that they grew into this game and still came through with the win is most important, and I think really good to see, just especially with someone like Twist showing up, because I think his form was a little up and down recently, so seeing him top frag like that was a great thing for FaZe. I think they'll be delighted seeing Twist play so well.
Indeed, he was 33 for 17, Twist, far ahead of the rest of his teammates. Rops was the closest next with 25 for 18. Breeze, 25 for 25. Again, someone who has, I think people will say, you know, we don't see those kind of impacts that we used to see from him. He's kind of fallen off versus his former self, but I think it's a good scoreline, but you know, in loss. But also I think that multi-frag was so important for the squad, and we're so used to seeing those in the Breeze of past. So if we can kind of recapture that and be more of a dangerous element for EG, then they'd be onto something great potentially there. So I hope he's able to do that, because there's a lot of people looking at him in that respect, but more about EG later. For now, we're going to head to an interview with Banks FaZe Clan.
FaZe do narrowly survive against EG, and I'm going to say that where I'm still a little bit confused. 8-7 first half, you know, it starts off pretty good in terms of T-side. I think C-side you can close out, you're up 15-10, but then they're able to battle back a little bit. What's going on inside the FaZe camp right now, Russ?
We lost some man advantage situations, maybe comms aren't so clear, you know, like some people got to say like, oh, I have this, I'm holding this for you and stuff, so it's kind of just small details. Yeah, I mean, they made a good comeback.
They had the win, obviously the 3-on-4 advantages and stuff, and capitalize on our mistakes. So obviously they played some situations good. But yeah, a win is a win at the end of the day.
That's what it's about, though, getting the win and making a step further forward, and you're out of the best of ones now. But where do you put yourselves after the major and now coming into Dallas? Because, again, it's not much time off, so how did you guys even spend it from that point?
Obviously, I had some visa stuff I had to take care of, so I kind of botched our practice a bit. But we got like 2-3 practice days in, and we tried our best. Yeah. And I would say practice went well, but, practice doesn't really matter if you have tough games in the server, so... I think we're feeling fine. I think at the end of the day, CS is a confidence game, and we just got to build it up.
And how much rest time did you get? Because I know for you, you've been vocal on wanting to get some of this time to be able to just decompress, and get yourself ready.
I'm feeling fine. I feel fine. I feel fresh. Good things to feel good about. Obviously, the visa situation was that I was able to get one. So at the end of the day, I'm happy after that. Yep. And it's good.
And for FaZe, we still put you guys on such a high standard. And obviously you guys put yourself to a high standard as well. You're talking about building that confidence back up. Is Dallas an event where you can do it? Is Dallas where you feel like you guys can get back into that shape and form? Because we're looking at the results, and not just here, but like you go past before the major as well. We're missing that fire we saw from the old FaZe.
Yeah, I think sometimes events take a lot of energy out of you. I would say by messing up in the armor like we did, it took a lot of energy to get past that. Obviously, when you make deep event runs, it also takes a lot of energy. So Pro League was a grind from the beginning of the groups to the end. And some could say that going to Rio was a huge mistake for us, and that could have been an extra week of practice at home where people are feeling good. Heroic even said they didn't want to boot camp before the major because it gives them time at home, and they want to be able to feel good going into it. So it's all about figuring out the schedule, what works for teams, individual players and stuff. And some mistakes, but we can only use that to learn in the future and make sure we have better scheduling and stuff.
All key takeaways, all learning going forward. And like you said, you got the win. That's what matters most. Hawker, Dinko, back to you.
Wow. That's a slightly different complexion from James Bardolph Banks. He is on the other stream. He's on the EA stream with Moses. New pairing over there. Anyway, that was, again, I think the important thing there is for FaZe Clan to get the W, but it's interesting in terms of rest and so on. That's very important. You need to be mentally rested and reset moving forward. That's very, very key and underestimated as well. So FaZe move forward then over EG. A noble showing from EG. We'll see if they can build on that in their later matches. But we've got one more best of one for you. At least the two of us do. And that is going to be, in my opinion, the game of the day. That's Greyhound versus Cloud9. I think this is going to be a fantastic game. And it is just around the corner. We'll see you soon.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Face It, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go yourself. Go verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
Forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. Bitch throwing hands in the parking lot, getting stuck, digging up the sand, doing donuts in a Bentley truck. You learn how to rage when the world doesn't show you love. Yeah, I told you what, yeah, I know this up. Put it all in the mixture, let the red devil kiss ya. Better hope that I miss ya. Hey, teach a man how to the fish, yeah. Feed the fam, feed the kids, yeah. Lead the gram for the picture. Hard to get this far, hard to get this far if you don't know your way around. It could tear you apart, it could tear you apart if you turn it into someone else. Hey, it's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, move silent. They're calling on me, they're what they gon' say, yeah. I ain't falling for it, most of them two-faced, yeah. Friends switch up on you when they see you doing great. I make myself alone just to find peace. And if you ever cared, then you know where to find me, yeah. And there's no going back once I leave it behind me. Hey, it's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race, who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate, no trace, quiet place, smooth silence.
Whenever you call my name, and he'll never know. Baby, won't you hold me? Won't anybody? Whenever you call my name, and he'll never know. I need you, oh please.
road to riches, I just pray and make it home. Application glitching, had to get there on my own. I made it this far, I can't turn around. Just know my mama proud, moving at the speed of sound. Trying to strike it rich.
We return to Dallas for a fourth best of one here on day one of Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. Definitely worth a visit. Fort Worth nearby is one of the most unique places I've ever visited in America. And Greyhound will be visiting from very far away indeed. Alistair on your screens there. We'll be going up against the likes of Cloud9. Now, I spoke about Greyhound earlier on today and mentioned how they came off a rough loss with Bad News Eagles in Melbourne, DreamHack Melbourne a few weeks ago. That was a really big match. That was for them to play the grand finals in the arena for the home crowd. Didn't quite make it there. Had a great opportunity to break Bad News Eagles, I think on the first map, if I remember correctly. But were taken to overtime and then lost 2-0 ultimately. But again, I think that they can grow even more from a loss like that. Greyhound, a team who, we speak about like practice in North America and so on, not really being relevant to the European scene. Imagine being in Oceania. It is not easy. Geographically challenged, as they say, in the region. I think this is going to be an exciting match. It's going to be a best of one, but I think this might be the most exciting match of the day in the server.
I hope so. I mean, earlier, EG just there making a really close go of things against FaZe. So if I'm Greyhound, yeah, why can't they do the same? Definitely want to see them competing here. And got to remember, Cloud9, they haven't played an official match in, 4 weeks, I think, at this point. They played an online tournament before the major, but there might be a little bit of rust there. We don't know exactly where Cloud9 will be, so if Greyhound bring the game to them, definitely possibilities for them. Here are Cloud9, though. Got some big players here. Obviously, Shiro and Axile, the two big hitters on this team. Shiro, a very conservative AWPer, but he always gets his numbers. Axile, the star rifler on the team. And then Hobbit looking sharp with some new glasses, I believe, as the veteran of the squad. Always look like a team that makes a lot of sense on paper, but maybe sometimes haven't been delivering as much as we would hope.
Yeah, if you've never seen a baby with a beard, then have a look at Shiro, because there is one for you. But do not underestimate Hobbit. Not like the explosive style that we see from some of the other names on the server, but a key part of the configuration of Cloud9 here, certainly. Yeah, I think stylistically, this matchup is fantastic. I think obviously Cloud9 need no introduction at this point, but over on the Greyhound side, for those of you who don't see them every day, I mean, they are in a number of international events, but this is an explosive team. Liaz has been the man for quite a while as far as the Oceanic region is concerned, but now you've got new man Vexite on the server as well, and he came into the squad and instantly he's explosive, instantly he's dependable, instantly he is able to get those multi-frag rounds. And speaking of ins, we've got ins on the far left, known for Inferno. We'll see if that turns up as a map today. I mean, all of these players are really key for the squad. Sicko as well. They're all dependable. They can all make individual plays. But of course, Alistair at the front there is the big man of the AWP. He's a talisman for the squad. He's he's the man who gets the team energized. He's the one who's screaming on LAN if it's F your pick'ems, or just trying to, rile up the other squad or get the energy through his team. This is a squad who, again, I feel like they're having a glass ceiling moment where they can press forward. Of course, it is a very uphill struggle for them simply based on where they are, but they have the talent to go beyond where they are at the moment in terms of the rankings, in terms of their prowess. I think they're a team who haven't finished growing just yet. But let's have a look at the veto and see the theater that these teams will be playing in. Obviously, Greyhound are infamous for Inferno, amongst others, so I'm very curious to see if that will be banned by the likes of Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely something I would consider. And there we go. They actually go for it pretty quickly. Seems like I think a lot of the favorite teams here are respecting the underdog squads and just trying to take away some of their best maps rather than just going for something that their opponents can be strong on. Maybe we just want to flex your bigger map pool. Anubis gone from Greyhound, not a map they tend to enjoy. Mirage also removed. That can be a very good map for Cloud9. And the Vertigo taken out by Cloud9 at the end. So we finish on Ancient. I think that's a pretty decent opportunity for Greyhound. I don't think it's the end of the world for them here, ending up on an Ancient, but it is also a map that Cloud9 really enjoy themselves. So I feel like comfort for both teams, but Cloud9 have had periods on this map where they've looked very good on Ancient.
I very much like this map, at least from what I've seen of Greyhound. How they match up with Cloud9 remains to be seen on this map in particular. The Mirage ban from Greyhound I do like as well, because I think generally they're happy to play it, but it's nice and day. I don't know if it's a stylistic thing, but sometimes they get absolutely trounced on Mirage, like a 16-1. Sometimes it's close with potential overtimes. It's really nice and day on that map, but Ancients it will be, which will be a pretty good one. I think Inferno was often or always going to get banned because they're so comfortable on it, but Ancient, I'm liking this ground. I think this matchup stylistically is going to be very explosive, and for me, I think it's the match of the day. Will it play out that way? We will find out very soon indeed. At least for the scheduled matches, this is the one that I've been most looking forward to. Greyhound will be starting on the T side of Ancient. The first time we've seen this map today. Cloud9 will begin defending. USPs, of course, will be out. No P250. I think this is a good map for a P250. You head towards mid. That's definitely P250 range for a Glock-wielding team. But of course, whether or not you buy P250 depends on what your intentions for the round are. But as we see Greyhound going towards that mid position, I would have liked to see one. They've chosen otherwise. Let's see what happens then. Big odds. Heavy underdog are Greyhound for this one. But they'll get the opening kill. Hobbit dropped. Nafany falling back. He's got support from that donut position for the time being. Liaz lurking on that T side. I think Greyhound will be very interesting to watch on the CT side, but that is to come much later. For now, they'll creep in that mid area. They've got a lurker on both sides, actually. Options available to them as they try and force the CTs out one way or another from this donut position, but they've lost the bomb in the meantime. Nafany coming out at the right time to support his teammates. This one may collapse for Greyhound. 2 versus 3. Anything can still happen in a pistol round. Inns may have an angle on Nafany that he's never going to see coming. Now we're down to a 2v2. This range wouldn't favor Inns if Shiro's full health, but he's not. So that will even things up. A player creeping for both squads in the meantime. Inns looking for that second player. Where is Buster? That's the big question here. He's holding the cross in mid. But then Buster may be wondering where Liaz is as he finds the 1v1 and wins that duel. Liaz takes a headshot through the wall. 69 HP for him. Lovely pre-fire on the angle, but he can't quite make that one connection with Shiro. And the pistol goes to Cloud9.
Yeah, it looked like a good start for Greyhound. They get the initial pick on mid. They have that smoke in so they can get towards Donut. And the molly forced 2 players out towards Donut into the open. But the CTs fought really effectively. The fact that Shiro gets away with 2 kills and survives, despite being trapped forward by that molly, that was impressive. Him fighting alongside Axile made a big difference there. Those were the key fights in that round. Greyhound unfortunately couldn't bounce back from it. So competitive pistol round, but this round should be the opposite as Greyhound have full E-code. Chance for the MP9s to make some money. That bigger kill reward you get for the SMG frags. You have to assume for Cloud9, considering they have had 4 weeks with no officials played, that they had some pretty good preparation ahead of this event. I think there's a couple of teams that weren't at the major who are using this as the event to really look towards. Say Cloud9 and Astralis both fit that billing, where you would have expected them to be at the major, but now you want to see them delivering at Dallas instead. So big opportunity for Cloud9 to show they are still a top team. Got off to a good start here, but this will be a bonus round for them. And Greyhound have all the AKs out.
Cloud9 quickly looking to defend that mid position. Two players swinging around Donut if they need to, but there are a lot of teaser here. Nafni will be oh so important, coming through the MP9 and disengaging before a trade can happen by Sicko in mid. 3v3 then early. This favors Greyhound. 1 minute 30 on the clock for the T side to do whatever they want to. They've got 2 frags in that mid position. They may not understand that the beginning of this was 3 players in mid, but they'll quietly creep towards A. The Lurkerins will fall back from the B bomb site. So who takes the gamble then? Cloud9 will have some problems on this A bomb site as Buster slowly moves through the temple. In's having a look towards mid. You'll find Shiro there, who doesn't have the range with this MP9. We'll try to smoke off the position, but judging by the radar, that really hasn't worked out. Still creeping. Buster could find some great timing here. Alistair not making a sound, I don't believe. Oh, but Buster's found both of them. Secured the bomb as well. Disastrous for Greyhound with the situation they had. Really nice play by Buster, but it's not over yet. Inns has got 30 seconds to find 3 players. No one's showing just yet. He's got to assume he's up against 2. There's the first one. Pulls the grenade out immediately. And there is the trade from Shiro. 3-0 for Cloud9.
Yeah, nice round from Cloud9. I like the way they approach that with the MP9s. Having Nafany just fly through that smoke over towards the cave area. Really, really cool to just run and gun with the MP9. Get away with 1 kill. Get back in towards Cheetah. And then I think for Greyhound, just trying to filter into that A site, but Cloud9 having the advantage. Buster, who I think has slowly been improving for Cloud9. Getting a really good bit of impact there. And now Greyhound again forced down to a sub-optimal buy, to say the least. Pistols into this one. Looks like Cloud9 might get rolling early here. Still a bit of aggression from Cloud9, even against the low buy. Buster just gonna use that to smoke, though. Very hard for Greyhound to push through that.
Nice work from Nafany. Limiting the damage that Greyhound can do in round 4. Lessons are so expensive for Greyhound. Other teams operating out of Europe, playing tournament after tournament, prac after prac, can absorb lessons a lot faster and less costly than when you've got to travel from the other side of the planet. I wonder if they prefer a direct flight to Australia or a connecting one. I thought breaking it up was helpful.
Okay.
But maybe just full sending it feels better when you've got to do it time after time.
Well, it depends if you can sleep on the plane.
Yeah, I can't.
I'm not a good plane sleeper.
No?
No.
I'm massive. I'm too big. I don't know how
I don't know
people
what it
do
is.
it.
I think it's just sitting upright. My brain doesn't allow me to sleep that well.
Yeah. Normally we're in a gamer chair, sleeping upright, sitting upright. But anyway, Greyhounds will be at maximum loss bonus now. They have whatever they want. Alistair wants to find his first kill of the game. This would be a great opportunity to do it. Very aggressive from Cloud9, spamming the grenades into that mid position. Nafany will have the sound cues here, but Cloud9 are delivering. 4 on 3 as Axile is taking chances. How does he get that kill? He had a grenade in his hand when he saw Sicko. They surely should have done better than this with that opportunity, Greyhound. But on this occasion, with a minute 20 on the clock, Alistair is in a 1 versus 3. He is carrying the bomb. He has plenty of clutch in him, but Axile's got plenty of headshots to deliver in mid. A great start for Cloud9 early then. I don't think we've seen a bomb plant yet from Greyhound, or maybe one.
Yeah, it's not felt that close, that's for sure. Cloud9 defending really effectively.
No bomb plants.
Yeah, no bomb plants. Just having these players on mid, and then Axile, that recover and kill. Very well played. Just loving that angle over towards Donut. They couldn't deal with it. See if Greyhound can maybe force things towards B. That nade won't help. Chunk down early. Couple of nades of their own thrown in towards Jaguar. Only the one smoke for Greyhound, so not going to be easy to breach this B bomb site. Oh, that'll help though. Backside arriving with a Deagle headshot.
Greyhound really on the back foot early. Almost halfway through the first half. It's been lightning fast, all in Cloud9's favor so far. Mid hasn't quite been solved just yet. You can see the urgency from Greyhound to push past the B bomb sites into that mid area, but it hasn't really had the results they were looking for. And Cloud9's grenades have been so lethal into the main entrance of mid. Something for Greyhound to think about in a round such as this. Now, with the urgency from Cloud9, do they just try and send it straight into the A bomb site? Because they know that Cloud9 have had consistent presence in that mid position thus far. CT sides are always changing their makeup, though. So it could be an expensive gamble. We shall see. But for now, they've got 20 seconds to expire on this bomb site. Or plant the bomb. Bomb's on the floor. Alistair will need to die, and he'll do exactly that. Here we go. On to the buy round.
Into the gun round that they really need to come through with. Good to at least see this Deeg shot. That was well taken by Vexite. Seems like the up-and-comer that they're looking for. Some good aim from him. Sounds like we have a timeout in play.
Wonder if the
Rude
timeout
getting vocal.
Yeah, I wonder if the timeout would encourage Cloud9 to do something different. I'm sure they'll expect something slightly different with this timeout. Against Bad News Eagles, Greyhound had all the advantages. BNE had no money or little money, and Greyhound tried to rush the B bomb site, failed, and lost all their cash. That is essentially how things collapsed for them on Ancient. After doing so well and being in control. And indeed, we do see a different approach from Cloud9. And maybe Greyhound reading that will just send it straight into mid. Look at his presence now. They have got plenty of options available to them. Alistair posted up with the AWP. So if there is a push on A long, in theory, he can shoot and fall back, whether he frags or not. Minute 20 on the clock now. There is an AWP for Shiro as well. Hobbit will be playing very defensively to keep an eye on Red Room. There's the mid presence from Greyhound. No mystery as to what has been taken by the T side for Cloud9. And with that, Hobbit and Buster are going to get active. They're going to try and do something about this. Try and find some information. As Greyhound are still waiting in that mid area. Vexite dropped and no one's in position to answer back to this kill. They're pop flashing into Donuts in the meantime. Are they telegraphing their intentions here? Again, Shiro is position unknown, and it will surely be very expensive to find out where he is. Creeping with no lurker. Down goes Liaz. Shiro now will show presence so they can play off of him. He's not the only one here. Exile activates into Alistair, still looking for the first kill in this round. And there is Inns now going well wide to get Exile as well. Alistair has the bomb in his hand. Smokes are up and the bomb is being planted. Hobbit in a donut position. And Nafany's on the way. Buster and Temple. Alistair still looking for his first kill. Now would be a fantastic time to do it. More than 2 angles, only 2 players. They're going to have to take some gambles here. Moving towards CT. That'll give them some cover. As C9 try to identify where these players are. Inns will hold position now as that molly's gone too far for him. Nafany committing to the bomb plant. Buster holding the angle. Does Alistair get here in time? Goes for a flick onto Buster, but he cannot get around the corner to stop that bomb plant. 7-0 Cloud9.
Yeah, they just stick the defuse. They realize it's going to be so hard for Alistair to get back into position. It's good to see Inns at least getting a couple of kills. He seems to be the one player showing up right now. Too strong with Axile and Shiro both towards this A bomb site. That shot from Inns was great. Then was able to transfer onto Axile, but still left them down in numbers. And Cloud9 running away with things right now. Greyhound have got to change something. Got to find a way in. This time Axile is alone on A. I wonder whether Greyhound are expecting Cloud9 to switch things up. Maybe thinking that Cloud9 won't put that up towards A again in back-to-back rounds. And that would be the right call right now from Greyhound. That A site is pretty vulnerable.
Inns trying to...
Exile's moving away from A.
Yeah, Inns is trying to draw attention to the mid position with the grenade he's thrown. That's going to draw Exile and Hobbit to focus on that area. But Exile's starting to wonder now because I don't see anybody there. And Greyhound are just dry peeking the A bomb site. Minimal warning. Eventually they're going to have to press forward, and that might be now as they start to deploy the smoke. So they have position. Exile's got a decision to make if he chooses to go through the smoke or not. Inns will get the entry frag in that respect, as Vex site is still being a nuisance on the other side of the map. Down goes Hobbit, down goes Exile as well. That's the kind of presence we needed from Greyhound. All the telegraphing with all the grenades in that round where they were in mid. Shiro still lurking, 2v3 now. He's not done with this one just yet, and Buster starting to wonder if they should go for it. Vex site's still lurking, so it's 2v2 as far as the A bomb site's concerned, and Sicko's been dropped, which means that Inns is alone. Vex site's been dropped. He's never going to make it to the bomb site to help. Smoke on the bomb, that might help Inns actually, if there's time. He doesn't have an angle for Buster. Buster's too far to the right-hand side. Oh no, not like this, surely! They've robbed the round, they've stolen it. Shiro got a frag, full confidence, and still 0 for Greyhound.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating for them. They put themselves in such a good position. But Cloud9 claw their way back into the round with those kills. Then they get on that bomb, and because it's planted a little more in the open, you don't really have a perfect position to plan for. If it's planted near the box, you can guess that the player's going to be on a certain side, but because it's in the open, it's harder to predict exactly where you need to spam. Inns just gets it slightly off on the angle. I think Cloud9 had just taken a timeout because I'm sure there was a release after a round win that they maybe weren't expecting to get. One that they managed to bring back.
Oh, that's a horrific way to lose the round there. 2v4 that was. Maybe Greyhound versus Cloud9 isn't the one after all, but there's still time to turn things around here. Cloud9 have a full buy in the bag as well. So there is work to be done for Greyhound. They can still get 7 rounds from this half. Not over just yet. But not many of these rounds have felt close. Mid has been a problem. Have a look at Hobbit on the radar here. Almost looks like he was threatening to start flanking as Greyhound are concentrating their efforts now. But Shiro's in a very dangerous position. He sees the shadow. He has plenty of warning for that peek from Vex side. Nafany comes through with 2 as well. Instantly playing off of that. And Exile's here to clean up the mess. Cloud9 are in full control on Ancient.
They have come to play here at Dallas. last year, they did incredibly well at this event. They had what was kind of the hometown support, being an NA org. The crowd got behind them. They ended up winning Dallas last year, and maybe they want to go back-to-back with how they've started here. I know it's early on, but man, they are just looking incredibly solid right here. Individuals showing up, Axel delivering, spray through the smoke. Alistair just about surviving. Mid control will be established for Greyhound.
Shiro, man. Excite survives for now, but he goes back to finish him off. He's not done, Shiro. Every round, you just got to walk into his reticle and fall to get the information. Very expensive, very costly. You'll be heard running away, of course. And Hobbit will take an off angle, which means a second kill for free. Simple and effective. Shiro continues. It continues like this. This will be a great warm-up game for him. And maybe only a warm-up game, as Greyhound are getting knocked from pillar to post at present. Only In's really putting up the numbers at the moment. Everybody else is getting smashed, really. Shiro's still here.
Ooh. Ooh. Shiro should have hit that.
Oh my God.
It's the harder one.
Standard. Man, he is firing too many shots for Greyhound. And what I mean by that is just the more he gets to fire his AWP, the stronger he's going to become, the more fluid he will be. And the test hasn't come just yet. And with this speed, maybe it won't come. But if it does, he's going to be so ready for it. 10-0 for Cloud9. Perhaps it's not just Mirage, where if they win, it can be by quite a big margin. Cloud9 may be a brutal stylistic test here in the opening game of Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. Opening game for these players, that is. Okay, Hobbit will continue the problems here as Inns is still the man who is facing them. These teams have faced once and Greyhound won on Dust 2. Seems that Cloud9 are looking for revenge the way they are playing at the moment. Of course, it being Dust 2, it was a while ago. Hobbit coming through, headshot through the wall. He's looking real sharp. 3v3, bomb not planted just yet. Axel rotating through as Inns is doing more than heavy lifting at the moment. He is the one bright spark for the squad. Bomb still not planted as Nafany is taking over the game in this particular round at very least. Vexite now has got to clutch this out. 1v1. Where is Axel coming from? He's safe from most angles at the very least. AK on both sides. The kit for Axel moving through with the right eye peak, and there is no mercy to be shown to Greyhound. 11-0 for Cloud9.
Unstoppable right now. Nafany there just getting that second kill in the midst of the flames. And even though he gets cleared, he just gets Axel all the info he needed. Axel even had a smoke he could have used, but just decided to take the fight instead. And I think Vexite was figuring, I kind of need to get the info. I need to take the fight in case there is the utility coming. Doesn't work out for him. Cloud9, 11-0 up. Everyone's showing up for them.
When I said game of the day, I meant fastest game of the day.
There you go.
No, I didn't really.
Nafany fighting for this control. He gets flashed though, but so does Vexite. And Nafany, finally traded. Inns hungry. He gets another Surely Inns has to win them around at some point. He's been playing incredibly.
He's equal now in frags with Exile. 14 apiece. He really has been trying to force the issue. Bomb needs to be collected in this 4v3. Alistair may be the man for the job. They've been 16-0 before and recently. They won't care what the score is. Just one round at a time. Better collect that bomb though. 45 seconds on the clock, and it's time for Cloud9 to maybe move closer to this site. Down goes Buster. Money has been growing somewhat for Cloud9. Exile will be traded. Now Shiro's left in the clutch. He's tagged Alistair already. Out with the Deagle. Now they're lining up for him. Ooh. But Inns is here to finish off the job. Inns again. Inns all over this B-bomb site from round to round. But finally, they've broken the curse.
Yeah, Inns the savior at the end because they line up for the Deag initially. The spam of the Deag does a lot of damage. And I'm pretty sure Inns, up now at 15 kills, has the same amount of frags as his teammates all combined. If I can do the maths. Oh, actually, wait. Have I done the right maths?
Never do maths on stream. Never do maths on stream. Always goes wrong.
Don't trust me, guys. Do the counting for yourself.
1 for 12 is Alistair. A nightmare start. But again, it won't be the first rough game that Greyhound have experienced. Great presence from Cloud9 here. Make it a 5-on-3. Again, Greyhound neutered so early. Removing the big weapons. No AWP for you, says Cloud9. One of the greatest orgs in the space.
Ooh.
You can have
Shiro. You can drop back though.
Plenty of attempts where that came from. 35 seconds on the clock. The three of Greyhound are spread out, but Inns will soon find an empty B bomb site. And Sicko better make his way over there quickly before someone peeks him in mid. Somehow Cloud9 have got no one on B with 5 players alive in a 5-on-3. And of course with Inns alive, who continues to be a problem on B, he finds the opening frag in the round for Greyhound. But maybe Cloud9 don't care if the bomb is planted or not, if they are confident in the retake. 2 AWPs in the hands of Cloud9 as they start to move forward. See Sicko's position. That's going to be real important. Inns has got the right eye in this duel with Buster. Moving further back, will it be to his advantage as well? Down to a 2-on-2 then. Shiro moving through. No one peeking just yet. And Inns will come through. Inns instrumental in these very few rounds that we have for Greyhound here. As Hobbit doesn't have a kit for some reason. Won't matter on this occasion though. 2 rounds for Greyhound.
The Cloud9 money is actually a little awkward, I think. Weirdly enough. This is the aggression early from Nafany. It looked so good, but Inns again gets into a good position, and then they get into post plants. Yeah, they're actually a bit short on cash, a couple of the Cloud9 players. That's crazy, but it gives Greyhound a chance. If they can sneak up to 4 rounds, it's not over. Cloud9 just opening that one gap towards B. Greyhound punished them for it. Once you get into the post plant, it's definitely doable. You see the fights come through at the right times. And still some smiles on the faces of Greyhound.
It's important to see them in good spirits in the first game. Again, they're no strangers to this happening here and there. And that's a good thing. Doesn't affect them. It's whatever. Continuing on as normal.
It's just such a hard carry from Inns, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Doing well in his role at the very least. And again, the numbers will be heading towards the A-bomb site. They need to go a little faster this time. Not quite the AWP for Shiro. The boost will come through. But again, you can see the CT start to reposition. They start to wonder, as soon as there's nothing happening in mid, they have grave concerns towards the A-bomb site. And they'll have almost 3 players here, maybe even 4 now by the time Greyhound start making their way in. Shiro has been patient, but he will be traded. Temple taken by Greyhound. Then Asiko walks into the Deagle. Maybe he doesn't need to walk into that smoke in this scenario. Finished off by Axar, who finds both of them. Oh boy, that isn't easy for Greyhound ever.
What a round from Hackstyle. Quad kill of his own to get up to 19 kills himself. Wide swinging at the end there, pure confidence. That smoke though, it just fades at the wrong time for Greyhound. They couldn't get the bomb down while they had the utility up. As soon as it fades, they are in an uncomfortable position. Last round of the first half. Utility missing on a couple of Greyhound players. AK's missing on the ones that have the utility. They're going to go into B straight away. Oh, Edge getting cleaned up. The counter utility too good. Buster with another headshot. And it looks like it should be 13 here for Cloud9. Alistair doing what he can. Galil out. But Buster denies. 13-2. What a half from Cloud9. A lot to do for Greyhound. See if there is any chance for them coming up after this.
Well, That was a very tough half for Greyhound. I've seen some Mirages where they've been smashed, but I think that was worse. They have 2 rounds moving to their CT side in their first best of 1 here at Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. Liaz and Vexite will have the Julies. Oh, looks away expecting a flashbang that never came. Cloud9 have the W key firmly pressed on their keyboards. The bomb will be planted by Shiro. They're on a 3-on-3, just about. Sicko is barely alive, but he is alive. There's a pulse. But for how long? Alistair will try to thin out these numbers with that smoke grenade, but he will be dispatched of. And there's Liaz now in the clutch. 1 versus 2. Pre-firing the smoke there. Looking for the bomb. He's found it, but Hobbit's already made his way out. Oh, nervous situation there, but he just runs past and pops him. And again, the run continues for Cloud9, and there's not much defense from Greyhound in most of these rounds.
Oh, and Hobbit just finds the perfect time to sneak through the smoke. Even though he misses the easier headshot, just comes back to the other side. Gets it second time of asking. I think for Greyhound, you just have to force at this point. You're so far behind, you need to find a way in. You could see Cloud9 in such good form, though, at the start of IEM Dallas.
Yeah, we speak about glass ceilings and so on. The same is true for Cloud9. Not winning all the big matches that we really expect them to. They're responsible for at least one of my gold coins. So on a different level, that is something that we want to see from them as well. Showing us that they can do it. That they can do it many a time. That they have the right people. And they have the nerve as well. They're down 2 players in this round.
Yeah. Get awkward. Oh, that helps. Get that bomb down and then you'll feel in much better shape here.
They've got 2 smokes. And these could certainly help. If they can get them down before losing another player. That won't be the case though. Buster and Nathany remain. Sicko's on the flank. That will be key. Is there a flank on the flank? I think there is. Nathany's making his way down. Surely Buster shows presence. Will anyone focus on this? Here comes Nathany. That's not a diffuser though. He's got to go for the diffuser. Up the ramp he goes, and that diffuse will be denied. They'll get everything they want, and Greyhound look all out of sorts here on Ancients.
I was a little worried when I saw the spam through the wood. That's not easy to pull off, but the player from ramp arrives. Not enough.
He gave them
the CT, sadly.
Yeah, he gave them tunnel vision in the cave area. Complete tunnel vision. Very easy bait executed by Cloud9. And we go from... But it just gets rougher. The texture becomes more unpalatable for Greyhound.
I'd say I'm seeing a smoke outside the map on the mini map from Cloud9. So, you know, still some things to improve upon. Even a 15-2 win.
You know what? That's ruined their performance for me.
I would say so too.
All credit taken away for everything else we've seen now. Just expect better, to be honest.
Ooh. Mister says hello with a nade in his hand. Looks like the A play. Liaz trying to play this annoying angle. Not one you're going to clear all the time. It allows him to quickly fall back if he wants to. The boost is so good, though. Axel traded. Alistair with the scout. But Hobbit's able to get it straight back, and the bomb should be going down any second.
Possibly the end of the line for Greyhound. Not a very long line on this game of Ancients. Sicko and Inns trying to do what they can. That's given the rest of Cloud9 the info. And now Inns, the man with 21 frags, equal with Shiro. trying to beat him to 22. Shiro wants the better KD, so he will fall back. Eating some more now. 9 HP for him as Inns continues to try, but he's got no kit and there's no way for him to do it. He will secure kill 22 though, so he'll top the frags. But Buster won't show until it's all too late. Cloud9 win an almost uncontested game of Ancients. As the saying goes, what can we say about that one? Greyhound never got started. Utter dominance from Cloud9 from start to finish. On one hand, you want to see Greyhound rise to a new level. On the other hand, you want to see Cloud9 rise to their maximum level and stay there. And this was certainly a good start for them.
Yeah, definitely good to see them coming through. I think for Cloud9, you want to see them come to this sort of event and prove that they're still one of the top teams out there, that they should still be making playoffs of events. was a shame to not have them at the major, but they only have themselves to blame. And now they have the chance to show us what they're capable of at Dallas. And clearly they've been working hard because they looked very clean here. I think their individuals especially just look so good. Axile and Shiro, always such a deadly 1-2 punch. And Nafany was even fragging pretty well. In and around that cave area, was proving a real nuisance throughout that CT side.
Yeah, the defense of the mid position was really good, even with what Greyhound was trying to do. Running past short B, if you will, towards that mid position, shut down practically every time they were just ready to deal with it. They had the presence, able to punish, popping through the smoke and so on. Full control from them. And in terms of the individuals on the Greyhound side of things, it was only Inns, literally. He was leading on the scoreboard by the end of the game in kills, really working that B-bomb site as best he could in that second half, but only 2 rounds to show for it. So it's one to forget for the likes of Greyhound. I don't know if do you think there's any lessons they can learn from such a spanking like that?
I don't know, it's tough. It felt like there were just so many fights they were losing, and when that happens, there's not much you can really do. It doesn't feel like you're getting the chance to run your strats, not getting the chance to make the opponents uncomfortable. So I think it's just one of those games you just try and write it off, and hopefully they can bounce back, because, you know, that lower bracket, you have to win. You have to win out now. You only get the one more opportunity, so got to turn it around pretty quickly here.
Yeah, that is a really tough way to lose a game, but it might be a case of it is what it is. Chalk it up to just being simply outplayed by a very strong-looking Cloud9, and then keep it moving forward into the next game. We'll have a look at what that will be a bit later on, but again, it's just the beginning. There are more games for them to play. They may be playing later on. We'll have to see what the schedule is like for the rest of the games, because this is the end of the line in terms of the initial ones here on day 1 in Dallas. But yeah, I mean, there really isn't much takeaway there for Greyhound. They got smashed by Cloud9. They can watch the demos and see how they did it, see if it's a counter or something they can emulate versus other teams in their own game. But I hope that Ancient doesn't end up like Mirage, where in the ones we've seen from them in the last few months, sometimes it's a close game and they win, sometimes it's a close game and they lose, sometimes they get deleted like they just did there on Ancient. If Ancient's the same way as well, that'll be less than ideal. But anyway, it's over for a winner's interview. Banks and Cloud9.
Streak continues here for Cloud9 in terms of you guys have been looking good online, now coming to here. Things seem to be getting back to normal. This game, I kind of expect you to win in quite a convincing fashion. But was this more like just feeling yourself out and getting yourself into a comfortable position, knowing how it feels to play back on LAN?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was a long time without officials at LAN especially. So it's kind of new for us again. But overall, it's pretty nice to be here in Dallas. And I hope that we will manage to go in playoffs and play in front of one of the best crowds I've ever seen.
Yeah, the crowd loved you last time, and you guys love the crowd, right? You are the reigning Dallas champions. But I want to touch on, just for you guys, when I spoke to you guys back in Rio, right, it was obviously very sad coming off the back of the major. You still managed a top 4 position. You said you guys hadn't kind of talked things through yet, but then we see you go and win Brazy online, and now start off well with the first win here, looking very good. So has the team talk happened? Are you guys back to the good mental strength and the good position overall?
We just talked about what happened overall. We speak with each other truly, and we just find some things which we want to work on. And that's it. I mean, everything is good for now, and we'll see what will show this America tour, let's say.
It is an America tour for sure. And as this tour starts, I want to touch on the fact, like you mentioned, you haven't played an official for a little bit of time. What did you do in that downtime? Did you actually take some time off from the game? Because when we look at Cloud9, you've been playing so much Counter-Strike. So did you finally get some chill time?
Not really. I mean, we have 3 or maybe 5 days off. And then we started to practice again, because we have a lot of things which we must make worse, let's say.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's it.
Okay, so the grind continues, and you guys are fine with that? You still have the energy?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not over the season, so we must show what we're capable for. And yeah, I mean, we always was grinding tournaments, practice, etc. So we will do same as always.
Now, for you guys, most of you on the team are pretty young. How is it for Hobbit, though? Has he still got the energy?
Better to ask him, actually, so I can't say it.
But he feel like he have energy when you're talking, when you sit with him?
Feels like he's comfortable in this, let's say, rally, but yeah.
That's good, that's good. And final question, just Dallas was obviously very important for you guys, the fact you did win it before. How important is it for you guys to kind of get a back-to-back win and show that you're still able to compete at the top, considering what happened in the past at the major and stuff?
Of course, every tournament for us right now very important, especially tournaments here in America. So we really hope that we will show the true our level. And yeah, that's it. I mean, we have a lot of fans here, so it will be really sad. It's not the right word, let's say, but let's say sad if we will fuck up here. Yeah, I believe that we will do our best.
Well, let's hope you don't mess up here, that's for sure. And finally, thank you very much for talking to me. It's a pleasure as always. Bardov, haha, and Hawker, back to you.
Thank you, Banks. Let's have a look at the bracket and see the results of the action that we've seen so far. e.g. Complexity, Liquid, and Greyhound find themselves in the lower bracket, whereas FaZe Clan and Ents have pressed forward to face each other. Astralis and Cloud9 on the other side. Full of killers here.
Yeah, sadly not looking great for some of the NA teams, but you know, like Nafny was saying, Cloud9, NA Org, you've got Twists also in FaZe Clan, still in that upper bracket. And yeah, for Greyhound, not an easy draw there against Liquid. Gonna have to quickly turn things around once they head into that lower bracket matchup.
Yeah, on the plus side, 3 NA teams essentially in that lower bracket. Surely one of them can make it through, but depends. I mean, there's going to be some nasty teams dropping into that lower bracket in front of them as well, so we'll have to see. Let's take a look at the schedule for the rest of the day then, after Group A, of course. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 9Z versus Fnatic in the lower bracket, Furia and Nouns on the other side. Heroic and Mouse, we'll see if Mouse can bring their A game into that fight. On one side, OG versus G2 on the other. The tests get even greater for OG with their stand-in, and they get big pretty fast indeed. G2 16-5ing Nouns. They dispatched them pretty quickly, so OG might be in some trouble for that one, Hawker.
Yeah, it feels like a couple of pretty big favorites there. And here are some of the games we have had and the games coming up on the B stream. Furia versus Nouns up next. Definitely excited to see if Nouns can do something there, because Nouns another NA team, and honestly, Furia look like a team that might be beatable right now. So I hope we get to see Nouns coming through and competing into that one.
9Z versus Fnatic after that one, and both those matches will be commentated by Anders and Henry G, another new duo on the block. So definitely stay tuned to see those boys in action. That's enough from Hawker and I, though. It is time for a break. When we return, best of threes coming your way.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Don't you worry about me. I'm gonna leave this all behind tonight. And it may take a little time just for us to get it right. I could turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever make it out alive. I could turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever get out alive. I don't know where I've been. I don't know where I'm going. Been holding on to the past, but this life keeps on moving. If you're worried about me, no, I'll make it back home to you. Don't forget me when I'm gone, 'cause right now I've just got to be free. I can turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever make it out alive. I can turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever get out alive. And if you wait, I could take you far away. There's no escape from this place. From this place. From this place. I don't know where I've been. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I've been. I don't know where I'm going. Been holding on to the past, but this life keeps on moving. It keeps on moving.
Well, howdy there, partners. We are back in the capital of Counter-Strike here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. My God, where did all the time go? My name is Henry G, and joining me in the saddle this time, it's the original CSGO cowboy himself, Anders Bloom, and we'll be bringing you the action here on the B stream for the foreseeable future. 2 more best of 3s to go, and some bangers as well, I have to say, Anders. And before we get into the action, I do have to ask you for one favor. Can you give me a proper Texas yeehaw, just to set the tone for the day?
Yeehaw, Henry. I'm ready.
Oh, there it is.
I feel like I'm in the right mood. Some late out kind of. I mean, we're in Europe, so it's a little bit late now. But I feel like that's where we started. That's where gamers do the best work. I always, I like, past midnights when my brain really starts to wake up. So I feel pretty good. I'm excited for this.
Yeah, you and I normally talk until about 4 in the morning every night anyway.
Yes.
So this is prime territory for us. That's absolutely perfect. We'll get into the breakdown of the first matchup here. We are going to be talking about, of course, Furia versus Nouns. Both of the teams have played their best of ones, of course. They both lost, and some lost more than others, I have to say. Nouns falling to G2 16-5, and Furia didn't fare much better either. But they got a 16-14 against OG. So pretty good showing overall. And I guess, Anders, a chance for us to just jump into Team Furia, some of your thoughts, and maybe what you've observed recently from their play.
I mean, this should definitely be the favorite team, right? They have some of the most exciting riflers here. Obviously, somebody like K-Serata, but I mean, I just think in general, this should be a team that could be a contender to go really far. And they should have some, I don't want to call it home ground advantage, but I mean, I bet they have a couple of fans out there in Dallas, no question about it. So I just think this is an exciting team. I really love watching Furia. I think weirdly, Brazilian Counter-Strike hasn't really adjusted too well to the meta, which is, I feel like Brazilians should be so good at the current like high energy, high powered Counter-Strike, but it's not really there yet. So I don't know why that is, but they still are my favorite team coming into this best of 3, no question.
An interesting quote from coming out today. When you play with some strategy, you can't see much of what's happening. Now, I don't know exactly what he meant by that, but they certainly have tried to kind of reinvent themselves in the current meta and try and keep a more tactical game, and it just hasn't worked out for them. And I think if the major taught us anything, it's that you don't have to play meta CS to be a competitive squad. I feel like going back to their roots and just being a little bit more unpredictable, a little bit looser, that might be the right step forward, because right now they just look pretty limp and underwhelming. Like I said, a 16-14 against OG deficit, but still, it was a bit of a cosmetic comeback. The game was already over in the first half. Pretty decent effort to come back, but didn't quite work out for them. But definitely the favorites going into this one. I guess it gives us a chance to jump into the nouns as well. So we'll talk about the nouns project a little bit. Anders, I'm not sure if you're aware, they're a DAO, essentially, which means a decentralized autonomous organization, meaning they are backed by a community and they vote on which tournaments they'd like to send them to, how much funding they would get. It's a really interesting concept, and definitely go check it out at nouns.gg. I think that's a lot of fun. Maybe not so many household names as you might expect from Furia, but we've got Marky as well, a name I'm very familiar with. Have you been able to catch any nouns games recently?
Yeah, I have seen a little bit of their play. Obviously, I think Marky is the standout player, no doubt about it. And I do love the story of the organization, actually, because whenever somebody says DAO, I always just, I cringe a little bit now, but it seems to be one of the few projects where it actually feels like it's working, like they're doing something really cool. I think they were voting on like transparency when they were earlier talking about like, making it public how much it costs to run the team and all the rest of it. I just think it's very exciting. I think it's cool. I still think they are the underdog team, but I'm kind of secretly rooting for them a little bit just because of it's such a unique story having the organization behind it. I think that's really fun.
And I didn't do them justice. They have got Semphis behind them as well, who certainly is a household name. He's about the size of a house as well. So I think that's going to be good to have his presence behind you. He did just tweet out before as well that he's now wearing his, I think they're called the noggles. It's the square glasses. So he's going to be wearing those behind him now. So watch out for those. That's going to be a lot of fun. He's certainly a showman. They might not be winning the game, but they might have a lot of fun.
I bet they will. Yeah, I saw that he credited the loss earlier to him for getting the glasses, so I don't know how much we should read into that, but definitely an exciting take on things, yes. Semphis is just always an entertaining person, so I bet they're going to be hype. I bet they're going to be ready. You could see him there. Giant,
there's no glasses.
No glasses, you're right. Did he lie on social media? It's never happened before.
I didn't think anyone lied anymore. I thought we banned lying this year. But apparently he's just doing it. So whatever. We'll just have to get into it, I suppose. We'll get through the veto. It's a best of 3 now, Anders, actually. Yes. So this is an elimination game. I was just about to say best of 1s, but no, we are here burning the midnight oil here in Europe. So yeah, we got to the best of 3 stage of the day. So the band's coming through. We nouns getting rid of Vertigo.
That makes sense.
For Furia. And the pick of Inferno. A nice middling ground there for the likes of nouns. So we'll see if they can cause some damage there. I love a bit of Anubis. Get us warmed up, Anders. Love to see that.
That's interesting. I mean, actually, it is a pretty good map. I thought they'd pick Mirage as the second one just because that's another sort of common ground, but maybe we just end up there as the third one anyway. It makes sense if you look at the sort of the maps played and the overall win rate to try and push it onto that one. But yeah, Anubis, that's a wild way to go in there. We will have Mirage as the third and deciding map if we do need it. But I kind of feel like the way this is going to be playing out, Nouns probably need to win on that Inferno map. Like, I imagine Fury are going to be... They've played sort of roughly the same amount of maps. They have actually played the same amount of maps on Anubis, but I just think Fury is such a better team right now that they should be a couple of steps ahead on that one. So I guess we'll find out. But yeah, Anubis, always good to have it in the map pool.
Oh, absolutely. It's so much fun. It's the map I play the most, and I'm hoping we get a nice competitive game here. Looking at the map pool, though, like I think it's both teams will be relatively happy. Like, there's no bogey picks there. There's no obvious weaknesses. I think both teams will be confident. And if Nouns can even take a map here, Anders, I think that'll be a victory in itself, considering the matchup we have here. A bit of a David versus Goliath situation as we'll get into this first map. Ladies and gentlemen, Furia taking on Nouns here, and we'll have a look who's starting on the T side. It will be the North Americans, and we'll see a couple of smokes coming through, a couple of flashes, and one single Molotov as well. Suggest to me a B attack with that Molotov towards new boxes, and the flashes and smoke deployed towards CT Spawn and Banana, but plenty of options available to them, and Yuri with the dual elites here, Anders.
Nothing better is there. They're going to try and go straight up Banana to try and take a little bit of a fight. Already, quick headshot from Art. He's taken down Marky already, and he'll find B Wills as well. So this is a fantastic start for the defense, finally. And I'm going to call him Carson. I said this to you earlier, Jason. Henry. I'm not into this whole reverse naming thing. I feel like it's
I know.
too 2014. So Carson it is.
It just reminds me of Cutler every time I see it.
Exactly. Cutler was another one. We had Ethan as well at one point trying
Yes.
to. It's not acceptable. So I'm dropping the law right now.
Carson.
That's how it is. Carson is what it is.
All right.
Drop. In the meantime, has actually found 2 amazing headshots. What a way to get started here. Furia definitely looking on point, and they're going to hunt him down. Thinking about coming through the smoke. They're actually so hungry to find these kills.
Well, it was the attempt of the B bomb side. They completely shut down here. Carson, though, doing actually a pretty good job in finding a couple of frags, but that's all he'll find. It's a pretty convincing and comprehensive victory there for Furia. Looking quite comfortable there, as 3 players will survive, no problem. And we'll see now if there will be a response with the force buy. No bomb planted. We'll see what they want to go for. Indeed, they will be going for the Tech 9s, utility, and suggest a very fast-paced round. Furia, no strangers to that sort of setup. I'm sure Nouns will be going for some sort of pounce here. The obvious choice is the apartments, Anders. We'll see if they want to try and deploy that strategy, but it's very commonly read. We'll see how it goes down for them.
Actually sneaking in Yuri. That's fairly aggressive. He wants to take a look. Could have run into a Deagle down there if they had one, but a lot of Tech 9s suggesting that if they get close to the lip of that pit position, they could try and just rotate everyone, drop everyone out there. They do have B-Wills as well in the middle with a smoke and a couple of flashbangs, so if they get enough people up into apps, they could try and see if they could make their way out. Such a popular strat when you got the Tech 9s. Look at the setup, though, for Furia. They got so many people at this A bomb site that they could actually let them out. They didn't even have to fight. Just let them out, hold the bomb site, and try to play it that way.
Well, no frags thus far. We have got Safe, though, on the front foot here, waiting for contact towards middle. You can see he's playing in front of the smoke as well. CJ Carlson waiting towards Boiler, and the timing is perfect, but the shot certainly not. A bit of a man advantage here, but the team kill comes through for Nouns. And finding frags still. It's still a 3 versus 3. It's getting very scrappy, but still, the North Americans on top here, Anders. The bomb will be planted. I'm not sure how. Chaos ensues, and they come out on top. It's down to Queserato and Drop for the retake here.
That's a bit disappointing with that many people at the site, especially with 2 of them playing towards the pit. You would have assumed that they could have done a better job at the defense, but Marky comes up with a big double. Drop and Queserato now circling that bomb site, trying to see if they get a little bit closer to the retake, but they are very slowed down already. They don't have much to work with, and it almost feels like they've decided just to leave it and maybe look for the exits. You know, at least probably one of them is going to have to run away from this site, so they're just circling them in. That's a quick return for Nouns in the second round. They're ready to fight already. That's a bit interesting. I really thought that mid defense was going to be a lot better, and I actually thought they would have tried to just stay away from the pit position and maybe just fallen back towards the library and you know, just go for the retake. You have almost everyone at the bomb site already.
Yeah, it was Safe there with the MP9 towards the top of middle. He had an ideal position. Like I said, the timing's perfect. He swings out. There's the moment there. And the fact he doesn't get a kill, I suppose he did damage towards Cynic. The kill was converted, so I guess you can call it 1. But yeah, they just kind of fumbled around there, and it wasn't necessarily an apartment's pop there, going through the mid-smokes and managing to find that second round. Of course, we will have CTs forcing up what they can into the third here as well, considering they saved a couple of rifles. So 3 pistols, make it 2, and a push down middle. Queserato known for this, of course, and we'll see if Safe can defend them with the scout.
Yeah, I don't know if he got the tag on one of them. I don't think so. It's just Queserato and Art able to take down B-Wills to begin with. Drop will find the kill on CJ, and just like that, they're in a really powerful position now. They might have lost the A-bomb site, but what does it matter when the bomb is still down on that T-ramp? At the moment, Carson and Marky making for a bit of a duo. They haven't really been spotted yet. It's not that far off. There we go. Early kill, and we'll find Yuri as well. So Marky's bringing it back. It's in a 3-on-3. And I wonder if that's enough an opening. The bomb is still a little bit exposed, and they're going to be finding it.
Oh, no.
Cynic drops, and with him, the bomb.
Okay, well, it was looking like a very competitive round. Back and forth. Marky finding a couple of kills there, the star player, but now the bomb down in T-spawn and the CT surrounding it. You don't see that too often. Queserato in a prime position with his AK-47 to find Carson. Down he goes. Marky will have to find an ace clutch here to find the round. It's all falling apart. The aggression from the CTs with those pistols, the MP9s, and now upgraded to rifles across the board. So Marky with 40 seconds, it's almost certainly going to save here, Anders. Unless I'm horribly mistaken, I think I'll just be waiting in the pit.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. It's too much ground to cover, isn't it? Like, you have to fight your way down there and then look at every corner, find the bomb, and find your way back in 40 seconds. It doesn't really seem doable. Well, it's giving a chance to maybe just catch up. Henry, how have you been this evening? What have you been up to for the most of the day?
I had to watch the games. You know, like I was away in Romania celebrating Get Right's birthday. for a few days. So came back, wanted to watch the action. So that's what I've been doing, catching up with the best of ones. I wanted to see the upsets, and as the best of ones are on, you want to see the tears, you want to see the heartbreak.
Yes.
Didn't get much of it today, I'll be honest, but still. I suppose there's still time. This could be a huge upset itself. This is the elimination game. This is where it hurts the most, I suppose. So maybe we could see it right here, right now. Unfortunately for Nouns, though, giving up this particular round, it does hurt quite a lot because Marky with that excellent opener, but the aggression down towards middle, like we said, Cynic with the bomb. As soon as that went down, the round was indeed over. And it will be 2-1. Nouns will have something to bring to the table, though. Another force buy, a couple of AK-47s. But this is the round that really will set them back if they give it away.
And they just carved out such a nice position, hadn't they? They put themselves in a great spot to try and cause a bit of an early upset by winning the second round, but then they've given it right back, and the aggression continues. I suppose we should not be surprised when we're watching Art play the game. He does like that W button, and he's now all the way down middle again. Marky's right behind him, but flashes go everywhere. Marky's going to get blown up. He wanted to get a little bit of a peek out through the smoke as well. Art's going to be finding B-Wills, and they are getting picked apart now. Some reinforcements have arrived in the form of drop on the other side, and they just cleaned it up.
That looked like deathmatch for a second there. Like it just looked like you just joined a free-for-all deathmatch. You jumped in middle. You're just choosing your weapons still, and you've got like 5 CTs surrounding you. That was absolutely wild from Furia. That's the kind of Counter-Strike we just mentioned, right? Yes. This is what they're known for. Getting stuck in, brutalizing them with your aim, and that's what we want to see from the likes of Art. That's when he was at his absolute peak, when he's just full send and showing a lack of respect for his opposition. I think that's the key. For them to go deep in this tournament, they have to start presenting that sort of gameplay that's unpredictable, stifling, and maybe even overwhelming. So that's what you love to see from Furia. After watching that OG game, those were my sentiments exactly. I was like, this is just boring to watch from Furia. Let's pick up the pace. Let's bring that flair and excitement back. And Art is not done yet, Anders. He's looking for another race if possible. He's going to mow them down, and that is not bad. Sure, it's against blocks, but it just raises morale when you have those clean rounds and you don't give any money away whatsoever.
Damn, he is absolutely on fire to begin with. 8-2 on Art. Drop is 7-0 at the moment. Between the two of them, they're carrying the game quite a bit at the moment, and a 4-1 lead for Furia in spite of Nouns kind of announcing themselves early on and getting that second round, but now it's been slowed down. I do agree, though. I mean, when I was watching the European RMR before the major, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking, man, surely if a team like Furia is watching this, they're watching Into the Breach and they're watching all these Trey Monty.
Exactly.
They're going to be thinking, this is our Counter-Strike. This is what we should be playing. This is what we want to play, but I haven't really seen them make it
after you get into like a bit of a rut, you like get conditioned by the results to think, oh, this doesn't work anymore. We can't beat them. We have to join them. It's literally that, right? But it's kind of not really the case. And we're seeing at least Nouns now. We'll get into the action here. They've actually got a couple of kills. K Serato defending the B bomb site, and he is alone. A good smoke and incendiary to follow up and buy some time. It does put them back. 4-1 for Furia, but Nouns well on course to take this one with a very light buy as well. They've got, the AKs, but look at the distinct lack of utility with a minute 10 on the clock. And they're going to be choosing middle as their final target here. Safe to defend.
Don't know if he could do much of anything, especially not with Carson just rolling in and taking him down. He also got the opening kill in the middle, by the way, and I think the other one was CJ through the smoke at B, so that almost felt like a round where Furia couldn't do anything, really, especially like once you kill people through the smoke outside of B. I don't even think they could have done anything, so I don't mind the fact that they sort of tried to have a double setup at the B bomb site. You could have even defended at the point putting Safe towards B and having all 3 members of the B bomb site just for the hell of it, but nothing that Safe could have done on his own, I think. So Nouns coming up with a good round. Second on the board for them, and Carson having a bit of a say.
Yeah, there we have it. It's not over yet. It's very early days, still plenty of Counter-Strike to be played here. If you are just joining us, it's a lower bracket, admittedly, but one more game, and one of these teams will be going home. Nouns, though, fighting. You see them pick up their second. 4 players surviving as well. That is not bad. Just what you need after facing that sort of deficit. There's big Semphers behind them. Yeah, so no glasses. Maybe the admin said no funny glasses in the booth. Maybe that's the case.
Not to disparage the admin, but I bet Semphers could, can he really stop Semphers from wearing glasses? Like, does he have that kind of power? Semphers just towering over him,
Yeah, you might be right. That's a good point. But here we go then. Art on the AWP. The double orb setup, in fact. As we'll see Furia look to regain control. And it's going to be Art challenging towards second middle. CJ here. just battling his way through the banana area as well, but taking a lot of damage en route. Grenade hitting left and right. An opportunity towards CT Spawn, gives his position up, and now they have to actually try and fend off the orb. This doesn't look good. The timing's actually working in their favor, but Keserato, he'll find the first. Art will chime in as well, and there's been so much damage inflicted. B-Wills has no choice but to fall back. He's currently rocking a -1-4. You don't see many of those. That's not a good place to be mentally.
No, not at the moment. My man, B-Willie, as I like to call him.
Oh,
just
me too.
Absolutely wrecked at the start of it. I think he actually got collateraled by that AWP shot outside of the B-bomb site, so... Just an unfortunate position to be in. 3 versus 5 here, as they are trying to get into the bomb site, get a little bit of action going. Again, just a bomb plant here would be so helpful to their economy. You don't want to be falling back, and you certainly don't want to give Furia a near-flawless round, which they might at the moment. Wells is going to be going down, and Yuri almost continuing. Carson very, very low on health. He's eventually going to get run down, so only the one casualty on the Furia side. They're loving life at the moment. 5-2. They get to make quite a bit of money. And Nouns, again, the bomb plant here would have made this next buy much more interesting. They can probably still justify doing it, but man, they could have had almost everyone on board, I think.
Yeah, not ideal. And not the worst case scenario, but you can see it's not pretty. Tech9 for CJ and a Galil for Marquis. They do have enough utility to work with, but it's the aggression for Furia that's worrying me right now for Nouns. Once they get into that zone, it'll be difficult to get them out of there. Drop of the initial utility towards B. He's going to be joined by Art as well on this sniper rifle here. Like we said, a double orb setup. And CJ once again to challenge towards his banana. Flashbang goes around. They've got the bomb on this side. And it's actually Art put out of position. That's going to be the moment to strike, surely. Flashbang's decent, but the CT's scrambling for control as he heads towards first oranges here.
I know that there's just one person at the bomb side. I can understand why they want to press the issue, but they will start to fall back. And look at the rotation that's coming out from Furia. They really think this is going to be an all-in, so Nouns kind of just drawing things back a little bit. I thought they were going to go for it. Once you've got that one player trapped in B, it's so tempting to just go for it. Now that they folded back instead, Yuri is defending A alone, and only now Safe has started to get there. Smoke goes off towards the arch side of things. Yuri has to come up with a big kill, then instantly fall back, and he'll find Marky. That is a great one-way. Not going to find anything there. Yuri exposed once again, and I don't think Safe could Oh, he can! Carson goes down. That's a nice shot from Safe, and he's going to keep it going. Cynic gets blown up, and they know that B-Wills is down. He's really made it back in the round. He got the opening, but now he's in a 1 versus 3, and he should be dead on this one. Safe taking a couple of bullets, but there's 30 seconds here for the 1 versus 3, and B-Wills now going for the bomb plant. He's going for the ace clutch on this one. What a way to get a third round if they can get it, but it just feels unlikely at the moment, and you could see he's starting to get a bit nervous. They're circling him all around from the apartments behind him as well. Keserato out in the open, and he will find the headshot as well. It's a nice attempt, you've got to give it to him, but just too much in front of him.
Well, there at least is the bomb plant. We've been asking for it, and B-Will's getting a couple of kills. He gets himself out of that -1 situation as well. So a couple of positive notes, I suppose. Not amazing, but we'll take them at this stage. And here's the replay. It was Safe, actually, showing us what he's made of the AWP. It's a little bit disappointed. There's no utility down in the such clean shots coming in from the library position. But either way, it will be a partial buy. Things if announced.
How good would you feel if you were the pit player on this map, Henry, and then your AWP player is actually, he's not even playing little pit, he's just playing inside the library, saying, yeah, but don't worry, I got you covered, like, I'll hit a gap shot to try and keep you safe. Like, I wouldn't feel
a couple of
them at all.
Sometimes, yeah.
It worked.
Well, it really did. So maybe this one can work, though. We saw Nouns pick up a round with these guns previously. Tech9's pretty much across the board. And a few smokes to boot. They've got themselves a few HGs as well. Maybe we'll see a tactical strike towards the pit. See if they get an opening frag here. But Yuri's another bit of a one-way here. Looking just in the corner of that smoke. See if he can open things up. A little bit of a wallbang attempt as well. No one home, though, as he knocks on the door. And Art just peeling back here. So 3 players on the A-bomb site. It's going to be that pounce sort of play towards short this time. They're taking a lot of damage en route. They haven't seen anyone yet, and they've lost CJ.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's unconfirmed, you're right, but still, you want to be a little bit better off. Oh, actually, it's B-Wills again with another team kill. That's maybe not exactly ideal. 2 versus 2. Nouns with the bomb plant, but the Tech9s have actually been their best weapon yet.
Yep.
It's hard to believe, but it's probably true at the moment. They're going to try and see if they can get a little bit of a boost looking over the smoke. They can't see anyone here. This is going to be a rough retake.
It really will be. And this boost has found them nothing so far. Bomb ticking at some pace, coming at the halfway stage now as well. And we can see it's a nice crossfire. Damage inflicted. B Will stepping up in these last few rounds, and they've done it. And is a round, I'm not going to say must win, but it certainly is welcome to this stage. Tech9's across the board. They steal it away, and absolute pandemonium ensues once again. Like I said, they took so much damage at the start of the round there. Going for that short push, they took about 200 damage in grenades, let alone, and it's a 5-on-4 deficit, and out of nowhere, finding the kills. It's B Will stepping up once again, and the round is confirmed. Smiles around as they find their third. And here it is how it broke down. I can see another team kill coming through as well. You love to see it.
Yeah, but you know what? He's just killing whatever is in front of him, right? Doesn't matter if it's Fury or if it's Nouns. He's doing the job, and you know, as long as they get the rounds, I suppose it's all good. 6-3 the scoreline, and round number 10 coming up here. Yeah, I mean, there's still a chance, right? It's early on in the first half. Nouns, 3 rounds. It's not that bad. They can get some work done, right? They didn't win the pistol, so I'm not too concerned yet for them. I feel like they have a shot at it here. And if you look at the money for Furia, it's not that amazing either. There's a path back here for the Nouns team. There is.
Oh, absolutely. It was just the way the rounds were going down in those initial sectors and that unrelenting aggression coming in. But Furia, speaking of which, are getting aggressive here. It's Yuri who will be spraying wildly with that silenced M4, but still at 3-on-3. You might even favor Nouns in this one. Safe if he peeks. Marky's got a killer angle for him. He sees the shadow pre-fire. It comes through. Excellent shot. And that's the cue to push up towards shore here, but there is a fly in the ointment. Serato waiting in the pit. Marky doesn't seem to be checking it, but now thinking twice, his teammates actually going in towards B. This is perfect. They're going to plant it towards B, and Marky will be able to at least get information. One player is at least in towards the pit.
Yeah, it's hard for him to know that Serato is down there, because obviously he's not meant to be here. It's meant to be Yuri or somebody else that's in the pit right now. So he could get caught by surprise, but they're checking out the B bomb side. They're even Molotov in the back of it. They're making absolutely sure there are no CTs hiding over there. Marky's going to be going down, but it's too late, right? You can't possibly run across the whole bomb side. Almost maybe got a little bit of a shot through, it looked like, but ultimately, they're going to be real far away. Retaking the B bomb side, or any bomb side on Inferno, is just almost impossible. Smoked off again. Yeah, and I think they've already called it off. So a 4th round for Nouns. They're doing some work, and this was a better round. This looked like a round where it wasn't just all chaos and people getting shot inside of the smokes. Actually, some good mid-round calling coming out for the T side.
Yeah, that was actually excellent. Semphis will be very happy with that one. It's all down to Marky as well. He gets that positional control towards middle. 2 massive frags upon entry, and it is slow it right down there. They allow him to cook Anders, if you will, as he gets slowed down towards Moto as well, and he's just biding time as they're slowly but surely making their way towards B, and just as they commit, he gets the information. One's in towards the pit, so they know they've got time at that point. Fully commit, and yeah, it's a beautiful round there. Really enjoyed that from Nouns, as they find a couple in a row, actually finding consecutive rounds here, which has been a problem, to say the very least, as we go 6-4. This is a very competitive half now, but still, Furia refuse to yield. They do have enough money to buy in once again. AK-47 still here for drop as well. Safe allowed the AWP, and they've got all the utility required as well. So another difficult round here for the North Americans, but they are showing us some tactical prowess, and maybe a bit of a tactical timeout. There's Gary, good to see him back with the boys full time.
Yes, he was out of the mix for a little bit too long, especially at the Valve tournaments, obviously, for...
Absolutely.
I think much too long. But yeah, good to have him back. For a minute there, Henry, the Twitch chat were calling B Wills a Brazilian sleeper agent with all of the team that were coming through.
That's quite good.
Yeah, they're getting there.
He did have a couple of team kills, but he had the clutches as well. So
he's made up for it. Yeah, I mean, it's all good, right? There's some balance going on there. I could appreciate that. He's certainly fired up at the start of it, even if there's some friendly casualties in the mix for the.
I think that's the brilliance of the B stream. That's what it stands for. B is for brilliant, because we're allowed to probably have a bit of fun with Twitch chat.
Yeah.
The other boys in the A stream, they won't be able to do that. It's a little bit chiller over here. So we'll be trying to keep up the memes, see what's going on. So keep up the good work, Twitch chat. And for now, we have got Carson vaulting up into the bedroom here, and aggressive, of course. Furia trying to regain control of Banana. Nice utility. You can see how they can flush out all the key positions there and allow one player to remain. That's going to be Drop with the AK-47, and they'll go for a 4-man setup towards A potentially. Safe going to be smoked off. And what's going to be the final play here? Unclear right now. Nouns don't necessarily have to commit to anything. They've got some nice mid control. They're trying to bait out some grenades by the looks of things and push back the CTs and remove their vision. Serato, though, hunting for some as he gets flashed in towards middle. Sees no one at the top. They're going for the apartments here. They think it's going to be a B attack, but they've actually got 4 players in towards the apartments ready to go.
Oh, they're moving around a lot, Furia. This is really uncomfortable to look at. Good flashbang, but it doesn't matter because Art's going to get the first kill, and that'll slow the push so much down. Bomb is in the pit. Yuri shooting B-Wills in the back, and CJ in 1 versus 3. I'm not going to lie, it looked to me like Furious defense was about to crumble because they were running back and forth over towards the library, but seems like they found a way out. CJ, just with the last bullet in that spray, able to pick up the headshot on Yuri. I don't even know how. That recoil just bounced right in his face, but he's still alone, and eventually he is going to get shut down. Drop will get the last one there. Good defense for a Furia team that looked like it was a little bit too active. Sometimes you don't want to see those CT players run around as much as they were here.
It was very uncomfortable. That was a good way of putting it, because the CTs looked like they took the bait hook, line, and sinker. They didn't see anything towards top and middle. Everyone started running towards the B bomb side, which was a little bit alarming. I think someone pulled the ripcord and told everyone to fall back because they hadn't actually got any info on that side of the map, but very well held in the end. Got there in the nick of time, and aggressive once again. We're going to see that flashbang come over, the falling flash, and the art spray down, but it will be drop, baited in towards sandbags. These tech lines could work out again, Anders. Big damage inflicted as Drop will find a couple, and there's B-Will stepping up once again. Another double kill for him, and we're back down to a 2 versus 2. A chance to plant. Keserato on the flank, and he'll be joined by Yuri.
Yeah, he's actually a beast right now. He's done so much work. He could get a 4th one here, taking down Yuri. He's up to 9, but you know what? He's had the 2 team kills, so technically he's at 11 kills at the moment. He's absolutely tearing it up. Keserato with a stunning headshot, and he knows where that last player is. Grenade around the corner. B-Will's got the health for it, but he's going to go for the defuse here. He's got the kit as well. Oh, he's actually going to fake it out. That's interesting. Keserato, well played. That's the experience just shining through. Good clutch for Keserato in the 1 versus 2 and the defuse on top. And right like that, Fury are going to be back on top with 8 rounds.
Well, that got a little bit scary though, didn't it, Anders? That was against the Deagles, the Galils, and it was very aggressive. Are going down first, but thankfully safe rotating over in the nick of time. And this key frag from B-Wills once again, kill after kill for him, but Keserato closing things out. They will take the half lead as we go 8-4, and it will be a forced buy here. I suppose why not try and surprise them. They'll have the 3 rifles once again, and maybe another mid push coming through. Art, he'll find the first, and it's aggressive once again. They're just choosing a key area on the map, Anders, and just sending it every single round. It's been banana a couple of times now. 3 players towards top and middle, and it's worked out for 2 kills. That's more like it from Furia. That's what we know and love them for.
Yeah, it's so aggressive. That's the 3rd round that they've done this in. Normally, you throw out one of them in a half. You're kind of like, okay, let's have the 1 round where we're going aggressive. But just doing it over and over again, it's got to be a little bit stressful for Nouns. And yeah, they got tagged up a little bit. You see Safe dropping down to 7 health, but he can play it safe now with the AWP. They've only got 1 of them this time, but yeah, he can fall back. And I don't know what Nouns could really do. They got a whole map that they have to cover still. Don't really have banana control. Not really at top mid just yet. So Furia carving out a bit of a resting spot at the start of the 13th round.
Yeah, I think a chance for us all to catch our breath. It's been quite a wild game, Anders.
I've got a question
It's
for you,
what we
Henry.
wanted. I'll go on, please. I love the questions.
What is the purpose of going to the gym all the time like Semphis if you're still going to get alphaed by an esports admin? I feel like that's disappointing. You know what I'm saying?
We do need to find... If someone can find out for us why the glasses are not on, he did say in a tweet specifically he was going to wear them. I can only assume, yeah, the admin took him down. And for now, Safe has been dropped as well. CJ's found an opening, and there is a chance here. One that is slipping away. It's just going to be B-Wills, but still continuing to find frags. He's gone from -1 to top fragger with double digits now and a fighting chance in this 2 versus 1. He might be able to do this one, Anders.
Yeah, the fact that Art swung on that fight as well, it's such a classic Art scenario where he could have waited, made it a 1 versus 3, but they absolutely, he's like, you know what, I feel so good about this, I'm going to try and do it. And that actually does give B-Wills a chance at least. You're not wrong. 1 versus 3 turned into a 1 versus 2. He doesn't have any more grenades or anything, but you could see Keserato and Drop are a little bit nervous getting in there. Good setup, good spray. He knows where the other one is coming, and he nearly has the spray, but Keserato winning another clutch here. Drawing it close once again. It's going to be 9 on the side of Furia, but my god, that got way too close.
Oh, yeah, commiserations there for B-Wills. Very, very good effort. With the Galil in hand as well. Didn't want to make a sound cue and pick up an upgraded weapon. Maybe could have got an AK. Could have been a different story there. Great effort there, but once he found that first frag, of course, Keserato gets all the information and indeed the advantage and wins out yet another 1 versus 1. B-Wills, though, really great effort here. Turning his game around, like we said, early kind of awkward moments, but he has turned it right around, and we're getting into the dying segments. There's going to be another force buy here. They did kind of destroy their own economy, unfortunately, but they are getting the loss bonus, and the plant's down at least. So 5 Galils and basic utility, they've made it work with Tech 9 landers, so maybe this will find something for them. It's CJ, though, dropped first, and no one to trade, and maybe more damage incoming as well, as Art confirms a banana is clear.
Yeah, hard to entry on Banana like that alone. I think that's been his job for a minute. CJ had that kill earlier for the
It's
smoke.
a bit desperate.
It is.
At this stage. You've got one Galil sending it through, and he's got no one behind him. If he goes down, that really is round over in this sort of setup, I would say.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And desperation, I mean, they are only at 4 rounds. Another shot for the smoke. This time it's B Wills. Possibly bewildered at how he got killed by that one.
Oh, nice. That's why we're getting paid the median bucks.
Exactly. They put it on the B stream for a reason, Henry.
That's a good point.
That's ridiculous. So, it's Marky on his own.
Just him. And unfortunately, not really much he can do with this one. 5 versus 1. Galil in hand, as we said, and taken down from the back. That's such an annoying angle when you die from that one. You can barely see them. It's the most tilting way to die. You always kind of forget it's a possibility. But a very clean round here. Furia looking like them former selves. I was really worried about this tournament. I think if they took another crushing last place finish, that could be it for this lineup, to be honest with you, considering how the last few months have gone. We'd like to see them go forward and see what they can do, considering this new kind of approach, it seems. I'd say new, kind of bringing back the old playbook, it seems. But for now, round number 15. And Mac 10's, Deagles, and Tech 9's Oh My. As we'll see Cynic this time, given the task, trying to battle through Banana, and you can see they've lost a lot of control already.
I just feel like in general, we just need Brazilian Counter-Strike to come back. I think it's so exciting when it's working. The region obviously has a lot of really, really talented players, but there just isn't that one team right now that's really...
There's so much talent, and it's just distributed like in a weird, strange way. Lots of kind of young, upcoming players, and a sprinkling of the experienced veterans still there as well, but just so many question marks around those players, and it's difficult to see who's going to be taking the next proper project. And
look at somebody like Skulls, right, who is over on Pain.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
Such an exciting player. Yeah. They have them out there, but they need the right configuration. There's something that's missing. That's a big wish for me to have that kind of Counter-Strike come back, because it's obviously great when it's really working, but it's been a minute. It's been too long. Yeah, let's get Zeus coaching them as well. Yes, yeah, he's hanging out with Fluxo, I think, or I don't know if he still is, but he certainly was for the major before then. Yeah. Well, okay, Anders, it's round number 15. I'll try and see if there's anything here. 4-on-2, Marky and Carson. With the flashbang over, it's going to have to be a perfect entry. Unfortunately, it's anything but. And we're left in the 4 versus 1. Carson, what have you got for us? Just a Mac 10 inside of the smoke. He's going to get no scope from the heavens. Not a bad way to get started here. 11 for Henry in the first half.
The bar raising, we keep moving it up. Ain't no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I got fake restored, why you pushing the brakes? I ain't full of myself, boy, I'm full of mistakes. I came from humbling roots, I'm here to stand and deliver. Had no one gassing me up, except the man in the mirror. I used to work on my handles, and now his handles are liquor. I write these songs in a dark room, the candle will flicker. I stay practicing heavy, but when the game's on the line, it's like over and over. I run the plays in my mind, I'm a psycho, I'm taking my time. Rushing perfection is a dangerous crime. You gotta give it and take it. That's what you do till you make it. I had to roll with the punches and take the hits from the flagrants. I'm saying the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I was falling, had me stalling. I was way down, now I'm falling. I didn't came up, and I called it. fireplace to make a bunch of money, buy my mama a fireplace. We make incredible songs to celebrate and get mad lit. Once upon a time in Hollywood, I'm like Brad Pitt. My homies say I live a life, yeah, just a tad bit. Learning how to move in this rap shit. I told them that the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. A North game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. We're here in the losers bracket, and we'll find Furia leading 11-4 against the Nouns Esports, and they'll be switching over to the T side here. Pretty comprehensive first half, but you have to say, Anders, Nouns had some interesting rounds, some tactical prowess, some moments of glory for B-Wills especially, and maybe there's still a chance if we can pick this pistol up, as we have to say. It's obligatory.
If they won the second round after losing the pistols and then they let go of the third round, I think if they hadn't done that, this actually would have been a really respectable first half, right? They could have done a lot more on that T side, but 11-4 is still, it's a bit much to overcome. Cynic, he had a really rough first half. 3 kills, same as CJ. He's moved down the middle now with the dualies. This is a great position, but he's missing the bullets.
No.
Oh dear, Henry. That should have been a clear connection. At least he should have been able to see what was coming. If he gets that kill, they probably call off that B attack right away, but man,
the dualies are amazing, but like those sort of moments is what I've experienced with them so many times. It's like the shots in the back seem to be the hardest ones. If they're right in front of you jumping around, sure, you hit them all day long. Oh, that's a nightmare though. Gut-wrenching moment for Cynic, and his teammates have no choice. They're going to be sending up towards middle. And for now, oh, it's all just going wrong. As Furia will find the 5-on-3. You can see there's not much CT presence here whatsoever. B-Wills will be waiting for his teammates to rotate in from B, but there's complete control of the A side here. Plant in the corner, and I don't see a way the CTs get back into this. There's still a Molotov available for Arta in the post-plant scenario.
Just none of the bullets connecting really for the CT side so far. They've been shooting blanks. B-Wills, he was doing a lot of the work in the first half, and he's going to continue into this one. Picking up the first kill on Safe. Nice little check there for Carson.
Okay.
That's not bad. The retake is kind of on, although, again, without a defuse kit, it's going to be all day for them to try and do this. They need these kills lightning fast. And B-Wells, he's just running onto the side, shooting people in the head. Carson's now joining in, and it's all on Art. He's going to get run down.
They don't have a...
No, surely they don't have the time for it. That's impressive, though. I mean, like, in terms of kills, that's really well done. If they'd had the defuse kit, they probably would have had the round, but they didn't.
Should have, would have, could have. Unfortunately, the round was already over. It felt like, at least, after that missed shot. The CT push, the idyllic situation, and as you pointed out, this is a great spot. Unfortunately, not a great shot, as he did not connect to the head, and it would have been a very different round indeed. It's one of those moments you're just going to have to pick yourself up, dust yourself down, and it does happen to the very best of them. We've seen the very best pros miss those sort of shots in the back, and they hurt a lot, especially when it's so impactful around like the pistol.
Yeah, Furia in a good spot. They look just fine at the moment. And again, we did say from the outset they should be the favorite team here. They really should. And I mean, that's kind of what we're seeing at the moment. Of course, it is the first map. It's a best of 3, in case you're wondering. Anubis is going to be the second map. And well, the way Nouns are playing at the moment, they need to really wake up. Again, B-Wills has been the shining star. But where is Marquis? He's supposed to be the real highlight name. And we haven't really seen him pop off yet.
No, not at all. And he's had a couple of moments where it's like, oh, he could win this. So, I mean, he was responsible for that nice push up towards short and selling the play in towards the A sites, but that was about it. It wasn't like a show-stopping moment by any stretch. Speaking of which, here comes the showman himself. There's Art, and he'll be shut down. There's Marquis with that Desert Eagle. He'll find the opening frag here. A much-needed one, but can't recover the weapon, but does fall back safely. So this does grant mid-control towards Furia. They still have a couple of smokes and a Molotov. This is very brave from Cynic. He's low HP as well. Yeah, I don't think that was required. That wasn't the play. That's not even a 50-50. That's almost just giving yourself up to the AKs and low HP, if you ask me.
Yeah, and especially with the scout, right? If you play a little bit further back, you let them come to you. Maybe you get 1 or 2 more tags, and it turns that deagle that Marky has into such a better weapon. So maybe a little bit too ambitious in trying to reclaim the round for himself. 4 versus 4 now. Bomb's going to get picked up right here, and I think he felt Keserato how many people were down there. What a shot from Yuri. That's disgusting. He was up on the bicycle in the back of the pit there. Just gets blown out. Yeah. No circus acts allowed.
My, oh my. That was a beautiful shot, and that should be the round, unfortunately. They have to say the little they have, which is an MP9, a FAMAS, and a 5-7, boys, as they'll peel off. It's not a good feeling. Things going from bad to worse here. They'll be 13-4 down. Just a couple moments here, and that first map will be going against them. It was picked by Nouns as well. It's Anubis up next. But like we said, the veto is pretty favorable for both teams. I say that because it's 3 maps they both seem to enjoy from the stats.
Yes.
Furia, certainly the heavy favorites coming to this one. I would have liked this one to be a bit more competitive. I was about to say we've got a lot more Counter-Strike to be played. That's only if Nouns can wake up after this next round. They won't have much to work with. They'll be 13-4 down, and they'll save an SMG and a FAMAS. And you might as well buy into it, Anders. With the 3 players on armor, you don't really have the luxury of saving anymore. You might as well force and hope for the best here. Hope you can steal one away, because that's the only way you're going to get back into this game.
I mean, we were promised a different Nouns from the one that was playing earlier today. Again, boosted off the sunglasses of Semphis, and we were lied to right out the gate. We just didn't see them, unfortunately. Sunglass gate, if that's that could be a thing. They need something. They needed the morale boost from that, and they just never got it. Only B Wills is here performing. Carson burning alive at the start of this round. It's all falling apart on Inferno at the moment. We need people in the Twitch chat to go and harass Semphis on Twitter and find out what's been happening with those glasses.
Yeah, that might help. He said that was the reason they didn't perform against G2. They lost 16-5 there, and they're on track for another scoreline in that league. Here's Art, and he'll be opening things up. Safe by joining the fragging as well. They did indeed force into what they had, and unfortunately it's all falling apart once again. 14-4 looks to be locked in, unless we've got Marquis and Carson really doing something unspeakable with the aforementioned MP9 and FAMAS. The setup's not great. One in CT spawn, one in the apartments. It's not the most control you could ever ask for, but we'll see if an absolute nightmare of a play comes through for the likes of Furia. Us now here. Marky's gone down.
Yeah, it's when you have to, when your nightmare play has to rely on an MP9 and a FAMAS, it doesn't feel great. You're never really in a good position. My God, there was a real moment. If you're just joining us in the second half, you missed the first half. There was a lot of back and forth happening. It kind of looked for a minute like Nouns could have taken some more rounds. They had the economy low on Furia. There was something that looked like it could have worked out, but now looking back on it, it's just Furia taking over the entire game. I think Keserato's only died 3 times so far in this map, and Drop is obviously just absolutely wreaking havoc everywhere. So this is just looking very one-sided all of a sudden.
Yeah, the writing was on the wall coming into this series, I'll be honest with you. We were hoping for a little bit more of a competitive game than this one, that's for sure. This is the last round I'll say that they have to win this one, though, and it's the last time I'll say it, because we've said it for a while now, and it's just not happening. CT half has not been favourable for them. So a bit of banana control at least. They have got a couple of rifles, make it 3 with the FAMAS, and a couple more SMGs. Marquis will park himself underneath the hay bales. Drop looks like he's setting up the lurk smoke out of the apartments. Flashbangs coming through as well. Molotov to push Marquis out of position. That's unfortunate. Oh, this is a beautiful little setup. Execution's looking prime here. Art can even afford to miss a few bullets. Yuri will follow up with the gap shots. And that might be it. 15-4 on their opponent's pick. Doesn't look good for the opponents.
There's a lot happening if you're the pit player there, right? First there's a Molotov, then there's a smoke, and then the flashbang to come through, and a flashbang was perfect. He was so blinded on, even if the spray from Art itself wasn't really that great, but everything else was such a great setup that it just worked instantly. They're getting run over. 15 on the side of Furia. They're getting denounced, Henry, in this one.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Okay, not bad, Anders. Have you been working on these, or is this
yeah, it's how I spend my day, you know.
Nouns, gags, and puns. All right.
Yeah, wife taking care of the kids. She's cooking dinner. I'm like, I'm sorry, honey, but I've got serious work to do here. Like, I'm trying to put it all together. Like, don't interrupt me.
It's really important. We're doing the B stream and nouns are playing. You understand, obviously. This is for our future.
There's a lot. B Willie. There's a lot happening. Like,
oh God. First map of the day. All right. Oh, speaking of which, we did have the former Brazy champions in the previous game. I'm surprised they didn't ask us to commentate that, just for the kind of the honor.
For the
just to kind
throwback.
of bring that back. Exactly. Everyone wanted to see it. We weren't invited though, but I was thinking about, at least I got to say the word now. That's the first Brazy count.
We've really cemented that, like, in a big way.
Yeah.
I realized later, after we'd done that tournament, that there were threads on Reddit where people saying, are they getting paid to say this all? Like, what are they doing?
We did probably take it too far. That was one of those jokes that got out of hand. It happens quite a lot with the likes of you and me. And speaking of out of hand, so the scoreline, Anders, it looks like we might be done here as the left-right good night is coming through. Just poor old Marky here. It was looking at times to be somewhat competitive in the very early stages, but a very comprehensive victory in the end for Furia, presenting that old flair, Anders. You have to enjoy that. The fact we saw some of that old magic come through, that aggression, as we see them take the first map with style and grace.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous. What a one-sided affair. Again, I really felt like at one point it looked like there was something going on there, but just absolutely blown up. First map is done and dusted. Just the Furia looking unbeatable on this one. And obviously the second map is going to be Anubis, so I look forward to it.
Been at it already, had my tarot read. Things are looking up for me, that's what my tarot said. Been pumping out pheromones and wearing red. Young Jerry Lawler, king, but they're not aware of it. $40 to show money, that's what they stole from me. Blow it all bowling, guess I roll funny. Go find me a snow bunny, ask if this cold world's making her nose runny. She melted, I wear a cape that is velvet. Couldn't see it, she felt it. See it all like I'm Elvis, move my hips like I'm Elvis. I don't pitch it, I sell it. Couldn't picture me jealous, turning fans into zealots. Tuning in when I tell it. There were 15 people at the gig, saying, oh my God, what fun this is. Did it all, did it right, did it big. Yeah, buddy, we were loving it. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. Highly gifted, my jacket's thrifted. Watch me get a pattern shifted, just acting different. Living in my minutes, I'm catalytic. That's why they love to jack the style like it's on a Civic. I will never pull the strings like an oligarch. I do my dance at the club with the lonely hearts. Watching all these little men try and be Bonapartes and make the rest of us deal with their broken parts. Despite evil, I like people. Put your hands in the air if you're bipedal. Yeah, if life is a film, give me 5 sequels. Trying to pull my thread through the plot like a fine needle. All of these lines equal proof that I live alone. Got the benefit of time to deliver flows. Eating creamy peanut butter, buddy, I lick the bowl. Brings my soul body into the physical. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah. New cards, new deck, new life. King of Cups, he comes up right. Always, all days, all nights. Sing do-wah, do-wah, do-wah.
Welcome back. Intel Extreme Masters Dallas continues here. The first map is done and dusted, as Andrew would say. Furia spanking the Nouns here on Inferno. Their map pick, it was looking to be relatively competitive in the early stages, and as we saw that second round forced by the Tech Nouns, Tech Nouns, oh, that's a good one. Why did we do that? The Tech Nouns. That's what they should be called. That's what they were winning with as well. The Tech Nouns were delivering left and right, but so was Save in his AWP, and you can see these sort of rounds, there was a lack of utility. Sometimes things got way too chaotic. A lot of team fragging going forwards as well, and sure, they had a couple of rounds that were interesting, but overall they got blown out of the proverbial water.
Yeah, I mean, the space that they managed to carve out for themselves, they just never used for anything. Like, they got the one round, and then they lost the following round, and it kind of kept going like that. So even when it looked like they were putting a little bit of pressure on Furia, they just never did anything more with it. And obviously, once you put Furia in a position, like, once you win that second round, you're supposed to go on a whole win streak. And once their economy is low, you're supposed to keep them down like that. And they just never really did. So that's a little bit disappointing, and obviously, so is the scoreline at the end of it. Just very, very one-sided. Furia, they do look in top shape, though. So, I mean, we were complaining at the start of it about Brazilian Counter-Strike and how we want it back at a high level. Well, I mean, this is looking pretty good. Serato and Drop combining. I think they both, I mean, combined, maybe they died like 10 times in this game. So they almost didn't die at all and just kept on wrecking them. It was exciting. It's just 16-4 here. I mean, yeah, Nouns not even really showing up.
Well, let's just reiterate the fact of what we've seen in the last 6 months from Furia. It seems like their playstyle, they're trying to evolve the team, but if anything, they've seen that they've receded. They've tried to join the current meta. They've tried to step up and try to go for that more tactical, methodical sort of game, and it just doesn't suit them, does it? It doesn't seem like the team we used to know and love. They were in your face, they were super aggressive, pushing the smokes and making things uncomfortable for every single opponent. And they slowed things right down. They tried to bring out that sort of heroic gameplay, that sort of VP playstyle, and it just doesn't suit them. This is the first time in a very long time, sure, against lower opponents, but it's actually like their old flares coming back. Would you think that's a fair statement to make here?
That's what it looks like to me as well. And you saw maybe a couple of times where Art was, maybe more aggressive and it cost him his life, but at the same time, it's so hard to handle. Like, he's just so aggressive, and even I think they pushed down the middle on the CT side of Inferno like 3 or 4 times, and it kept catching Nouns off guard. So yeah, I mean, I like it. I want to see Furia play a style of Counter-Strike that they are comfortable with, rather than trying to sort of play into whatever the top European teams are doing. I don't think that's going to be worth it. I think even the tier 2 teams in Europe, we're obligated now to say tier 2 teams in quotation marks. Like, you have to do it now. Even those have kind of proven just to make your own version of Counter-Strike. Like, it's going to be better than trying to play like heroic. If you don't have all the heroic pieces, I don't think it's going to be worth it. But yeah, this was a bit of a spanking at the start of the series. Obviously, Anubis is going to be the second map, but man, they never even really got warmed up, except for B. Wills, who played really well. Brendan Williams, I believe. Yeah.
It didn't start off all roses for him, to be fair. I think he had 2 team kills in the first 5 rounds, and he was down on -1 and 5 at one stage, but then had a couple of clutch attempts, started finding a couple of frags and some key incisions on the rounds they did win, and it looked like he was actually the top fragger in the end. He got 15 kills, almost double second place there. Yeah, I actually think it was. And unfortunately, Cynic 3 and 17, CJ 6 and 16, and Marky, the most notable, 9 and 18. The player we'd like to see at the very top, the one with the experience, and didn't really deliver on any front. So that's their map pick out the way. 16-4 as well. Moving on to Anubis. It's a map they play. We can have a look at the stats really quickly here.
I believe it's
a map they play 3 times for both teams, and both won it a single time. So like we said, it's probably still going to favor Furia massively, considering the opponents they play and the caliber of players they have in their ranks. So it's not like, I don't think Nouns have a tactical edge on them, but it is a new map. Maybe they have a play style that kind of counters what Furia are doing. And the thing is as well, I guess on the CT side, is not as many aggressive options for Furia, so they might be stifled in that sense.
Yeah, that's a good point. I really am looking forward to how this is going to be playing out. I mean, I guess on the other hand, if they are going to be aggressive and they get away with it, if you lose track of those CT players, it's a bit of a nightmare for the T side. But I kind of agree. Like, they should be a little bit harder for Furia to try and play the style that they like to play. But maybe they're going to reinvent it. I mean, it is still evolving in front of our eyes. I think one of the reasons why it's a lot of fun to see. Mirage is the deciding map if we get there, but it will require a bit of a performance from Nouns to really start to get. We still don't have any real word on what's happened to Semphis Sunglasses in the meantime. That was the real drama as well coming into this series.
I've put my best men on the job, Anders. That's all I can do right now. I've put the feelers out. I've asked as many people as I can. Could we get a man down on the tournament floor to find out what's going on? No one's getting back to me. I assume they're busy doing that little A-stream tournament. Like, Not interested in that, to be honest. We're here for the B stream. We're here for the tears, the heartbreak, and this is the first elimination game of the day. So it's currently 1-0. Furia looking like they're going to run away with the series. Do you think there's a chance of a third map? Is there anything you could say to me that'll convince me there's a chance of a third if we had to?
You know, I'm usually a bit of an optimist, but it's going to have to be a hard no for me, Henry. I just don't see it in the way that Nouns are playing right now, unfortunately. Certainly they need... I think they need CJ, and they probably need Marquis to come back. I think CJ for the first half had maybe 3 kills and maybe another player there. They just need more in the lineup. But yeah, I want to see Marquis come back and ensure us a little bit. But I think it's going to be too rough. I don't believe in it right now. I'm going to have to be convinced.
Well, we're going to take a quick break. Anders and I are going to have a hoedown, which I believe they have in Texas quite often. I'll be the hoe, and you can... No, actually, it doesn't work. We'll leave it there. Throw it to the break. We'll be right back.
The bell tolls for Cologne. This cathedral, a cathedral that is stacked from the earth to the heavens with the greatest of all the fans, the most passionate.
Yeah. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trends.
I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trends. Stack it up.
Catch me in a 2-seater, Grim Reaper, all cash, no visa. Stacking fast, I thought I had a bill printer, but I cut them out the grass with my weed trimmer. These haters ain't competition, they see me in do renditions, no question. Most misled in wrong directions. Eye on the prize, don't try to hide the fake chain in that. Watch that tick with no bust down frame. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. Went and beat the odds, they thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trends.
I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trends. Stack it up.
Why they keep trying to go test me? Know that I'm deadly. Filled up with envy, broke down to pennies. That's when it gets tempting. Get $1 and a dream look. Product and a double that in the bag with a lack of the pea of the tree and then take them back rows quick. On my toes, they like, oh my God, how he fresh and ain't got no job. Piece up on them like bon voyage. So much doubt, but I went and beat the odds. They thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. Went and beat the odds. They thought I was insane. They was sleeping on me. I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trends.
I was meeting Ben Frank.
I've been tying up my hands, booking flights, setting trends. Stack it up.
Well, they do say everything is bigger in Texas, and that seems to be the case for Furia, Anders, as they get a massive scoreline, 16-4. Back to their former glory, it seems. Sure, up against lesser opposition, but you can see that was signs of their old selves shining through once again. And Nouns are on the back foot, to say the very least. They move over to the opponent's map pick now of Anubis. And it's not like they're specialist on the map. It's not looking good. And Stenfus still doesn't have the glasses on, even after your tweet.
Yes, I've tried to. We've put all of our resources in figuring out where those sunglasses. We were promised, you know, a different kind of game, a better performance from Nouns based off the sunglasses alone, and they've sadly gone missing. So yeah, a little bit of drama here to kick things off with. But Anubis, yeah, it's a very middle of the road map for both these teams. I mean, it's hard to say whether or not that's going to be. It feels like the way that Fury are playing right now, the comfort level they have. Surely coming off that first map win, it's probably going to be still a pretty good map for them, I have to assume. And they're going to have the momentum behind them as well. So I would have to see something really change for Nouns to turn this around. It just feels like the way that Drop was playing on that first one, Serato as well, it's going to have to take more than B Wills to step it up. They need Marquis, and they probably need a third player in there to start to make this competitive.
Yeah, he's going to have to go Big Willie style to actually pull this one off. Yeah, that's my first entry into the pun competition. I think it's actually maybe top 3 so far. You're definitely winning though. Oh, Tech Nouns as well. I've had 2.
Nouns,
okay.
Yes. We're working on it. We're really getting there. Big Willie style. Right, that's a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Great album. Okay, here we go then. Anubis. You can see the odds from 1xBet not looking good whatsoever for the likes of Nouns as they start to probe towards middle. A key part of this map, as Arts will detect players on the other side, and as you'll see, most CT players will fall back towards Connector once contact has been found. He'll sit in Acon for now as they start to make their way towards double doors. They've got a couple of smokes and flashes. Looks like maybe an A split coming through.
What? Yeah, challenged right at the start of it. Smoked off as well. He's hearing that footsteps. They're coming through the smoke.
Yeah,
something that Art himself would have loved, but it's Marquis instead with the Glock. Cynic through the smoke. Going to be catching safe, and now Serato is actually blocking one of them. I think they finally realized Serato going to get shot in the back of the head. I think they must have been calling it out. They must have been saying, there's someone in the smoke that I just can't find, and they could see him from the other side. Drop and Yuri, 2 versus 4 on the retake, but what a start for Nouns.
Love to see that. Unconventional CS. They're not done just yet, but looks like the job is done now. So like I said, it was setting up perfectly for an A split, but then the smoke down towards Acon didn't make any sense, Anders. They're running through a smoke that they deployed, and they should have lost at least a player there. I guess it's like the unexpected maneuver. The CT wasn't necessarily waiting for them to push through the smoke, but it certainly worked out for them as we go 1-0. Much needed pistol here for the Nouns, and there will be a force buy in response. Safe on the scout, as you might expect, and joining by 4 Deagles as well. This is a very important one. They have to convert this. If they're going to stand a chance in this series, I'd say a 3-0 start would be absolutely critical here. They'll take a tag with the scout, a couple of them actually. They've taken way too much damage to kick things off here, and they haven't got anything done in response.
That's making everyone uncomfortable, isn't it? When you get a couple of those tags off, they're going to be smoking off the middle, but still, Art's hanging around. Yeah, that run for the smoke and the pistol, I mean, they didn't even have a flashbang to go through. They just absolutely ran them down. So that is a little bit unorthodox. In a round like this, though, once you get tagged up with the scout like that, it just makes the whole T side so slow because nobody wants to. Either the 2 players that are tagged can't do anything, or the other 3, nobody wants to be the next victim of that kind of a scout tag. They might have actually isolated Art here, but
brutal.
It is really brutal. Yeah, you could see those little boots on the other side will be taking down B Willis.
Well, there it is. The first incision has been made, courtesy of those scout tags. B Wills is down. Cynic is low. But Carson, he has got dark control at least. Marquis will be in tow. They're going to commit to this. Flashbang will be deployed, and they need to start finding some frags now. 45 seconds. Plenty of time. Their teammates come through B main as well. Another scout tag is connecting. And they are running out of space and time. CTs pulling back frags left and right. It's getting all sorts of uncomfortable now, but still, Carson fighting back but not for long, and just CJ remaining. He'll take a dink as well. It's getting really scrappy over here on the B bomb site, but a chance to breathe, but Safe hits about 4 scout tags in total there, Anders, and he saves the round, and that's the design, that's the setup. Send the scout out with those Deagles, just hit the tags. You don't need the headshots. Go for the shots you can actually land, and the Deagles can finish the job.
Yeah, that got so everyone was low on health at the end, but you know, the flashbangs as well from the CT side that worked really, really well. This was just a close round, but ultimately a great job on the side of Furia. They'll take it. second round is theirs, and Nouns now down to just the pistols to hang around with. And look at the aggression. This is something that we were theory crafting about before we got into it. How aggressive are they going to be on the CT side? They tend to love this kind of play, but it can be hard on a map like Anubis. In this round, they're trusting in the weaponry, and they found the bomb as well.
Yeah, the bomb is massive for them here. That should be the round in itself, but B-Wills taking a lot of damage, unfortunately for him, just using the smoke as a veil, and unfortunately Safe will take him down in the end and claim full middle control. That is the round. Carlson down to 13 points of health. Marky with the M4. He's found himself a kill, but we'll have to do a lot more than that. Safe in a position to get another kill here. Marky, though, actually does quite well. They've got themselves at least another weapon here, but it is the scout. Shouldn't change the outcome of the round considering the bomb is down here, but Drop, he's actually given up control of it. So they're allowing them to take the C4 here. They're just going to peel off, maybe feeling like they're out of position. And that's absolutely fine. They should still be in a very prime position here to pick the one up, considering Carson is so low. And confirming now that the close area is clear. 40 seconds remaining. They have no utility, but an M4 in hand. No helmet or Marky, however. And just waiting for any sort of CT aggression here.
What do you even do? Any element of surprise is kind of already gone. You're just walking around in the middle of the map, but they're going to be found even walking through here. Should be spotted out. All right, K Serrano didn't actually want to try and shoot them at all. 20 seconds. And this is smart play, I suppose. He's falling back. He's calling it into his teammates, saying they are going to be running this way. And backup is going to be called for. He's playing very forward. All right, there we go. Back behind the pillar. Only 10 seconds left and an easy spray down. Marky can't win the round. Even if he got that kill, I don't think he would have had time to do anything with it. So smartly done by K Serato. That's the kind of stuff where, again, if Art was in that position, I would have been worried that he would have just straight up taken the fight all throughout. But K Serato playing it very well.
Very well indeed, Anders. And we'll have a look at the little replay here. As mentioned, Marky didn't have the helmet, so incredibly vulnerable to that final play. Be right, though, probably for the best that he went down and keep the money and an even kill for his teammates, as we'll see a full eco here, unfortunately. 3-1, pretty much locked in, as Nouns, best they can really hope for would be a bomb plant, maybe a cheeky 1D here. Marky's in a position to get one, but the Molotov's making things all sorts of uncomfortable. He has nowhere to move, nowhere to hide. And yeah, this is where they're getting in the zone now. We're starting to see a bit of their personality here on Anubis as well. You see they've got the utility to create their own force fields to allow the CT aggression to come through. So quite interesting, just setting the tone for this CT half. I'm sure they've got some tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, I mean, they're just being let loose. This is typically where Brazilians tend to just play a lot better when they have that momentum. And they got a little bit of economic bonus as well. They could take some more risks. And yeah, they are really starting to get warmed up. They probably already were based on Inferno, but this is starting to look a lot better. Furia with a 3-1 lead. Nouns having to take a little bit of a break. They're back into this one, but most of their players never really even got played into Inferno. They never really even got to wake up at all. So they need somebody to really pave the way for them. Marky's got a couple of kills on this one. See if he could be the guiding light for the team. They lost the first map, so they don't have too much to play around with here. And again, we are in the loser bracket, so they're running out of runway.
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal format in that respect. You turn up for one day, lose a best of 1 against G2, play Fury in a best of 3, and your run is over. So far, haven't really got going now. They lost 16-5 to G2 and 16-4 in the first map. Their pick of Inferno. Have to pick up Anubis here. And this round is looking okay. They're going for the element of surprise here, creeping in towards the A-bomb side. K Serrata playing bricks, though. Drops a flashbang, and he's got Safe with him. He'll get into position with the orb. And he's actually caught out. A chance here. Marky will find one, but K Serrata the double spray through. And there it is, Carson. Just what they needed. A man advantage for the first time here since the pistol.
Yeah, that was a lot of trust in throwing a flashbang for that AWP to run down, but K Serrata almost put it back with the spray. The rest of them are so far away that it doesn't even really matter. It's a 2-on-3, but they're not even anywhere near the bomb site. So there will be a second round for Nouns, but yeah, you said it. It was the element of surprise. It's the fact that they are walking so close to the A-bomb site without revealing themselves. There are no flashes, no grenades thrown from the T side. So the CTs, they just realized way too late what's going on. They basically went on the bomb site. So that's also furious. I suppose their defense, it was so mid-centric. There was nobody forward in that A hallway. So they were vulnerable to that kind of play, which is cool. It's cool to see Nouns actually realize and discover that that was a weakness and use it.
Very nice. We'll see if they can keep it up, the Manders. That's the all-important question. Early days here, but this is exactly how Inferno started. It felt like, okay, a chance, a moment for them to actually stockpile some rounds here. Bear in mind, this is considered to be one of the most T-sided maps we have right now, but I take that with a pinch of salt. I still think the map is in its infancy.
Yes.
It doesn't get paid as much as it should. I think as time goes on, and depending on how much time is left, considering the state of CSGO and CS2 around the corner, I think that could change. But either way, it's going to be another buy here. A double AWP setup this time. Art and Safe were deploying this on Inferno. And that's where Art does his most aggressive work. If you remember, there's been elements and times where he's the main AWPer. And it's very aggressive, very exciting. But as you've pointed out a couple of times, he is sometimes overstepping the mark. Sometimes gets a little bit too excited. And we've got Safe baiting in Caserato towards the baskets here. And a nice sort of stack setup towards Pillar. Cynic will be thinking better of it, but his teammates commit towards the A entrance, and they've found themselves in a man deficit. As Caserato might want to have to bail out of this one now.
They put down both the Molotovs and flashed their way through. I mean, I can see how that can work, but he was very much alone. He just got sent in there, and if that flashbang didn't work to get him to kill, then he was definitely going to be dead no matter what. So
we saw that in Inferno as well. CJ's certainly their point man. They throw him into these scenarios first, but he hasn't really been finding much success whatsoever. I think he finished the first map on 3 or 4 kills. So hasn't worked out so far, but 5-on-4, round's not over, but with 40 seconds remaining, doesn't look great. 2-man setup here towards Dark, but one of them has been flushed out, making both of them now. Might want to reclaim some territory towards main, considering that fact, but it's not going to be the B sides where Nouns finish. They're going to be walking in towards A, but Safe. Perfect spot. Easy kill, finds the bomb, doesn't have to repeat this one. What a flashbang that is. Perfectly played. Caserato with a support utility. Art with that secondary AWP, and it's a very, very clinical round, Anders.
That is beautiful. That usually said the timing on that second flashbang. That's if you write that down as a sort of defensive strategy, it's one thing to do that, but then you're probably never going to have it play out like that. Like, you can say it like, okay, I'll shoot this shot, and then you throw the flashbang, and then I'll re-peek for the second kill. But normally, there's always going to be mistimed, even just a little bit. This was straight perfect, wasn't it? Fury,
yeah, really was
rounds.
Nice. Very, very good. And probably 5, considering the economic disadvantage Nouns have found themselves in. Arts towards middle with the sniper, and it's actually a bit of a B lean from Nouns. They're going to try and get themselves towards middle, but it's not going to be starting too well. Getting that first frag, dropping the incendiary, and allowing himself to focus on the double doors here, calling for the reinforcements as well. And they might need them, taking a little bit of damage here as the Deagles start to fire off. I don't think they need to be in these sort of positions for that sort of reason. You know, you're up against pistols, you've got no cover there, Art, and it's just the classic Art maneuver, I suppose. Like, this has to go for it. It's just like, you've got no cover, you've got no other fallback if you miss a shot. The round's fine. Like, I'm not saying I've lost it or anything, but it's just unnecessary plays.
Yeah, it is the X factor. I mean, obviously, when those kind of peaks are working for Art, he's just an uncontrollable force. But sometimes it does kind of give an opening for the enemy team to make it back and around. This wasn't one of them, unfortunately for Nouns, because they desperately needed an upset round. They're really getting schooled at the moment. 5-2 in favor of Furia. B Wills has kind of not even shown up for this one. He's got 2 gears at the moment, Henry. Either he's shooting everyone, including his own teammates, or nothing at all here. He's 0 and 5 at the moment.
Okay, but that is actually no team kills yet. He did have, I think, 3 in total in the first map, but he was the top fragger. So, Art, what are you up to this time? A straight up peek and narrowly misses out there. I love the audacity of it. Like, no utility to defend himself there. Just a straight up and narrowly misses out there. Going for a second bite of the cherry as well. He's going to nail this one, though, and not falling back this time. Waiting for any sort of response from the AK-47s, and it's going to be anything but. Safe will find a second kill, and Art is not done just yet. Just toying with them. He looks like he's enjoying himself for once out there as they find a 4 versus 2. B Wills finds his first frag, and CJ will join in as well. Caserato. This is a key moment. If B Wills finds him here, they've got a serious chance of pulling this round back, just because, once again, the Fury maybe got a little bit too excited, but the frag isn't found. And the round presumably done. But CJ doesn't take any damage on that interaction. The bomb is down towards T-spawn. He's got plenty of time to recover it. And 55 seconds total to make this one work. Spotted. Caserato caught off guard. And now they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, this got interesting. I think you're right. That mid-fight, B Wills, if he could have won that one against Caserato, it would have made for a very, very different round. They could have opened it back up again, but how do you sneak in through this one? 35 seconds. Pretty soon, this walking around the map's not going to work anymore, and you're going to have to try and fight Keserato, I think, over at this A-bomb side. But he's already in position. He's ready and waiting. He's got the right idea. Does just barely miss the timing. That's crazy. CJ is going to be crouching. He might be able to win the fight, but no. Keserato, lightning fast on the trigger, going to be able to find that shot. And that's Furia winning another round. Even this one got close. I mean, this was interesting, but Art just bullying them at the start of the round in the middle. Relentless aggression from him, even if he ultimately dies from it. It's got to be frustrating, surely.
Oh, absolutely. We can see Art there with some lovely shots, but that was the moment he does go down. Keserato, that secured the round itself, but here he comes. CJ at least making it exciting towards the end. 6-2, as we mentioned, a T-sided affair, usually round where they are on the back foot, I'm afraid. Pistols across the board. And Aileen at the start, the bombs on that side of the map, and maybe a bit of a gap here for Marky. Won't be able to capitalize just yet. And Art, you are so aggressive every single round. I can't just keep mentioning it, but I guess it's fine. It's working. You're finding at least one kill each time and doing damage. As we'll see Yuri continue to apply the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it's so easy to see when the aggression is backfiring on Art, how it gets him killed a lot more. I mean, if you look at the scoreboard, he's got 7 deaths and everyone else is like 4 or 3. But I kind of almost don't want to talk him out of it either, because...
No, exactly.
Like, we've seen the games when he's just running over the whole team, you know? So I guess it is exciting. It does make it more interesting.
Definitely. Gary, I'm sure he's loving it, as we'll see. A timeout used, the first of which for the Nouns. It's not been the best start, I should say. Exactly the same sort of scenes we saw in Inferno. Like, they'll have an okay start, they'll have a couple of back and forth rounds, and then all of a sudden, Furia gets to the 5th gear, they start getting super aggressive, and you just can't contain them. Like, you can't play your own game. When they're just presenting this relentless aggression, and as long as they're finding at least a kill at the start, they've already shut down whatever you had in mind at the start, whatever default you wanted to run, it's been sabotaged. It's been completely thwarted, because then you have to reset and understand what sort of aggression's coming through, how can you react, how can you back up, and then you have to use utilities. So whatever you normally run in the default is now being completely removed. So difficult to recover from, and you can see Nouns really struggling here. But they took the tactical timeout. The thing is, Furia get that timeout as well. So do they go for a super passive play, the Nouns that is, or do they go for a set piece off the bat? Maybe that's the call, because that is just going to be a remedy for this sort of problem.
Yeah, they really wanted to go for it, but Drop is just setting it up. They did have the smokes down, but they didn't have any flashes to go through. You could see all those kills from Drop. He was never flashed at all. 3 of them as they try to set it up. I mean, the set flashbangs or the set grenades coming out, you see the attempted to create a wall of smokes inside of the B-bomb site, but it's never really worked out. Cynic on the outside now. 1 versus 5 for him here. And he's just getting hunted down. Not even a chance. Just hunting him. Oh, no.
That's the problem when you take a tactical timeout and then run a completely different setup. A lot of pros are saying these days it's actually like more beneficial to take the tactical timeout on your eco when you've got the pistols, etc. And then whatever you talked about, you bring it out in the next gun round. Because they just shut down. They were presenting relentless aggression before, and now they're done for a very standard B hold, expecting some sort of set piece, as I speculated, and completely shut it down there. So... yeah, Nouns, it goes from bad to worse, I'm afraid. That's one of the most convincing rounds yet. And they'll have to partially buy into number 11. They've got 3 Tech 9s, a Deagle,
you know,
D-Wills, Khalil.
We got some inside information. Buttes in the chat is saying that Nouns lost to Freakazoid and Flom on this map. So, you know, not to say anything bad about Flom. I love Flom's stream, but, you know, that is concerning, obviously. In many ways. Oh, hold the phone. B Wills is back. Marky as well. You said it earlier. Those Tech 9s doing some work for them.
Tech Nouns.
Yeah, Tech Nouns. They might actually be coming back into those safe, doing the best that he can. Double scope with the AWP going to be taken on CG as well. Marky now in a 1 versus 2, and he's feeling a little bit blocked in at the moment. Kits are on the ground, so they have some time here. Keserato, he's just going to find the perfect angle for it, and in spite of a really, really close affair there, it will be 9 rounds for Furia, and Nouns, they're going to have to just make do with a taste of victory, but not quite actually the full meal.
Yeah, I don't know how many times we've had to say tonight, oh, he'll be on for the ace clutch if he can pull off this 1 versus 3. It's just not going to be good enough and sustainable. Yeah, they're not even getting close to those sort of illusions of grandeur, unfortunately, because they just keep getting shut down. And that's Marquis' first real entrance into the map. Nice little double kill. Nouns really in a lot of trouble here, but that was the partial buy before, bear in mind. AKs across the board this time, and Art once again back up and aggressive with this double AWP setup, safe towards the dark position. And it's the opening kill he has found, taking down Marquis once again, and they will get Art there. Again, just wanting to go for more and more aggression. It will be shut down. We've got a 4 versus 4. Might as well just try and pounce here. The defaults aren't working for you. Try and capitalize upon the advantage before they reset.
Yeah, throw out the whole book of strategies that you came into this with. Oh, and actually, this is going to be a nice peek. Cynic able to take down Safe will open up the bomb side entirely. They should be able to get the bomb plant as well. Drop will go down. Good headshot, and that's pretty much it here. Yuri and Keserato, they have the money to throw the rifles away, but at this, there's no need to. You're not going to be winning this round.
No, certainly not.
This is starting to... I mean, it's probably a little bit late, right? You did say earlier, this is probably still a fairly T-sided map, so the fact that Furia have 9 rounds is obviously cause for concern if you're on the Nouns side of things. You know, you want to pull out all the cliches of better late than never and all. I'm not sure that's true right now, Henry. I feel like this might be too late for Nouns to start to make a comeback.
It might be. Haven't had even a compelling map so far in the tournament. Obviously, you don't get many in this format. Best of 1 to kick things off against one of the absolute world's best teams. You're not expected to win that, and then you're coming up against Furia that have found their mojo once again. After 6 months, of course, the moment you play them, they're feeling themselves again. It's very unfortunate.
I've noticed people in chat very angry as well at the Nouns situation. So I'm going to go ahead and guess that a lot of people had higher expectations. It feels like that's what people are saying. That you know that they were expecting more out of Marquis and maybe out of Cynic too. So a couple of scorned fans there, hoping to see their team potentially, or just angry bettors. You never really know. It's a good mix usually in the chat.
Yeah, it's nice to be balanced, though, isn't it? Semphis doesn't look happy, probably for good reason.
Yeah.
Tournament life on the line here. Lose this map, they are done. All the preparation, all the excitement, all the hope will be diminished if Anubis goes against them. And it's looking like he'll be going that way. Like you said,
it really is.
Not really many factors to report that could convince you otherwise. But this round will be indicative as to where we're going. Cynic on the AWP. Grenades exchanged, and there it is, Art with the opening kill once again. He's just having so much fun every single round. He's poking and probing, and 3 kills found. We haven't even got to 1 minute 35, Anders, and they've got a 5 on 2. Like I haven't even like gone through the buy. I haven't even gone through the grenades, and they've lost 3 players.
Yeah, this is just really, really rough, isn't it? They had what, like a round where they sort of, you know, threw the strat book out and just tried to attack that bomb site. But yeah, Art's still pushing. He's relentlessly aggressive once again.
He loves her.
Oh no! I mean, I can't even blame him. Even if he's got a lot more depth than everyone else in the team, he's just rolling across the map. He's, you know, out there looking for the fights. And for Nouns, they have no idea what. I mean, they know the aggression's coming at some point. They just, how do you stop it from happening? He's getting a couple of kills every time.
He really is. Marquis, again, if he gets the ace clutch here, Anders, fair play to him. I will eat my hat, and I just don't want to have to say it again, but he would be on for the ace clutch if he pulled this one off. 30 seconds, bomb on his back, and can he kick things off in an exciting manner? Yes, he can. Headshot found, but Safe will be there to trade from the temple position. Double digits here. And you can see Furia just going through the motions here. Just another day in the office. They know this one should be in the bag, as long as they just keep this up. In terms of pound for pound, you would say every player has the advantage in the fragging department. The Furia side, you would need some sort of tactical edge, and we just haven't seen that on the Nouns side of things so far.
Best they could do is 5 rounds on the T side of Anubis. That just doesn't seem very encouraging. And looking at the scoreboard, I mean, Marquis there, he's got 10 kills.
Here we go.
Everyone's so far away. Yeah, they're going to try and do it. Almost a running headshot. B Will's going to be taking down Art. The first to go down. Keserato setting up a bit of a smoke there. Oh, and actually, he'll get the spray right through. Did he get another one? He's pushing on through. Oh my god, the spray is sick. He's taking out CJ as well. And Carson and Cynic, they're practically both dead as well. What a move from Keserato.
Yeah, that was super sick. Respect to Keisarata there. He absolutely bamboozled them. I think that'll be a very appropriate word there. They assumed he fell back. Most players would just leave with the frag and their life intact. He wasn't happy with that, though. He heard the reloads. He sneaks through the smoke and sabotages their efforts here. This is what you call a desperate call, right? This is about as desperate as it gets. You've lost pretty much everything at this point. The tournament's slipping away. You've gone for a 5-man mid-rush, Anders, with no real tactics behind it. And, of course, it doesn't really work out. But still quite exciting, and that maneuver from Keisarato, I'll certainly remember that.
Yeah, that was really, really well played. I definitely don't think they were expecting it, because he's putting up that smoke defensively, and the fact that he got one of the first kills through, they just think, okay, he's on the other side still, and then he just popped it. Because they were just emptying all of their magazines on the other side into the smoke, so it's really well, he's just listening for all those bullets and actually making it work. You see... It's like, all right, they're full on going for it, and he's just so ready. That is really, really sick. Well done. Another good round. Furia, they are absolutely wreaking havoc on this one. 11-3. Round number 15 is coming up, and Nouns are just nowhere to be found.
Yeah, I'm going to try and find something here. So they got the AWP, but Cynic has only got 3 kills so far. I'm not sure what he would have to do to really sink his teeth into this one. He'll be heading towards middle, and a chance here, but Safe is on the other side, who hasn't missed many shots. He's got 17 kills. Finally, a mist has come through. He actually does tag Cynic through the corner of the wall there. And they're trying to find this opening pick. You can see they've kind of thrown everything else out the window. Trying this work together. Brute forced their way in. And Carson actually has some pretty decent control here. Some prime real estate towards Dark, but Yuri watching it from Ivy.
Yeah, this is supposed to be a really good position. One good flashbang, and he could just come firing out onto the B bomb site. So it should be a strong play for them. 1 minute and 8 seconds. They're setting it up with Cynic as well. Nice shot. Even if the smoke was getting set up there. Where's the flashbang to go for it? Carson's going to go straight down. And now they're trying to see if they can run through the smoke. They needed more of a flash to set up that play. Yuri's going to get a couple of kills. Art, obviously aggressive. Inside of the smoke, going to be fine. And he just turns around, goes for the spray. Marquis on his own in a 1 versus 3. And this has completely fallen apart. He's trying to do something here, but he's going to get hunted down by Art as well. A 12-3 first half in favor of Furia. Absolutely relentless aggression. We'll see if they could do more Nouns in the second half after this.
I can't miss no better when you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need a rollie. P139, that's the word. This provision, this precision, you ain't gotta see the word. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt. I remember back in apartments, humble beginnings what I start with. I'm still humble if you checking out my car 10. 2% we wasn't dancing like we Carlton. A product of the system living in our margins. Harvest all the planet, seeds I've been demanding. Trees taken for granted, faith just couldn't stand it. Standing on solid rock, now that's a firm foundation. We've been waiting and I'm praying we gon' make it, face it. This year ain't even go the way we want it. Double jointed, two-faced, but now we on it. Seeing your true colors in this light and it's alarming. But God see the mess and he can clean it up with Charmin. Ooh, the boo-boo, ooh, the view. Watching guys playing like a show from Hulu. Who's who? Go see it as soon as the snow moves. We roll through, cause all you're together like pork stew. I can't miss no better when you can't hold me. Knew that it was my time and I ain't need to roll. P139, that's the word. This provision, this precision, you ain't gotta see the worth. Every situation different. Trust if you feeling out of luck or if you stuck, homie, you just can't miss this. It's so easy, you be thinking it's absurd. Gotta see the glory in the hurt, see the glory in the hurt. Wait, by the still water, I'm playing this so sturdy. I don't need magic to know the keyword. He coming with the beef with the ones who get jerky. And on the heat in the clutch, Jamal Murray. His plan got a plan, you ain't stressing anything. You need more than Golden State to put some stress on the king. I don't flex, I just take a step and let Lokimi do the rest.
It's looking rather desperate for the Nouns. They are just a few rounds away from tournament elimination. Looking down the barrel of a 12-3 deficit here as they switch over to the CT side on their opponent's pick of Anubis. Anders, I've painted a pretty grim picture there. Can you raise our spirits?
Well, there's a poll in the chat. People asking if Nouns can make the comeback, and about 80% said no. So I'm going to have to be on their side. It's really...
the odds don't look great either.
Yeah, they really don't. Oh, Marky, though, flashed and still getting a kill, and the follow-up headshot is looking great. Yuri's going to be taking one down, but look at Cynic. He's walked all the way through the middle of the map to take out Drop. So far, so good. K Serato and Yuri in a 2-on-4 to try and bring it back, although that headshot actually opens it up. They can escape now. Otherwise, they would have been boxed in, so maybe there's a chance, Henry. They got a minute and 20 seconds here.
Oh, there's definitely a chance. Carson, he'll be given the responsibility to try and find out where they've gone. He's alone right now, and he'll go down. I don't think that's the push required. Yeah, he's hunting for information. I understand that. But it's, where do you go? If you don't get the shot, if you miss a bullet, where are you falling back to? He got a lot more than he bargained for. Certainly got the info, but it means nothing. They've still got a minute, and they're on the T side. So that's done literally nothing for them. It might have just caused more confusion because they've lost track of the remaining two Ts.
Yeah, they still don't know. So now the other two players are making a very similar play, and Furia using the time really well at the moment. Still 40 seconds. They can easily make it to the bomb site.
In their heads, so bad.
Yeah, they really are. You could see now, and I hope they're praying that when they turn this corner... Oh, actually, they are coming back now, Henry. They're actually going to the B-bomb site. Oh, this could be wild. Nouns might walk onto this and say, oh, they're not actually here. And then they might just run right into Furia that are waiting. Because once they realize no one's here, there we go. Caught out in the open again. It's Kaiser right up the headshot. B-Will's on his own. And it's a 2-on-4 conversion for Furia as they win the pistol. Look at the high fives coming out. That is brutal.
Oh, I hated that push middle, Anders. I have to say it. Like, I get it. Like I said, the info push. But if you go down, the round is over. They're the ones with the advantage then. You just had to play one middle passively, holding for the connection pushes, and then maybe very passive holds, retake with the man advantage. That's a real gut punch of a round. Yet another one. A must-win pistol there. And we'll see it go down to 13-3. Of course, the force buy will come through. And be aggression from K Serato and Carson here. Oh, what a shot that is, though. K Serato absolutely lights TJ up. That one is going to hurt in the morning as he finds the early 5-on-4. Epic shot from K Serato there.
Yeah, it was. Nice one from B-Will. So the smoke, but it's kind of a little bit too late. Already the A-bomb site has fallen, and Carson and B-Will's, I mean, we need another 2 or 3 headshots like that to even start to talk about it. Not going to be happening. B-Will's is on his own with his deagle. And, I mean, they might even just come and look for him. They are pretty aggressive. Art's out there. He's obviously hunting for a kill. It'll be safe to get it, though, but it will put Furia at a 14-3 lead. There's no coming back from this one, I feel like, especially playing the CT side of the map.
Yeah, well, that was the force buy as well, Anders, and they're 14-4 down. So, 14-3, I beg your pardon. So they're going to have to buy again. You can't recover a 15-3 scoreline. You just kind of have to buy, like, at least a half buy. They've gone for the eco, so they're going for the 15-3 comeback. I guess it's pick your poison. Like you said, it's over. Whatever choice you make, this game's done. Sadly, for Nouns fans, they will be eliminated from the tournament. This one's looking likely, well, it's locked in to be 15 rounds. They've got USPs. And here comes K Serato. Aggressive, of course. Looking to spray them down. Good for one, but there's no way they can really find much more than that. Maybe Cynic gets a kill, but yeah, bomb down. Carson.
Out looking for it. Yeah, I mean, this they lost more players than they needed to, Furia, but I just don't think they care anymore. I think they're happy to take the fights. They could have probably fallen back after the first casualty outside of the A-bomb side, but they're just so aggressive at the moment. 15-3 is going to be the scoreline, and it will be Nouns now with a bye here at the second half, but it might be the only one that they're going to get. This is looking very, very done. And again, they only got 4 rounds on Inferno, which is the first map that we already played. This one, just looking not quite there. On Inferno, it was B Wills that really stepped it up. On this one, it's Marquee, but you can't really have just 1 out of 5 players doing the kind of work here. They needed a couple or more to really start to put some pressure on, because Fury have really stepped up as a team. But this time it's Safe doing a lot of the work. He's 19-6, but yeah, it's much more of a team of Yuri as well with 21 kills, right? So they have a much more broad team effort coming into it for the Furious side of things.
Absolutely true. Safe, boosted here, and converting as they'll look likely to find round number 16. As we say goodbye to the Nouns, didn't really get going this tournament, Anders. 16-5 against G2, 2-0, 16-4 in the first map, and it's actually got worse for them. 16-3 looking very likely in the second. A tournament on home soil, one they might want to have to forget, because unfortunately this didn't really find the necessary
trip home was going to be
to
short.
Bring any sort of oh yeah, I guess you're right. There is some sort of silver lining.
There is a silver lining. CJ getting one, Carson as well, but you know, it just seems like it should be too late here. Shot in the back, Art to get the final one, 16-3, as Furia absolutely dominate Nouns. Nothing more to say about that. That's got to be one of the most one-sided games I've covered in a really long time.
Yeah, I don't normally cover a blowout. I think famously every game I commentate is 16-14 at least, at the very least. So it's quite exciting to see it come through in that manner. But I will say it is exciting to see Furia step up and finally show us some of that Brazilian flair and their old sort of playstyle as well. Sure, Art was maybe too aggressive, but that's what they need. They needed to reinvent themselves for this tournament, and hopefully they can continue to do so. We'll take a break and be back with an interview with them very shortly. A disappointing finish there for the Nouns. Admirable efforts. They had their moments where we thought it could be competitive. Early stages of Anubis, they delivered in a few fronts there, but the relentless aggression was just too much to contain. Stifling approach from the likes of Art and Keserato. Pinpoint accuracy from the AWP of Safe as well, and great teamwork as well, Anders. They knew they were coming into this one as the heavy favourites, and they certainly let the world know that they were not scared to take these duels towards middle. That was for sure.
No, you've got to, I think the story here has to be just an encouraging performance from Fury. It's good. I mean, many times when you end up saying there's a favorite team or a heavy favorite, it doesn't always play out that way, but this is one of those times where Fury just absolutely lived up to the expectations, and that's great news. You want to see them keep that up. Nouns, this was just too much for them to handle right now. I don't even know if it was necessarily the map pick. Of course, Inferno, I mean, just very one-sided as well. I think a 16-4 scoreline there. Anubis may be more of an open affair for both teams, but just Fury showing that today they were by far and away the superior team. So that's good. I mean, this is what you want to see out of Fury, especially playing in Dallas, right? They should be coming up with this kind of style.
I hope so. I want to see more of it, though. This is the Furio we used to know and love, and they started to reinvent themselves, start to try and catch up with the current meta, and it just hasn't worked out for them. They have fallen off a cliff in terms of top-level Counter-Strike. So this is the team I want to see going forward as well. Will they keep it up for the tournament? Will it be sustainable? I'm not sure. Like they might just be playing against Nouns in this sort of manner, knowing that pound for pound, every player in their team is probably going to be hitting the shot before a Nouns player can. That was evident in this game, particularly. Whether they'll keep that sort of play style up and relentless aggression continue into the tournament is yet to be seen. But they have avoided elimination, and we say goodbye to Nouns. How does that make you feel after we were so excited to see them?
Yeah, I was definitely hoping at the very least that they would put on a little bit more of a show. Maybe try and get us that third map in the end on Mirage, or just see more of a coherent style coming out from them. But it seemed like anything they got was usually down to like one or two players having a really, really sick round, and obviously that's not going to be enough because Fury are packed full of people that can throw up that kind of a round. So it just wasn't enough. I'm a little bit disappointed. I'm not going to lie. I'm happy for Furia. Again, they were the favorites coming into this one, so it's kind of nice to see them play that way. But yeah, that's going to be the end of Nouns, unfortunately. We'll see if they can go back to voting. Maybe it's a roster change, maybe it's something else that's going to be happening over there. It's still an exciting project.
It is. First of its kind, I believe, at least in CSGO.
Yes.
They don't support CSGO as well. They do multiple games. Like I think they do like Rocket League and Fortnite and stuff like that. So very cool to see a community coming together in esports and actually supporting some names we know and love, especially like Semphis, And they've obviously had the opportunity to drop them a few times, but they've voted multiple times and again to keep them in and keep supporting them. And there's not much support in NA anymore, apart from like the top teams, like the Cloud9s, the Liquids, etc. That those organizations don't exist anymore. So great to see that they're actually there and turning up to these tournaments. Hopefully we'll see them at the next one going forward. We're just waiting to hear from Jimmy Banks. We've actually got to grab Art from the show floor, Anders. So hopefully he'll answer some of the questions as to whether they'll continue this sort of play style. I'm really interested to see. Oh, actually, we've changed things up. We're going to go for Gary instead. So maybe he'll give more of a tactical insight, perhaps. So once that interview's... Oh, it is ready. We're going to throw it over to Gary and Jimmy Banks down on the show floor to hear about that victory.
I got Gary with me, and Fury do get their first win. But Gary, we were just joking off camera. It's 6 weeks since that win happened, right? Last time when it was back at Rio. Obviously, this feels good to get, but it is only against Nouns. Do you expect yourself to go into a game, though, and win something like this, right, and dominate like this?
It's a long time we played against some NA teams. Yeah. Normally we play against Liquid and Pen and Complexity. So we know we were the favorites, but in the time we are now, we are not favorites in a lot of matches, right? So we need to have double attention, double communication, and whatsoever. We are happy to have a first win after so long time.
Now talk to me about the Nubis one though, right? Is this where you want to be able to test the Nubis out against a team that's not one of the top ones in there? You happy with that?
No, we have 7 maps and we play horrible in major, and Anubis was one map that we didn't play, but we were prepared.
And so you get to see it.
Yeah, but we just punished them because they veto Vertigo, and they meant veto is Anubis. So I think they are not supposed to play a noobs, you know. They didn't like it that I pick, you know. So put them in a uncomfortable zone. It's what I did.
I like it. There you go. So playing the tactics into it, using it to your advantage. Now, Art did the interview on HLTV where he touched on the fact that this new style you guys are trying to play, it's difficult to adapt into it and kind of work for you guys in terms of adjusting. Is there a balance to be found, though, between where you have this new style, but it throws in some of the old style to make it more comfortable, or are you just trying to push forward with this new style?
This is the dream, right? I think every team is trying to do something like that. I think CS is more aggressive than they were before, and we have a lot of more teams. We have more teams that are aggressive. So I think this is the secret that we need to find. Every team is trying to find when to be aggressive and when to be structured. So. Some teams that is playing just structure, like Cloud9, you know, VP. So these guys, they know how to play this style. And we are trying to balance things. It's difficult. It's a difficult time for us, but it is what it is, you know. We are not on point individual-wise when you talk about the last tournament. And we need to be, you know, so one win. It's good for the morale. It's good for the confidence. So I think we can. Our objective is the first to go to playoffs. Always when we are here in Dallas, we got semifinals. So we want to go there, bro. I know it's difficult, but we want to go.
You've got the focus, you've got the momentum, and you've got to win now. So that's the main thing. Gary, thank you very much, man. I like it. Henry, Anders, back to you.
Thank you very much, James. And I guess that answers our questions there quite nicely, Anders. So they're looking for a hybrid of these two styles now. So not looking to clash and choose one or the other, trying to find a nice balance, I guess, against the opponents as well. Against a team like Nouns, where they know they have the firepower advantage, they can certainly turn up and show us the old style. But I think finding a nice mixture of that's probably the best way forward.
I like how he's saying, you know, that's what most people ask themselves, like, when do you play defensive and when do you aggressive? It's obviously not a question Art's ever asking himself. Like, it's always aggressive. Like, he's not trying to find the balance at all. He's just doing it. But for the team as a whole, yeah, it's definitely something that's worth figuring out. And yeah, hopefully they're well on their way to doing that. I really like a strong Furia team, especially for a tournament that's so close to home for them. So yeah, I want to see them keep on this, which, you know, it's a great beginning here. Obviously, it's a little bit scary being down in the lower bracket, but defeating Nouns this one-sidedly is it's got to be.
I guess, yeah, it's something. They didn't give many rounds away whatsoever. Yeah. What, like 6 or 7 total? It was 16-4, 16-3. So yeah, so 7 rounds total. Sure, they definitely should have won this 2-0, probably in that sort of manner. But at least they got it done. There were no issues there whatsoever. The only rounds they lost were some Tech 9s, which just happens every now and then. And they've managed to put them best foot forward. So they'll keep that up. Hopefully Furia can continue to develop and show us that they're still a team that can compete at the top level. I'm not convinced yet. We'll have to see it against a top team, or at least someone in the top 20 to show us that this can actually be a sustainable team going forward. But that is the end of that series for now. We have one more this evening on the B stream, at least, Anders. There's going to be another lower bracket game here. It's going to be Fnatic versus 9Z. Now we have got Forest playing in that one as well, which is going to be a hell of a matchup, right? You must be excited the fact that Paddy's back on the server.
You can't if you're a fan of Counter-Strike, and Forest has a long history with this particular organization. Obviously, yeah, it's meant to be. I'm really excited for it. I don't think it's going to be easy necessarily. I bet you 9C are going to be motivated to try and play real hard in this game, but I think it will be a lot of fun. I look forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. That's going to start at 2:30 our time, so in about an hour, exactly an hour, in fact. So we'll take a quick break and make sure you go get your snacks, your refreshments. We're going to do the same as well. Rest our voices and make sure we bring you all the action in about an hour's time. We'll see you there.
Smurfs, your time is over. Go yourself.
To all the 817 imposters using my name on Faceit, go yourself.
To all your grievers, go yourself. Go yourself. Go yourself.
Go yourself. Go and verify yourself for free today. In 4 easy steps, you can join the battle against Smurfs and compete with confidence against real accounts. What did you think they were saying?
victory. We ain't taking L's, death to our enemies. You see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and watch me, straight to the top. When we drop, you better join us. Boy, we hot, money in the bank, yo, we ain't playing. You should've listened when we said we staying. We ain't going nowhere, we ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes, cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really tryna come at me? Bring it on. Enemies all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle, jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all in my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. Look in your eyes, I'm seeing trouble. You were the champ, but I'm taking that buckle. You a Goliath, but I got the sling. I'm taking your head when I enter the ring. No matter what opposition that you bring, I will be standing cause I am the king. I am the lion, this is my jungle. Like a gorilla, ready to rumble. All out till we take the crown. We ain't giving up, we ain't backing down. We the new money, about to rise up. Time to move over cause your time's up. Way too hungry, never be denied. Pain in my eyes, aiming for the skies. Better sit down, better be humble. Hope you ready into the jungle. It's all around, ready for war now. Standing on this ground, and we will not give up the crown. Fighting till the end, we stay until we win. Y'all better bring it on, cause this is our battle song. Into the jungle, jungle. Into the jungle, jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. We ain't going nowhere. I hope you ready into the jungle. Into the jungle. Bring it on. What in the world, huh? You all on my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
Hey, what up, say? Let me just talk one time. Whoa. Whoa. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told him last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet. Yeah, that's a guarantee. King of the city, man, they knowing that it's me. Ain't damn near still doing it with ease, cause it ain't that hard when I'm talking about me. Me and my funds, told them I get what I want. I need my money up front. I do not do this for fun. So I've been here my whole life, I ain't seen them here once. Told them I ain't playing, they don't wanna get hurt, dog. It's about time, I done show them how it works, dog. Seen them in the shit, but now they all worse off. I ain't in a race if I ain't coming first, dog. Tell them step back if they ain't in the game now. It was moving slow, so I had to find a pace now. All they tryna talk, not the time or the place now. Coming for the pot, and I got a pocket ace now. Ooh. Can't make a promise, but I do my best. 25 sitting on 25 racks. Just got started, no, we ain't done yet. Bought a new crib, that's a goddamn flex. Sign that check. Told him last year that I've been up next. Can't take calls, but I send that text. From way downtown, but the shit's still wet.
me howling at the moon. Won't stop fighting to the very end. Many men try to reach it, many men have failed. Well, if you wanna get to heaven, you gotta raise a little hell. And I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Will you find me? Hope you find me. I'll be back home soon. When the sun rises, when the sun sitting on a back porch, drinking moonshine, chewing long cut, getting high on the elements. Looking for the big score, wanna get it done, gotta wrap it up, gotta hide all the evidence. Moonshine and gasoline. Moonshine for what you need. Rolling down a dirt road, sipping sweet tea, getting hella buzzed, trying to find you some happiness. They're looking for the big gun, gonna call the law, gonna lock you up, gonna prosecute with prejudice. Moonshine and gasoline. Moonshine for what you need.
indifferent. Don't know what it is that made us so indifferent. We're drifting in the dark. Can we do better? Wish I could rewind back to the start. Can we do better than this? Better. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can seem to let go. You got me high, then drop me low. You got there's something I can seem to let go.
And you know he be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mind's heavy, give me space. Pine's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Time's ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Mad as savage, in me back and I'm back and it happening, ready to blow. I remember doing deeds with Deji from the street, they left me on my own. Mom kept asking me about how I got the P, I told her leave it, mama grow. Then they're ringing off my phone. Then they're ringing off my phone. Times change, but mine's made up. I ain't got line patience, tried then, don't like baitness. Come close, but swear that. Went ghost with a hair pack, never boast loud, get your bird whacked in my condo where I birth tracks with a gang. Catch that for the gram, snap that for the man. These dudes do the most, no money in the hand. I ain't never had to feel away, rhyme steady and they feel the way. Occupation make it either way, never worry cause I can. Back chat from the whack gang, took charge when they sack man. Passport when a milestone, make space when the bags land. This must be a daydream, Max got me the mad plan. My team never lied on, due a visit from the facts man. He be riding on the wave, I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. Fake clothes, same watch. Fake crepe, same fucks. Fake squad, say lots. But flop ain't what I'm on. Aim up, don't stop. We beat leveling. Proceeds increase heavily. Don't need this man's energy. I be the one, beat the one. I don't make a song to make a song, and the vibe is right. The mic will let me on to the signs I light up. I spit the strong in the line and pick me first before I'm gone. I ain't straight sicker with the wordplay. Syllables spin, I don't fidget when I verse straight. Minimal talk when I work late. Fuck what you think by my work rate. Celebrate wins like a birthday. This is 3-6, got a mean list of the tracks. You man busy sleeping when I brainstorm as a plan. Link Tandy on the underground. I don't even have to ask. Miss laughing with my brother now. I ain't talking about Dan. Catch up when he lands. Snapshot with the fam. KL did a madness. Back soon going ham. Come see how we ride out. Short change but we smile proud. Been blazed for a while now. Stay ready for the jam. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th. He be riding on the wave. I ain't got a lot to say. Mine's heavy, give me space. Pines ready, let me blaze. Spend money, what a waste. Times money, money pays. You ain't ready for the 8th. She ain't ready for the 8th.
competition. But if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back before, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, won't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. This my game won't stop, no, I can't fit in your box, whoa, that's demolish shop, froze, set the scene, no plot, hoes, whoa, please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy, but none of you critics gon' faze me, so when I talk like this, don't blame me, I know I'm bad with it, go against a goat, that's bad business, all of y'all are jokes so sad with it, to me you just a ghost, don't get mad with me, just, it's a my, gotta get, already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa, I'm the main event, ain't no back before, let's get it, heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, won't get with it, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. and you're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Sitting on a back porch, drinking moonshine, chewing long cut, getting high on the elements. Looking for the big score, wanna get it done, gotta wrap it up, gotta hide all the evidence. Moonshine and gasoline. Moonshine for what you need. Rolling down a dirt road, sipping sweet tea, getting hella buzzed, trying to find you some happiness. They're looking for the big gun, gonna call the law, gonna lock you up, gonna prosecute with prejudice. Moonshine and gasoline. Moonshine for what you need. Moonshine and gasoline. Moonshine for what you need. Got the fever, I got your medicine. Got what you need. Got what you need. Moonshine and gasoline. Moonshine for what you need. Moonshine and gasoline. Moonshine for what you need. Got the fever, I got your medicine.
Well, howdy there, partners. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. We are back in the capital of Counter-Strike here at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. My name is Henry G, and joining me in the saddle today is no other than the original gunslinger Anders Bloom. And Anders, we've got a bit of a banger up next. Fnatic Forest is on the server taking on 9Z. We are hyped for this one. I am ready to go full send in this matchup.
Been a really long time since someone's been able to say Fnatic Forest. It really has. But, you know, two names definitely legendary in the Counter-Strike space. and they're going to be playing 9C. So I'm excited for, but yeah, having Forest back in the saddle, that feels good. That's exciting. Even if we have to stay up late here in Europe, approaching that 2:30 a.m. clock. But yeah, if I have to stay up late to watch Forest play a bit of Counter-Strike, I'll definitely do it.
Absolutely true. 490 maps played historically for Fnatic. I grew up watching him back in the day, inspired me to become a pro player myself. I'm sure there's so many other stories like that as well. Your homework, if you're watching at home, is to make sure you go on YouTube after this game. Go and check out 1.6 demos and see what the hype was about. You'll notice each and every one on YouTube has millions of views for good reasons. They are extra spicy and historic artifacts of Counter-Strike, and I can't wait to get into this one, and hopefully he can turn up, because he still plays, you know, he still turns up and streams every single day. It's not like he's coming in rusty, and sure, he won't have tournament experience under his belt recently, but I still think he's going to be fired up.
Yeah, Forrest is one of those sort of really rare people. I mean, it's sort of a meme for the longest time, but he's one of these people that always just, even when he's not playing that much, if he's had a little bit of a break or something, he's always really good. He just has such a high, skill ceiling in general, and like the floor of his play is always really high as well. So, yeah, I think Forrest is going to be interesting. I have no doubt about it. Whether or not he can, push Fnatic over the line, I guess we're going to find out. It is a best of 3, so I'm quite interested how it's going to be playing out. The rest of Fnatic are going to be pretty good too. I mean, I think they should be favorites in this one, surely.
Yeah, we'll pull up the roster now. You will notice that Crims is no longer in the roster, unable to make this event due to personal reasons, I believe, and Forrest, a perfect substitute. Former teammate, of course, and then coming in and putting on the Fnatic jersey once again, joined by Mezzi, Fasha, Roy, and Nikodos. Still are the heavy favorites, I would say, coming into this matchup, Anders, but obviously caveats to be made. They just played Mouse as well. It was a 16-9 deficit. Didn't catch the game, of course, we were on the B stream, but about what you would expect, I suppose, with a stand-in. Didn't catch the stats either, but I'm still very excited for this one. We can have a look at the other roster as well. We're going to have 9Z on the other side, a young roster hailing from South America. We've got players from Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile. Relatively unknown quantities, losing some of their best players, more of a farming squad for the rest of the region, it seems. Anders recently using NQZ as well, and this kind of bringing up younger talent. I can't say I've seen many of their players before.
Yeah, I think Try and maybe DGT are sort of some of the more recognizable names here. Definitely I've seen David and Buddha play as well, but not more than a couple of games, I would say. So I don't disagree. Again, I mean, that makes it interesting, right? You got Fnatic, with the stand-in, but also you got a 9C team that probably Fnatic are going to have a little bit of a harder time stratting too much against and sort of figuring out what's going on here. So I think overall we could be in for a bit of a wild ride. Certainly hope so. That first match was a little bit too one-sided, right? We didn't really get to see Nouns do much of anything. So I'm hoping that we're going to get to see more of a competitive game this time around.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I'm sure it will be. 3 maps certainly possible here. 9Z should be chomping at the bit here to cause a bit of damage, playing against a wounded Fnatic. It's not like the squad's been in amazing form recently either. They kind of have up and down results, kind of losing out. So some of the formers are like Fasha used to be one of my favorite riflers. It seems like his form has kind of taken a bit of a downgrade in 2023, and they're trying to really find their identity, I would say. But who knows, though. This might revitalize the squad, having Paddy in the roster. I'm sure everyone's very excited to see what he can do. I'm just thinking about the Vita going forward. I'm just going to have a look at the mouse setup. So Fnatic removed Mirage and Inferno, so they're trying to play like into the bogey maps here. Okay. And it was actually played on Nuke, and they didn't do too well against Mouse. But it was 16-9, and in terms of Forest performance, he did bottom frag with 0.59 rating and 11 kills. So yeah, not ideal in that respect, but still we're hoping he can turn up and show us the goods here in the elimination series, unfortunately.
Yeah, I want to believe that. I have to believe it. Like, I'm just gonna whatever the previous stats say or whatever. Like, I'm gonna have to be on Forest's side for this one. Just pure all-out bias. But I'm just gonna.
Shall we agree now that if he's in a clutch scenario, we're gonna make sure we give him like the proper historic beams.
Yeah.
We make sure that he gets a good moment and something to cherish after this tournament. Let's make sure we make those moments special for him.
Yeah, 100%.
They're gonna be a lot of fun when he gets going. So let's hope that does happen, and hopefully the vetoes will be coming through momentarily. Do you have an idea what you think you'd like this one to go? Maybe another Anubis?
Yeah, I feel like, that could be a lot of fun. I don't know if we're going to see too much of that. I feel like 9C are going to have a little bit of a harder time on that one. I imagine Ancient could be like a pretty good common ground kind of map. True. But I like Ancient too, so I wouldn't be too sad if we're going to see that playing in the mix somehow. But otherwise, yeah, they don't have a lot of map overlap in the maps right now. So when that happens, I mean, sometimes you end up in the scenario where, you know, the first two maps that they pick are just, you know, each team will win their own map pick, and then you get on to a third one for the deciding one. So that could be how this plays out, if maps are going to make a difference. I think in terms of the firepower, I mean, some of the players that we were talking about Forest a little bit, but I mean, somebody like Nikodos is someone who had such a banging start with the AWP and then had a really huge downturn and just disappeared for a long time there. If he's going to be back and playing better, I think for the major, like he definitely, you know, stepped it up during the RMR, and like it started to look a little bit better once again. If he can continue on that upward trajectory, I think that's going to be exciting. They definitely need him, I think, to have an impact with the AWP and not just go disappearing. Because for the rest of it, like, you know, between Fasher and Roy, I think is obviously like a very, very stable player who you can always count on to do some work. But I think they need Nikodos to really show up here with the AWP, otherwise it's going to be a tough game.
I guess a lot of pressure on Mezzi as well. He's been the in-game leader for a while now, this squad, and continues to be one of the absolute top performers for the team as well. Having to manage a stand-in situation as well. Whether that will detract from his form, I'm not sure, but it certainly puts a lot more on his plate. But you have to say, in the last year, I think he's become one of the top performing in-game leaders in the fragging department. Like, his form has not suffered whatsoever.
No, it really hasn't. So some pressure on them, and you know, you're also adjusting to having a stand-in. I mean, I think usually the problems are going to be happening on the CT side. Like those rotations defensively could just be very hard to handle. T side, usually you're going to be fine. I do think we have the veto just about coming up. So excited to see. Oh, we got the huddle as well. They're ready.
Yeah, well, this is a big moment for the likes of 9Z. You don't get to see them in these big tournaments so often these days. So we're going to see what they can bring to the table. A great opportunity, like we said, a wounded Fnatic here with the stand-in. So you give this the absolute all. We'll see the vetoes start to come through and see if we can recognize a trend. Same bans from Fnatic so far, taking away Mirage. Like we said, they were taking away Inferno, Mirage, the classics really, as we see Nuke will be picked by 9Z. That's the map that Fnatic just played against Mouse as well. A 16-9 deficit, I believe. Overpass, a bit of a Fnatic classic. Has been troublesome recently. I will say they were famed for being the absolute masters on the map. Their form has started to fall off as of late, but still a very good map for Fnatic in general. Inferno removed, and Anubis as well. Will be Ancient if needed there. I would say we might be seeing Ancient here, considering we didn't see the map against Fnatic before, but we saw there was a deficit, maybe some weaknesses spotted, and Overpass I think will be theirs regardless, and Ancient to close things out here late in Europe, Anders.
Yeah, although Overpass is an interesting map for Fnatic to end up on, because 9Z actually do play that map a fair bit. They don't have the highest win rate on it, but you know, when you're playing against a team with a stand-in, maybe that doesn't even matter nearly as much as you would have liked. So kind of curious. I imagine Nuke should be a map where 9Z feel very, very comfortable against Fnatic at the moment. That is definitely their home map. I mean, that and Ancient, really. So overall, you got to say with the veto here, you'd almost have to lean to 9C's favor. It feels like they're in a good spot with these three maps at the moment. I'm really, really curious. I'm already getting a little bit nervous for Fnatic. We're not even really into it yet. I can feel it.
They're going to be so fired up. They're going to be so hungry as well. Yeah, I feel like this could be a very, very entertaining game. Nuke, one of my favorite maps to commentate. It's all about the rotations. It's all about the comms, Anders, and that's going to be difficult. Like the system on the CT side is very difficult to manage. Like I said, Mezzi's got a lot on his plate here, but I have full faith that he can deliver. And we'll see what kind of performance he can bring to that upper bomb site. Normally an absolute anchor. And interesting to see where Forest will, of course, be positioned, and we're getting into the action momentarily, it seems. I've got to ask you, Anders, who have you got as a favourite? And I know we want Paddy to win deep down, but what's your kind of inclination saying?
Man, I don't want to be picking against Forest. I really don't. But I've got to say, with the maps that we've ended up on here, I might be on the 9C side. I might be convinced that's going to happen now. I'm floundering a little bit before we even get into it. So I guess I'll contradict myself from earlier. I'm still going to be excited to see Forest play, but I think 9C actually have a pretty good shot at winning this one.
All right. That is an exciting prospect. And just to look at 9Z's previous matchup as well, that was against Heroic. They played Mirage. It was a 16-9 game. I did catch some of that. They actually had a pretty compelling comeback at one point. It looked like they had a chance of maybe doing a bit more damage. But Heroic, of course, the old masters on the map, were always going to be favourites in that matchup. This is the young squad. And in terms of playing each other before, they did actually have a matchup in Rio. So they played there. It was actually a 3-mapper. Fnatic took it 2-1. They played Nuke before. 9Z took them 69 on Nuke back at IEM Rio. So, yeah, that's obviously going to be a great pick for them going forward. That's why I said that. And then Overpass was a 16-3 victory for Fnatic. So it's the same map pool. And it's a Nuke, then Overpass, and it was Ancient to close things out. It's the exact same map pool.
Wow.
They played at Rio. And then Fnatic won Ancient 16-12. Considering they've got a stand-in, I think 9Z will be pretty happy with the map pool.
Yes.
With that all broken down, that's pretty exciting news.
I reckon it is. I think they're going to be in a good spot right here. Also, shout out to the people in the Twitch chat. I am actually reading it. It's definitely taken years of my life reading Twitch chat as much as I've been doing. But it's worth it. There's a lot of madness happening in there, and I do appreciate it. So, yeah. If you guys have any comments, we'll do the best to try and interact with that a little bit too, because again, it's getting a little bit late, and we're on the B stream hanging out, so we're having a good time. We're allowed
B
to bend
stands
the
for
rules.
best stream.
Exactly.
It's not the secondary stream, it's the best stream.
That's exactly right.
So we are just waiting for this one to start. Currently 2:30 here in Europe, and obviously these guys in towards Dallas. It's just getting towards the evening there, and just a slight tech issue, but you can see the boys getting ready. There's Forest at the end, a beautiful bald head now, and with Mezzi in the middle. We'll see whether he can stand and deliver. Keita behind him, the coach of British fame.
He's been with them for a while now, hasn't he? Doing great work. So hopefully they can push it forward here and they don't get sent packing a little bit too early. I believe Mouse and Heroic are playing over at the other stream as well. So, by all means, keep both tabs open at the same time and, stay up to date with what's going on. We're going to get into it right here. Starting on Nuke, it's 9C versus Fnatic in a best of 3 at IEM Dallas. So I'm excited to get this on the way. Fnatic going to be starting on the CT side with 9C on the T side. And already DGT, he is looking, at least hoping for a fight down there. It's going to be Nikoros to get the opening kill of the game.
So Forest towards the ramp here. It's a nice stable position. You play by yourself, no teamwork required. A nice little spot for him to slot into, so that's ideal. Here's Roy challenging with the P2000 as well. Lovely shot towards the door. They've got a nice man advantage here. DGT will be fighting back somewhat here, but he's been isolated towards the corner. And I need to be careful. It's a 3. Make it 2 versus 1. And they know where Buddha is as well, but Roy, he's in a lot of trouble. That Glock will sting at close range and can't quite connect the dots. Fortunate there for Roy to get away with that one, as it will be Fnatic picking up the CT pistol. 1-0, 2 players surviving, and Forrest will launch himself into a silenced M4 to hold towards that ramp room.
But that was getting really, really sketchy for Roy. I'm surprised he lived through the Glock there. A lot of missed bullets at the start of it, but, it worked out in the end. Good triple on him. And Fnatic to pick up the first round. We've got a UMP picked up on Mezzi's, more of a rare sight, but no bomb plant and no real investment apart from a deagle or 2 here on the side of 9C.
Yeah, Mezzi does unspeakable things with the UMP. I don't know how he does it. I don't like the weapon, but he always seems to make it work. It's the low rate of fire that pits me off. It always feels like he kind of has too much recoil and he doesn't fire fast enough. I don't like the feeling at all. But should be fine here in this scenario, Anders, because it's a full eco. They'll be bringing just a P250, a Desert Eagle, no armor, and going to be trying to find an opening here towards the silo. But Roy, perfect position to find the first kill. Buddha will be removed as well, and that's going to be early baths here for the 9Z members. Just 2 remaining, and looking to keep this clean. They shouldn't give up a single kill here. Let the SMGs do the work if possible. They're spotted just 1 player towards silo. Bomb down, clean as you like, and that's a lovely, lovely round then. They're prepared for the AKs in the third. They put themselves 3 M4 Anders as well. So SMG still very serviceable on Nuke, but having that range now to go toe-to-toe with the expected AKs here, it's the perfect start for Fnatic.
Having the M4A1 especially on this map, right? Down towards the ramp, or if you're outside shooting through the smoke, the wall of smokes that are always going to be put up, those LDLC smokes, for anyone that's been around for a while. Yeah, it's so important, such an important tool. So good to see that they already got those in play. But the AKs have come out. 9C ready to fight back early on here. They don't have that much utility on the T side. The wall is already down, and they don't have many more smokes, so they kind of have to do something behind this. But look at already Roy moving forward. He's just going to keep on pushing. I don't think they see this. I don't think Max is aware on the other side. This could be a disaster, Henry.
Oh, they've passed each other like ships in the night. They have no idea. Fake info on either side. Not a big deal for Max. He's in a prime position. I guess Roy going for a huge backstab, though. He can go in towards the lobby and potentially cause a massive ruckus. He's going to find the bomb at the very least. This is looking very promising now. First kill should be his, no problem. Mezzi will join in the frag as well, but only gets a single frag. And that's a little bit disappointing considering that positional control, and they had no idea.
Yeah, you definitely want to see more out of that. Although I still imagine on the 9C side, this is a bit of a disaster. You just don't know what's happening. Is that the only flank? Where do you go from here? The bomb is picked up once again, and it is a 3 versus 4. With Max looking for a headshot out here. He snuck up really close, but in the meantime, Fasha's going to be taking down David, and Try is now left inside, Max on the outside. They have a 2-on-3 and only about 35 seconds. This is going to be very, very hard round to win right now on the T side. I think with that kill, not just hard, but probably impossible for Try to do anything with here. Good idea, good pre-aim even, but Fasha's just way too quick with the MP9, and it will be Fnatic winning a 3rd round.
Very convincing as well. That's a nice bonus round to win as well, Anders. You've got a couple of SMGs coming into it. You've now upgraded those to AK-47s. Rifles across the board now. Money in a problematic spot. No bomb planted. And the UMP, like I said, Mezzi stepping up. David did find a decent kill, I suppose, but slowly but surely, Fasha dissecting them with the MP9. Doing a great job there on top of the hut. Very, very impressive. Bit of a half buy here. Quite a lot of investment though. A rifle has been picked up for DDT, but they've actually lost a lot of health en route. All 5 members full send down towards Secret, and they're continuing to get pummeled by bullets.
Ooh, Roy, he was listening to the footsteps and thought he could walk through the smoke out there. Fasher is down below and wreaking havoc on them. That is an amazing 3 kills that he gets down there. DDT and Try, I don't think there's much they could do. They could try and make this more expensive, but actually winning the round, I doubt it's going to be possible. That was a little bit bold from Roy to try and walk through, but I think he was hoping that the spray from his teammate all the way at the top of hell and heaven there was going to maybe distract them, and maybe they could find something, and now it's a bit interesting. DDT actually finding a kill. Try down below is going to get almost caught, but Forrest is going to be dropped, and now it's a 2-on-2. This is a little bit of a wrinkle in the round all of a sudden. Fnatic, this should have been an easy win.
Yeah, you would think so, considering the way it started as well. So much damage towards that outside area. DDT will be towards ramp, and Try holding towards the vent, so you'd presume they're going to be accessing the lower area, and there's no CT coverage there at all. Mezzi, with the lack of information, pushing in towards lobby, and the crossfire has been set up here, but CT is down there. It's going to be Fasha waiting behind the silo, but yeah, taken from the side, and that's going to be very problematic now. Sure, they're low HP, but Mezzi towards the vents. Out of position right now as the bomb is planted.
What an absolute disaster. From a 2-on-4 into a 1 versus 2 as Mezzi smoked off back here. Gonna give the Q away as soon as he opens the door. They're gonna know, and they have a couple of flashbangs even to try and maybe slow him down. I mean, this is an absolute nightmare. A wallbang right now would be amazing. Mezzi, he's just not even sure where they are at the moment. He's got the kit, but no smoke to put up or anything. Try on top of the silo, and he's getting a shot right away. That's a good headshot, Mezzi. Actually, really well done on the first one. He needs a 1 tap here on DDT. Yeah, he is very, very low on health. He's been spotted already. There's the 1 try, but I think he's run out of time. And 9C, they steal this round away. Disastrous for Fnatic is, again, this is really not a map that they are particularly good on. And 9C, they picked the map, and they should be strong. I think that should have been a Fnatic round every single time.
Oh, absolutely. That was just a 5-man rush outside with pistols and a single Galil. They did so much damage at the start of the round. It looked like there was no chance, and all of a sudden it starts spiraling out of control. 9Z will find their first. Plenty of money. Like we said, that bonus round coming to save them here. They'll still have a nice full buy, and they've gone for a double AWP setup on the CT side here. Forrest get the frag, unfortunately. He'll be taking that secondary AWP towards ramp. It's a solid position for the weapon, and should be able to find his first kill right here. Oh no, that's a big miss, unfortunately. Should have been his every day of the week, and that's going to be the ramp from wide open and potentially the lower bomb site.
Yeah, and a bit of a nightmare as well if you're that ramp anchor. The one big thing to always remember is to try and stay alive, right? It doesn't even matter if you stay and hold the ramp. You can always fall back, but going down that swiftly is a bit of a nightmare. Forrest, really rough start for him here. And 9C, they're going to use the fact that they had that previous round, that 2 versus 4 that they won, and now they're going to keep the pressure on. Nikolos and Roy are left, but Fnatic, that's all of the money just evaporated from the team in a matter of rounds. They're just going to be in a lot of trouble all of a sudden.
It's one of those super rough rounds as well. They haven't really presented anything too tactical. They've gone for a fast ramp, like almost bullying the fact that Forrest could be there. He misses a very key shot there. If he gets that 1 frag, he then falls down towards lower. His knife out, he pieces out, but the 1 missed shot meant he was out of position. The T's got too close. And he went down with almost nothing there. They completely overwhelmed the lower bomb site, and there's nothing that can be done. They can't salvage the situation. Nikodos thankfully saves the secondary orb. Roy will have a rifle as well, so not all is lost. They'll still have somewhat of a buy going forward, but yeah, you can see Max taking full control of the lower bomb site, and a bit of a scramble from Fasher as well. They got picked apart, trying to reinforce the punctured defenses, but maybe a tactical timeout here. And indeed, just to discuss some options and work out how they're going to reinvest, if at all. Sure, they've got these saved weapons, but the money's still pretty broken. They might take a full eco around it and to see what they can do, try and save the weapons once again. Hey, maybe even win the round if Nikodos finds an opening frag.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely on something like that. That would be a huge way to get back into it. Especially when you've got the double op set up and one of them is at the ramp and you actually get that first opportunity. You're expecting to get the one kill and then fade away and keep the round going. Something else that's interesting, I mean, with 9C, when they actually get the kill on Forest, they don't really try to do too much complicated stuff, right? They just follow through. They just go all the way down the ramp. They look for that kill in the control room, and they get it on Max, I believe, getting that one. So really well done in the terms of just seeing the weakness and following through. Like some teams, they will, overcomplicate things. They'll make, let's wait around, and then suddenly, you end up losing some of those 4-on-5s when you get the entries. But they really, really saw that there was an opportunity. So you gotta appreciate that.
This is where 9Z might just keep this momentum up. Keep going for the fast ramp. Try and punish. Oh, there it is, Forest. But Nikodos, we said if he gets a couple of picks, you never know. And they have arrived looking for his third. He connects the shot, but not finding the frag just yet. Forest will be dropped. And they are going to find frags left and right, but still the man advantage sits with Fnatic. 1 HP for Max as well. David will have to do the heavy lifting here if they stand a chance in the 3-on-2 deficit. Fasho, decent smoke down towards Squeaky. And this is a chance for Fnatic to get right back into this.
Good movement from Fasher in here, making sure that he's hard to read, just repositioning himself. Doesn't even matter if you let the bomb go down right now. Just don't let them get the jump on you in that squeak position. And he's already so far away. I don't think they're going to be reading this at all. Max is one bullet away from Dent, and David, I mean, he's going to have to try and maybe do this on his own. Instantly shut down, though. So it'll be on Max instead. He's going to get the bomb plant, but surely there's no way to win this. Anything touches him at all, especially if the AWP is going to find him. Nikodos with the triple and just shutting down that ramp push. That was so well done. That's exactly what they needed.
Absolutely. And you can see 9Z potentially trying to punish the fact that Forest is towards ramp. He hasn't had the best start. He's had that big miss. Might be affected his morale. You see he's gone down 0-3, but they've put Nikodos in that position with that saved orb, and he delivers 2 spectacular frags. So this is the shot that Forest did miss before, and Nikodos turns up and absolutely nails it. So that's a lifeline. Like we said, that's a full eco around that saved orb and the M4, and they've really made it work, and they've recovered 2 AKs as well. Should get them right back on track here as we get into round number 7. 4-2 advantage for Fnatic, but still, money's pretty decent. 9Z, remember, won a half buy of their own with 1 Galil and Tech 9s. So this is a very important round for the economy on either side.
Let's see how this plays out. Oh, Nikodos pushing in front of all the flames there. Feeling very aggressive at the moment. Forest, he's aggressive on the other side. There's nobody in the lobby. I mean, even if they don't find a kill here early on, this is such a telling move for Fnatic. The fact that they're not seeing anyone here, they're going to get a bit of a read on what's happening. Smokes are going to go down outside, but if ever 9Z want to get back and try and reclaim that lobby position, it's just going to be very, very tricky. I wonder, Forest, he's still just frozen in time. He's just waiting for someone to show up, but doesn't seem like anyone ever will at this point in time, so huge gap outside in the smoke. Roy is looking for it, and Nikodos, he's fallen back down below with the AWP. They know what's coming.
Let's see what they can make of it. That gap will come to haunt the likes of 9Z. Roy finds the opening frag. That's Buddha removed, and you can see Nikodos getting in position, but he is caught off guard. The aggression backfiring here now as Forest does find a kill eventually towards the lobby. And it's going to be a very awkward position once again for Fnatic. 40 seconds remaining. 3-on-2 against them. And we've got Mezzi on the bomb site floor, joined shortly by Forest as well. He's got 25 HP and has found his first frag at least.
They have a Molotov to maybe burn out that corner. If they can find a way to bounce it off the wall, it might be possible. Mezzi, that's the real fear here. Or just the AK from DGT, that'll get the job done. Forrest back here with an AK 1 versus 3, and they are coming from swiftly. Good shot of the first one, and Max is very low on health. There might be a chance, but DGT, he'll stand up to it. A double for him instead, and 9C, they make their way out. And I've got to say, I don't understand the part where they know that it's going to be that outside to secret push. I don't know why Nikodos... I don't mind that Roy's fighting. He get the kill early on. I don't know why Nikodos wants to move up like that.
This is the angle I was going to say. It must be a very tricky, weird shot for him to take. I guess with so much aggro towards outside, he just assumed he could find a gap there. But great awareness, and that was the position that eluded him and potentially cost him the round. You're dead on. It's going to be 4-3. Fnatic now on the back foot with the pistols once again. They fully invested here, Anders. Relying on the Nikodos AWP once again. It's Roy to be tested, though, as they start to push and probe towards outside. David towards the silo as well. Full-on assault towards this area, and they've gone for the latest smokes here. So it looks like Secret will be under scrutiny once again. There's the Molotov, and Roy to be tested as they are about to present themselves to bomb, and Buddha will strike first.
Yeah, that's a really deep swing on the AK, and you could see Roy, he was ready for a little bit more of a shallow fight, although Forrest, close and personal. That's a good shot with the Deagle. Trying to see if he can find that. He's going to get checked. He really, really just wanted to get his hands on that AK up there, but Buddha's going to be able to find him instead. 3 versus 4. Nikodos has the AWP, and Fasher's moving up right in front of Tri, but it's going to be quick. What a nice quick scope coming out from him. Mezzi and Nikodos left 2 versus 4 as 9C are looking to tie up the scoreline here.
This is a very important kill, and Mezzi has made it work with the... just a pistol, and now he actually is going to be going down. Nikodos, he'll have the AWP still. Max 2 HP, and it looks like he might have to save this one. The bomb will be planted momentarily. Maybe one more chance to give it a go. There's a shot, and he'll see if Tri will overstep the mark, but yeah, he'll call for the save. Mezzi with that 5-7 though, Anders. That's an amazing shot. I thought he had a chance there. If he somehow got away with that one and got the safety, who knows? But Nikodos, 16 HP, and back in towards T-Spawn. There we have it. 9Z tying things up 4-4. 3 players surviving as well. We said the Fnatic were fully invested into that round, and Nikodos has almost no chance of saving here at all. They're trying to bait out the shots, and he's definitely worth the hunt now. They know exactly where he is. A nice grenade, though. He might be able to fight for his life here. This shot is very important, and that's enough. He actually gets away with it. The nade connected, Anders. And even with just 16 points of health, he comes out on top. But the round does go against him. Oh my god, a bit of showboating with a nade. I don't know why he's done that.
I thought he was surely dead. That looked ridiculous. They had nades on the T side. I thought they were going to be able to find him just one of those, but I guess that's pretty impressive, right? And it probably takes a little bit of the celebrations away from 9C. They thought they were going to be able to... It
makes it somewhat of a hollow victory, you know? The fact, like, right, we've sabotaged their finances, but we just gave up a 3 versus 1. He's now saved the AWP, and we know he's the kind of player that can salvage these sort of rounds, even on a full eco, with 4 USPs around him, and Nikodos AWP, it's enough. We've seen how aggressive and confident he is in his own game right now. Sure, he had a slump in the last couple of months, but he seems like he's finding that killer instinct once again. He's dictating the pace of the round, and he's being a real nuisance each and every time. He saved the day towards the ramp room. Is that the position to go to once again? I'm not sure, because he's already showed his hand at that point. They know he has the AWP, and maybe let's go for a straight upper rush and try and avoid him completely, because that's probably the last place you go. Towards the nest at the start of the round, but let's have a look. Where does Nikodos go?
Even if you do, right, you can just run down that AWP. And another good reason why you'd want to do an upper rush here anyways, you know they're not going to have the grenades to stop you, right? So I'm behind that idea, though we can already tell that that's not quite what they're doing, but I think it's a good suggestion because there aren't too many rounds where you really get to pull those upper rushes. Later on, if Fnatic get the economy back, you're going to run into so many nades. So you gotta give it a shot when you got a chance for it here. They're slow playing it, though, so let's see if they can dodge the AWP. Last time they ran into it on the ramp, but it was a disaster. This time he's trying to stay mobile, but outside, smokes are everywhere. He can't find anything there, and he's just trying to find out where the fight's going to be happening, although it looks like it's going to be downstairs. The bomb is making its way there. I don't know if he can even get there in time. This round might almost be over with just 1 kill on Mezzi here.
You might be right, but he's done well to find some sort of control here. Forrest has no idea they're towards the window already, and it looks like they're out of luck. Mezzi, with that P2000, does at least get 1. I don't think Nikodos will be hard committing to this, just seeing if there's a kill available. Bomb will be planted momentarily. Molotov's flying in as well. He knows he has to get out of there as the lower bomb site is covered in flames. Bomb planted, and Roy, if he can find some sort of weapon here. Might stay till the bomb explodes before taken down, and just Nikodos to save here. 10 kills, Nikodos, and was unable to win the round previously. Did save the AWP. Will have to do it once again, this time in a 4 versus 1.
Yeah, he's close to getting caught here on the ladder. Don't know if they're going to... No, they didn't quite see him. It looked like or Buddha maybe could have seen him.
Do they want to do it again?
Oh, they're getting real close. Nikodos.
Oh, no!
Shoots, but doesn't hit him, and that'll give away his position. Are they going to be coming out? I think they're too far away, unfortunately. Okay.
Yeah, he looks like he's fine. Well played.
That's scary. But, yeah, the AWP will live on. But I don't think 9C care, right? They get to stay alive with 4 people as well, and they are now in the round lead on the T side of Nuke. So, pretty good times for them at the moment. I think they are currently comfortable again in the map pick, and they all seem to be coming alive. DDT and Tri currently leading the board, but the rest of them are kind of there doing a little bit of work. On the other side, Nikodos is doing a lot of the stuff right now, but again, some of it is in saving the AWP and in kind of carrying it forward. It doesn't have the same impact as having 10 rounds where you get the opening kills. That's going to be a bit different. Max is right for the smoke. I can't believe he's still alive. How has he lived through that attempt?
I have no idea. Going for the opening pick. He won't be the one to find it, but he certainly caused a distraction as Tri and David will be fragging out towards the secret position. The bomb scrambles down towards lower. Very scary round, and you can see how it's discombobulated Fnatic somewhat here. Nikodos can still save the day, but gives up its spot. They can go back up towards the vents and indeed plant towards upper. Forest, normally the brand player, shouldn't be too far behind them. It's actually towards outside now, I believe, but Nikodos will still be here, down towards lower. And what's the finishing move here?
Still a minute left, and the bomb just slowly making its way there. Nikodos, I don't even know what kind of fireworks is going to be able to get you out of this one. Ready and waiting. Smoke on the one side. He's so worried about it, and he's going to get shut down.
Wow.
Oh, they even faked it out by running out of the smoke again after faking the bomb. And Forrest just too far away to help out. So best he can do is save the M4. As 9C will be picking up a 6th round. So this is starting to look really impressive. And again, we're getting, I think, a chance to look at why 9C picked the map. Like, they look comfortable on it. They know what they're doing. And I think they figured out some of the big weaknesses, especially getting out through the yard and down in secret without losing too many players is a really big luxury.
I'm liking the discipline as well towards the end. Most teams would think this round's done, even if he has the AWP, like, it'll be fine. They actually drop the smoke. They go for a fake plant. They bait out the shot and make sure he gets nothing out of it. So learning their lesson after going towards that T-spawn area for the hunt before, they make this round very effective, very efficient, and Forrest will be saving a silenced M4, but the money should be in a pretty dire spot now for Fnatic. Have a look at Tri and David getting the job done there. Another fast play towards that secret position, and as it's becoming a real problem now. They don't seem to have a solution for the fast push towards outside. As we mentioned, the money not in a great spot, averaging $3,000 per player. Nikodos has 6K by virtue of saving, and this is a chance for Kita to kind of chime in here. They probably have to go for a partial buy, quite a modest one. Some PT50s perhaps, but Fnatic are known for their eco setups. They've come up with some very creative stacks, most notably on Inferno, I would say. So just a single M4, make it the second, of course, with the saved Forest rifle as well. And they've got a few smokes. So like I said, modest investments elsewhere, 5.7s, Deagle, and no kits, but still a fighting chance here. Would love to see Forest pop off and give us a bit of old magic here.
You're not the only one. There's a user in the Twitch chat called Brad Pitts Big Hips who says that he loves watching Forest on his screen. I'm on that boat as well. Great username, by the way.
Yeah, love that. That's the username of the day.
That probably is. I'm not gonna lie. But they're down 2 rounds, unfortunately. There's Nikodos finding it right on top of the smoke. You love to see that. Fasher's moving up, and he executes GGT. That is a beautiful shot for the 5-7. 5 vs 3 right here. And maybe a chance to get it back. There's Forrest popping off in the ramp, taking down David. And this is just looking like a beautiful round. Tri and Butter are left, and I don't think there's much they're going to be able to do. Forrest putting a couple of more bullets through the wall there and almost catching. He's down to 69, Butter.
Nice. Wow. And there's what a perfect response. That is going to be one saved M4 from Forrest. Kita, he'll chime in, call the timeout, work out how they can get the absolute most out of this round. They bring one more M4 into the mix because Nikodos has $6,000. Sure, it's a bit of a risk, but I think it's worth it because now they've actually pulled off the unthinkable. The eco victory here, the 5-7 push towards the hub. The initial push towards the garage outside as well. They had a maneuver. They had a little move. They had the boost above the smoke, opening pick, and then Forrest just had to find one frag to guarantee the round. He delivers. Finds the dink, ducks and weaves, and manages to come out on top without losing anything at all. And that goes to the rest of the team. They started with 2 M4s, and they're leaving the round with 3 AKs. So this is massive, as Fnatic confirmed the round.
Definitely nicely done. Yeah, Forrest coming up, the 4th kill of the game for him. He did get the tag without the frag on Buddha as well. Shout out to Pansy, he's using the chat as well.
Oh, no way.
Cheers. I'm not.
It's very late. Why is she not in bed yet?
I don't know. Probably just a degenerate esports watcher. Probably keeping up with both.
It's an enjoyer.
Yeah, both Valorant and Counter-Strike at the same time, I'm sure. So, I hope you're doing well, Lauren. We miss you all the time. Come back to Counter-Strike soon. Got to reserve a seat for you at some point. We definitely will.
She promised for CS2.
Sick.
Like, confirmed.
All right.
Yeah, she said that's it for Valorant. She's coming back.
All right. I'm glad. We'll put it out. Tweet it now.
Yeah, tweet it. Yeah, I'll tweet it.
Yeah. Good.
We got it.
We've done it. We've done some good here tonight.
Yeah. They can't take that away from us.
Nikodos,
all right, then.
He's still playing really well. In 12-4 again, some of those kills you have to put a little bit of an asterisk next to and say maybe it's not the heavy impact, but he did keep the economy alive, and he's kind of maybe paved the way back here for Fnatic. They do need, I think, to win this first. I think they need 8 or more rounds to keep things really, really competitive. So now's a chance for them to maybe do that. The money, it's all right on the 9C side. They saved a couple of AKs the last one. They have bought into this one as well. And they're going to try and just run straight out the hut. There's a bit of a crossfire setup. Mezzi, though, only a little bit of damage. David just with a double opening. That's huge.
That is absolutely massive. Well played. David going above and beyond in the upper bomb site here. And they've got a 4-on-3 advantage as well. After a stunning previous round here, Fnatic have to give in. There's no chance they can go for this retake. They're out of position, out of time. And it's going to be Roy, Forrest, and Nikodos cowering at the back of the garage now. And yeah, this great response you can see. Like we said, if you are just joining us and wondering why Forrest is on the server and we're talking about him so much, he's been retired now for a couple of years, I believe. And at this stage, just a streamer, but still a master of Counter-Strike, of course. Crims was unable to make the event due to personal reasons. And who better to bring in than another old master himself? And we have got the exact same map pool that these two teams played at IEM Rio just a couple of months back. The exact same map pool. It all started and on Nuke back then as well, and it was quite a convincing victory for 9Z. They actually came out on top 16-9. So considering they know that now there's an even weaker formation without Crims in the lineup, you might even say they're the favorites here. It was a 2-1 victory for Fnatic back in Rio, but with Forrest on the server and 9Z looking so up for it and looking like they've really done some homework coming into Dallas here as well, I kind of fancy their chances. A great start. There's still a chance for Fnatic to win the half here and we'll get into another fast-paced round, Anders.
They're actually going to dive the vent. They almost all get shut down. The flashbang was amazing, but Roy's going to get the kill on Max, and both David and Buddha drop very, very low. An awkward fight here. Forrest, he's going to get shut down. Buddha, 1 or 2 bullets might have done the job, but almost going to get planted, and Nikodos showing up. Perfect timing on that one. He didn't actually walk into the smoke grenade, but it's still a 4-on-3, and actually, never mind, make it a quick 3-on-3. GDT is going to be good for that one. They realize where Messi's coming from. It's just Try and David left, and surely they can't hold on to this round.
We'll see. It's picking at some pace now. The bomb is in a prime spot for them, and Nikodos, he should have secured things right here, right now. You know exactly what Try is, and he's losing control of the AK spray, but doing damage at the very same time. They need to go on the defuse now, though, Anders, and it's getting very awkward. The spam through the smoke has to come through. Mezzi commits the full defuse, and he comes out on top. Should get the frag as well. It's a chaotic finish, but one Fnatic will pick up.
Yeah, just didn't have the bullets to go for the full-on spray. He'd already spent most of them getting the first couple of kills there. If he had to reload on the AK, I bet he would have just tried to hold it in, but couldn't really do it, unfortunately. So good defuse inside for Fnatic. That is a huge relief. They needed that round so badly. 9C, though, with the bomb plant, they're still able to buy into this round. And even after this, they still have a decent economy. They're kind of pushing this to the limit at the moment. And Fnatic, they just need to keep on going. A double setup in the ramp, they're going to be boosting up, but it won't even matter again. The vent dive, at least being attempted, but it's been shut down even harder this time. The bomb falling through the smoke. Sure, they're down the vent, but nobody cares.
Oh, that is wild. Mezzi completely disrupts their attempts to get down towards the vents there. They get absolutely bombarded with HE grenades, spam through the smoke. They start blocking each other, and he finds 2 through the smoke itself, and they've got themselves a 5-on-3 here. David did make it down at least. But at this point, at what cost? They have lost control of the bomb. He's hoping to find some loitering CTs down towards lower, but why would they be there? Why would they bother? He's realizing that fact as well. Flashing out towards Secret, but no one home either. 1 minute on the clock, and 3 CTs towards upper. Should be a guaranteed round here. Would be an absolute nightmare. A travesty if Fnatic gave this one up, Anders.
Yeah, there should be no way. They've set themselves up exactly like you want to see. Just don't, even if you see someone out here, if you're Nikodos, sure, if you catch them with the back turn, maybe try and get the shot, but there's no reason to commit to any fight at the moment out in the yard. Just leave them alone. Nikodos is going to come walking back in, and ooh, did he see it? I think he surely must have. He doesn't look like he's quite looking for it. Getting a bit uncomfortable now. 30 seconds. All right, he's kind of looking like it. I think he's got the right idea. Again, just pull back, play for time. That's all you need. First kill, David coming in for it, but Mezzi's quick to return. And with only 18 seconds, it should be a done deal. DDT is on his own.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. Very well played from Fnatic. A great round in general. Mezzi completely shutting down their efforts. They're trying to continue with this fast-paced gameplay. I don't mind it at all. It's worked out very well for them, but they've tried to get on the vent start 3 or 4 times now, and it looks like Mezzi's finally got a good response. Completely rumbles them with the HEs at the start. So much damage. Smokes are very effective as well, and they just couldn't get down those vents. So we'll have a look at that from Mezzi's POV as well. There's the first through the smoke, clean as you like, max. And you can see how much damage Buddha was taking on route as well. And the bomb goes down. Couldn't really go any worse for them. But still a decent chance there for David, but unable to find multiple frags. 3 picked up for Mezzi as we tie things up 7-7. Looking to take the lead here, and could be a bit of a sigh of relief. This one's got a bit out of control for Fnatic, and they have the advantage here in the final round with Max just on that Mach 10.
That was a very uncomfortable attempted vent dive. I mean, it's clearly something that they had planned, and probably, I'm assuming, something the 9C have been sort of drilling and prepping for this one, but just didn't work out the couple of times that they tried it here. The smokes are looking good. I mean, they have the smoke down, but the spray through from Fnatic is not even the grenades, it's just some of the bullets that are spraying through the smoke are so effective for the Fnatic side that even when they get down, they're very low on health. Let's see if they can have a little bit of a better turn here. 15th round, they have the Mach 10, so you could pop for the smoke. You could be a bit more aggressive here if you wanted to. All in the lobby at the moment. Nobody at all is outside for 9C, so could just be a delayed take of this A bomb site once the initial grenades are gone for the Fnatic side. Here we go. Molotov's down in the hut. One of them jumping outside. I think that's the Mach 10 that's going to be making its way in through Mini. Buddha gets the opening, but Nikodos is back. 15 kills on him. Fasha's going to be going to check the lobby. Tries right there, but I don't think he's seen him. He was right at the corner of the screen. He's managed to sneak by. Forrest is going to get dropped in the meantime, and the bomb is being planted down below. Oh, this is great. A really, really delayed take of this B bomb side, and this worked out perfectly for 9C so far.
Yeah, it's a pretty wacky round. But back into the 2-on-2, Fasha and Roy. They've got kits, they've got basic utility as well, and they're up against Tri and DGT. One of which is in the vent. He's going to make himself known. Fasha doesn't spot the barrel though, so an advantage now towards 9Z, but not after that shot. That's beautiful. Tri will bring it down to the 1 versus 1. Smoke available as well. He will deploy it, and the defuse is coming in, but he hasn't committed. Roy takes him down for the smoke. Has he got time to close things out with a Fnatic 8-7 lead? He certainly does. They've done enough here to salvage the half and recover. It's looking good here for Fnatic with the Forest stand-in. We'll see what they can do with the second half after this.
Whenever you call my name, and you'll never know. Baby, won't you hold me? Oh, anybody. Whenever you call my name, and you'll never know. I need you, oh.
never know. Baby, won't you hold me? Oh, yeah, anybody. Whenever you call my name, and I'll never know. I need you, oh, please.
Well, howdy, partners. Welcome back to the Counter-Strike rodeo that is Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. I'm joined by the sexy cowboy Anders Bloom as we get into the second half of the first map, picked by 9Z, as they currently trail 8-7 against Fnatic. Take it away, Anders. What have you got for us?
A ramp rush, apparently, Henry, is what we got in store. Fnatic looking to break through, and actually they're running right into the USP. Trying that is a very smooth bullet that he put out there. Forest on the return, though, taking down GDT. So you like to see it 4 versus 4, and they're not slowing down. Fnatic, they're going straight for the bomb plant here, and actually they're taking over everything, and they're losing players in the meantime. Slowed down. That was the one good kill that he needed. I think Nikodos was carrying the bomb on his back, so he got slowed down just a tiny bit, and somehow Forrest and Roy, they're out hunting, getting a couple of kills in the meantime. Max and Buddha, 2 versus 3 here for the afterplant. What a chaotic round. Messi finding a shot, and now it's just all on Max. There was a moment there where 9C could have brought it back, but Fnatic, they win the pistol on the second half, and this is starting to look a bit interesting now. I think it was at 69 the last time they played. Well, Fnatic are already up to 9 rounds.
Yeah, very good point, Anders. And that was a 9Z victory, of course. So with a stand-in, they're in good stead here in the second half there. A nice little ramp rush with emphatic pace behind it as well. And we're seeing the MP7 come out for Nikodos, always a bit of a fan favorite. And a force buy in response from the South Americans as well. MP9s and pistols. They've got themselves 4 smokes and a couple of HEs. And maybe another ramp rush. Yeah, I like it. We said Mezzi would have a lot on his plate this game with the calling was stand-in, but we'll see if this works out for them. Good damage inflicted by the CTs here. It's going to be a kill and maybe a couple, but Fasher will respond, and they've got complete lower control. But one more hurdle to pass. It's going to be Buddha, but what a shot that is with a 5-7. He finds a couple. Oh no, it's falling apart now as Nikodos will pull it back to a 2 versus 2, but not for long. Nikodos with it all to do, and it's gone horribly, horribly wrong, Anders. What just happened there?
It's Buddha with the 5-7. Just an absolutely violent defense of that B bomb side. He hit so many headshots with it at all ranges. That was beautiful. He actually got 4 kills at the end, all of them with the 5-7. And yeah, I mean, for a minute there, Fnatic looked like they were going to recover the round, but Buddha had different plans. This is how it starts, but the second one is so good, right at the edge of the smoke, taking down Fasher, and this is just where he keeps going. Every fight, he just has his crosshair in the right position every single time.
Amazing scenes, and it's going to have to be the force buy in response here, picking up the pace once again, this time rushing towards outside, 2 players down towards Secret. It's Max defending, but Try gets his head removed. Mezzi with a clinical shot there from the silo. That's what the doctor ordered, but Roy offers himself up. Max there, striking from main entrance. Back to the 4-4. Slight damage inflicted towards Fasher and Mezzi as well, but they have got some lower positional control now. We'll see whether they can capitalize upon it. Going towards events, and no real CT presence apart from DGT, who's actually lying in way. Should be given the first, but will the trade come through?
He's very well aware there could be a second player there. You could tell he's not really screwing this up at the moment. Nikodos is hoping that he's just casually going to walk around the corner, but DGT at the moment looks so focused on that corner. 50 seconds still left. Oh, there we go. This is what Nikodos wanted all along, but well played. That is so sick. That's an easy mistake to make if you're not quite sure if there's a second player there, and you just make a quick assumption and you get yourself killed. Not DGT this time. So Mezzi and Forrest, 2 versus 4 to try and pull a miracle here. Winning the pistol round in such a spectacular fashion and then throwing it away pretty quickly afterwards. Unfortunately, not what they were looking for. Forrest, oh, that's the last bullet as well. Good triple on GDT, and it's going to be tied up. Game 9-9.
It's always one of those frustrating ones as well. Like you said, you had such a great pistol, and you just did the ramp rush, and you've gone for the same call in the second round. It should work, right? Like you think, oh, it's probably going to be fine. But when it doesn't, when you do throw it away like that, and you're just like, oh, God, like anything else. We shouldn't have done it. It didn't work out. It wasn't necessarily the call. It was down towards that lower bomb site. Things got very, very messy, but they're finding themselves in a problematic spot now. That was the force buy, and now this is the full eco. So not really much to report. Just a single flashbang, a P250 for Roy. But here's Try looking to farm some cash here with the MP9. He's in a prime position to do so, as the T's are just going to be sitting this one out. Anders trying to bait out some utility. Might as well use it as a bit of a timeout yourself, and indeed just try and wait for the CT grenades to come through. Like if you can bait out some incendiaries, some HEs, that's all valuable resources and cash going forward.
Yeah, there's no reason not to slow play rounds like these. Like, it's almost always going to be worth it. You got a flashbang on Messi. Eventually, you're going to try and do something, but ultimately, yeah, you're just waiting for them to throw some nades like this one. And they have a little bit of one ticket, really. The flashbang and the P250 on Roy, but this should be a pretty easy round. So, good recovery from 9C early on in the second half. And again, this is their map pick, so I definitely expect them to eventually pick this one up. I think their T side did look really comfortable. I think the only thing that really we can criticize is some of those vent drops. Definitely, they didn't need to do that. I think if they would have not done that, they would have had an even more impressive first half.
Yeah, like they kind of stuck to their guns though. They were like finding weaknesses on the map. Do you remember they rushed ramp a few times themselves as well? Then they had the outside rushes they did time and time again. It was kind of just presenting it till it stopped working. You're right though. The kind of vent drops didn't really work out at all for them. They got down a couple of times, but that's when things started to go wrong. But things going very right so far here on the CT side as they find double digits and a very clean round there. Bit of a bonus situation. About to say they might want to upgrade on his SMGs, and Try certainly will. He brings out an AWP to try and add to the total of his 15 frags he's got so far. Quite the haul as we look back at the eco frags here. Not much to report, but a very clean round. Didn't give anything away, which you love to see.
Yeah, you do love to see it. Currently, Nikodos still on top of the scoreboard on that Fnatic side with 16 kills. And on the other side, DGT doing most of the work with 14. But yeah, this is starting to get into a little bit more of an interesting territory. Keeping it close at a 10-9 scoreline. Look at the speed with which they're walking out here. The smokes are instantly up. Max, I don't think he's going to hear anything, so he might not realize that already Fasher's made his way down below. This is really good progress for the Fnatic side. Yeah, he's checking it thinking, I wonder if anyone made their way past, but it's only David that's down here at the moment with the MP9.
So they're somewhat aware there's a possibility by the looks of things here. David's position suggests that he knows there's a chance, but they're just going to pump the brakes for now. Fnatic just biding their time, seeing what sort of reaction will come through. Will the CT push and probe? The lack of information is worrying them now. David goes to a very passive position, holding towards the vents with the MP9. He seems to know someone's down there. He's trying to have the drop on them as Forrest starts to probe towards the ramp. He's alone right now. He will have Mezzi in tow, but the bomb's towards outside by Red, so maybe a lower finish here with Fash's position, try and get down towards the ramp and indeed the lower bomb side, but still plenty of time, 40 seconds. I'll have to show their hand soon.
Yeah, they are really running this clock down low. It's going to be a crunch towards the A bomb side, though. Are they going to be ready for it? They do have 3 people inside of the site, but limited grenades to try and slow them down. Try does have a Molotov, and that could actually be huge if he could put it down in time. Nikodos already with a shot and Try way out in the open. Look at the opening here. Double kill for Nikodos. 15 seconds on the clock, and Fash is just moving up behind. Man, that was so beautiful. Absolutely great calling coming out on the Fnatic side.
Yeah, Mezzi rising to the occasion there. Didn't choke under the pressure. They had good positional control, a player down towards Secret. No one pushing or probing on the CT side, and they go for this really clinical upper take there as well. Lovely shots, pixel perfect precision with the AK-47, and then a nice flank there from Fasha towards the heaven position as well. Beautiful counter-strike, and they will tie things up at 10-10. And the AWP's still out for Try. Top fragger so far, and he'll be challenged towards outside once again. Fasha gives his barrel away, takes a lot of damage, but still he'll live to tell the tale.
Desperate times now for 9C as they do dig pretty deep into their own economy to try and keep this battle up. Fnatic with a little bit of a chance maybe now to get a more than just a 1-round lead. If they can win this one, they probably get the next one because they're going to be up against USPs or maybe Deagles. So there's an exciting moment where they can actually get a bit of a lead here on their opponent's map pick. Shots outside, and that one actually connects Fasha's down to 8 health. That's pretty disgusting. It didn't even really get a chance to do anything back. So that's a couple of them tagged up before they even make any real progress here, unfortunately.
And they have only 1 smoke remaining. A few Molotovs, admittedly, but this could be tricky. Back towards the ramp, but they haven't found much success there since the pistol. I'm going to send Forest in first. I tell a lie, Mezzi at the front of the pack here. In terms of ramp presence, we've got DGT waiting with the M4 as well. Molotov to try and flush him out, but he is holding his ground. He can't find the frags, though, and Mezzi takes down Fasha with the Molotov.
Yeah, he was low from earlier, so probably didn't take that much. Nikodos with a nice little crouch shot, but he himself is under a little bit of an attack, and Forrest is going down in the meantime. 2 versus 4 with only 25 seconds. It doesn't look possible, especially not when DGT's down here. He's got 16 kills behind himself now. Nikodos on his own in a 1 versus 4, now down to 15 seconds. Gonna try and see if he can do something. Puts up the smoke, trying to get that bomb plant in town. They could just rush him down, and they almost have right through there. A little bit of a shot coming through. Oh, what a little flick coming out. He gets that one for a minute, I believe. I thought that maybe he could have had it, but David shows up to make sure it never gets out of control. But my God, that was beautiful.
Almost fell off my chair there. That could have been the one. He knew there was a player towards the squeaky door as well. Beautiful shot regardless. He did very well to even get the bomb planted there, Anders. So that's a key detail. It keeps the money nice and strong. That's an extra $800 per player going to the next round. And sure, it's 9Z to pick things up, and it's pretty convincing the way they close out the round, but still a vital factor there that they get the extra cash. As 9Z managing to hold off that outside play, and actually quite a comfortable one. So a timeout has been called. Last time Keita did this, they bounced back, managing to pick up a round with just 2 M4s. So we'll see what he's got up his sleeve this time. He's just having the cash, and like I said, it should be absolutely fine considering the plant come through. Just going to be discussing options now with Mezzi.
Man, it's almost an inspirational moment coming out there for the Fnatic side. It's definitely a closer game than even I was expecting. I actually thought 9C was going to be able to run away with this map a little bit more convincingly, but I mean, they still have the round lead now, and they're on the CT side, so as long as they can keep the economy going, they might be able to get across the finish line here. But that was something there for Nikodos. 21 kills on him right now with 105 ADR. Yeah, he's putting in some real work.
Absolutely is. Someone's got to rise to the occasion when you've got to stand in on the server. And Max showing the confidence once again. Looking to push outside potentially here. The smoke is down to allow him to do so. Checking the gaps, could jump up. Have a look above, but keeping it quite passive for now. Confirms that outside is completely clear at least.
Yeah, they got that lobby set up right now. Fasha would love for somebody to peek in through that hut, which is not completely uncommon for the CT to try and be a little bit adventurous like that. Forward position as well for DGT. He's pushed all the way into the ramp corridor there, so he could try and do a little bit on that side. Dave actually getting attacked fairly quickly, and what a good kill. Forrest as well, taking down Buddha. That's everything you would have wanted. Now he's just holding the smoke. They should be able to get the bomb plant behind this, although it's slowed down a little bit. Flash on through. Not going to be walking through that one. Smoke's fading, and Forrest is ready. Second kill for him. He's got the double already, and he's just fading inside of the smoke. DDT, he's got to keep his crosshair on that right now. I think Forrest is faded out, and they should be able to get this one. Good kill there. And Nikolos is instantly on the return, and that's everything they needed. I think Forrest won that round.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right there. They're showing the experience. He didn't overstep the mark. He was just holding the correct angles, nailing the shots that are required. And like you said, fading away and put enough time to put it in an awkward position for the remaining CT. So Nikodos come in and pick up a nice easy frag there. And Roy, great work as well with the AK-47. That was the shot that saved the round there for Forrest. And then Nikodos, like I said, easy as he likes to close things out. And the money is in a very peculiar spot. They force ball with 2 FAMASs here at an MP9. Picking up the pace once again, this time focusing towards outside. Nikodos looking at that first frag, this time not connecting as crisply as you might like. And they might be losing the first frag here. The first couple is happening again, Anders. Roy fighting back, but not for long. It's a very chaotic round. Absolute pandemonium ensuing as Forrest is left in a 3 versus 1, but a possible one. He can do this.
Henry say it ain't so. Yeah, it's on Forrest to try and save the team at a 1 versus 3 right now. Going to be taking a look into the yard, but he's not seeing a single person here. They just need to find out where he is at the moment, and they might just walk up a little bit of a giveaway, and Try will take him down instantly. Disaster strikes. This was Fnatic's turn to really get a bit of a lead, and it's been given back to almost nothing at all. Just great shots at the beginning, great couple of kills coming through a 9C. They've got to be celebrating this. That is, yeah, I mean, they all stopped to take the fight outside. They all just want to see if they can get that long-range fight, and it absolutely backfires on them.
And each and every time as he's making these fast calls, like rush ramp, rush outside, it seems to look very promising, and then all collapses as soon as they have the first interaction there. A 5-on-3 before they even saw anyone. Couldn't quite find the opening kills, and now they'll be forced buying back. 1 AK in the hands of Roy. He'll be challenged by Max with the MP9, close range. Jumping up on the boxes here, trying to find any sort of opportunity. But Max is peeled off, so at least some information. The rest of his teammates are completely committing towards Secret, and they've got across safely at least.
Yeah, they have Roy. He's kind of holding the back line as the rest of them walk down, but he's got the rifle that they need. I feel like this is so risky, right? If he goes down out here, then the rest of them are going to be stuck with pistols down below. And they also have to clear the way, right? Axe is up close with the MP9. Doesn't have any more nades. He's just looking to stop them as they're coming around the corner. No head armor on any of them, so the MP9 should be able to do a fair bit of damage here. See an instant couple of headshots and bringing down Messi and Fasher, and this should be the shutdown. Forrest and Roy left in a 2 versus 4 with minimal chances to do anything here.
Yeah, I tend to agree, unfortunately. 40 seconds, no utility. As you mentioned, no helmets.
Roy and Forrest, I mean, what do you even do at this point in time? Roy snuck around all this way. Nobody knows that he's there, but he needs a double, and he's not going to get the chance. Try will turn around. Even if he gets that shot, Roy, it's not going to help him that much. 1 versus 3, although DGT caught running away. That's a bit sketchy. 18 seconds on the clock, and Roy continuing now into a 1 versus 1. Going to go straight for the bomb plant. Out in the open, and Butter's going to be able to catch him. Oh, you wanted him to get a chance at least, but not going to be allowed. 13-11, 9C, just close one, but they survive.
If he plants behind the silo, who knows, Anders? He committed. Yeah, I think the adrenaline's pumping so fast at that stage. Like, you're just seeing you've got low time. It was sub 10 seconds. He's got 2 kills. He's just taking an educated guess. He's probably got enough time. If anything, he's probably towards double doors. But it's so heartbreaking. You're right. You just want to see him have a chance of a shot. Like, have a moment of opportunity here. After these great efforts on the lower bomb site, it was a real lifeline, and that was the force buy, unfortunately, for Fnatic. They got the bomb planted, though. So it might not be all said and done, but the next round doesn't lead me to believe they can actually do much with it. Deagles, a couple of players of armor, but essentially an eco, not really a partial buy. So they really had to win that previous round. This is going to leave them at a 14-11 deficit.
See what the Eagles can do. It's been announced outside. I'm surprised to see Max come back to try and fight that. I feel like it's not worth it. Yeah, and I think he's thought better of it now. Just it's not worth it to go down to the Eagles. You have this chance, a really good chance right now, closing out the map. Just don't give it back easily. Oh, okay. That was the AK. I thought for a minute it was the grenade that took care of him, but Mezzi instead finding a bullet. And a 4-on-5.
Oh, yes. It's not looking good. So, like we said, just the Deagles. Fasher with a shot, but they don't have to take the fights anymore. You can see them just waiting, biding their time, not having to give much away, and it's a very clean round, very convincing. Forrest maybe gets 1. Not meant to be, unfortunately. There it is, 14-11. 5 players survived. Their money will be in a very strong position now on the 9Z side. As we mentioned, this was a matchup we saw at IEM Rio a couple of months ago. Exact same map pool, but of course, Fnatic were at full strength with Crims in the roster. It was Nuke. That was the same map that opened things up in the series, and Fnatic lost it 16-9. So they're in a better position than they were, but things are starting to fall apart once again. 9Z have looked very capable on Nuke. It's been a very chaotic game, very fast-paced. Lots of set pieces and rushes from the get-go on the T sides from both parties here. So another tactical timeout. One of the last we'll see of this first map. And we'll get into it. It's going to be do or die time for Fnatic. As we kick things off here on Nuke, we do have the Fnatic special of Overpass next to Anders. So not all is lost. This is the lower bracket elimination game, but it's 9Z's pick right now.
Yeah, and I've got to say as well, I mean, losing Crims obviously is super detrimental. I really think Crims, throughout the history of CSGO, like the 10 plus years that we've been playing the game, has to be one of the most consistent players that we've seen out of everyone, which is just so impressive. Consistency is definitely one of the hardest things to achieve in this game. It's one thing to be really good for a year or so, but what Crims has done with the history of this game is nothing short of spectacular. So, yeah, losing him is always going to be really, really rough, no matter who you get to replace him with. 14-11 right here. Mezzi's down, but then again, so is David on the other side. So 4-on-4 here for Fnatic. They need every single round. They really can't slip up any longer.
Yeah, absolutely true. And it's not the best start, but not the worst. They've got themselves a 4-on-4. Most maps, you'd say, it favors the T side. Not so much Nuke, just in terms of logistics of the map. But we'll see. Still pretty even. It's the lack of utility that's pretty worrying for Fnatic here.
Yes.
Even with the 4-on-4, they just have one smoke and one Molotov. That's kind of it. And they'll have to go down towards lower try, playing heads-up CS. Speaking of which, so is Roy. This is a very key frag, and he stands and delivers on all fronts there. Huge frag, just what Fnatic needed.
Trying a position here, and he's going to go commit to it. He can't really fall back from this position. He's all in. He did get the dink on Fasher, but it's not enough for the kill. Max and Buddha, and at this point, I mean, you just might want to save the rifles. I don't think it's worth going for this one. So they didn't have the utility, but they won 2 of the fights that they needed to, and that's all it takes. So Fnatic going to be up to 12 rounds.
Yeah, just what they needed. And Fasha finding 2 huge frags en route. But like we said, the money should be in an okay spot for 9Z. They managed to have some very convincing rounds of all 5 players surviving, and winning by virtue of kills leaves you a 32.50 per player. And of course, with your saved weaponry from the previous round, they should have at least a full buy going forward. The loss bonus won't be there. They get about 1,400 into the next from this one, but they'll save an AK, an M4, and plenty of utility as well. So we'll be absolutely fine for even an AWP going forward. But we'll see how they want to distribute the cash. Bomb goes off. Fnatic will survive with 4 as well, just to note. So a nice clean round, considering they had a real distinct lack of utility in that previous one. Having 4 survive themselves is massive. Fasha really has had some real impressive moments, but that was the shot that saved the round, I would say. Roy finding that great kill beneath the Heaven position.
Yeah, losing Heaven as well on the CT side is so detrimental, because they can go up the ladder into the A-bomb side. You lose the ramp control pretty easily after that. It's just so much of the map control that disappears. I mean, we talk about Nuke, we talk about those rotations, and that's such a central part of the map. You really don't ever want to be losing that one. It's a 14-12 scoreline as we head into the 27th round, and looks like they're leaning a little bit towards the ramp, but they might just want to try and, once the smoke is gone, they could try and press the issue here. Max is holding it, and he's, so far, has been the weaker player on the 9C side, so maybe they could try and bully him with a little bit of a shot here that's close to working out. They put some pressure on, and now they're hunting him down, and this is beautiful. Forrest and Mezzi combined for a kill, and Try's going to be going down. Fnatic, they find some strength at the end of the map.
Yeah, they were down, but they weren't out. Still a fighting chance here, and they're putting it all on the line. This time the ramp working out for them. Bomb plant should be fine here. I'm saying that with bated breath. This is not a foregone conclusion by any stretch. Bomb down though. 5 versus 3. Looking much better at this point. CTs probably want to peel off, and they will begin to do so. They had 3 down there though. That's why I said there was a real chance. They deny the plant, like who knows. All it takes is smoke spam, but Fnatic get away with it. And should be the clean sweep. 5 surviving.
Wow, where did this come from, Fnatic? I mean, it now is the time, right? One more slip-up, and they probably end up losing the map, but they found a way to make this work. So, 14-13. In the meantime, maybe they could hunt for a rifle or 2. But you don't want to be throwing too much into it either. I mean, you might as well keep that economy going on your side, and I think that's what they're going to be doing. I do have a message that I want you to consider from the Twitch chat, Henry, if you're up for it.
Oh, please. Yes, absolutely. Always.
It's Lamb Baheb is, I can't, sorry if I mispronounced the name, but he's saying EU go home and then a crying face. Play Valorant Disney Kids.
I mean, it's quite profound, isn't it?
Strong words, powerful words.
I'm trying to a lot to unpack.
Yes.
But I think I agree. I think I'm with him.
I'm with him too. I think it's good. He's making fun of the Europeans, so we don't really do that a lot in Counter-Strike. I will say this: I've noticed something. You mentioned earlier we've got a bit of a mix of South American players in here, from Uruguay, from Argentina as well. Something that I hope one day is that we'll have an actual Counter-Strike tournament, like a big one, an international tournament in Argentina, because I've realized something. There are so many passionate fans. We always talk about Brazilian fans. Obviously, they are very passionate too, but I think the Argentinian fans get a little bit overlooked, and I've had some different chances to encounter them on Twitter, and they are really crazy. So I love it. I think it's amazing. I hope we get a chance to do that maybe for CS2 at some point. That'd be great.
Well, let's see. They've got something to celebrate here as they're hunting for map point. 9Z fending off the outside push, but Fasha has snuck down towards Secret. So a chance once again. We've seen Fnatic rise in this sort of situation. They'll get Fasha down towards the Secret area, force a rotation, and then coordinate an upper assault. It was exactly what happened before, and they did it with great style and poise. But can they replicate it? If they win this round, it'll break the back financially of 9Z. It'll tie things up at 14-14, and they would be in the driving seat. But they're up against a fully stacked CT side. They've got the AWP in the hands of Try. And once again, slowing it right down, waiting to see if Fasha can find anything.
Gotta be a sinking moment for 9C. They could see that finish of the map, like they were almost there. This is their map pick and things are working out just according to plan, but suddenly Fnatic just show up and they actually just start to win rounds. Roy's playing really well, Mezzi's playing really well, Fasha's finding some of those opening frags. Roy, speaking of which, he's going to walk right into the shot, and that'll get him killed. Max, who's had a bit of a tough game so far, finding his 12th kill right then and there. And that might be everything they need. We're down to 30 seconds, Henry. They're making a play for the B-bomb side, splitting it through ramp.
Yeah, we said Fasha had to be activated here for them to stand a chance, and now more than ever, he now delivers. That's a great shot. 20 seconds remaining. They have to go down towards lower. Fasha defend off the rotations. His job is not done yet. Can they get that bomb planted as Try comes in towards Secret?
Ooh, bomb is right there. He didn't actually back up into the AWP. This is a risky position to be in. If they lose all the rifles retaking this, they might just actually end up losing the map. Forrest getting a kill, and now it's a 2 versus 2. Try and Max are left, and they don't have the weaponry for it. They don't have the smokes. They have an AWP on the retake. Fasha taking down Max. It's a great walking shot with the AK, and Try, I think he's going to have to just accept the fact that this one is done. Fnatic tying up the game at 14-14, and 9C losing 4 rifles in this one. An absolute disaster.
It really is, and they've done it again. It's the exact same setup, but a different result. Before they went for that upper crunch after getting Fasha down towards Secret, and they were just so patient with it once again, allowing him to cook, I believe, Anders, as the kids would say. And at that point, he cooked up a storm, I have to say. The fact he gets that headshot and just opens things up towards DGT. They get down towards lower. They're managing to get that bomb planted, and it's such an important round to win. We said it would be a disaster if 9Z gave that one up, and now the finances reflect that. MP9s for masses, and that's a difficult round as they're looking down the barrel of receiving map point first on their pick against their old rivals here, and Try to be tested once again towards that squeaky door. Fires off a shot but can't connect.
Very aggressive. Oh my god, Forrest was not ready. But Fasha's just running outside. So sure, they lose one player in the lobby, but continuing on, Fasha, he knows that he's been hurt. He's shot out the windows already, but he's so aggressive. And DGT's ready to take him down. That looked like it was almost too bold. Try down below is going to be taking out Roy. And now it's on Messi and Nikodos. I don't know if they can bring this round back. Fnatic, they're going to have money to buy in the next round, but this was such an aggressive round.
You've made a mistake there, Anders. You've made a massive mistake with Messi alive when it's all on the line and a 4 versus 2. Trust me, this kid knows what to do. We'll see whether there's anything to be said. And he's got Nikodos with him.
They might win the map, Henry. If you're right, if he can come back in to play this one, it might be something. There's the opening. Still 50 seconds. And Try, he can win it right here. If he just moves forward to get the kill, he's already calling the bluff for Nikodos. This is actually a sick play. Look at this. He knows everything.
Yeah, true. Might save the day here. He has no idea. And it's a free B. I should say that. Messi should be able to get the frag in response, but no, it's Try to shut them down. He finds map point. Good effort. Messi found the initial frag, but Try with a spectacular sequence of kills there. Like you said, very cerebral as well. He just holds his nerve as well, gets through, the Flames and manages to outposition them. I can't believe he hits his last shot as well. Mezzi should have taken him down every day of the week, but there it is. Map point, Fnatic now. They do have the cash, looking for overtime in round number 30.
That was 4 kills, Henry, for Try. He's up
massive.
27. He's overtaken everybody in the server. He really badly wants to win this map for his team, and, you know, more power to him. Smoke going up. Max is going to be able to hear some steps out there. Oh, flash on through. And Roy's good for the one, but Try continuing.
That was wild. Rock'em sock'em Counter-Strike here, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying it. We've rolled out the big guns here in Texas, and we're down to a 4-4 for overtime. Molotov deployed towards the heaven position and Try, the man of the moment. He'll have his work cut out for him. It's DGT that goes down early. Nikodos in the prime position. Surely he gets his frag, but no, found out. Try will find him 3-on-3, and David to be testing down towards lower. Prime position for multiple frags, and he delivers. Forrest now to save the day. He'll have to roll back the years, Anders. He's got time to plant and a minute to work with, but it's not going to be enough. 16-14. It's Try that carries 9Z across the finish line here, as it was a fantastic opening map here in the lower bracket.
Man, he put in a quad kill to finish the second last round, a triple at the end. He got 30 kills in regulation to win it for 9C. That's the kind of power that it took here. So, yeah, great effort for Fnatic. I mean, again, this wasn't their map pick. I've got to say I'm really impressed, but ultimately 9C, they'll win the first map, and that's a great start for them in the best of 3, no doubt.
Got so much weight on my shoulders, enough to knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You'll never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist. Luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here
Welcome back to Fnatic versus 9Z, a fantastic map to kick off the series here. Close as you like, Anders. 16-14 with some very exciting rounds and fast-paced gameplay throughout. 9Z managing to come out on top with some awkward moments down towards lower. Fnatic certainly had their chances to take it towards overtime, but they couldn't be realized in the end. Are you excited for map number 2? I certainly am.
Yeah, I mean, Fnatic with a stand-in, and they still managed to push 9Z to the limit on their own map pick. That's a pretty good story to begin with. Obviously, it'd be even more exciting. Obviously, at the end there, if Forest could have found a way through, but he was in a tough position. Overpass as the second map, and I mean, I don't know. I still think this will actually be tricky for Fnatic. I don't think it's going to be an easy road to get there, but I'm excited for what they brought here, especially at the end. I mean, Fnatic they could have let go early. They could have slipped up and just never found the strength, but you could tell that they were all really, really motivated to do this. And obviously, Nikodo's coming out with the first half, he had kills, but not the most impactful kills. But the second half, he really did a great job as well.
Well, let's look back in the archives here. Like we said, these guys played each other back at IEM Rio. That was only on the 15th of April, so not too long ago, actually. They played Overpass in the second map, and it was an absolute blowout, but it was a Fnatic victory, 16-3. The key factor was, though, Anders, that Crims was the absolute top fragger for the squad, and obviously not here today. He posted 22 frags and managed to get majority of the opening kills as well. Whether that be a factor today, I'm not so sure. We haven't seen much from Forest yet. He obviously was getting a little bit bullied towards the ramp room, but still had his moments where he saved the day. So I'm sure he's still finding that form. Moving towards Overpass, it is a bit of a Fnatic special, but of course with the caveat of the stand-in. I'm not expecting a 16-3 blowout in their favor, but I'm certainly sure they can take us to a third.
Yeah, I want to believe that too. I think we deserve it at this point. Again, it's a rare sight now watching Forest in a competitive game, and especially wearing the Fnatic jersey. That's pretty good. I mean, there's some historic alignment there that we're all really excited about. But he's thrown in at the deep end. Obviously, 9C, a really, really hungry team. I don't think it's going to be easy whatsoever. But I kind of want to believe as well that Fnatic have what it takes to win on Overpass. They should be able to. They've impressed me so far. I think the whole squad really showed up to play today. So you can't ask for anything else.
Yeah, shout out to the players we kind of mentioned at the start of the series as well. They said there was a drop of form from Fasha, maybe some cases Roy as well. I thought they really stepped up. They had some really remarkable individual moments there. Great flanks, especially coming from Fasha, and his stellar pistol play with a 5-7 towards the HUD as well. Saved the day multiple times. Mezzi as well, continuing that strong individual form while being the in-game leader, while trying to manage a stand-in as well. So shout out to him, and still could have been anyone's game in that first map. So they could have been looking down the barrel of a 2-0 victory potentially, but they do concede that first map, but some great signs for the squad overall. I definitely think they can bounce back. It's their home map. Just hoping the Forest can step things up a little bit more, and they should be absolutely fine to take us to Ancient.
Yeah, they're in a good position for it, right? I mean, that second map, if Nikodos can continue the style that he's playing with the AWP, he's going to have a lot of presence on the map. He can be very mobile, switching back and forth on that A and B bomb side, on the CT side. So, I mean, the question is, presumably at this point, you want to throw Forest into the B bomb side, where he's going to have a lot more backup. He's going to be harder to isolate, and you know, all he has to do is get a couple of kills every other round, and he probably should be fine. So yeah, I think this should be a good map, especially on that CT side for the Fnatic team. Hopefully they're going to be ready for it. Again, I don't think 9C are going to be incompetent on this one, so I imagine it's going to be a real struggle. I kind of hope it will be. I want to see all maps here, all the rounds played once again. Because 9C, I mean, they brought a lot to the table too. Obviously, Try at the end with 30 kills. He was out of his mind, and it was just exciting to see.
That was like an MVP level performance there. Like, he really was going above and beyond for his teammates, and it was such smart play as well. We kind of watched the Fury game earlier, right? And we saw Art with the AWP, a very different play style. We don't see the same sort of like commitments and trying to go for those same crazy fights. It seems like he'll actually be very methodical. Every time he gets an opportunity, he's actually thinking one step ahead of his opponent. I think that was really replicated in towards that secret play when he pushed through the Molotov and got that amazing sequence towards the Mezzi and that final kill towards secret. That was great.
Yeah, we had some really amazing highlights throughout this one. First map is obviously over and done with. That was on Nuke. Second map is going to be on Overpass. And if we get to it, hopefully we will. We're going to have Ancient as the deciding map, so I really much I look forward to that. Still got a lot of people in the Twitch chat hanging out with us, even though we're getting into the early morning hours.
Any good memes? developed in the last couple of hours?
No one's been able to top the Disney Kid one. That turned into a copy pasta almost immediately. The European Disney Kids did kind of get wrecked on the opening. So he's not wrong about that so far. But yeah, I'll keep an eye on it, see if we can come up with something better. While we're looking at the Twitch chat and losing our brain cells, we'll go to a quick break and then we'll be back with the second map. Stay tuned.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
It's a beautiful day at the beach. I was losing my mind for about a week until I could call you up. I'll meet you at the waterline. Birds are flying up above. We both need a little love. Hiding a million different things. Waiting for the nighttime to see what it brings. And I'm still living deep in my head. Sometimes I feel my eyes there. Maybe tonight, baby, baby.
welcome back to the glorious state of Texas, where we're here at the spiritual home of Counter-Strike, IEM Dallas. Anders, you have to have been to Dallas a few times. What do you make of it?
Been there several times, always a lot of really good memories, stretching for me all the way back to sort of the early ESCA lands. Met a bunch of crazy people there. Yeah, it's a really great time. Great food, just very relaxed state of affairs down there. So yeah, I really enjoy being in Dallas every single time. Can't say enough good things about it.
Well, that's just lucky for us then, I suppose. We've got like 7 days of Counter-Strike action from the Counter-Strike capital of Dallas, and you join us here for the second map between Fnatic and 9Z. We're moving to Overpass now, where Fnatic are looking to bounce back after a 16-14 deficit on Nuke. Bear in mind they're playing with stand-in. The old legend Forrest jumps on the server, one last ride here in CSGO, and hoping to pull up his socks and show us what he can do on that B bomb site. But 9Z, after their great win on Nuke, they have to overcome their demons here. Last time they played Fnatic on Overpass, it was a 16-3 loss. They didn't get going at all, but the way they're playing right now, who knows? The AWPA of Try has been very impressive, to say the very least. He'll be up against Nikados here on Overpass. Fnatic are the favourites, I would say, to Overpass, but every chance a 2-0 could come forward.
Yeah, it was wild because Nikados was really in charge of the old battle for a while, but right at the end, especially in the last 2 or 3 rounds, Try just absolutely went God mode and ended up kind of winning the map for them, actually. He got a quad kill in the second to last round and a triple in the last round to close it all out, so that's pretty impressive. You dropped 7 kills over 2 rounds to get your team across the finish line. That's what you love to see. And hopefully we're going to see a lot more out of that here. Again, this is Fnatic's map pick that is going to be coming up on Overpass, as we are, I think, fixing a couple of issues. Looks like the coach there on the 9C side couldn't hear anything for a minute, so hopefully we get that back in action and everyone is going to be satisfied with it. Yeah, I think if you're a stand-in, especially if you're someone who's been out of the competitive mix for a bit here, whether if you're Forrest, just try not to be a liability. Try to make sure that you're doing something and that they can't just run you down. Is a good place to start, right? Because it is really rough. Like, competitive Counter-Strike at a top level moves unbelievably fast. So if you're out even for a month or two, it's gonna make a big difference. You're gonna be able to feel it right away.
Yeah, it's the minute details that people don't discuss too often. The jiggle peaks, the intricate new grenades that are being presented every single game. It feels like, and it looks like we're picking the pace here. It could be the B rushes. They'll deploy the utility early on. Fnatic looking to crack things open. Molotov's deployed, smokes down, but David delivering the pain as they can't get past the dual lead so far.
Oh, I think that might have been the last bullet headshot. Max is there with a double kill of his own with the USP. I like the idea to try and set the pace early on here, and they even had the flash. They actually had the flash against David there, so it looked like they could have worked out, but they just didn't. The early couple of kills really slowed down Fnatic, and eventually they just get crushed on the ramp, so nice hold.
Yeah, I like the execution there from Fnatic. It looked quite promising. They had the smoke down towards heaven, Molotov with barrels, flashes coming over, but the Julies, it's very meta, very vogue right now, and this perfect position, mowing them down, managing to pick up a few frags there, 3 in total for Max, and he'll keep his Julies in hand as well, have the M4, of course, going into round number 2. It will be the full eco, however, so not really much to be said here, but a bit of damage there towards DGT at the start of the round, but should be a foregone conclusion that Fnatic find this one. They'll be holding towards T steps, all 5 players here. And once again, just trying to bait out some grenades. They'll be buying into the next round. Just try and keep the resources limited for the CTs.
Yeah, just stay out of the range of the Deagle if you can. There's no real point in fighting it. You're not losing anything if you let them get this map control. Run boost with a peek, and there's absolutely nobody to receive out here. DGT, again, very, very far back, so don't necessarily mind, but again, there's nothing to win by controlling this part of the map, so if you fight to the death here, it's probably a mistake. They've got a chance here to run him down. That's great. They're going to take it. The M4 now giving up, and there's really no one there to stop them from picking it up either, so a little bit of a mistake. Good shot from David. That'll slow things down a little bit and kind of keep Fnatic locked in on this part of the map.
Yeah, it was a little bit interesting there for a second. You're dead on, finding that M4, but I think that's all they find. The flanks coming in from long as well. So should be the end of this one, and indeed it is. But 1 kill That's about all they were really worth with 4 Glocks and 1 Deagle. They will be buying up to round number 3, of course. So this is where things get a little bit more interesting as we'll see 9Z tested for the first time here since the pistol. And they've got an AWP for try nice and early, Anders. That's massive for them. I'm not sure if you'll be expecting that. And there's a replay of the pistol as well. Completely blind, but as you mentioned, like the last bullet on the dual elites to close things out, finding Fasher there. And he had so much backup coming in from short as well. Excellent work on the B hold and the pistol. Great to see that once again. Thank you, guys, as we'll have a look at the AKs coming forward. And the Galil for Mezzi, who bought the Deagle before. So his try. We're going to crack things open here. Fasher needs to be very careful.
Oh, the timing. I just made a big assumption there. He assumed that no one had made his way past. He did look for it for a minute. David's going to be able to get one in return. It's still a 4-on-4, and the spray, it's almost good enough, but instead it's Fasher on the other side. And they're pushing up long. I kind of like this from 9C because Buddha is alone down at the B bomb site. They have to be proactive, but unfortunately they're going to be found as well. Mezzi able to step on up, so that little skirmish, that was 2 out of the 3 players left that just got discovered.
So, this is looking very promising now for Fnatic. They've got a 4-on-2. They know where one player is, and they'll make light work of him, to be honest with you. And it's just going to be Buddha. He's on the B side of the map, so very well done for Fnatic here. 3 kills for Fasher. Excellent work. You're dead on that timing as he threads the needle in towards that connector position, takes down the impactful AWP of try, and at that point as well, he's just ducking and weaving around, finding headshot after headshot. 3 in total, continuing that very strong form we saw from him on the first map. So Fasher looks like he will survive as well. The round is over, but he will have to save the AWP. But I think you can justify a little bit of a hunt here. You know he's going to be saving the sniper rifle. It was confirmed that they saw it towards the connector, and that's where he'll reside for now. So just going to be hoping they don't come a-looking. Oh, they are. They're on their way. They're coming down connector.
They really want to get... I mean, I can understand why. That AWP, we've already seen what Try could do with it, so why would you want to give him a chance to run around with it in a round if you can steal it away here? I've got to say, this round, I mean, it's not like Fnatic even tactically got to do much. It was just for sure just winning 3 different fights across the map, which is huge, right? But also a little bit interesting, 9C being that aggressive and taking the fights, and, you know, Try, obviously, the first one really got caught here. He trusted in that smoke. He really didn't think anyone was going to be on the other side. This fight here, last one, was great against DDT. Good job. So Fnatic on the board early on.
Well then, good job. But not out of the woods just yet. Try will have the AWP once again. A few concessions. We've got David down to the Deagle, Buddha with the FAMAS, and a bit of aggression potentially here. Going through the flames, Roy does quite well. Doesn't take too much damage there. Holds into the smoke, I suppose, and makes his way through the playground en route towards long. Oh, a nice little boost there, Anders. I think I've seen this one before.
Yeah, this is super tricky. It's become a little bit more popular in the last, I would say, 6 months or so, but it's still just very... You have a lot of other things on your mind when you're walking through there. You could see, I'm sure Mezzi's seen it before as well, but he is not aware that someone's looking right at his feet. How long did he keep it up for? If he jumps down, he's probably dead. Ooh. It's still great information, right? If you're on the 9C side, you're still thinking, yeah, we know that nobody's outside here. He's just pretending.
Oh, this could backfire, though. Forrest comes round and gets the timing. A double kill could be on the cards, but it's still a very tricky spot. Fasher will at least pull the frag back. So the boost finds one, but at least they get the intel as to what was going on there. 3 players for Fnatic outside B right now. 50 seconds on the clock. And Roy, he does confirm that bathrooms is somewhat clear. They can make their way up towards connector, but a fly in the ointment. Max can hear them coming.
Yeah, he can. He's calling it. You can see on that little camera there, he's really yelling at his teammates, saying, I need some backup. He nearly got Nikodos as well, so not at all bad. Almost a double kill here. Deep Molotov and Try. Not a chance to get a kill with the AWP running onto it with a smoke in hand. That is a massive mistake. Roy and Nikodos just charging the bomb site. They thought that was it. And now it's on Forrest.
Oh, no.
18 seconds here for the 1 versus 2. He's going to get a chance to get a bomb plant at the very least. Up against the M4 and the FAMAS. He's looking for the first headshot. The sprawl. Good tap on the first one. And now Buddha's trying to hunt him down. And the wide swing is going to be good enough. Picks up the AWP to the defuse. And it's going to be another round for 9C. But, man, Nikodos and Roy, what got into them?
That's an absolute fumble, isn't it? That's one of the rounds you look back and you just, on the demos, and you just hate yourselves for it. It's like, we could have slowed it down. There was still 20 seconds on the clock. Why you would assume it's a completely open bomb site because you got 1 kill, I'll never know. But yeah, they both were knife out, smoke out, wide open bank, and they got a double spray down. DGT couldn't believe his luck. He couldn't believe the fact that they just ran past him in the open with their utility in hand. That is a crazy round. And 9Z have already replicated their scoreline in the last matchup with Fnatic. It was a 16-3 deficit. So they've already done the hard work. We've got a B-rush Anders, and we'll see what they can make of it. So through the flames they go, and Buddha, he'll be dropped quickly.
Good smoke as well to put out the Molotov, otherwise they would burn them alive. But look at David, he's just doing so much work with the M4. Only 20 bullets. Oh my god, he's going to continue. It's so crisp, Henry. 4 kills, absolutely destroying Fnatic.
That's a world-class sequence of events there. What a spray down. So blind, so out of position, and still mows them down. That is absolutely spectacular. 9Z are in full control right now. Let's have another look. David stepping up here. And just look how poised he is as well. Ducking and weaving around the bomb site. Pixel perfect precision. That is a beautiful play. And they will take the lead 4-1. The B rush completely shut down. And now just the pistols in hand for Fnatic. Wow. That was crazy.
That's got to be one of the most crisp plays that we've seen today on the stream so far. I just can't believe that he did that. It's so hard to do now with the M4A1, right? Because you don't have a lot of bullets to spare. So just to look, you know, four bursts like that to get 4 kills, not at all easy. Wild scenes. 9C absolutely coming alive here on the second map right now. Obviously, David showing up right now with 10-3 scoreline after that round. And Fnatic, that's going to be a real break in the economy. They want to put some pressure on the bomb side once again, but it's already kind of been looked at here. Grenade on out. Buddha could get overrun. The Tech 9's doing work, and the flash against David, he can't see a thing. Oh dear, this is working.
Oh yeah, it certainly is. Bombs going down, they've got the man advantage, and they've got a player down towards 12 points of health as well. Roy, he can hear them. He knows the players towards heaven. There's actually 2 lying in wait. That's a guaranteed frag. Could get the double here. And Max, this round is over. Now he has to try and hold on to the weapon. It's Fnatic stealing one away. The B rush working out this time as the flashes were so effective. 9Z didn't see it coming whatsoever. The nade did no damage, and they snuck through that smoke, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. The flashes were too effective, and no kills found upon entry for the CTs.
Yeah, and that's a bit weird, right? I don't know what... Your Buddha, he puts in an HE into the smoke, but then he goes to look at the L-bend, where one of his teammates, I think DGT, was already at the L-bend, so he doesn't need to cover that position at all. All that's happening when he's looking away from the smoke is that he's allowing somebody to push through like they did, so... Probably a little bit of a slip on the communication there. Maybe a little bit of just a missed attention span there for the 9C side of things. They definitely could have held the smoke a little bit better than that. And that's letting Fnatic in a little bit earlier than they need to.
Yeah, that's a lifeline. Let me tell you, they were crumbling. They were getting unraveled at the seams here on their Z side. They looked like they were out of ideas early on. And that's a lovely shot from Nikodos, but it doesn't quite connect. He gets the leg. And now a 4 versus 4, so recovered there by Roy. We'll go back towards his connector position, his try. No sniper in hand, he'll have to operate with the M4, and operate he shall. Takes down Fasher and maintains the man advantage here. Smoke towards connector, and he wants a bit more. Needs to be careful of short though. Forrest is already up.
Good shot.
Oh, there we go!
Yeah, there it is. Forrest with 2 headshots taking down a couple of players, and he just snuck in there. They weren't even ready for it. Is that going to be enough to bring Fnatic back into the round? GGT and Buddha are still alive. And they're both at the bomb site. They have the setup for it here. They're just waiting to see where that bomb is going to be showing up.
That was really nice from Forrest, spinning on a dime. Managing to crack the skulls open towards short and indeed the connector. And maintain a real chance of winning this round. They've got the 3-on-2 advantage. Forrest, though, very low. Walking wounded after that interaction, but he's done enough this round. It's down to Roy and Mezzi. They've got a smoke, a couple of flashes, 2 Molotovs. Should be able to pick this round up. Both CTs towards the B side of the map here, so A is wide open. And they're en route to the bomb side as well. Forrest will throw a smoke towards heaven and just try and keep at least one player on this side of the map. He's low, right? He's just going to be the cannon fodder here. Just going to be trying to get information. He knows exactly where one is. He knows where both are now.
Yeah, he does, and the fact that he's staying alive, I mean, every single second's going to count here. Even the grenade, they finally catch him, but That's a good job. Just staying alive for such a long time. The Molotov is slowing them down. Doesn't get any better. A second Molotov. Yeah, this is already so far gone. Roy deep here as well. If he keeps moving forward, I think he's certainly dead. And you can tell they're already decided it is not going to be worth it. That is one hell of a way to get a team back into a round.
Oh, here we go. Mezzi and Roy to close things out. Really nice round there. Shout out to Forrest. His greatest contribution yet in this tournament, I'm sure of it. You can see a big smile on his face. He deserves it. That was absolutely stunning. Let's get a replay of that Forrest shot if we can, because, yeah, that was just remarkable. Let's see if we can capture it here. First shot. Oh, rolling back the years there, Anders. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, you love to see that, and they really needed it as well, Fnatic. They were about to be in a little bit of trouble, but now instead, it's 9C that are starting to feel the pain. Out of money. Gonna be picking up a couple of upgraded pistols and charging the connector against Fasher. He's hearing it. He knows what is coming. Gonna be good for the first couple of kills and even catching Try. All right. He's so tuned in at the moment. A good spray as well. Roy helping out. Forrest will get a kill on David at the end. That'll tie up the scoreline.
Impressive stuff there. Fasher looks like he's enjoying himself as well. Great contributions from an individual standpoint. Has had a bit of a dip in form in the last few months, but right back in the driving seat here against 9Z. 4-4 money back to a stable point, but no AWP for Try. Currently on 2 and 5. Not shining brightly at all so far after such an epic performance on Nuke. But here we go, round number 9. And we will see Try pushing up towards Party, looking for that opening frag. Speaking of which, it will boost towards B as well. Molotov will dissuade his efforts, and he'll have to fall back, peel back towards the bathrooms.
Yeah, they were thinking about it for a minute there, but not quite timed well enough for it. Risky boosting as well in that position, because it's been so popular nowadays to throw that triple grenade from outside of the B bomb site. You want to be a little bit careful with it too. But us thinking about it, it's going to be Roy to begin. Taking down Try on the other side of the map. That'll give them space to clear this out. It's almost going to force it. Oh my god, through the smoke. They're just going down. There was a slight gap that Mezzi must have seen something in. Forest getting another opening, but there's a bit of a return. Finally, 9C started to wake up, and just like that, it was a 2-on-5, and now it's a 2-on-2 in a matter of, what, 5 or 6 seconds? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, and the bombs in T spawn as well. Sure, the A side's open, but Mezzi's got to get there. He's chosen the best possible routes, but there still might be complications. David's got himself in towards bathrooms, and he's now watching that passage. So this is getting very, very awkward now. Mezzi, he's on an island. He needs to try and join his teammate here. Roy's focusing on the CT spawn rotations as well, so he's essentially alone. This is the key interaction right now. Doesn't get the information, but David's towards long. Still a real nuisance for them here. 20 seconds remaining. What kind of plan did they go for? Ideally, towards the bank, considering Roy's position, but David, he'll probably catch him before the plan even goes down. This is big.
He knows everything. There's the one spot. Stops the... Oh, yeah, no bomb plant. With 7 seconds left, Roy, what do you even do? I don't think he has time for it.
Can't.
Nope, he just can't even do it.
Oh, no.
Such a great sneak up. David absolutely winning the round. Yeah, this is huge.
I can't believe it. It was done. They got the opening frags after Mezzi got that kill in the smoke. It was a 5-on-2.
Yeah.
And instead of... They've been so good at slowing... Remember on Nuke? They've been so good at capitalizing upon the advantages, slowing it down, being methodical. The time wasn't necessarily there, but I don't think the full commitment from these two players was necessarily the right maneuver. They, of course, didn't know 2 CTs would still be there, but still a real gut punch of a round to give away a 5-on-2 advantage after you just got yourself back into the game. And now a tactical timeout. And it's called by 9Z as well after recovering that huge deficit. Just trying to rub salt in the wound. Allow Fnatic to stew on that one.
That's a really, really hard round to lose, no question about it. They're going to be so upset that that happened. Yeah, they had that 5 versus 2. If they end up losing this map and ultimately losing the series, right? You're going to look back at a round like that and think, man, that's the kind of round that we need to win every single time. They couldn't even really slow it down. It happened so fast. Even watching it, you just think it slips out of their hands immediately.
Yeah, very unfortunate. And still, at least they've got the cash, the resources to buy into this. A 3-man boost. Speaking of resources, 9Z dumping a lot of them. And Forrest, the old master, given the task of looking for them. He's got it. The information, looking for the kill here, wants to guarantee it, doesn't want to fumble it. Oh no, they drop off before he has a chance to pull the trigger. Maybe overthinking it there. Didn't go for the spray down, but a good grade to follow things up. Lots of damage inflicted.
That is really, really interesting. I mean, he still will know that a lot of people were there, but you maybe had a chance for a kill. I think he was waiting for his teammates in Connector to try and step up and help him out.
Yeah.
Man, well, they're still going in the right direction, right? They're going to find a bomb site that's not that defended. Try is going to get traded immediately, and showing up at the bank is DGT, but not many grenades either on the CT side, so the bomb, it's right there on the site. Mezzi not even going to really wait for any backup. He's going to go straight for the bomb plant. This is looking like a really good round. Nicholas going to get the one kill, and with a double, that should seal everything. I think this is a round that Fnatic can't lose now.
I think he might be onto something there. 4-on-2. Bomb planted this time. Nikodos holding towards Optimus. And Buddha and David might be just better off saving the M4s here. The money is absolutely ruined, and I think they're starting to realize they have zero chance in this situation. And off they go. But Forrest, is he waiting for them? Yes, indeed. He's got them locked in, hoping to slam the door in their face. Great job so far. That will do. Manages to get the information on the second. They should be able to hunt him down in David's Flurry. He's got him. So, job done. Very effective round there. And it will be Fnatic getting themselves in a very prime position here on the T side of Overpass. They've actually sabotaged the finances of the CT side as well. And that all comes off getting the information from the boost. So sure, Forrest didn't get the intel, or sort of get the kill, but he did get the intel. 3 players are there, like you said, allowing them to walk into the A side at least and win the round.
Yeah, what a weird position to be in if you're on the 9C side here. They just don't have the finances to keep up the fight. Again, they're back to this strange economy that they found themselves in a couple of times already. Try has got 3 kills and he was leading the charge. Now obviously David has really stepped it up, but Buddha is also at 1. So they got a couple of players right now for the 9C side of things, just aren't really putting in the work that they need. Fnatic, maybe not too surprising, it is their map pick. They did pick Overpass to play on, but they're doing really well. They're about to be doing even better on the T side. If they can pick this round up, they might just get a really good first half on their hands.
And this is with the 5-on-2 going against them as well. You know, so the fact you're still saying it's an amazing half kind of shows you how well it is going, even with a massive nightmare of a round. Hopefully this one doesn't develop further, because they're up against pretty much nothing. They are running into the Lion's Den here, Anders. Fash are taking care of business, but will be dropped eventually. This could get a little bit problematic. Nikodos trying to protect the firepower here. There is still one more CT towards long, and he's got an AK-47. That's DGT. Surely they wouldn't give this round up, would they? The bomb's going towards B, and Forrest is confirmed that the side is clear, so they should be fine.
They really should be. Oh, DGT, he knows that Nikodos is in the area somewhere. Is he going to miss the timing on it? He actually might get shot on the side of the head. Yeah, there we go. That's unfortunate. He was hunting for Nikodos. He definitely knew. All right, but good on Fnatic, right? I was getting worried because they already gave up that 1-2 versus 5, but this one, they hold on tight, and they're going to be taking the round lead, 6-5. They actually have found a way, and again, the economy for 9C is super questionable.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Lost bonus will at least be starting to rack up. But there it is. After losing that first Desert Eagle headshot, Fnatic did restructure and find an opening towards B. Just had to negate the remaining CTs there. And big kill coming from Nikodos, managing to avoid the AK-47 that was lying in wait for him. And there it is. He'll close things out as well. So very impressive stuff. Well handled. Smiles all around once again, especially for Fasher. Not so much for Keita. He knows they've got a lot more work to do, I suppose. And he'll stand up, take notes of the finances, see where the team's at. And another very important round, as you mentioned. The money, not amazing. They haven't been able to rely on the Tri-AWP. Hasn't really had the resources. When he has had the weapon, hasn't really delivered on Overpass so far after an epic performance on Nuke. Molotov down towards the T-steps, and a bit of a focus towards the A side of the map this time. 3 CTs here in the bathrooms to kick things off.
Well, they're going to go for an early boost, I think. And try and see if they can find somebody. Nikodos looking into it with the boost on top. They actually have such a good read into the bomb site, but they're not seeing anyone yet. They have the right idea. You could see David is looking. He's jumping for the information. He's almost seeing it in reverse. That's interesting. Flash around the corner. They're trying to put some pressure on. Again, those grenades just to lure anyone out inside of the bomb side. They're hoping that someone from the CT side is going to take a peek, but don't know if David has seen a gun barrel or something. He seems so sure that someone's there, and he's right.
Yeah, well, they will dismount at least. Juggle around some utility. Looks like Forrest will be deploying the flashes and the smokes here as they start to initiate a contact play. So no execution is going to be walking in at this.
No delay this time. 45 seconds. Bit of a trade. Buddha previously with just the 1 kill, but look at the round that he's putting together. 3 with the bomb on the ground. Roy and Nikodos in some trouble here. 35 seconds. They're going to go and pick up the bomb, and a good shot for Nikodos. It might be doable anyway here for the last 2 remaining Danes here on the Fnatic side. DGT and Buddha. How much is Buddha expected to do in a round like this? He's already got the triple. DDT is going to be slowly creeping in. Again, he's had a bit of a rougher game as well. Good sneak in. Buddha continuing. That's the quad kill. Now he's hunting for the ace as Roy is on his own. All the way at the back, he's completely isolated. It's DDT to get the last one. But that is a huge round for Buddha. He's been almost absent. He's got 6 kills and 4 of them are in this round.
It was a little unfortunate for him there. He gets all those epic kills, he gets the bomb down, and his teammate threw a monster smoke from CT spawn and has locked him out and allowed the T's to recover the bomb there. But still, managing to find all the kills required there, and it was been a while since they posted a round, and to find a convincing one where one of the young guns stepping up is great to see. Let's have a look at the replay here. So you can see he gets a big spray down, finds the bomb towards Monstead, and just as he does, it's when the smoke comes down. So that's a little unfortunate for him, but well handled. Nikodos certainly had a few chances here as he nails the shot here towards Connector, but Buddha closing things out in emphatic style. Timeout called by Fnatic, their first one, as we get into round number 13 here. Money on a knife's edge for the CTs as they reinvest. Need a bit of utility, but they do recover the orb, where Try might be able to come online for the first time. 4 and 9 so far.
They need him right now. He was a monster on Nuke, and they need that version of Try to come back at the moment, because Fnatic, they are doing a fine job. They're on the T side of Overpass. This is a more CT-sided map these days, so I wouldn't be surprised if Fnatic are feeling pretty comfortable at the moment, just tying up the game. And look at, again, the economic scenario here for Nine. See if they lose this round, Henry. They are immediately going to be back to another save, maybe some sort of a half-buy if they're really, really excited about the loss bonus, but they're in such a weird position right now. The CT side is on a knife's edge for them, so DGC getting the opening is huge, but he's going to get shut down. He can't escape, and actually more kills are coming through. They're getting wiped out.
Yeah, just as you finished explaining the economic status, it all starts to collapse. 4 versus 2. Buddha may be able to find Mezzi, but he's one step ahead. He's expecting this push to come through. Oh, they'll pass each other. This could get a little bit interesting. They have no idea. Oh, it's so fun when this happens. The timing is so strange. And they have no idea. And it might not be a factor because they're still going towards A yet. Buddha's gone T-spawn. So, if anything, this is down to Try. He said he had to step up. We'll see what he can make of it. And it's nothing.
God, yeah. Blown up. Didn't even get a chance, I think, to move the crosshair. Just instantly out of there. Yeah, so just Buddha left and save the M4. I mean, that's the best you could do right here. No chance to do anything else. They're going to find the MTB bomb site in a second, and it will be a round lead for Fnatic. 7-6 in their favor. Just really impressive work here. Fasher with 13 kills. Everybody else is at 8 right now. So the whole team is really stepping it up.
Yeah, Fasher playing like a man possessed. Just real crispy shots with the AK-47, assertive maneuvers, and carrying them through these rounds here, looking very, very confident in his play. And speaking of confidence, it's Fnatic now, who should be able to convert this into a couple more rounds. We keep saying the finances on the CT side are weak, to say the very least. And it's Buddha who will be saving a single M4 here. He should be able to save it, no problem. He's way back in T-spawn by the connector, as Mezzi confirms that they can exit safely. And it's a very, very convincing round there. Fnatic, great job. Nikodos will recover the AWP. Just to know, yeah, Try couldn't really do much of it whatsoever. Unable to find those openers and not delivering the shots when it really matters.
Yeah, this is a really tough position for 9 City to be in. I think economically one of the worst CT sides I've seen in a while. It seems like every other round, this is where they find themselves. The fact that they even got 6 rounds is kind of almost impressive, the way that the money has been working out for them. Got some upgraded pistols here. Got the M4 on Buddha, but that's about it. They are gunning for the 15th round instead, just trying to see if they can do some work there. Fnatic, you got to give them some credit as well. They've been playing like a team that wants to get to the 3rd map. Oh, there we go. Some shots coming out with the grenade on top. Max gets blown up.
Alley-oop. That was amazing. Really nice play from Mezzi there. So opening frag has been found. A boost here. They're going to hope something novel can lead them to a cheeky kill. Won't be able to recover the weapon, but we'll see if Forest oversteps the mark. I don't think there'll be in any danger here. It should be a double kill for Mezzi. At least confirms that there's a 3rd CT on the bomb site, but there it is. 5 versus 3. B bomb site wide open. And a chance for Forest to mop up some more eco frags here, as we'll see him push closer and closer towards Graffiti and just get that vital information that they've got full control of the B bomb site.
Yeah, they know absolutely everything. Maybe going to be a found kill here from Buddha, but it should make no difference at the end for the outcome of the round. Bomb is going to be planted, and they're just so far away. So, yeah, send somebody to pick up that fallen rifle. That's the best you could do, I think.
Yep, I think that's about it, unfortunately. So, it's going to be 8-6. 1 round left of play. Still, though, like, bear in mind, like, sure, Fnatic are doing an excellent job here, but they still have a stand-in. And this is a good haul of rounds, but 9Z, they win a pistol and they start waking up, and Try comes online. I'm sure they'll have a little bit more to say on the T side where they can dictate the pace. And remember, they were going for very fast, aggressive maneuvers on their T side of Nuke. They were just sticking together, Wolfpack mentality, rushing around, rushing outside. They rushed outside as a group, maybe 3 rounds in a row. They did the Venn dive 4 rounds in a row. So yeah, they'll be able to make Fnatic very uncomfortable in that second half. So every round is an absolute godsend here for Fnatic. But the final one available here, as we said, some saved weapons for the CTs. I would say they would love to pick this one up.
Yes.
7. Not the best, but certainly not alarm bells going off. You can recover this.
Quick check-in with the Twitch chat. In the meantime, we got My Mouse saying that he's got a 200-word essay for tomorrow, and he's looking a little bit exasperated. But I've got to say, in the age of chat GPT, like, it's easy, you know. Everyone can write,
especially
like
200 words.
200 words.
The trick is, yeah, put it in once and ask you to write it again. Just do it like 3 times. That'll work it out.
You'll be fine. Don't even worry. Keep watching Counter-Strike is my recommendation. Forest is going to get in the opening. He's really stepped it up. He's 10 kills. And some of them are massive impact ones, like this one, opening up the round and taking down Buddha.
Well. A huge opening pick. A round they should be able to convert here. But Max, he's got some information. He knows players are all around him here, but can't find the timing. It's getting a bit awkward for him. Spotted now as well, so he does no longer have the element of surprise. 1 minute on the clock. Bomb and T-spawn, but all the control you could really ask for. No real pressure coming in from the CTs. They have 1 smoke remaining and no kits, and that smoke's just been deployed.
Messi sneaking on through 9C. Their dreams of winning this round are getting really, really close to getting wiped out. If they can't get the opening kill here, then this bomb site's going to fall. They need the first frag, and David's going to be able to do that. But again, a quick return from Fashar, and Nikado's showing up as well. Oh, this is almost good. Forest, he had the right pre-aim for it. We're down to 20 seconds, though, and both players are at the bomb site. There's a bit of a crossfire setup. The bomb is on the ground, and Roy's very low on health. DGT, they know that he's back here. He's already got 1 kill from this position, but the spray is so good. A double at the end will give 9C a fighting chance in the second half, which is coming right up after this.
Everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching. Double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds. diamonds. Sideways, it's a race. Who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate. No trace, quiet place, move silent. Bitch throwing hands in the parking lot, getting stuck. Digging up the sand, doing donuts in a Bentley truck. You learn how to rage when the world doesn't show you love. Yeah, I told you what, yeah, I know what it's up. Put it all in the mixture, let the red devil kiss ya. Better hope that I miss ya. Ayy, teach a man how to fish ya. Feed the fan, feed the kids ya. Lead the grand for the picture. Hard to get this far, hard to get this far if you don't know your way around. It could tear you apart, it could tear you apart if you turn into someone else. Ayy, it's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race. Who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate. No trace, quiet place, move silent. They're calling on me, they're what they gon' say, yeah. I ain't falling for it, most of them two-faced, yeah. Friends switch up on you when they see you doing great. I make myself alone just to find peace. And if you ever cared, then you know where to find me, yeah. And there's no going back once I leave it behind me. Hey, it's not all is forgiven, everyone is a villain, but don't call me a killer. I keep my mind on a mission, cutting ties if they switching, double life, double vision. I see blue diamonds, sideways, it's a race. Who's timing? 5 days out of state, new climate. No trace, quiet place, move silent.
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2023. You join us for the second half of the second map between 9Z and Fnatic. Speaking of which, Fnatic are fighting back after a difficult loss in the first, 16-14 deficit. They are actually in the driving seat here as we switch things over to the CT side, and we'll see Julies out in full force. 7 guns. Seems unfair, Anders, but we'll allow it for now.
We will in fact allow it, especially maybe for Fnatic at the moment. They are fighting for a third map and doing a really, really fine job of it too. So we'll see if the dualies can bring them a little bit of fortune. They are already really aggressive. I kind of like this double setup in the connector position because you can do so much with it, right? Like you can be really fast to rotate to the A-bomb side. You can be fast down to B. I appreciate this kind of play.
Yeah, and it's going to be 9Z with the long control. They've got a P250 for try, along with armor as well. A couple of smokes, a flash, and an A execution is looking quite likely, but the bomb's back at Fountain for now. That's on the back of Max, and he's also got the utility, as Try will try and crack things open, and he cracks open the skull of Nikodos. Great shot with the P250, the best thing he's done, I would say, so far on Overpass.
Yeah, that is one hell of a shot. Ooh, holding the phone. DGT comes in with the kill on Roy. This is starting to slip out of the control of Fnatic. Mezzi out in front of the bomb site, swinging with the USP, but he gets completely run down. He realized he had to do something desperate to try and get it back, and Forrest essentially in a 1 versus 4 at that bomb site. No chance at all. The extra pistols have not worked out for Fnatic so far. It's just Fashar on his own. 1 versus 5 to try and be the hero. Definitely would be a historic clutch if he could come up with it right now, but with no kit and no nothing else, I mean, as long as they're not fighting him, there's no way.
Exactly. It's their round to lose. If they give him even opportunities for kills, they've played it wrong. But the bomb ticking at some pace, obviously he can farm some cash, but there is Try. Some very impactful shots there. Just what he needed to get back into the series, to be honest with you. After posting 30 plus frags on Regulation and Nuke, you'd like to see him replicate that form here as they do find themselves the pistol. 8-8. And will the CTs be forcing into the second round? I would say probably you don't need to. You've already got a decent haul of rounds on the T side. You don't need to be winning this round right now. You'll be able to bring out rifles in the third. So just a single flashbang, and they're going to send 5 players towards long. Like you say, Fnatic normally do have some interesting eco setups. They like to do the homework, get in the lab. So presumably it's flashing over towards Fountain and hoping to find a few swing kills here. But we'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, and I reckon as well, you know, like if you trust in the fact that you picked a strong map for yourself, there's no reason to get desperate and try and do anything super crazy. Just stick with the plan. You had a great first half already, so you should be feeling pretty comfortable at the moment. 8-8 scoreline should be fine for Fnatic in the second half, assuming that their CT side is going to be everything that we expect here. Just the one kill for Forest and almost a kill on Try. They did some damage to him.
Yeah, there was something there. But the problem is now, we've got a Mac 10 for Max, so let's get on helmet watch. And it's got Mezzi, no helmet. Fascia, no helmet. So it's not too bad. They've still got 3 otherwise. But that's when the Mac 10 is so deadly. It's such a stifling, overwhelming force, and it comes up towards shore. You've got no helmet. A flash is there. One bullet, it can take you down. But here we go, round 18, a very, very important one, especially for the likes of Fnatic. 2-0 down in the second, looking to pick up the third. Good start, but can't quite find the frag. David lucky to get away with that one.
All right, some shots coming through. Yeah, he's down to 6 health. That's not exactly ideal. Who's going to be the entry man here? There was a real chance there. You could tell that's what he was set up for. Nearly Mezzi was jumping into the shot. That would have been a horrible way to go. Now they're falling back from the side of the map, and you know what, Henry? It looks like at least a couple of players on the Fnatic side are just about to turn the corner and long, and they're going to find that nobody's there. So the longer this goes, the worse it's going to get for 9C, as they are about to get boxed in. Although this might make a difference. Forest, good headshot. He's going to realize how many people are coming, and there is a flank really quickly from Roy, but it still is down to the defense. Fashar's going to be going down, and now swinging for the fight is Mezzi. He's done so much damage, but he doesn't find the kill. They're solo on health.
I can't believe it. Yeah, they're somehow still fighting back. Now they will be planting. Nikodos needs to choose his next move very carefully. Roy coming in towards Monster. They can't quite connect the dots just yet. A very important fight. One bullet will do it, but the M4's out of bullets. A chance to reposition. Oh my god, what is that? And now Roy, they know exactly where he is. And how is he still alive here? How does he not take any damage? DGT goes above and beyond and delivers on all fronts here. A round that looks miraculous in hindsight, considering how low they were.
Yeah, you're just absolutely right. Anything would have touched him and he would have been dead. That 2-on-2 looked like one of the most winnable 2v2s that we've had so far. Easily should have been going the way of Fnatic, and it just didn't. 9C. There's a couple of rounds now, Henry, on this map. The other one is obviously the 2-on-5 that they lost, but, you know, this one could be another one of those where you say Fnatic probably should have had this one.
Yeah, bro, there's been a lot of those. You're dead on. And of course, playing with the stand-in, like we said, Mezzi's got a lot on his plate here. Trying to, of course, be a fragging in-game leader with a player that doesn't necessarily have the strat book memorized here. It's always going to happen. It's a very unfortunate one to give away, considering how tantalizingly low those two players were. DGT towards short should have been dead as one bullet would do it, and he ends up getting the double kill. It doesn't even come down to the 1 versus 1. And Fnatic will find themselves with nothing but pistols here. But they are very, very potent pistols. The Desert Eagles are 5.7. We'll see what those guys can do with them. Mezzi will try and fire off first. No damage really inflicted. As we'll see 9Z starting to coordinate themselves towards B. Execution being lined up. Smoke towards Heaven. Molotov towards barrels. You know the procedure by now. Flashes in, Max to take point.
Yeah, and actually the setup for Fnatic is not ideal for this. I guess it's a bit better because it looks like Mezzi's about to join up. Forest with a good headshot, and another one would have maybe sealed the deal, but Try and Buddha are going to get right back into the swing of things, and the kills are coming through just fine. Nikodos, he's going to get a shot, but it's all the way on the other side of the map. It won't make a difference here. He's on his own in a 1 versus 3, and again, they should be able to just secure the bomb plant and make sure to edge him out of this one. There's no reason that they have to lose this round, and Try will make absolutely sure. Well done sneaking up like that. 9C, they're taking them some huge steps towards winning the series. 11-8, and because Fnatic don't have the economy to fight back in some of these rounds, they are just in a little bit of trouble.
Well, very, very impressive. This was DGT in the previous round. Ducking and weaving. Didn't take a single lick of damage with 4 points of health there. Brilliant play. And it will be the timeout. Second one used by Fnatic here. Haven't really got going in this second half whatsoever. Money has been a problem. Very close rounds, but they've thrown a lot of the close ones away. Big advantages as well. Demoralizing rounds that leave a mark, especially when you know the tournament life is on the line. Day 1 for them. Going down to Mousesports 16-9 on Nuke. Playing against 9Z here. Lost Nuke to open things up here as well, but it was 16-14. Very, very close. Heavy favorites for Overpass, considering their last outing against 9Z was a 16-3 victory, but Crims, the man who's missing, was the highest performer. He's not here today.
And we talked about it earlier. Replacing Crims is just going to be an almost impossible task, the way that he fits into the lineup and his overall consistency. But look at this, though. Roy with a couple of early kills. That is how you want to answer back when you've got your backs to the wall. Double kill for Roy. Nicholas picks up a shot with the AWP. And they might not expect for him to still be this far forward. I don't think they realize at all. Good shot, and Try is on his own. Wow, Fnatic. This is how you do it.
Absolutely true. Nikados needs to be careful, though. The AWP on the other side. Just contain him. Wait for the teammates. Should be absolutely no problem here. As just going to be taking the aggro away. And here we go. Surely this is where the trade comes in. Oh no, Anders, they wouldn't, would they? They wouldn't consider giving this one away.
I'm not worried yet. Maybe for the next shot if it gets there, but I feel like this is still... There's no way.
It's fine. It's fine. You're right. It's fine. Surely.
I feel like a call probably came out as well on the Fnatic side to really slow it down after a couple of shots like that. You're like, okay, just everyone chill out. It's not worth...
breathe. Relax.
Yeah. Don't throw it away. All right. He did get one more. But
God,
that's actually pretty significant, right? That should have been almost a flawless round coming in there from the Fnatic side. They're happy to win the round, but
that's $15,000 worth of kit he just removed from them.
It is.
It's pretty massive when you think of it like that.
Yeah, you don't want to be giving that up. It's not worth it, you know. Could have been easier, but I guess that's a lesson learned for them.
Could have been, but you can see it's Mezzi down to the MP9 here, so it's having ramifications already. Nikados taking matters into his own hands, nailing that shot once again, but right in the thigh, and his Try going for a second bite of the cherry, but only his demise. Mezzi making the MP9 work, and they've done it once again. Another massive advantage here. Need to convert this one cleanly. As you can see, Nikados peeling away, trying to maintain the advantage. Don't want to give any opportunities here to the weakened 9Z.
Yeah, they found this incredible strength at the end of Nuke, and it was almost enough to make things work. For a minute there, I really thought they were going to be able to walk away with it. Maybe they could do it again right now. Roy on a little bit of a mission. It's a bit scary because it's still a minute and 10 seconds, so maybe you don't want to be too active, but I don't know if he could have escaped on the other side. It looked like it from the minimap point of view. I don't know if he realized. Either way, it's a 4-on-3. Bomb has been picked up once again on the 9C side. And only 2 people defending B. Technically possible for 9C to hit this before rotation comes in. I don't know if they could do it in practice.
All right. Well, you set the scene here, Anders. It's Fasha defending against Max towards short. Gets the information, doesn't overcommit. It's looking quite nice, but the Molotov will make things a little bit more complicated, as Max will have to fall off. 30 seconds here. His teammates waiting towards Monster as well. David with the AWP, avoiding the flashbang, but actually gets quite blind, flies towards the barrels, and that was a chance to take him down here. Flushes him out, but Fasha, he's in a prime position to find this round and find a few kills.
Excellent shot, even better follow-up. That's a good couple of headshots, and even better, I mean, in the meantime, when they were sort of slowly trying to do this, another person had rotated in, so instead of 2 defenders, they had 3 at the end, and everything was just kind of lining up nicely for the defense. So, I mean, just like that, a couple of rounds back-to-back here, Fnatic really started to look a lot better. It's 10-11, but their economy is looking a little bit more healthy. And 9C without a bomb plant, they can't really do much in this round. So Fnatic might get one almost for free here.
They might do. It's looking quite promising, I have to say. As we'll see, Max setting up a flashbang, and that's going to try and get the bomb down in towards B. There's pretty much no chance anything will really happen here, but we'll see. It's going to be a 1 P250, 4 Glocks. Can't imagine a world where this is even uncomfortable.
No, I mean, if this should be even just to prove it to themselves, right? Like Fnatic, they've given up a couple of rounds. They've lost some economy in some rounds that should have been a little bit easier. So yeah, just clean this one up without too much trouble, and and keep going. Fashan still at 21, but again, the rest of the team, they're really all there. It is a full team effort that's coming out from the Fnatic side. Stand-in and all. And a 5-on-3 in this one.
Okay, well, they do find her kill at least. That will do, considering the circumstances they found themselves in. But Fnatic have done it. They're online, officially here in the second half. 11-11 on their map pick. And the way they've awoken here might give them the edge. But a very important and indicative round as to which way this one is going. The money, still not great on the T side. They're averaging $4,400 per player. I'm sure, as you're all aware, that's enough for bare bones. You're going to have a couple of Galils in there, 3 AKs, basic utility. Doesn't feel great, but it's enough. So definitely worth the tactical timeout. Of course, Kita will be aware that they'll be coordinating probably some sort of set piece. You don't normally run the defaults too often in these Anders just because you don't have the resources to really dissect the map. You're normally calling a fast B play. Let's try and get an execution in. So let's mix things up, taking the pause. They're struggling for money. I would say something like that will be coming through, but time will tell. They could go for a fast play as well. They were obviously very proactive with their rushes on Nuke, but sending 4 players towards B. We'll see if that execution off the bat. I think it might be.
Yeah. Oh, they're not going to slow it down. They're just actually walking straight through. Flash is there. A little bit of a dink on Forest, but he's got some backup here. Now the grenades are starting to come out. A lot of counter grenades as well. Forest burning alive in the corner, but the lineup is good. Mezzi could have been a double, maybe even should have been. And there's a little bit of a sneak out. Fashan still doing so much work. 22 kills behind that one. And they're going to find a kill in return, though. Still a 3-on-3, but look at how beat up they are on the 9C side. I mean, the fact that they even got to escape through the tunnel is a bit of a miracle for 9C.
Yeah, absolutely true. Anyone's round, though. 2 smokes remaining, 2 Molotovs as well. Max patrolling Monster. And they haven't rotated the bomb just yet. It still resides here in T-spawn. We've got 55 seconds, so plenty of time to try and work out the next maneuver here. Mezzi in a prime spot, at least get 1. And that would be absolutely fine considering the HP. Nikodos towards short as well. So B bomb site's a bit of a fortress here. A's wide open, but that's falling back, and that should be a kill for Nikodos. He nails those, and of course he converts.
That really gives up the game as well. Mezzi, prime position for the spray down, and he will not fail them this time. Nice triple on him and Fnatic. They are looking prime to take this one. They want a chance to fight on Ancient, which will be the deciding map in this series if we get down to it. It looks very likely at the moment. Fnatic, I mean, honestly, they had a chance even to win on Nuke. It was close enough that they could have done that, so I'm not too surprised. Again, this is their map pick. But at times, especially losing that 2-on-5 earlier, that still haunts me. I'm sure it haunts them as well, but they're about to put it behind them.
Yeah, it's looking quite good actually in that regard. So maximum loss bonus at least for 9Z here, so they don't have to go for the full ecos. It's a half buy, and plenty of these have worked out in the past in CSGO, let me tell you. So Tech 9s, Desert Eagles, and a couple of smokes and Molotovs to boot. So we'll see what kind of setup they're presenting right now. Waiting for mid-aggression, potentially. We're seeing them holding towards the mid-steps. Passively in the connector as well. Seeing if any inquisitive CTs shall present themselves. But so far, all pretty quiet here in round number 24.
Yeah, minute left to wait around for. You could tell from Try, he's hoping that there's going to be some aggression. I mean, we had a couple of rounds where Nikodos was pushing up and being a bit aggressive, so he's hoping that this is going to be one of them so he can catch a Devo kill, but Fnatic don't have any reason to give anything up right now. They're happy to stay at a range and just wait for 9C to show up. Roy out on a bit of a hunt. Grenade might be able to do the job there. Oh, he's down to 6 health. Either way, this is looking like an easy enough cleanup. Fnatic are trying to put themselves at 13 rounds. And even more importantly, they had a round like this earlier against Try, where they did lose 3 rifles for probably no real reason. So just don't do it again. Just keep this going. You want to be in a strong position as possible going into the final stages of this one. Bomb is going to be planted. Yeah, maybe you would have liked to stop them, but it's nice to walk away with all 5 rifles alive here.
Yeah, certainly true. They've got maximum loss bonus anyway, so regardless, like they were going to have a full buy with $3,400 coming on top. It does mean they get a nice kind of a chance at the AWP at least. So that's something, I suppose, Try should almost certainly pull that one out. And he actually kind of turned his game around. He's having a pretty shocking first half, if you remember.
Yes.
So the fact he's on 16 kills right now, actually slotted himself into third place, and considering he's at the very bottom, that's not too bad. We're seeing Max to wake up now. Max had a pretty rough time of it on Nuke as well, but Buddha down on 9 and 16, as they do have a full buy here at the very least. Nikodos has been patrolling towards middle time and time again, and this time focusing his efforts towards connector.
Oops. Yeah, he's really close to the action. Some pressure being put out, but he's got that feeling that he did on Nuke, where he was just challenging and winning a lot of those fights as well. Always scary when you come back out of this, but he's just not scared at all. Max is up there. He's still scoped up. Nikodos, instead of running away, he's pushing right into it, and he's going to die. But honestly, that is the kind of play that can catch people off guard. You're not expecting for the AWP to be there at all, and if Max was holding the angle, it could have worked out. 4 versus 4 now, and oh, a real attempt there for Roy. Max, though, having himself around.
Yeah, that's an excellent sequence of events there for Max. The second one especially. Really, really nice shot. Good positioning from Roy. Nice movement as well. It looked like he was home and dry, but unfortunately does get taken down. 4 versus 3. Mezzi, Fasher, and Forrest to defend. Forrest, he'll be over towards the B side of the map, of course, with Fasher. But where will they finish up on the IZ side of the equation? Try deploying the smoke in towards the A site. It's just by the flower bed to give some cover for Max potentially. Take some aggro away as they bring the bong up towards long. And it's going to be this 3-man stack towards B again. We've seen Fnatic present this before. Will they go for it? Probably not. If it's planted towards A, they'll just cut the losses and look to the future. They don't have to sacrifice the resources for nothing. They can hear the Molotovs going off now. Probably know what's going on. That should be round. They've got the resources to go for a retake, but it's just so unlikely, it's just not really feasible. Might as well save the AK at the very least.
And their defense has been really good on the CT side, so why would you want to risk it to try and win a 4 versus 3, right? You'd much rather just have a healthy economy and keep on going the way that this has been going, because the game plan's really been working for Fnatic in this second half. You're going to be at 12 to 13, but they still shouldn't be panicking. Fashar's still leading after all this time with 23 kills, and then everyone else is kind of doing a good job. Maybe Roy's falling a little bit behind, but not by a terrible amount. A couple of rounds could easily change it here. We're getting there slowly but surely. Fnatic, they have a slight lead, a 1-round lead here to try and hold on to the map in the series. Devastating if this ends up going against them, because they must feel like they put in all the work to deserve a third map.
Yeah, totally agree. That would be Ancient as well. Lovely shots coming in there from Max, who we just said had a pretty rough showing on Nuke, and has been relatively quiet here. Bottom, or near the bottom, 4-9Z in the second, but that was absolutely epic. So well done to him. As we'll see, Nikodos, like we said, has been dictating the pace of this second half. Goes towards long this time. Confident as you like. Controlling that fountain position. It's down to David to fend him off, and he'll be joined by Max.
Yeah, Buddha just clearing out the connector, but it's Nikodos out on long. David never even saw what hit him there. Horrible way to start a round.
Yep, and it's Nikodos again. He's been such a nuisance. If he's not legging you at the start, he's finding an opening frag, and he's at a different spot every single time. Try seems to be at the other side of the map each time he goes for one of his pushes. So, it's the early kill. Operative word being early there, because there is time to recover. 3 players, make it 4, I think, on the B side of the map currently. Just Nikodos patrolling A.
Smoke up right as they show up, but Max looks like somebody who might want to go through it. He's suddenly thinking about it. Shaw, this is a scary moment. Forrest is going to get taken down. Good spray. Oh,
no
right
way.
through a headshot, Buddha. That's so ridiculous. How? I don't know. For Shaw, he had the lineup. He probably thought he was going to get at least a double spray down there, but now they're back on the site. Oh, there we go. Bomb being found inside of the smoke. Mezzi, if they would have planted default, he might have had that shot. He's still going to get one on top, and they're very low on health on the other side. This spray is going to be working out. Mezzi to the rescue. A good triple, and that will be 14 on the side of Fnatic.
Yeah, Buddha with some divine intervention there, I would say. how he gets away with that kill. I didn't know they had a chance, and even with that frag through the smoke, it still ends in a very convincing round for Fnatic there. Jumping up, and it's Mezzi doing the dirty work here. Above the smoke, it's his double kill. 3 in total. Bomb defused, no problem whatsoever. Touching distance now of the third map, 14 to 12. Still a nice buy here, maximum loss bonus, and the, of course, luxury of the bomb being planted. Try will have the AWP, and they need to be careful of Nikodos. Where is he going this time? He's been such a nuisance. He's in towards the playground position at the very start, once again hunting for the opening kill.
They're so close they can taste it now, Fnatic. They know that they have the goal right in front of them here. They have the money as well to play around with. And a couple of these rounds, just Nikodos with that aggressive style, finding the openings. I actually think he must have heard the grenade connecting there. Bashar's going to be taking out Max. Again, he's been the tip of the spear for the Fnatic team. And they'll find the second one there. Double kill for Bashar to open with. He's up to 26. He really wants to play that third map. And at the rate this is going, he will be allowed to.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something there. 5 versus 3. Looking for map points. Should be an absolute guaranteed round here. Forest just needs 1 to seal the deal. Can't do it. But there it is. Fasha lines them up, knocks them down. And that's going to be the round. No way Try can do anything with this. 31 HP, T-spawn, and full control for Fnatic. So Ancient feels like it might be locked in at this stage.
Yeah, they're doing everything right at the moment. 28 kills, quad kill in this one. If Try wanted to fight, could be the ace here, but either way, they are just in they're in a prime position. I really was worried for a second there. Again, losing that 2-on-5 early on for Fnatic looked like the kind of thing that could really get you messed up. Try missing the chance for maybe a free kill against Mezzi. And they are coming for him, slowly but surely. Bashar's right behind. They're sending in Mezzi first just to edge him out. Don't think they can hunt him now. I think it's a little bit too far away, unfortunately. But yeah, still, 15 to 12. They're doing it.
They really are. Impressive performance here in the second half. After losing the pistol as well, it was 9Z. They came into this one swinging. Looked like they had a real chance here, but being outclassed here, especially by Fasho, just keeps finding frag after frag. 28 in total now at the very top of the scoreboard. We are going to see potentially the last round here. Fnatic have everything they need to close things out. 3 AKs, an AWP, and the M4. We'll see if it's enough as Nikodos once again trying to open things up as he has full control of the T-steps. Flashbang comes forward and still reclaims control, takes down David.
Yeah, I was going to say the best thing to do right now is look for overtime. Max caught sleeping. I don't think he could see anything there. I don't know why, but again, Fashan's just been completely unstoppable. He's got 29 kills. And again, with Nikodos playing that aggressive AWP, 9Z are finding no peace at all on this T side of the map. Try hoping to get into the bomb side. He would love for somebody to walk into the scope here and maybe open up the round again. But look at the rest of Fnatic. They're walking up behind them. They're crunching them in at the moment. They're going to be in the connector, shooting him in the back. It's Forest to get the kill on Try to begin with. But if Forest hadn't got that kill, somebody else certainly would have. And right through the smoke, Mezzi's going to find the shot. DDT's on his own. 1 versus 4, and Roy will take him down. It's 16 on Fnatic, and we are going to go to a third map. Well played.
Don't you worry about me, I'm gonna leave this all behind tonight. And it may take a little time just for us to get it right. I could turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever make it out alive. I could turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever get out alive. I don't know where I've been, I don't know where I'm going. Been holding on to the past, but this life keeps on moving. If you're worried about me, no, I'll make it back home to you. Don't forget me when I'm gone, 'cause right now I've just got to be free. I can turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever make it out alive. I can turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever get out alive. And if you wait, I could take you far away. There's no escape from this place, from this place, from this place. I don't know where I've been, I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I've been, I don't know where I'm going. Been holding on to the past, but this life keeps on moving. It keeps on moving. It keeps on moving. I can turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever make it out alive. I can turn back now and leave this all behind. I don't know if I'll ever get out alive.
The bar raising, we keep moving it up. Ain't no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I got faith restored, why you pushing the brakes? I ain't full of myself, boy, I'm full of mistakes. I came from humble and roots, I'm here to stand and deliver. Had no one gassing me up, except the man in the mirror. I used to work on my handles, and now his handles are liquor. I write these songs in a dark room, the candle will flicker. I stay practicing heavy for when the game's on the line. It's like over and over, I run the plays in my mind. I'm a psycho, I'm taking my time. Rushing perfection is a dangerous crime. You gotta give it and take it. That's what you do till you make it. I had to roll with the punches and take the hits from the flagrants. I'm saying the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. I was falling, had me stalling. I was way down, now I'm balling. I done came up and I called it. I done came in the clutch with the game on the line. I know I operate from a higher place. Wait, some decisions don't try a race. I'm doing what I can to fuel the flame like a fireplace. To make a bunch of money, buy my mama a fireplace. We make incredible songs to celebrate and get mad lit. Once upon a time in Hollywood, I'm like Brad Pitt. My homies say I live a life, yeah, just a tad bit. Learning how to move in this rap shit. I told them that the bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch.
She said that she hate me, I hate me too. I can always tell when you're lying, girl, you're see-through. All these miles away, yeah, I just wanna see you. Baby, give me good face, she hit me like seafood. Remember when I saw you, hi, it's nice to meet you. Know my old girl salty, she just wanna be you. I'm a dog, no Maltese, I don't wanna leave you. Once you're right here, I just don't wanna mistreat you, no. Cause I've been a douchebag before, baby girl, I don't wanna repeat. She just won't please me, she look in my eyes, told me why are you bleeding? And I don't even know how to answer. I take these drugs to my bladder. She says she noticed a pattern, she say I look gorgeous, I tell her I'm flattered, but I hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection. When I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better. You said that you love me, don't know if it's still true. Hate it when you're not here, love it when I'm with you. You say you don't trust me, all the shit we've been through. Why you always upset? I don't really get you, I don't really get you. Why should I always gotta be so stressful? Baby, can you tell me why are you so vengeful? I don't understand you, I can't live without you, but I can't fucking stand you. I'm just so obsessed, I should take better care of myself, but fuck it. Blacked out in public, on that like she upset, but I know she love it. I hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just wanna feel better. Hate my reflection, when I look at you, all I see is perfection. I'm so depressed and I don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. Don't know the reason, just hope I feel better. I just hope I feel better.
Howdy there, partners. We are back in the capital of Counter-Strike. IEM Dallas 2023 is well underway, and day one is coming to an end. We have one final map between Fnatic and 9Z. We're moving over to Ancient, where Fnatic, finding some form on the second map, actually look like could actually go the full distance here, and maybe avoid relegation earlier in the tournament, even with a stand-in.
Yeah, they've definitely played better than I was expecting. I was getting a little bit worried for them because at the end of Nuke, I mean, the way that Try was playing, it looked like he was ready to close the book on Fnatic, but they made it their way back. Fashar obviously playing very well on Overpass, and the rest of the team right there with him. We even had some great clutches out of Forest, which is going to bring a tear to everybody's eyes. And now we're on the third map, which is going to be Ancient. So I think the series overall has been better for Fnatic than I was expecting. I really thought that 9C with the map picks that we had coming through were going to be able to walk away with it, but that hasn't really turned out to be the case. So I don't know what to expect for this last one. I mean, I think anything can happen now.
Well, just thinking about the way Ancient is playing out these days, obviously with the adjusted spawns, it's a lot more brawly. We're seeing a lot more fights towards middle on the T sides and the B lane under a lot of scrutiny time and time again. And we've seen both of these teams operate with fast pace, and I'm expecting more of the same here as we're burning the midnight oil, hitting 5 a.m. here in Europe and getting to the late evening over there in Dallas. Let's see how it goes down. Third and final map, last of the day. And let's make it an absolute banger, shall we? As it will be 9Z. Looking like they're starting on the CT side, so the knife has been concluded. And for now, smokes are out on the T side. Molotov for Forest. And a bit of a B lean. I say a bit of a... Actually, all 5 players on this side of the map. Smoke for long for Mezzi.
And I would say this is a risky setup for the defense. They're playing retake on the B bomb site in a pistol round. Actually, they're not. I thought they were, but Buddha's just pushing in front of it. A little bit wild. Bomb should be planted here. I'm not saying you can't retake this, but it could be very, very tricky. They probably would have loved the kill for the smoke before they got into it. They have got some good tags off, but I don't know if it's enough, Henry. They do have a kit and a smoke as well on Max, but man, this is going to get really rough.
So they need to make this very isolated and very uncomfortable for the T-side. Go for that full defuse, and that's not a bad start. The Duel Elite's firing off in full force as David mows down 3 of them. This was a 5-on-5 retake, and Fnatic have not found a single kill whatsoever. That defuse is coming in. This round is over. How in God's name have they put that one off?
David with the quad kill. I take it all back.
What? Just as you're building it up, so Henry, we all know this is going to be impossible. There's no way they can really do anything with this one. But they don't even find a single bloody kill on the retake. Dan, what the hell just happened?
I wish I knew. Yeah, where is Dan when you need him?
Oh, Lord.
Outrageous scenes happening in Dallas right in front of our eyes. That's fantastic. What a great way to get started. All right, Ancient. All right, that's going to wake everyone up. I feel a little bit better now. That was wild. 9C just bringing the heat to start with on this third and final map in the series. And everything in the line. The spray is good. Double headshot to bring down Mezzi and Fashar. And that's Nikos and Forrest that just left here, but without almost anything to do. That was wild.
2 rounds, they've got 1 kill. And the first was locked in. You're absolutely dead on, though. Your observations were correct. The fact they had the perfect execution, 5 players in toward the bomb site, uncontested plan, a couple in towards cave, and then David gets a quad kill with the pistol. It sends Fnatic into a frenzy. They force buy in the second. They have Galils across the board, and they get nothing done. It has to be the full eco now. They're 2-0 down, and call it 3 because there's nothing they can really do with just the Glocks. But like I said, middle, always going to be a conversation. With the adjusted spawns in this map, they try their luck. They do pretty well. They eventually get 1 out of it, but it looks like this round is indeed over. Just Mezzi remaining, and he'll be in towards the L-bend, towards middle, pushing the smoke. And there will come to his demise momentarily. There we have it. The dream start. And bear in mind, this map is for all the marbles. Tournament elimination for the loser.
Yeah, that's the rough part, isn't it? With the backs to the wall, and again, just the stand-in situation alone for Fnatic probably weighing on their minds quite a bit here. 3-0 for 9C, starting on the CT side of Ancient, so they're gonna be happy where they've ended up at the moment. We got a bunch of, I think, refugees coming in from the mainstream as well, because I think the heroic game ended with a victory for the Danes over on that side. So welcome to all the new viewers as well. We do appreciate it. We're keeping an eye on the Twitch chat while all the madness is going on. And DGT was keeping an eye on Forrest in the middle. He's gone down to begin with. That's... I don't really mind it for Buddha there, but the spray through for both Nikodos and Roy is just way too overpowering. So he just steps in, shows his back to the AK and goes down. Good little flick for Try, and he's good for that one. Beautiful shot coming out. Nikodos gets blown up, and Try. Yeah, this is the Try that we saw on Nuke. It's so fabulous to watch.
And he guarantees that third as well. His incendiary forces the fight, and there's nothing that can be done. Excellent sequence here, and he closes things out in true style as well. That is more like it. 8-0 for Try as we enter round number 5 here. The clean sweep as 9Z are yet to make a single mistake here on Ancient. 4-0 up, and the maximum loss bonus, sure, that's arriving, but it's not really enough to justify a full investment. A half buy here, but a strong one. You will have a chance to have armor, tech 9s, utility, and sending 5 players towards B once again. These are the rounds they steal away, and they might have to at this point, Anders. Going down 5-0 on what's considered a T-sided map these days would be dire straits.
It really would be. Tech 9s have saved many teams. We've already seen it a couple of times in the first series that we had as well, but for sure, trying to get the job done, but he can't. The return is pretty good. Roy's got 1 kill so far, but Nikodos is slowly getting edged out. A good headshot from Roy. He comes back for the smoke. It's unbelievable.
No!
Henry, what has he done? A quad kill with a Tech 9. He's looking for the ace, and he's almost got it. One more bullet would have done it. 1 versus 1 now. Nikodos versus David, and they know where he is. They know. I think both players know where each other are.
So, they're both so low as well. David with 4, Nikodos with 22. And the bomb hasn't been recovered just yet. David is going to be losing him completely. The round is wide open. Nikodos on the hunt. That bomb is still down, so he's got a rifle now at least. Give themselves a fighting chance. 18 bullets in the magazine. And 45 seconds to work with here. At least got information the cave is clear. B lane as well. So presumably, he'll be towards CT spawn. But David holding towards middle right now. Nikodos with no information. You would assume he'd still be loitering around the bomb site here, but he's lost track completely. And investigating his options. Moving in towards long. Looking at the backtracks down towards CT spawn and red.
Oh,
now,
no.
Needs to be careful not to overthink it. He has a plan B at this stage.
No. If he runs for it, he's dead. He's almost auto-lost the round, Henry, especially with the knife out. He thinks he's outsmarted him, but oh, wait a minute. Actually, David's running through the other way. There we go, the bomb plan. Nikodos should be instantly dead, especially with the grenade on top. The quad kill from the Tech 9 on Roy, nearly winning them the round, but it will be 9C at a 5-0 lead. This is ridiculous.
I can't believe they've actually still won the round. Nikodos, of course, he has no idea. We've got the 2020 hindsight, but the fact he just had to pick up the bomb and plan, almost playing himself by running in towards A with 13 seconds left, had no choice but to fully commit. The nade was there, and he closes things out. 5-0. Orb coming out for Try. Maximum loss bonus again. With the plan coming down, the money will be okay going forward. That's not an issue, but the scoreline certainly is. Oh, it's firing on all cylinders here.
What a way to lose a round. I mean, after all that work from Roy, it was great. It doesn't work out at the end. David in the middle, going to be taking down Forrest. Good chance for a second kill. Although Messi, that's expertly
How's he
done.
done that?
I don't know how he turned around. There was a CT flashbang that he turned for, stepped back in and got a double kill. Roy hunting down Max, and Fnatic tired of losing rounds. They lost 5 in a row, and now they want back into it. Buddha and Try are left here. It's a 2 versus 4, and actually Roy, he's going to continue on. This is looking a little bit more exciting now. Fnatic going to get their first round on the board, no doubt.
Yeah, absolutely true. It wasn't looking good at all there. Forrest, the point man, going in towards middle. They didn't flash through. They came in actually pretty dry towards mid. He went down, but Mezzi, as you mentioned, went above and beyond just when they needed him most to save the round. A big double kill, and then Roy managing to dissect the B bomb side as well. Excellent work. And just poor old Buddha cowering in the corner, praying to the gods, hoping he can survive here. But looks like he'll be absolutely fine. We said Money should be good. We've got Max on $500. If Buddha saves, he can drop a weapon over. So he has to survive this one. They'll be absolutely fine. But still, yeah, there it is. Mezzi saving the day after losing that initial pick. It looked like they were in a lot of hot water once again. But it will at least upgrade to an AK-47. So not all is lost. And we get into round number 7 here. So Fnatic finding their first. And a lot more where that came from. Fortunately, a very strong round when they had pretty decent money already by virtue of the loss bonus. So no tactical timeout taken by either squad. And we're right back into the action here. Smokes down towards middle. Directly at that red room. Nikados this time with the AWP on the T side and heading towards B ramp.
Close affair here for 9C. I mean, it's not that far away from them being forced to save early on, which, again, that really can happen. I mean, you could win 5 in a row and still be forced to save almost immediately. It's Forest this time trying to enter into the middle. Messi did it last time, and even the one kill there, the instant trade, it is so worth it. Roy on the assisted flash, and now they've taken over the B-bomb site. Twitter showing up. They do line up for him. That could have easily been a double. Scary moment, but it's a 3 versus 2 now as Mezzi will continue. And a flashed in is surely dead.
No!
I can't believe that Max actually gets the kill. That's absurd. DGT on a long flank, but all his teammates are dead. And this should be a Fnatic round. Definitely will be now. Nikola showing up, but it's Mezzi who's the real star of the show here. 3 kills on him, 5 overall.
Yeah, Mezzi saves the day. Back-to-back rounds. And that should be the economy in the bin as well for 9Z. So Fnatic on their feet. It was getting out of control. Things were spiraling, but now should be absolutely fine. They can find this third, as there's absolutely no investment available for the CTs. A full eco. Just some jewelies purchased, that is about it. They're a bit cheaper these days at $300. And we will see Nikados once more getting boosted up. Going to be looking up towards that long position.
Yeah, this is, I mean, huge for Fnatic, right? They're getting a little bit back for some of the earlier rounds where they did all that damage, where Roy got the quad kill, right? They're bringing it back now because 9C just don't have the money instantly, even winning 5 in a row. So it's not all lost here. Some dualies are in play, but doubt we're going to be able to see much action from them in this round. And this is starting to look a little bit better. Fnatic with a very likely chance to get 3 on the board. And they're going to be feeling good about it. All right, running into some USPs in the middle. And when there's enough of them, when they group up, it can work out. The dualies. Shai's right there. Some backup is being gone. He hasn't checked the corner. Why has he not checked the corner, Henry? A heart attack from Shai. He's gonna still get the kill eventually, but man, that was horrifying. 2 versus 3 now. And this round
this was a full eco.
Question. It could work.
Yeah, this is actually wild. Nikados and Forest, you probably still give them the edge, considering there's no armor. Nothing to speak of, just a single AK-47 and low HP on 2 players. Forest will capitalize towards middle. DGT goes down. This is the key frag, though. If he finds Max, job done. And he seems to be at least curious of this position. B ramp, though, nails it. That's more like it. Forest stepping up in this round, avoiding an absolute disaster here. A full eco almost collapses on them. Now just try. It's not completely done just yet. Oh my god, he's got the frag. And 10 seconds remaining. He hasn't planted just yet. He's going to have to go for it. Does he swing? Does he push in? Oh my god. This could be massive. Oh, they've done it. They've pulled it off. It is going to be the full eco victory. Forest with no time, running out of space. And it's Try that smothers him in the 1 versus 1. 3 kills in total. They steal the round away, Anders. That is absolutely huge. Tournament life on the line, and it just lost to USPs across the board.
To USPs and the dualies that no one checked, and the fact there was a gap in the smoke. It looked like Nikodos was holding the gap, and with the AWP should have been favored for it, but I don't even know what happened. I'm so confused. I've never seen USPs do that much damage in a round.
No.
Yeah, all the work they've done, Henry, washed away.
Yep. Oh, I'm speechless. I'm lost for words for once. I have nothing to say.
Oh, it's so heartbreaking.
That is the worst way for it to go down. And it's a 2 versus 1 as well. Like, you've got against a USP in the 2 versus 1. A gap in the smoke leads it to an awkward 1v1 via stand-in. Hasn't felt the land pressure. The tournament life on the line. It's been a while. And, yeah, he just had no time. Had to go for the plant. And then a stroke of genius there. Try just getting in towards that smoke. Closed the gap. Found the headshot. That is brutal. They need to bounce back. They're going for the fast A play here. Anders smokes down quickly. Davik can hear them, drops the incendiary, trying to buy time. Here comes the spray down. They're all looking towards cave. They get away with it. It's fortunate to even find that, but they didn't have the utility down at all. Everyone looking in that same position, and Try is just relentless with this AWP. He's found that magic form once again. Nikodos in a lot of trouble now, and it's a very, very clean round. They get nothing done. The tilt, fast play towards A potentially. They didn't take the timeout. After losing to the full eco, they just went all in. And they found themselves in a very compromised position now. The money will certainly be a big question mark. I think there is a buy.
I mean,
and we'll have a look now.
I like the attempt to try and change the pace and go quick, but they actually went